Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're just going to jump right in. Why don't you introduce yourself? Go ahead.
Hello.
Into the mic, please.
Sorry. Hello. My name is Mars. I am 29, turning 30 this March. Yay, Pisces season. And I am from the East Coast, living in San Diego now for 10 years though, so local. And I've done some college. My profession is I'm a business owner, body worker, and pro goddess and dominatrix.
Okay, we will explore some of that stuff a little bit later on. When you were in college, what were you studying?
I was going the dietetics route, but I definitely should have just done psychology. Maybe I would have gotten through.
Okay, what about you?
Hi, my name is Ivy. I'm 26 years old and I'm from New Mexico. I am currently in college for cybersecurity and I'm a sex worker.
Can you be more detailed?
I work for OnlyFans, Sex Panther, and Hidden.
Okay, you do any stripping or dancing or anything like that?
So I'm a content creator, a not safe for work content creator, and I also do safe for work content creation. I have danced before.
Okay, got it. What about you?
I'm Mary Jane. I'm 36 years old. I'm from San Diego. I am a dominatrix. I also do fire flow artistry, and I'm a shibari artist, as well as a go-go dancer and an OnlyFans model. I have some college experience, but I didn't graduate. My major was going to be Arabic, and I wanted to be an interpreter.
Okay. Any particular reason for the Arabic, or?
I'm Lebanese,
Okay.
but I was born and raised in San Diego, and I thought that I could be an interpreter to help people in court.
Are your parents Muslim?
Yes.
Are you Muslim?
I consider myself an ex-Muslim.
Do you still have a relationship with your parents?
Yes.
Are they devout Muslim?
I would say my mom is the kind of Muslim that goes to church on Christmas, if that makes sense.
What about your dad, though?
My dad is less religious. It's interesting, actually. He went from being somewhat religious to less religious, and now he's more religious in his older age.
Okay. Do they have an issue with your sex work?
My mother only knows that I'm a shibari artist. She doesn't know that I'm a dominatrix, and she doesn't know that I have OnlyFans. And my father thinks that I'm mostly just performing on stage as like a dancer. I keep most of it private.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm Mia. I'm from Kingston, Ontario, Canada, and I am 26, an exotic dancer, and an OF model.
All right. And sorry, did you say anything about college, or?
No, I just took one credit in college. When I finished my high school, it was like a dual credit, so it doesn't really count that much.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm 22 and I'm from Ohio, but I live in Los Angeles now. And I've been a content creator since 2021, and I monetize on passes, and I dropped out of college.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your age?
Yeah, I'm 22.
22. Okay. Have you ever done OnlyFans or anything like that?
Just passes.
What is passes? Is that?
It's like family-friendly OnlyFans.
What kind of content do you post on there?
I post bikini content.
Any partially nude content?
No.
So not nude content.
No.
Okay. All right. And are you a Christian?
I would say I'm more spiritual, but I use Christianity as like a moral guideline type of thing.
Because I noticed in some of your bios you have scripture.
Yeah, I think it's John 8:32 in there.
Okay, gotcha. The passes content, is it? Do you receive demographics? Nathan, we do need like whoever's talking, if you can. Okay, so your passes content. Do you know the demographics of who buys your stuff?
No, I have no idea.
They don't have analytics or anything like that?
I haven't looked at them recently. Do you mean like
Okay.
gender or age or location.
Well, it would encompass all that, but I'm primarily looking for gender.
Yeah, it's like probably 99% male.
Okay. And is it like you're posting bikini content? Is it suggestive? Is
I
it
mean-
sexually suggestive even though you're
No.
not nude?
It's not sexually suggestive. The way that I describe it is kind of like my Instagram, but for my fans that want to see more photos of me. If that
And they
makes
pay
sense.
to get certain poses?
Quicker.
No, not certain poses.
No.
Essentially, just kind of like more photos.
So there's no requests, nothing like that?
There are.
Do you take money for those requests?
Can you be more specific?
Like if somebody said, I'll send you $1,000 if you do a bikini pic like this, would you do that?
Yeah, if it fell in the guidelines of what I'm comfortable with doing.
Okay.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm 26 years old from Michigan. I have my associate's degree in liberal arts and general education, and I work at Monster
Sorry,
Energy.
repeat your age. I'm sorry.
26.
26. Okay.
And I work at Monster Energy, giving out cans, putting cans in hands. I also sing, songwriter. That's me.
Okay. Did you say college?
Yeah, associate's degree.
In what?
Liberal arts and general education.
Okay, got it. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Anya Lacey. I'm 20. I do OnlyFans, and I did a decent amount of college, almost got my AA, but dropped out right before then.
All right. What about you?
My name is Juliana Sixto. I am 32. I'm based out of Miami, Florida, and I am the Spanish media director for the Lincoln Media Foundation. Prior to that, I was spokesperson for Turning Point Action. I also have my own weekly news show in Spanish for Claro y Directo America, which is a right-wing conservative YouTube channel. I graduated from FIU, Florida International University, with a double bachelor's in international relations and political science.
All right. Welcome. What about you?
My name is Courtney. I'm 36. I came from Mississippi, Biloxi, Mississippi. I have a bachelor's of science in psychology with a minor in criminal justice, and my job is a social worker.
You said a BS in psychology?
Yes, sir.
When did you attain?
2016 to 2020. I went to William Carey University.
It is quite a long time ago, but just could you relate to me one thing that since you do have a bachelor's in psychology, one thing that you could relate to us that you learned?
The limbic system, it controls your fight or flight, your parasympathetic and your sympathetic nervous system. Things like anxiety, depression, stress, and it directly affects trauma inside the brain. And a fun fact, a childhood trauma PTSD brain and a combat trauma PTSD brain look exactly the same in a brain scan.
Okay. All right. What about you? Or let's go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you can pass it.
Hi, I'm Megan Loftus.
Can you scoot this way? Just lean a little bit. Well, you don't have to do that much, but
Thanks. Hi, I'm Megan Loftus, and I'm from Chicago. I'm a stand-up comedian right now. I'm a traditional daughter, and I just hang out with my parents a lot and do stand-up. And then
age?
I'm 28, and I'm like one class away from getting my bachelor's in communication at Northeastern Illinois University, which is a state school in Chicago.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Kate Loftus?
There's a lot of Loftuses.
Okay. All right. Next.
Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm 21 years old. I live in Tennessee, and very explicitly not sexual at all, but I'm a massage therapist. And I also instruct in Pilates and do some social media, but it's nowhere in the adult content field.
And you've never done that, is that correct?
No.
Okay. You also, I looked at some of your content.
Mm-hmm.
You're, I don't know what the right term is, you eat raw. Is that the right way to categorize that?
Yes, yeah, I follow a raw animal-based diet, so the majority of my food is from everything from raw meat, raw organs, raw eggs, raw dairy.
So you won't cook a steak. You'll just. Is it even a steak at that point? Is it still a steak if it's not cooked?
Yeah, because I mean, you still go to the store and you say, "I'll have that steak."
Okay, so you'll eat a raw steak. Okay.
Yes, like steak tartare, for example.
Okay, but you'll just have there'll be a slab of meat, like some center cut tenderloin or something, and you'll just eat it completely raw, uncooked. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can go for it, including pork, including chicken.
Would you like cook it as a cheat meal?
Quicker.
I do have
Not you.
No, I do have cooked meat on occasion, but again, raw animal based. So the majority of meat I eat is raw.
Wait, can you clarify on the chicken real quick?
Yeah. So it's a very different kind of belief than what is generally. It's based in terrain theory. So you actually want to increase salmonella exposure, which is something generally people would be not too privy to. So having everything from raw eggs to get more salmonella exposure and also raw chicken.
I was going to say, do you start with like raw eggs to build up that exposure?
I didn't need to. I went from over a decade of vegetarianism and veganism, and then I went straight into the raw chicken and haven't looked back.
Have you gotten sick?
No, it's been 3 years and I have not gotten sick.
Congratulations, very
Thank you.
Strong immune system.
Yeah.
So you'll just leave meat out overnight too, right?
Yes. Yeah, there's different kinds of fermented meat that's called high meat, so you can ferment it up to weeks and eat it. Same with eggs, same with milk, same, raw dairy you can ferment a lot. But it is good if you leave it out overnight because it gets more bacterial exposure.
What about parasites?
Yeah, exactly. What about parasites?
Yeah.
So, again, within terrain theory, this is completely different than germ theory, which is the standard narrative. And the idea is that parasites are not necessarily a negative. There's a lot of benefits that you can have to them, and parasites being used as beneficial because they're actually able to eat dead tissue within the intestines.
Some people detox, like go through a parasite detox using wormwood.
No,
specifically not to have any kind of parasites within them. So I haven't heard your theory, but I'm willing to learn about different things. I mean, I'm surprised you're here, so that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. I'm still kicking.
Yeah.
I anticipate to continue kicking. But I can get more into that later and into the history of it and to kind of how I got into that way of eating.
But like if somebody just jumped into it, like could a normal person just eat with you? In the sense that like you've maybe built up a tolerance to the salmonella or whatever the fuck. Like could I just join you for the dinner you eat, or would it have to be like a build-up?
No, normal people join me all the time. I mean, I have friends that come over and they try it. I had a raw meat eating party one time where I prepared like a bunch of chicken and purposefully invited friends who had never tried it before. They're like, fine, okay, I'll try a little bit. And they tried and they didn't get sick and they felt fine and they felt happy.
Do you at least season things in like lime to kill off bacteria? Because that's a thing that you do with ceviche, which is Peruvian food, which you cook the fish but with a lime sauce so it kills off the bacteria. Do you do any of that?
I mean, sometimes, like just for fun, but I don't make a practice of it. Same is applicable to pork.
Got it.
Do you only eat raw food?
No, it's raw animal based, so that's the majority of my food, but I'm not, I would say, insanely religious about it. On special occasions, for example, I'll have some bread, so.
But I mean, if you're going to eat meat, is it always raw?
I'd say about 90% of the time.
Okay. Interesting. Huh, okay. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm also on OnlyFans. I have the largest female clientele in the United States. You can find me on dadbod.com. So that's who I am. That's what I do.
Yep. I also sell I sell feet pics on feetfinder.com.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, the host of The Crucible. It's a very large political debate channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I have conversations and debates with people from all over the world.
All right. Welcome, everybody. And we do have the lovely Chloe Yummy joining us. I overbooked, so really quick, you guys are wondering why. Look at how many fucking people are at the table, right? I overbooked. That's why it took us a little longer to get set up. So sorry for the delay with the start time there, everybody. But Yeah, we are quite. It's 14 people. I think this is the most overbooked I've ever done it. Usually I overbook because predictably, the day before, the day of, even days leading up to the show, people invariably cancel or they no-show. But I don't know if I want to say fortunately or unfortunately, everyone was very reliable. So they all showed up. So usually we want people to be reliable, but in this case we did overbook things. So Chloe Yummy is in the back. She's just
We're
kicking
always
it.
setting
She's
precedents on this show, Brian. Anytime I'm down here.
Every time. Yeah. So overbooked. But some people are going to tag in, tag out, and but we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's relationship status? And if you're single, how long you've been single, and longest relationship, starting with you.
Okay. So I am single as of like 6-7 months ago, but I definitely am not alone.
What does that mean?
It means that I'm not in a traditional relationship, but I do have men, and I guess we're talking about men.
Like just hookups or something? Just hooking up with different guys?
It's more than that, though. They're somewhat of companion, friends. It's a dynamic, but I'm single. I'm free. They're free.
Is it like sugar daddies?
I wish.
Situationships?
Yeah, can you
Like
just
polyamory?
take a second and explain the dynamic?
Yeah, so because of the work I do and the place I am in my life, I've been wanting to try polyamory for a while, and I kept letting men change my mind and tie me down. And after my last breakup, I decided.
Bastards. I hate it when they do that.
What was that?
I said I hate it when those bastards
So
do that.
controlling.
Yeah,
they just want to own me. It's crazy. So I decided though this time around I'm sticking to my guns, and I am only accepting people, men or women, mostly men. I'm predominantly straight, a little flexible, but it's harder to find that romantically, I find. So I have some companions that, again, I am a dom, so they serve me.
Real quick for me. Mm-hmm. When you said it's hard to find that sort of flexibility, you mean it's hard to find men who will share?
Oh, no, I mean finding women, companions.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
That aren't my friends.
Okay.
So because I am a dominant female and I have locked in and been portraying that, I did initially start out as a submissive in this world. I haven't always portrayed this, but I have always had that energy within me. So I have men that serve me. They're my friends. Some of them have the honor of sexual relations with me, and
they're very honored.
Very, very lucky, very honored, very grateful. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, that's what they do. They're my homies. They changed my life for the better.
Are you honored to be in a sexual relationship with them?
Am I honored?
Well, if they're honored, shouldn't this be a bit symmetrical?
I can be honored. I feel honored for the other things that I get in the relationship. I can't exactly say I'm honored by what they're giving me sexually, but we all have our different strengths and weaknesses and things that we really appreciate out of someone, needs that we need fulfilled, certain needs we don't need fulfilled as aggressively.
I noticed that you're wearing some crystals this evening.
Yes.
You like crystals?
I enjoy crystals. Yeah, this is a labradorite. This is definitely a man-made cutesy little, I don't know, it could be
What's your
quartz
favorite color crystal?
My favorite color crystal. I wouldn't say I have a favorite color crystal. Maybe green. Green's my favorite color. Labradorite's really beautiful because it's got lots of green and blue tones, and it's kind of iridescent.
Does that go with the goddess stuff?
I think
so.
Crystals are very beautiful, and they they go with that and much more. I mean, they have many purposes to them other than their beauty.
Okay.
So
I think women
Next.
collect crystals like men collect cards, right? Something like that.
Go ahead.
Crystals are a gift from God. I am in a monogamous relationship. So I've been with him less than a year now. But
What was the longest relationship you've ever had?
the longest relationship that I've ever had was probably about 3 years.
Okay. What about you? Hi. What about you?
I am currently single. I've been single for a year. I'm polyamorous. I am currently seeing someone, and I also have a sex slave.
Okay. When you say you're poly, so are you dating multiple people?
Yes. So with polyamory, even when I'm single and I'm not in a relationship, I still consider myself polyamorous. And then if I'm in a relationship, I'm still open to more than one relationship. And I have had 2 partners at once.
You said you're a dominatrix, right? Mm-hmm. Is your sex slave a paying client then?
No, actually, we started out as just friends, became friends with benefits, and then I asked him if he would be interested in being my sex slave, which actually helps me with my work.
Doesn't that kind of like destroy the whole idea though? Like if you're going to have a sex slave, isn't it not supposed to be consensual? Isn't that where like the real slave driver energy is, right? Is like they don't want that. That's what makes them a slave.
I think it depends on the submissive because and the dominant. Because for me, he's giving me consent within that amount of time to have my way with him.
So who's really in charge?
The submissive, ultimately. The submissive has all the power.
So then you're the submissive.
Not exactly, because I'm leading the scene, but the submissive has the right and the opportunity to end the scene at whatever time. So I like to describe it like this. When I negotiate with someone and I start to get consent from them, it's like they're drawing an outline of a book, like a coloring book, and then they're giving me the colors that I'm allowed to use, and then I'm coloring in the page, and that's how we create the experience together.
Okay.
I'm single, and my longest relationship was probably like, I don't know, he would probably call it like 3 years, but in reality it was like 9 months because he wasn't really just dating me, so yeah.
But you were with him for 3 years.
Yeah, on and off, but I think it was a lot of like just me being the one dating, and he was just doing what I think he was telling people we weren't dating, but I've had a lot of messy relationships.
So it was on and off.
Yeah,
Were you seeing other guys?
I was not,
at all?
but he was seeing other girls.
But you said there were off periods. During those off periods,
in his eyes. But in my like it was like 3 years, but I mean, like, I don't think for him it was like 3 years.
So you were completely exclusive to him for the entire duration of the 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. How long you been single?
Maybe like 2.5 years or so, I'd say. 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. What about you?
I would like to say I'm in a relationship, but technically we broke up in the beginning of this year. So it's kind of complicated. But my longest relationship was almost 5 years.
Is that the currently complicated one?
No.
I'm a little confused. So you'd like to say that you're in a relationship?
Yeah, like, it's complicated. We're technically not together, though.
Oh, you're still smashing.
We are...
I mean, right? Isn't that usually how that goes?
We still hang out, and we're on good terms.
But wait, hold on. I'm a bit confused. When's the last time you saw the guy?
Like a couple days ago.
Did you guys hook up?
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Is it the 5-year guy or this is a different guy?
No, the 5-year was when I was like a little younger.
Okay, but the current guy where it's complicated, that's been 1 year. Have you, at any point, have you called each other boyfriend, girlfriend?
Are you saying with this last guy?
The current complicated
Yeah, so the
guy.
current complicated situation, I've known him for about 2 years. And yeah, we were dating, but we broke up in the beginning of this year.
Okay, dating but broke up at the beginning. So in January, who broke up with who?
More so him. It was kind of mutual, though. Mutual understanding.
Okay,
But more so him.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound that mutual.
Okay.
No.
He's still down to fuck though. Love that.
Okay. Sorry guys, I'm getting distractions behind the scenes here. Okay, so you are you dating other men?
No.
Is he dating other women?
I don't know what he's doing.
Okay.
If you had a guess.
I'm not sure.
Are you just letting him, like, fuck, basically?
I just, like, I'm at a point where when I'm in a relationship, like, I basically train myself to only be able to be attracted or interested in one person. And,
But if you're not sure that he's loyal to you and you're, like, in this ambiguous, unknown space of, I like him, but I don't know if he likes me, I don't know if he's dating me, why do you do that to yourself?
Are you just like weaning off?
Yeah.
it's like a complicated situation.
Was he mad?
We wish you the best.
Was,
Yeah.
was he mad about the
Very-
content stuff?
No.
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 So it was other contributing factors.
Yeah, it was a bunch of different things.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm just confused. Usually when you break up with somebody, it's like you don't
Like,
continue
is it though?
fucking.
Yeah, it's over, but like I just don't see the benefit of going around saying I'm single.
What do you mean?
Even though he's not with you anymore.
Correct.
Well, but
he's a good guy.
Well,
and
it's
I like
not
him still.
just that. I mean, you guys are continuing to sleep together.
Yeah.
Do you guys live together?
No, not currently.
Doesn't that hurt your heart?
No.
Oh my God. Can you stop, Chloe? Stop distracting my producer, please. If you're going to leave, just leave. What's the deal? What's the deal?
I'm just like nervous.
Okay. We got a show to run, Chloe. What do you want to do? You need to make a decision. It's either stay or go.
I was trying to leave.
We're not holding you captive. The door is that way. Nathan, please, behind her. You can take that seat then, I guess. All right, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single for like 5-6 years since 2020. My longest relationship was 2 years.
Okay. What about you?
Single for, I think, like 2.5 years. Longest relationship was between 2 to 3 years, somewhere around there.
All right, what about you?
I am happily in a relationship with a fantastic man. He's my boyfriend.
For how long?
For about, say, half a year now.
Do you have, were you previously married?
Yes,
How long were you married for?
6 years.
6 years, okay. Who initiated the divorce?
It was, again, mutual. It was a no-fault divorce, so no lawyers involved, and both people at the courthouse signing together. So very clean, and we wished each other the best. So I think it's the cleanest divorce in history. So
Okay. Who doesn't someone typically have to file the paperwork though?
in Florida, you can just go to the office together and sign paperwork together. Yeah,
Okay.
pay $407, and that is it. So,
Okay. Did he have to pay you alimony?
nope,
Did you have to pay him alimony?
nope.
Okay. All right. Sounds pretty clean then. What about you? Next.
I am currently married. I've been married for a while.
How long?
We've been together total for 6 years in June. And previously, I have an ex-husband. We were together for 13 years total. We were married for 9.
Okay. You have an ex-husband, you said.
Yes, sir.
So you've been married twice, is that correct?
Yes, this is my second
Second marriage. Okay. Who initiated the divorce for the first marriage?
I did. It was an unhealthy situation, I'll just say that. And it was mainly for my safety. So,
Okay.
and there's other factors.
Any
but,
kids?
No, sir.
Your ex-husband, did he pay you alimony?
No,
he
sir.
No alimony?
No, sir.
Okay. What about you?
I am single. My longest relationship was 2.5 years. I was single for a little while and then very briefly saw a guy, and that ended about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago. Okay.
Yeah, it lasted a total of 4 days, so I think
4
one of the shorter
days.
ones.
Who
Yeah.
broke up with who?
I did. Unfortunately, I think we wanted different things. I don't think he was honest about all of his intentions in the
Get out quick.
interaction. Yeah.
What do you mean?
He wanted more sexually than I wanted to provide.
How so?
Just, I didn't want to do the things that he wanted to do. And he, yeah.
Kind of want you to spill the tea.
Well, so it was like specific sex acts that you were uncomfortable with. Is that a fair way to categorize it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to do any of those kind of acts, especially like we had been together such a short period of time. But he, wanted something else. And then when I found that out, I was like, okay, well, I'm not really interested in that department then.
So it wasn't a hesitation on your part to have sex, but it was the specific, perhaps, specific acts that you were just not comfortable with. Is that?
No, I mean, I didn't want to have sex, period.
Oh, period. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he wanted to have, maybe it's more simple than that. He wanted to have sex and you didn't.
Yeah, and just to like more sexual things that I just, do not want to do so early into a relationship.
Not an anal girl.
One could say that.
Yeah, I get it.
So how did you meet him?
We originally met online.
Dating app?
No. From what I do, social media. He had messaged me and we just talked and got to know each other.
Were you guys in like the same city, or was it like long distance, or?
No, and we were friends for quite a while. There wasn't.
Okay. So how long did you
anything.
know him?
I'd say probably about 9 months or so.
9 months. Okay.
Before then, we started.
But then
dating.
there was only a romantic component for 4 days. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so together. So like you went on one date? I'm just a bit confused.
No, we had gone on 4 dates.
Each day?
Yes, yeah, we hung out for 4 days straight, and I was like, wow, this is so awesome. And then I was like, oh.
Okay,
maybe
I see.
it does not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No. He ate raw meat too, so it wasn't about the raw meat.
Could you date a guy who wasn't quite on your level with the diet, I guess?
I mean, there's like variance to it, but I think it makes most sense to date somebody who has a similar lifestyle. Maybe they don't need to eat in the exact same way that I do, but I think it for compatibility.
Well, how about
it
this?
wouldn't be similar.
No raw food, but they were carnivore. So cooked eggs, cooked meat, cooked other
That just
stuff.
wouldn't make very much sense to me. I guess if they're willing to convert, but if you're already on like the carnivore train, why wouldn't you want to eat it raw?
Seasoning
health,
is why.
Probably.
Seasoning. Who said that you can't season?
And a good sear.
I do have a question. I want to know where you found another person that also eats raw meat.
Oh man, there are so many of them.
Yeah.
They are hiding out there. There's actually quite a few. I got introduced to it all from 3 women that I knew, and there was a pretty decent primal community in where I was living. It's called the Primal Diet, and there's a decently large community for it online as well.
Okay, so
Is that a good place to find each other and maybe like date other people that only eat raw food?
I mean, maybe, but there's a lot of interesting figures in that community that, I mean, it's people eating raw chicken.
know.
Some of them are cool, and then some of them I think are a little dove off the deep end.
What's I'm curious, genuinely. What is the deep end of not cooking your food and just eating like raw everything?
There's this one guy who, his name is Godis online, and he's done a lot of activism, some might say, to promote the diet. But he also has wild takes, like throwing acid on women. So that would be the rabbit hole.
What about like
Liver
Liver King?
What kind?
cook
Yeah,
women,
what
but
kind
not
of
meat.
acid? Acid that will burn them.
So he's in jail?
No, he's on the run.
And he's an influencer at the same time, or?
He's not presently making videos, but he is probably the person with the largest online following for the raw meat
Do you
community.
think the parasites got to his head?
Yeah. Big trouble to the brain.
I think he was just. Some people are just born with something inside of them.
Or they ate it.
Or they, I mean, you could say that too, but
Yeah.
I don't think that was necessarily a contributor. There's a lot of people who are part of the raw community, who have been part of it for decades, who are normal, practical, happy, healthy people.
I would argue the more famous one is like Liver King, right?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps.
I feel like everyone's heard of Liver King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not
But
necessarily.
he's also psycho.
I've heard
Yeah, in the primal community, I would say, because there's a whole thing with steroids and whatnot, and generally the primal community has a focus on naturalism, so staying away from those kinds of things. But I mean, everything's intermeshed nowadays, so I guess Liver King could be the biggest
most
guy,
well-known.
but
Wait,
Augenis von der Planitz
so
is the
you would
curator.
not, whoever you're gonna date, they have to get on your page diet-wise. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, ideally they would already be there. I don't want to like force somebody to do something they're not comfortable with. But my last relationship, which was, the longest relationship, not the 4 days one, he very much did not eat raw meat. And throughout the relationship, I did.
But it makes sense to probably tell somebody, like, hey, by the way, first thing you should know about me before we even go on a date is I eat everything raw. And if you don't eat things raw, then this isn't going to work out. Is that what you usually do, or?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not very experienced with dating, to be frank. So I'm not really like, okay, full disclosure, you know.
If you went to a restaurant and you would tell them not to cook your food?
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can order, like steak tartare, for example. That's pretty popular. And I'm also very specific about the kind of meat I do eat. I don't want to eat anything that was factory farmed. So that limits the kinds of restaurants you can go to. Generally, those are going to be more higher end farm to table, which almost always have a raw dish available.
They'll know before they pick the restaurant.
Yeah,
Well,
they'll know.
So a couple things here on this, a couple things here on the whole raw situation. Really quick though, you said you don't have much dating experience. Can you clarify what you mean by that?
I just haven't gone on many dates.
Well, have you been,
I suppose. I mean, I have dating experience in the sense that...
have you had relationships?
Yes, I said I had the relationship for 2.5 years.
But is that your only relationship that you've had?
No, I've had 2 relationships, and the first one was a year and a half.
Speak straight into the mic.
Yeah, the first one was a year and a half, and then the next one was 2.5 years. So I've had 2 relationships.
Okay, I see. Well, with the raw stuff, I mean, this is like 0.00001% of the population that either already does this or would be willing to have this kind of diet. From a dating perspective, I think it's gonna close a lot of doors. Not to say that it's impossible. There's obviously an existing community, and you could try to pull from that pool of people. You said you're a bit more traditional. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you Christian?
No.
Okay, but you're. So when you say you're traditional, I guess in what ways?
Well, I don't associate really with any religion. I think there's great parts of each one, but I don't subscribe to any of that specific dogma. I guess a lot of it is just based in naturalism as well, and just kind of the natural order of life and
What's
of living.
the natural order in terms of dating between men and women?
Well, naturally speaking, men would be the provider in the relationship, and women have the element of being the nurturer. I am
Are
family.
men the leaders?
In some regards, too.
What
but
do you mean in some regards? In all regards?
No, not in all regards.
So, from your perspective, should women be submissive in a relationship?
No, I don't think women need to be submissive in a relationship.
So why should men lead?
Because we each have different strengths and qualities, and that really depends on from person to person.
So lead you when you're in the mood to be led, and you have permanent veto power in all decisions?
I think
No.
situations.
Well, I'm
magically.
exploring her worldview.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that in like the end-all be-all case. I think each individual person has things that they're good at. For example, in my last relationship, he was, you know, he knew everything about finances and everything like that, and I deferred to him a lot in that realm.
So you're more socially conservative and then economically conservative, or then
It just really depends on from
Or you just like
relationship to
nature.
relationship. I think
Yeah.
that there's a big nuance there.
Should men pay for first dates?
Yes.
Should men be providers in a relationship?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have children with a woman, I think it makes sense to do that.
So men have all the responsibility and none of the authority if they're dating you.
No, I mean, they can have authority. I think that things
Sorry,
just
they
become to be.
can or can't?
They can. It ends up being a discussion. I mean, ultimately, somebody that you're in a relationship with, if they're telling you to do something you really don't want to do. For example, like today, in today's realm, I think that there's a lot of men who like a lot of aspects of traditionalism and they like a lot of things of these nature. But what I've seen a lot happen to many of my girlfriends is that they'll end up getting forced into things they're not comfortable with, specifically in the sexual department. You know, I think, number one, you have to listen to God, you have to listen to your intuition, and if something doesn't feel right to you, you shouldn't defer to that just because somebody you love is telling you to.
Hold on. When you say forced, what are you talking about?
maybe the word you wanted was pressured?
Yeah, pressured, but I mean, there are instances of people being like more forced into it.
Like manipulated?
Yeah, like really manipulated. I had a friend.
Or in an ultimatum.
Yeah, and an ultimatum. So ultimately, I mean, everybody has autonomy and they can decide, but there's a manipulative aspect to that. I think men that can be great leaders, but women have the areas that they can.
But none
lead
of
as
that's
well.
force.
Outside of sexual like stuff, obviously, do you think it's okay for men to pressure, coerce you into a certain thing if it is for your own good? Like,
Yeah. If it's in your best interest in mind, then I think
what
that
if you
makes
don't
sense.
think personally it's in your best interest because you don't know it yet?
I mean, it depends on the thing. You can always experiment, and I don't think you should be so like a die hard on that department.
Are we officially on the topic of, you know, what is the role of men and women in relationships and who should be more submissive or dominant or what?
Yeah.
You let us know, Brian.
It's
to know whether to chime in or not on
Well,
that.
in your ideal relationship, like you, not even yours, but just generally the ideal relationship, do you believe that a woman should be submissive?
For whatever reason, I don't think submissive is necessarily the right word. I think we defer to each other in different ways. You know, for example, if you're a mother with a young child, right, and ideally you wouldn't be doing sleep training, you'd be with the child all the time, you'd be breastfeeding, and you'd have that experience with the child, you'd probably have a better idea of what that child needs in those early development years than the father might have if he's gone at work. And that's not to say that the father isn't in touch with his child. It doesn't mean he doesn't love his child, but our different experiences will create a different environment in which we're able to.
So what's your definition? Because we might be missing definitions on submissive. Like, what do you think I mean when I say submissive?
Yeah, I guess for me, I come from a Catholic background, so I grew up Catholic, and always kind of that association of submissive is just saying like yes to everything, being like, okay, fine. So that's just kind of what I've come to associate it with, because that's how I've seen submissive be played out.
I think, don't you think like being submissive, you would be more prone to do that to somebody that you trust rather than someone you just met? And isn't that the point of the breastfeeding and the getting to know somebody?
I mean, that's a very fair point. I think with all of that, women have to have a lot of discernment when they get into a relationship. You really got to know. And if you can get in a position where you're with a man who does love you and who does have your best intentions at mind, then that's a situation you can be submissive. But the reason why I have such a differentiation with that is because I think a lot of women kind of lack that discernment, and they lack getting in these situations and in these relationships with men who really do have their best interest at heart. That does exist, and that is possible.
I have a completely different... Oh, are we...
Excuse me, continue.
I have a completely different idea of why things are so messed up in relationships nowadays. And I think it's because we are living in times that have never existed before between men and women. I'd say up until the 1970s, women weren't really equal to men when it comes to being financially independent up until the 1970s. By the way, I'm very conservative, so I'm just pointing out the facts. And the reason I'm even on this...
Let me listen.
The reason I'm even on this show is because I think that we need to fix relationships between men and women so that we have more nuclear families. And so I want to speak the truth to help both sides, men and women, get along a lot better.
And I'd like to...
Yeah.
Can I just add to that is that I agree with, like, it's just the technological era. For me, my opinion on what you're saying is that I just think, like, we have an impatience in society.
That's more recent,
when a man, yes, because we're in the modern now.
Yeah, but I'm going
new
back
age.
to the 1970s.
Okay.
So let me go back a little bit more.
Okay.
You're
where
just talking
women
about
and men,
credit cards and banks.
Exactly. And so just the millennial generation of women is the first generation that can be financially independent without the need of a man. So the millennial woman can technically afford life for herself.
Do you think that's a good
That's the
thing?
biggest crock of shit I
And
ever heard.
so, well, we could disagree, and that's why we're here, right?
Yeah, so when we're talking about...
Women don't need men financially, therefore they
Yeah.
want them for different reasons,
Do you think that's-
emotional reasons,
do you think
and
that's a good
emotional
thing?
intelligence.
The thing is when you're talking about women not being able to get credit cards, women couldn't incur debt. They weren't allowed to incur debt.
Yeah.
So who incurs the most amount of debt in modernity?
Okay.
Who? Men or
Well,
women?
women in the United States,
Yeah.
correct.
So the thing is like that doesn't seem like that's financial independence. It seems like that's financial slavery to me.
Well, they owe
and
things
not
to
only
the
that,
banks.
most of the time that they end up with houses, they own more houses than men. They usually get them in divorces, not because they bought them straight out. And the idea here, women could get bank accounts, actually. It's just if they were married, they didn't. And it went through the husband because the husband was responsible for all the debt. The women could not incur debt. They could still spend the money, but they
Yeah.
couldn't incur the debt.
Yeah, but they also couldn't take out a loan or have a
They
credit
could take
card.
out loans. They just couldn't take out loans. If they
By-
were married, their husband took out the loan because
Correct.
they couldn't incur the debt.
So
That was a good thing.
So there wasn't financial independence, is what I'm trying to say.
There
And
was
that's why-
financial independence.
And that's why
Not if you're
nowadays.
married.
and
No, if
that's
you're married,
why-
why would you
yeah.
want? Okay, let's
Correct.
back up. Why would you need financial independence if you're married?
Because when people
That's
have been, when
counterintuitive.
people have historically been in positions of power over other people, people abuse that power. When you have any kind of relationship in history
man. This
where
is
there's
femcon stuff. Okay.
no, I'm actually extremely conservative, and
That's-
because of
feminist conservative femcon.
because of the fact that men back in the day, again, weren't able to, or women back in the day were not able to be financially independent. They were in a position where they
Why-
couldn't be their individual selves.
Right this second, right now, as we speak, if you're married, can your wife go into your account and take your money?
Not
Yeah.
every relationship
Hang
is
on,
like
let her
that.
answer.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't
And
understand.
vice versa as
I
well.
don't so what do you need independence for?
So you can be your own individual person. That's
You're still your own individual person.
no, if you don't have
Sometimes
any
men are
financial
controlling and don't
independence.
allow you to
If I
have
had to rely on my
You're-
man's
hang on,
money,
hang on.
I would feel
Let us
some
finish.
type of
Let
way
us
about
finish the engagement.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Do you really want me to like try to argue with 5 people at once?
We're not arguing. It's a discussion.
Okay. It sounds like it. So
Sorry
anyway,
that you're taking it that way.
Anyway, so you're married. You have a husband. You need financial independence from your husband.
I think every person should.
Now,
need
hang
to-
on.
Let me answer. You just asked me a
I want to make
question.
sure that
Wait,
you say
asked me
yes
a
or no, and then the qualifier.
Are you asking me a
Yeah,
question?
but
and letting
I
me
need you to answer yes or no, then the qualifier.
No, it's a full
'Cause
answer, right?
Okay, fine. You're not going to answer it,
Thank
but go
you
ahead.
so much.
You won't actually answer it.
Yes, I still think that people are individuals, regardless of whether they are in a partnership with somebody else or not. And that's why more women are refusing to be married. And I think the number one proof that women weren't happy or satisfied back in the day when they supposedly didn't have to work is that when they were offered the opportunity to join the workforce, they did, right? They did, and they became more financially independent. They joined careers, they got degrees, and so I want it
It's
to
completely
be.
ahistorical. Here's
No.
what actually happened.
Are you telling me I'm saying that? Are you saying that I'm lying?
Was she? Can we get a
Turn
timer
the butter.
on it?
She's still making
Turn the
her
butter,
point,
ladies.
Get a
I feel
timer
like.
on it.
Just because you're married
Are you
doesn't mean
okay?
your man has all your best interests and your desires at the
Well, they
forefront of
should.
his
Here's why you're
heart.
married
to
them.
marry
They should have your
is
best
that
interests.
Well,
guy.
they
Anyway.
don't. They should. That'd be nice.
Hang on,
in a-
calm down, calm down.
That'd be nice in a
This is-
fantasy world.
perverted
This-
over
Let
time.
him
Hang
make
on,
his
hang on,
point,
chill,
ladies.
chill,
Let him
chill.
make his point, ladies.
The whole thing is ahistorical anyway. The reason that women had to enter the workforce because you couldn't afford anymore to have one income. Most women prefer not to work. Most married women prefer not to work. Most women, when asked, say that they would prefer, if they've been in the workforce, to be out of the workforce. Why? Because most men would prefer to be out of the. It wouldn't be nice if I could just sit at home all day and do nothing. That sounds fantastic. But here's
So
the thing:
once
hang
you
on,
said
hang on.
that,
Let me
doesn't
finish.
sound-
Let
Let me
him
finish. Let me finish.
his point of view.
So the other thing is all you're advocating is that wives need to have financial independence from their husbands.
Correct.
Why?
So that they
Because
can
we're our own
always
people.
Yes, and this basic,
Just in case we need to leave
and
them.
this
How is
basic-
this a conservative
listen,
position?
And this basic
It's a
concept that
humanity-
we as conservative
positional
women are
humanity.
trying to get men, conservative
Personal
men
rights.
like you, to understand is the reason that there is this complete ideological divide where even conservative women are not getting married.
What is the difference
Yeah,
between this
don't
position
blanket
and the
that.
liberal
Don't
position?
blanket that with
And so,
conservative
and you just
women.
said one sentence that is extremely important,
Yeah.
which is women, they're just going to stay at home and do nothing if they're married. And the fact that you don't understand the intrinsic value of being a homemaker and a wife, that is the reason why there is this problem, right? Just
Oh.
because women have
I see.
worked but not have been paid for the work that they do as a homemaker, as a full-time child taker.
This is a
child
feminist
caretaker, right?
position.
No, this is not. This is
This
a
is
common.
unpaid labor at home. It's a feminist position.
Yeah, guys.
It is the ultimate feminist
It is a
position. Women are
capitalist-
getting unpaid labor at home.
No, it is a
taking care of their
capitalist-
children.
Guys,
No, it
why
is an
did
it is an intelligent capitalist position.
How is
So-
that in a capitalist position?
So a smart woman is going to consider, hey, am I going to get into a relationship with a man that expects me to cook and clean for us and for our kids in
Which
the
is
day
work.
with
How
with
hard
no
is it
income.
to
So
cook and
the
clean
best-
nowadays?
The best example,
As
the
a
best,
wife.
the best example I can put is, you know, let's say that you have a child that is yours biologically, dropped at your doorstep one day. The mother's nowhere to be found. You now have to take care of this child. How do you take care of that child if not by paying somebody to cook for it, to feed it, to look for it right around the clock?
you had
so
to work, you mean?
caretaker. So you would have to.
Well, hang on. The
You would have to
qualifier-
stay going to work.
Hang on, the qualifier is if you weren't independently wealthy, right? If you were working.
If you're in your current position right now, how much do you think you would have to shell out to maintain that child that is biologically yours and just got to your doorstep? And I'll tell you,
Depends on the choices I want to make for the
well,
kid.
research, there has been research on this, and they quantified it to a number, to over $200,000 a year.
It does not cost $200,000 a year to raise a kid.
Wait,
Okay,
really
well-
quick on this
well,
point.
if you want good
wait,
care,
wait,
it might.
really quick on this point, and then I'll pass it right back to Andrew. Can you break down the $200,000 for us?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
So imagine right now, food services, right? So breakfast, lunch, and dinner made for 2 people. And if you have kids, you have to add that as well. If you take kids to school, then that is a personal driver, right? The entire time that you take them to school, or you can homeschool, you know, that would make things easier.
Or you just drive them
Shopping,
and drop them off
shopping.
at school.
Grocery
bus.
shopping, which takes
the bus.
time. Grocery shopping, which takes time. Planning out meals, planning out the kids' activities.
We're just describing
which is a
regular human
personal- Which
things.
is a personal assistant. Well, no, people get paid for those kinds of things.
Yes,
and
that's
here's
true.
the thing.
but
What's,
I'm not,
what's
I'm
the
not-
math?
I'm not advocating.
What's that's what we want to
So
know.
this is
Because women
something-
will do this
yeah.
thing like, and it's very.
The math is
hold on,
Googleable.
it's-
Googleable.
No. But what you'll do is, hold on. What you'll do is you'll take, okay, how much does a professional cleaner make in a year? And maybe that's 30, 40, 50,000, and you're going to tack that on. But professional cleaners are cleaning 40 hours a week. So,
So
you
that's
are
definitely not
considering like, so okay, for example, if you were to hire a professional cleaner once per week, how much would that cost?
Yes.
That might be more attuned
Yes,
to
correct.
Right,
I'm
but
going
it's
off
not.
of those
But
numbers.
some
Nannies
people are
aren't
going
cheap.
to. Some people are going to collapse the entire yearly earnings of all these industries. So okay,
That's not what they did in those
Okay.
studies, though. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I was asking for a breakdown.
Correct.
On
That's
those
not
numbers.
what I'm-
So, are you also doing the factoring in as to men are doing? They're basically unpaid yard work and
No.
they're unpaid executive protection.
What I'm
does
saying-
does your boyfriend have a firearm?
He does, yes.
Oh, do you have a firearm?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
but he would you expect your boyfriend to like protect you in some sort of life-threatening situation?
He can, but we would both be, good with.
Let's say
with
you were
it.
both
They
disarmed.
say
Wait,
a gun
question.
is a equalizer, the great equalizer.
Let's say you were.
Are you as
hold on,
equal with
really
this
quick,
handgun
really-
as your boyfriend?
Really quick though. Let's say you were both disarmed. He obviously, I'm assuming your boyfriend is
Yes.
physically stronger than you.
Yes.
He would fare better trying to
Yes.
take on a physical threat.
Yes.
Right. So you have you have unpaid executive protection.
Yes.
Right.
And
Are you
do
factoring
think-
that into the calculus
Yes, correct. And so it has to,
Okay.
and
Back
so
to you.
basically men are on the same spectrum in that they have to see if they financially benefit from coming into a partnership with a woman, because a man doesn't need a woman to cook or clean for them, right? You can pay for all those services yourself. The same way that men can pay women, pay a service to cook or clean for them, women can pay somebody to do the yard work for them, or they can pay a Ring camera for protection, or they can own a firearm. What I'm trying to say is that I want men and women to come into a relationship together by understanding the value that they both bring to the table.
Yeah.
And I
understand what
understand the
you're saying.
value of men. I think that they work very hard. I think that society could not function with them being in key roles. I think they are biologically a lot stronger. That is a fact, right? And so I'm very thankful for their existence, and we need them. However, women are equally as critical for the different services that they provide and the things that they are good at. And I feel like historically, unfortunately, that has been ignored, and that's why we're seeing this loneliness epidemic between men and women.
Yeah, the loneliness
I just
epidemic
wanna, like-
exists on both sides. That's the
Sure.
first thing. The second
Sure.
thing is
I just want to
I agree.
argue the whole like protection thing too for her, because her partner doesn't have to protect her. That's not his job. But might he want to protect her
Yeah,
so that
that's
he
your
can
role as a man.
continue to look at her pretty face and have her in his life?
Would you
He
want
might.
would you want a man that
She's
doesn't
not-
automatically protect
might
you?
might her partner have to
And I
expect?
think that
Well,
when
hang
I
on,
want a man
hang
to
on.
automatically
Might her-
No, I'm saying, would you want a man who does not automatically protect you?
man.
no, of course not. But
Oh,
they should
okay.
appreciate me to
Might
that
her
degree
partner
that they want to.
Might her partner have an expectation then that she mother the kids? Might he have that expectation?
Mothering
Yes,
the kids,
I'm not saying-
but doing
yes.
all the deep cleaning of the house and the
Yes.
cooking
Being
of
a
the
mother.
every
And
meal.
here's
That's
the
being a
thing, and here's the
caretaker.
thing.
Hang on. Let me
There's
respond
way
to
more work
let me
to it
respond to
than
some of your
just
points
the-
here. The first,
ahead.
there's a bunch of holes in what you said. The first hole is, do you want to outsource your child to other people?
No.
Well,
I don't.
then I don't understand. Where does the financial independence thing come in?
So I actually support women that want to be stay-at-home moms.
No, that's
and
not my. I'm not asking who you support.
I know, but let me answer the question
Hang
you
on.
asked
Let
me,
me.
right?
I want to make sure that you understand the question I asked
Go
you.
ahead.
So I'm going to ask you to repeat the question I asked you.
Mm-hmm.
The question I'm asking you is, do you want mothers who are at home,
Yes.
to outsource their children? And if you do or don't, how are they able to be financially independent? Can you repeat that for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you believe that women should financially outsource taking care of their kids? And I think that depends on the
What's the
individual.
second part?
And I think that
What's the
depends
second part
on
of the question?
Individual.
The second part-
There's women that want to be full-time mothers and stay at home with their kids, and there's women that want to have a career and also have kids, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that we're chastising those kinds of women is why, again, we are in this
How
battle
does
of
a
the sexes.
woman maintain financial independence?
Yes.
Meaning, how does she work
While also
if she
taking care of
stays
the
at
kids.
home with her kids?
Part-time
How?
can have a part-time job or
Are
work
people
from
like
home.
chastising women
A lot of
for
people's
being
jobs
working
are
mothers?
online these days. You guys are saying that most women don't want to work, men wouldn't want to work if they could choose. But personally, it would be my dream to be able to have a family and have the freedom to have my side hustle and have my business. I don't need to work like a dog. I can have it all.
Do you see the massive hole with that?
Can't have it all.
I don't want to work
Why can't you have it all?
Hang on, hang on.
I never want to have
You
it.
really can if you work
there's a
for
huge-
an exception. You could have.
Hang on, one at a time, Calm down, calm down.
One at a time. I think the answer to that is remote work. And
There's only been like 2 at a time this whole time.
And
almost.
that is remote work. That is also work that requires being a small amount of time in the office, and you can homeschool.
You can make
so
jewelry.
homeschooling is a great option. I plan to homeschool my kids in the future.
Beautiful.
That means that you only take 2 to 3 hours a day. Actually, it's not 8 hours like public school, i.e. government indoctrination centers. You take 2 to 3 hours taking care of your kids, educating your kids, instilling the moral values that you want in them.
Do you see the new
And
hole
then
you just made in your ideology, though?
And then you have the rest of the day to also do your job, whatever it is that you
Where do
are
your
passionate
kids go
about,
while you do
right?
your job?
Whatever you're passionate about, and you can bring your kids along.
So the
to
way
it.
that women have financial independence, it's
job
while
allows you
they
to bring your
don't
kids?
outsource the child care is by having part-time remote work. Now, question:
It exists.
does she get to keep all that money, or does that go to the contribution of the household?
I think it should. Yes.
I think it depends
Then,
on the
if that's the
relationship.
case, how is she being financially independent again?
maybe she
Hey,
can have
let
all
her
the
let her
money.
answer.
Because she can still have personal accounts that she only has access to, and you also have joint accounts
So that
as
she
well.
gets, so she's keeping the money away from the contribution of the household in a personal account that nobody else
For
has
her
access
own
to.
self.
I think that every single adult, male and female, should have a
Should.
prenup, and that should be part of that as well for their own personal protection. But I think overall, the reason for the prenup.
So you're advising women to hide money
No,
from the
it's not
household.
hiding. How can
It's
you
not
hide
hiding if
something
they
that
know.
is
This is what
works for
that
her.
is- hold on, girls.
money.
How
Not
is-
all.
It's
how
not
is-
hiding.
Hold on, girls. How is
Everyone
There's
it?
not a
knows what the numbers-
traditional.
Everyone knows the
Hold on,
numbers.
guys.
No
This
one's
is like
hiding.
Hold on,
even
guys.
if this was the traditional structure, it still would not be the traditional structure. Like,
Yes.
it wouldn't be for everyone.
But how is it hiding if it's something that was previously agreed upon
Well,
before coming into a marriage?
Here's what's funny. When you're
what is funny?
talking about advising, you're like, listen, women, what I want you to do is have your own independent money. And the way that you can do this and not outsource the child care so you don't have to work is hopefully you can be one of the few.
So you don't have to work.
Hang on.
I'm not saying that.
Hang on. So, well, yes, you are. You have to work in order to get money.
Yes. Yes.
So
You
then,
said
yes.
So you don't have to work.
Yeah. So
that you
so
can
let me
work,
give
you
let me
mean.
give the position.
Right, so you
okay.
can
Let me give the position.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I'm steel manning it. Women should have own money. Do we agree with that?
Yeah.
They get money by working. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Women have children, and you don't want them to outsource the care of the children to other people.
It depends on the occasion.
But if they want to
If
not
I wanna go on
well,
vacation,
you would agree with me.
yes.
It's better for the outcomes of children if they don't.
If I want to go on a date night with my husband, yes, I
That's
will
not
outsource.
outsourcing care.
Yeah, that is exactly
Oh,
what
come
I'm
on.
referring to
No,
about
no.
outsourcing care.
Hiring a babysitter for 6 hours is far different than sending your
So we
kid.
have different
than
definitions
no, we don't have a
then
different.
of
It's so
outsourcing
absurd.
You're arguing in bad faith.
We're gonna
You know what
argue.
it means.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, can you come babysit tonight? Oh, you just outsource the care of your. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about long-term outsourcing of the raising of your children to
Which I
other
don't
people.
You're
want.
talking
I
about
want
nanny
to
Exactly.
raise
So what if you
So
have
then
a
if I'm-
nanny?
You got to stop interrupting, or we'll never get through the argument. I promise we'll be able to engage. But walking through the argument,
On your time.
woman stays home. Well, who's having the argument? So, woman stays home, and you want her to have her own money. You don't want her to outsource the care of the children. That means that she has to get some kind of remote job while she's at home. But instead of contributing all of that to the joint household expenses, you still are recommending that she hold some of it in reserve, right? In her own account that her husband can't access?
Yeah, and the man as well. Yes.
He doesn't need to.
How
not
does
know
that
about
not
it.
create a massive division in the marriage? Why not just share everything in the marriage? You're married.
Because
Because
things are allowed.
there's a
Because
fund for
women
that
are
as well.
selfish.
There's
if you
a
had
fund for that.
If you have a daughter,
How much money do you think people make?
Okay, if you have a daughter,
The limit does not
I do have
exist.
daughters.
you do have a daughter, and when they grow up, would you tell them, honey, I want you to get married with no prenup whatsoever, completely be financially dependent on a man? Is that what you
Well,
would advise
first of
them?
all, the prenup would be better for the man. For her,
I'm not talking about the man.
her
I'm
having.
talking about your daughter.
That's
She
what
came
that's
with
what
money.
I'm.
Wait, let him answer.
That's what I'm saying. The prenup would actually be better for the man. So I would tell her not to get the prenup because if they got a divorce, she's going to actually have an advantage in court. That's the first
That's not
thing.
necessarily
It is
true. It is
necessarily
not
true.
true.
It is true.
It is
But here's
factually untrue,
here's
but
it's
continue.
factually is true. So here's the other part of this that's funny. And this moves into the ideology, right? Why would I want my daughter to marry a man who she didn't trust enough to manage the household finances, or even if they jointly manage the household finances, for them to have complete access to each other's accounts, social media? They're married. They're one flesh. They're one flesh.
Do you get to make a choice on who she marries, though?
No.
Okay, so then you trust.
You asked me what I would advise.
All the time with
Yes, so you would advise.
What do you mean by one flesh?
What?
So,
One flesh?
Yes, one flesh.
you would advise your daughter to.
Well,
basically-
so hang on. So we're talking about worldviews here. So I have a different paradigm than you have. You guys have like a modern liberal paradigm.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
Yeah, you do. But I have a paradigm, an Orthodox religious paradigm, Orthodox Christian religious paradigm. So I have a different
Really?
paradigm than you do.
Really?
Yes, really.
Christian.
Yes, Christian.
I think we're forgetting the fact that when you are in a
Orthodox
long-term
Christians,
marriage,
specifically.
there is a possibility that one of the partners could go through mental illness.
Sure.
Or you end up with a narcissist that doesn't reveal themselves until they've got you locked down. So I think,
And
at least
married,
for
which
me,
happens.
I think why I would have a little
Narcissism's rare.
No,
not as much as you think.
Narcissism
Yes,
is
it's
not alone.
especially these
Covert
days.
narcissism, maybe. But
Hang on. Let's find out. We'll do an experiment right now. Okay, real quick.
Before
Raise
we
your
get to
hang
the
on, real
narcissist.
quick. Raise your hand if you've dated a narcissist. Go ahead. Okay. Now keep your hands raised if you've dated a narcissist.
Definition, though,
I haven't.
probably not, but like
Okay.
modern definition.
Now keep your hand raised if they were a diagnosed narcissist, or if you did. Okay.
They would have
They
to
don't-
go
I
to
think-
therapy
was
and
it
doctors
TikTok
and
that
Hang on,
diagnosed
stop.
to do that kind of shit.
I think we're
Were
deviating
they a
from the
diagnosed
subject here.
narcissist?
Of course they're not diagnosed. They don't care about their mental
Was yours
health.
a
They don't
diagnosed
care to fix
narcissist? So
themselves.
one person at the table actually dated a diagnosed narcissist.
Yeah, but okay.
Was he diagnosed?
We're deviating
Okay.
from the subject where I'm just pointing out that it's hypocritical to say that you don't believe women and men should have prenups when you know that you wouldn't advise your daughter to get into a marriage without a prenup with a man. Period. You wouldn't.
No, I literally told you the prenup would be in favor for the man, not for her.
That is not true. So
It is true. It's definitely true.
Maybe because she doesn't have money to begin with.
Hold on,
She
guys.
does.
So saying that you don't want a prenup is the equivalent of saying that you don't believe that you'll amount to anything in life that will be worth something
Straw
that
man.
somebody else wants to.
Yeah, that's not saying that at all.
Yes, it is.
No, what it's saying is that
Yes, it is.
you have
What
faith.
if I-
You have
some-
faith. Okay, so
What if I make more than my husband in the future? And I hope
What if you
that I
do?
do, and I hope that he makes more than me. It doesn't.
So you're
really
preparing
matter.
for failure.
No, I'm preparing for.
You're preparing for
both of us
failure.
Being successful, and that
For failure.
being the case.
You're preparing for failure.
No.
But then why do you need the prenup?
Can we
Because
just answer
I
what if she's
believe in
coming into this
statistics
situation
and
with
90%.
Stop.
Statistics, right? 90% of marriages end up in
And who are
divorce.
they mostly initiated by?
Just because, oh my gosh. Well, my.
Who are they mostly initiated
My
by?
ex-employer Charlie Kirk answered this question not too long ago when he was on the podcast, or it was on one of his Prove Me Wrongs. And just because women first initiate divorces doesn't mean that men aren't the first ones to start the process or give them a reason to. So that is a completely illogical.
Then how come they don't put as the reason things like irreconcilable differences? They're not putting things like domestic violence, cheating, things like this. Are just putting irreconcilable differences. Your
Okay.
former employer, by the way, Charlie Kirk, would have completely and totally agreed with me on what marriage
not
was.
on this subject.
Yes, on
And
this subject too.
verbatim, this can be looked up, Googled.
Okay, so
He does
Charlie
not
Kirk is
believe that-
recommending to his daughters to get a prenuptial agreement.
I don't know because
Did he have one with
unfortunately
Erica?
because he's not here, and I don't know that either.
Yeah, of course not. He didn't. I guarantee you he didn't.
I hope that you are, not saying things that aren't true. But
I'm pretty
anyways,
confident that Charlie Kirk did not have a prenup with Erica
You really
Kirk.
can't speak for him, though.
Correct.
I mean, I can call Jack Prosobic and ask him right now. I bet you he's going to tell him. I bet he would.
That's a dishonor.
That was like his best friend.
That's a very
Wait, can I ask one question?
dishonest take.
Do you think,
don't
look
know
in the
that.
camera and say that you think that Charlie Kirk had a prenup with Erica Kirk?
I don't know.
Yeah,
whether or
exactly.
not They had a prenup with-
Ridiculous.
This is the
don't know
honest
either.
take.
Yeah,
I don't
Kirk
know,
would.
and neither
Did
do
he?
you.
So not only that,
Can you
though,
admit
the
that you don't know
problem
for a
problem
fact?
is.
Can you admit that you don't know
Well,
for a fact?
you can't know it for a
he
fact.
have a
but I
prenup?
would say I doubt it. I doubt
Okay,
it.
so you don't know for a fact.
Yeah,
correct?
but I doubt it.
But you don't know for a fact.
I mean, I don't know for a fact that you're
That's
who you
okay.
say
That's
you are.
the point I'm trying to make. Thank
So
you.
there's like a statistical average here.
Thank
There's
you.
going to be some doubt.
Thank you.
But I
Okay.
doubt it.
Can I give a
Not only
scenario?
that, let's point this out though. You still have massive holes. You still have massive holes in your logic.
Go for
and
it.
the huge hole in your logic is if you're advising women to not outsource their care, try to get some kind of remote job. What I don't understand is why you're trying to pit the husband and wife against each other, though.
I'm not.
Why is it that she doesn't have as much responsibility to the contribution of the household as he does? If he wants to have access to her money, why shouldn't he be allowed to do that? and vice versa?
Let's talk facts and statistics.
Mhm.
Statistically speaking,
Yeah.
couples that have prenups
Mhm.
last longer and don't get divorces. Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't even think that's true, actually.
It is, and you can anybody.
But I
watching
would say
this
it's
can look this
likely
up.
true due
No,
to.
it is true.
I,
It is
okay,
true.
I would say it's probably likely true if it
It
is.
is true,
If
so
hang
why
on,
do you
calm
think
down,
it
ladies,
is?
so I can answer. I
Why
think
do
it
you
would
think
be
it is?
likely due to wealth. Because wealthy people divorce less, and wealthy people are the more likely to get prenups. Therefore, I would say it's probably the most likely. Wealthy people get prenups. Wealthy people are the least. What you're doing is causation correlation.
No.
Because it correlates that people with prenups get divorced less. And it also correlates that people who are wealthy get divorced less. Why should we use your correlate that it's the prenup which prevents them from getting divorced
No, I
rather
just
than the wealth?
presented a fact, which is that those
And
people.
what does that correlate to, though?
It correlates to, and divorce lawyers speak on this, it's the
Mhm.
fact that those couples are the ones that have the difficult conversations on money, on lifestyle, and all of those things, and put it down on paper.
Because they have it.
Before
Mhm.
they get married.
Because they
what-
have it.
Because that's what responsible people
Yeah, because
do.
they're wealthy.
Because that's what emotionally intelligent people do.
Most people do not have the wealth to even worry about a
Do
prenup.
you think that non-wealthy people don't get prenups?
I am a
Not often, no.
wealthy person that got a prenup.
Not often. Often.
There you go.
Often. Well.
She's a non-wealthy
That's nice.
person.
Okay,
that-
yeah.
Okay, so
Are women on
she just
are women on average shorter than men? Oh, I'm not shorter than
what
most
would you
men.
consider wealthy?
Probably 500,000 plus.
Okay, and that is
Mhm.
what percentage of the population?
Very
that
small
has-
percentage.
Very small percentage.
Mhm.
But we still have a lot more than what, 5% of prenups? Like 5% of people that get
They
married get
usually
prenups?
correlates with the wealthy.
Yes, but no, we have a lot more prenups than we have
Yeah,
people
but
that qualify
what you
as
would need to
wealthy,
show us,
according to you.
Yeah, what you would need to show us though isn't that there's no poor people who get prenups, because that was never the statement. What you'd need to show us was whether or not it's the case that the correlate here isn't that wealthy people get divorced less because they're wealthy, or it's the case that it's because they have a prenup they're getting divorced less. I would say it's due to the wealth.
Well, I asked you what
Because
you-
that correlates
I
with
asked you
higher
what you
forms of
think
education.
The correlation was. So
I just told you.
Okay,
It's going to
so-
be wealth and education. Those are the things that correlate with less divorce.
Right.
Can
so,
I ask
but regardless, when you have a
Gotta wait.
prenup,
Just wait.
Mm-hmm.
but regardless, when you
jumping and
have a
jumping
prenup,
to the
then
next.
absolutely, then hold on, because I was like getting a little distracted here. Regardless, if you do have a prenup, then there is a high probability that you stay married. So wouldn't you say it's a good
That's
thing?
not.
Would you say
no,
it's a good
that's
thing for marriage?
you have to demonstrate it's because of the prenup and not because of the other correlates, which would be wealth and education, which are the higher contributing factors for lessening divorce.
So only wealthy- you're-
show
you're
me how the correlate of a prenup, like, do poor people with prenups get divorced less? Can you show that?
I think that those,
Can you
are,
show
those
it,
are the
though?
statistics that you need to
No,
find
you're looking at
online.
an average of all prenups and saying, okay, on average, this has some correlate
I
to
know
a
that
smaller
being
percentage.
wealthy isn't the reason, because you just said wealthy
Wealth
to you
is
is
tied-
$500,000 or more,
Mhm.
and I'm telling you that
Yes.
that is what maybe the top 5% of the population,
Mhm.
but a lot more than the top 5% of the population get prenups. Yes or no?
Wealth-
Yes or no?
yes, of course, but
Yes. Okay, so it's
That
not
doesn't
wealth.
make your point.
Yes, it does.
Okay, do you agree with me that on average men are taller than women?
Yes.
Okay, but do you also agree that some women are taller than the average
What
man?
the heck does this
Answer
have
my
to do
question.
with-
Do you agree that?
You're off topic. Can I just
Stop.
Jeez. Do you agree
You
with
asked
me?
Andrew a question.
Yeah.
He answered
Go
it.
ahead.
He asked you a question. Please answer
Do you
his
agree with
question.
me that there are some women, though, who are taller than average men?
Yes.
Does that eliminate the fact that on average men are taller? Of course not, right?
No.
Okay, so when we're talking about a correlate here, we're going to use the same standard. Do you agree with me that people who have high educations or higher education get divorced less?
Sure, yes.
Okay, do you also agree that there's a correlate between people who have higher education and wealth?
Yes.
Okay, so now we are agreeing that wealthy people and highly educated people get divorced less. Those are also the people most likely to get prenups. Just because other people also get prenups who aren't them doesn't mean that the contributing factor here to the lesser divorce has anything to do with the prenup. Do you understand that now?
I understand what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
and I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
the point I'm trying to make is that I think it is good for not just rich people to be the ones getting prenups, so that.
Well, that's a different argument, though.
No, that is my original argument, right?
Yeah,
that is what that's the point I've been trying to make.
But you're saying the reason is because that's going to contribute to lesser divorce in
Yes.
people who aren't wealthy.
Yes.
What I'm asking you is to demonstrate that part, not if people who are wealthy and have high education get lesser divorce also have more prenups, but whether or not people who have prenups who aren't in those categories are actually getting divorced less because of the prenup. That's what I want the demonstration of.
Gotcha. I understand what you're saying. So if, again, only top 5% of the population qualifies as wealthy, according to you, and they do get a prenup, and as a result, they
Well,
don't,
hang on, that was off the cuff.
and
Whatever they
don't-
consider
okay,
wealthy
and
to
they
be.
don't get divorced. Cool.
Yeah.
That's great,
As
fantastic,
much.
good for them. Now, for the rest of the population that doesn't qualify as wealthy, according to you, the 500 threshold, it could be more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And they stay married as well. Why do you think that is? Because it's clearly not wealth that's keeping them together. It must be the fact that they are responsible individuals
No,
that get together.
that doesn't
but let me
follow.
finish my thought. Responsible individuals that get together and talk about the reasons why they want to be in a marriage in the first place.
That's not even
where
an
they share
argument.
responsibility. Yes, because if
That's
it's
not even an argument. That doesn't even logically follow. You're just saying, I agree with you, Andrew, that people who have prenups, who are also in these high categories for lesser divorce, I agree that those are the contributing factors for the lesser divorce. But I also just assume that other people who get prenups who aren't in those wealthy or highly educated categories also get divorced less based on I made it up.
No, based on facts.
What's the fact?
People that get prenups don't get divorced.
Okay, but is it because
Most
of
of
the
them.
prenup?
No, I don't think
Exactly.
It's because of
So
the
then
prenup.
who cares? Well, how does that make your
So
argument
why is
then?
it a bad thing for people to get it?
Well,
Why are you so against it?
First of all, I'm not against prenups. That's
Okay.
not the point. But I'm not going to let you get away with the argument that just having a prenup is going to lead to lesser divorce. That's not the strong correlate here. The strong correlate is going to be higher education, wealth. Those are the things which usually inspire people to get prenuptial agreements to begin with, and those are already in the categories of people who get divorced less. So if that's the case.
Look, if I
when
got
you
married-
say an auto mechanic gets a prenup with a waitress, right? What part of the prenup is the mass consideration for divorce here? They don't fucking have nothing.
Okay, so
Mechanics can make a lot
that's
of
what
money,
you
so I
can't
disagree on
possibly
that.
conceptualize, and that's why it is a problem.
and a lot
the
of money
fact
What's the
that
problem?
the fact that you're
Right.
thinking that those two people, that the waitress and the mechanic, can't make money in the future after
Not
they
saying
get
they
married.
can't.
That is what I'm saying. That's
And
okay. So
one
I
of
know
the
that is
points-
the premise that you're saying.
No,
One of the
I'm not.
points she made earlier
I'm saying
is that
if a
the prenup-
mechanic and a waitress, they have a prenup,
Yes.
and then like 3 years later they get a divorce,
Okay.
right? But that was, I don't know, on average like a year longer than most people. How would the prenup have done anything with that exactly?
Well, first of all, it's very unlikely that they get divorced in the first place.
Of course,
because of that.
hypothetically, I'm just
No,
saying.
objectively
Okay,
speaking.
but
because
hypothetically, I'm saying.
But hypothetically, right? The good thing is, if they do get a prenup and they do get divorced, is that they set the standards for their divorce instead of some random person in the U.S. government.
Okay,
Isn't
so
that a good enough reason
well,
to? Yes
Let-
or no? Good enough
no,
reason?
no. That's
No,
not
you
a good
want the
enough reason for a
government to make the
prenup.
decision
No.
for you.
Well, then why get married?
Why get
Why get married?
Right, guys? Why get married?
Answer my question.
Don't get married. Forget love.
You can't have love. You can't have love without marriage.
also
You
reasons.
can't have love without marriage. Can't have children without marriage. Can't have those things without marriage. Why
I'm
get
saying that
married
you
at all?
can.
If the whole idea here from you,
There's many
from the
reasons to get
FemCon,
married.
the FemCon idea, don't marry yourself to the state. Get a prenup instead. It's like, okay, well then why get married at all? Can you explain that to me?
Because right now marriage is a legal institution as well. It didn't used to be.
Why
right?
that's the same thing you're advising a prenup
so since
for.
it is, you're denying reality, which is that marriage is a legal concept.
Why do they even need to get married at all then?
You're
Oh, so
legally
you're
married
arguing now
after.
against marriage. Is that the case?
How is that me arguing instead of asking you a question? What's the difference between a question and an argument?
You just said why get married
Are
at all?
questions arguments?
questions are not
Y'all are
arguments.
stating
Great.
opinions.
So then I asked you a question.
And having a
That's the
debate.
opposite of an argument. The question is, why get married at all then?
Why get married at all? Because you want somebody to witness your life, because you want a life partner, because of love, because that is
Okay.
what creates healthy, intelligent children that
Security.
can see parents that are in a healthy relationship, that love each other. There's so many benefits to marriage, and I want people to get married.
So help me out here.
But you're not helping the cause.
That's
why I'm here.
This is so. Hang on. Well, I'm glad you're here. This is so strange. Tell me any of those things that you just listed that you can't have absent marriage.
Absent of marriage, because you don't have commitment. You don't have.
Why not?
Because you don't. Nothing says I choose you and I'm committed to the person.
Like a prenup.
It's a
other
secured
than
commitment.
marriage.
Nothing says I choose you like a prenup.
And a marriage.
Nothing says I.
I'd like to
but
know-
Pikachu, I choose you.
Here's the
reality
hold
of
on.
marriage.
Stop,
Divorce
stop,
happens.
stop.
Why
stop.
can't she speak?
I'm about to allow you to speak, but I was trying to actually open it up to the whole panel here for a moment.
Sorry, Zaddy.
That's what but you guys, let me get it in here. We have a chat coming through, then I'll have you guys weigh in.
Flavia Sassinus has
You gotta
donated
be on the.
$200. Pius the feminist dresses like a 304. Typical.
Great.
Do you want to respond to that really quick?
If this is dressed like that, then that is your
Maybe
qualifier.
just move the mic back.
Yeah.
Okay, so
this is
here's
my
what I
dress.
want to
There
do.
we
Here's
go.
what I want to do. We do have a lot of
This
people.
is why you're
Stop.
watching the show and are single.
We're like 10 minutes away from
Family
finishing
friendly
this. I just want
304
to
you
finish it
are.
for like 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
We do have other people on the panel, is
I
the
know,
thing, and
I
I need
know.
to be considerate. So here's what I'll do. You guys can finish that conversation, but those of you who've been listening and want to weigh in on something, now's your opportunity if you'd like to weigh in.
Okay, I have like two things I want to say,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
it just doesn't have anything to do with the prenup. My thing is that women's jobs are easier now than they have ever been in the household as a mother, as a caretaker. We have washing machines. We don't have to go to the quarry and rub our clothes on rocks anymore. So that's why women got bored and wanted to move into the workforce. So that's a technological issue. And then second of all,
Okay.
Just like men have spreadsheets that they work on instead.
yeah, sure.
Or
Here, do
or
this.
podcasts.
Andrew,
It's
wait, wait,
easier for everyone.
hold on.
Exactly. Isn't it great? Technology and
Okay,
capitalism.
here, put the mic down. Andrew's going to take a smoke, so if you want to take this seat and finish your thought.
Okay, with Andrew.
And then my second thing is I only understand Andrew's point in the fact that if you're going to marry someone, you should trust them. And prenup, yeah, again, probably more for if you have money, and if you're going to come into money, good for you. Then get I think you can still get a prenup eventually, even after you get married.
You can.
Okay, cool. So that's good. And then, that's like all I'm gonna say. That's all I want to say.
You guys seemed like you wanted to weigh in here a bit.
Even if you're not legally married with a certificate, by law you are legally married after a certain amount of time.
7 years.
Yeah, I think it was
Depends on the
8, but I
state.
don't know. I think it varies
Wait, are
depending
you
on the
responding
state.
to her, or is this your original
This
thing
is
that you
just
wanted to
something
bring
that I
up?
wanted to weigh in on.
Okay, so what you're talking about civil? What is it?
By law.
Civil union.
Yeah, I don't know the exact terminology,
Okay.
but I know by
Common
law
law.
it varies per state that you are legally married to someone after spending a certain amount of time with them, especially living in a household with them.
That's not in every state. That's
it's
I think
per
it's
state.
common law marriage, I
Yeah.
believe is the term. In some states, yes, that's the case. If you've been holding yourself out to be as if you were married, you're living together, you're cohabitating, then the state could deem you you weren't legally officially married, but you were acting in such a way that was commensurate to as if you were married. So they're going to consider you legally married, common law marriage.
Also,
Did you have more on that though?
No, but thank you.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
wanted to respond to you and saying like, oh, trust them, and you said, oh, trust them. So like, how many people that share blood with us that we're supposed to trust, maybe our mother or father, or even someone that we trusted, a partner that we trusted for many years, we feel so secure in that scenario. How many times does that trust fleet away because of some sort of outside factor? So fucking much. So even though you're smart and you had the best intuition and you tried to do everything by your book, it still happens. So trust, shit changes. Shit
But
changes
then-
in time. People change. People's motives change. People's desires change. So trust is fucking... Trust. It only goes so far.
I just don't think you should, as a man,
Trust yourself, number one. Trust is hard.
Absent Christianity, there's actually no reason for men to get married. Or perhaps I can reframe it. There's no reason for the breadwinner to get married. There's breadwinners, total L to get married.
Yeah, and here's my question that I kept trying to ask Andrew. He's like, what if you got a waitress and a mechanic? Okay, well... great jobs there, but you don't know what those people's lives are, what those people's assets are, what money they're going to be getting from family or godfather, mother in the future. So he's talking about his own daughter. So, okay, let's say your daughter has a few million coming to her in the future, and this man you trust him. He's just a fucking man, though. So would it change if his daughter had, let's say, 10 million coming to her?
Well, I think
he's saying, because it's to protect the man. He's doing it to protect the man. What about your daughter that might have a lot of money in her name?
That he might want to leave her one day.
Exactly.
But that's
Does
when
he
you
want that money going to him?
begin a prenup, when you know the paperwork's in action and you're about to get a trust sent to you, you're going to go to a lawyer and get that all
that's a
taken care
prenup,
of.
though.
So yeah, but you don't need to do it at the beginning of the marriage. You can do it when the money
beginning or
comes.
whatever. It's
I
a
agree.
prenup.
But it's when it comes. You don't.
Please.
You don't
It's
need
a
to
prenup,
get
and
it.
we're all the whole argument here is that we're pro prenup, and he's saying,
Well, I don't necessarily think that that's his position.
I don't
You
either
haven't
think-
stated your position exactly on whether you're
so
pro
I'll
or
do that.
against.
So
pro for the man, at least.
here's why I consider this a femcon position. Everything here that she's talking about is materialist based. She's talking from specifically a materialist lens.
Logic-based lens, but okay.
Materialist-based
Let's
lens.
just
Let me
him get
finish.
through the argument,
I'll
please.
explain and express how that's the case. So from my view, right, marriage is a religious institution, and it's designed specifically to be a religious institution. If you want to see the lowest divorce rates, look at the people who are the most religious. That's when you'll find the least divorce is there.
Is that statistically true?
Not only statistically true, very statistically true.
John Gottman University.
The more often, the more rigorous they practice, the least likely they are to divorce.
Okay.
From your view, the materialist view,
Logical view.
well, it's
for
not.
women.
Hang on. If it's the logical view, then I need this one question answered.
Sure.
If we're only protecting our stuff, our things, stuff we want, and protecting
Livelihood.
from the future,
You got to stop.
yeah.
Hold on.
It's not
Give me
stuff.
one
It's not
second.
material.
Hold on. You've been interrupting a fuck ton. Your contributions with your little quips and your little add-ins are not really, they're not adding substance to the conversation,
Well,
and it's
he's calling it
interrupting.
what it's not.
But just, even if you disagree, let him finish. Just let him finish. You don't need to add in. Go ahead, continue. Andrew.
Yeah, and then I'll gauge with your view, I promise. If that's the case and it's just material, and you say it's logical, it's logical for you to want to keep material separation in case bad things happen, what the fuck is the point of getting married at all? If you're going to sign a contract with the state, if you're preventing the state from coming in and dividing assets by having other contracts, why not just use the secular method and just have all of those things absent the state contract? That would be the most logical thing. So unless you can explain to me what it is you're going to get out of a marriage that two people can't just agree to, right, absent the religious qualia, then I want to hear it. What?
Yeah. So you're arguing then that you're arguing against reality. So you're denying reality, and the reality that we live in is that marriage is not just a religious institution now; it is also a financial agreement and a long-term life contract.
Then why
with the
do
person.
it?
Right?
Why do
Are you
it?
asking me why I would do it?
I'm asking you, what would be the point If it's the case that you see marriage as being a long-form financial partnership with another person,
Yes.
right, that you want to protect yourself from the state dividing your assets with that person, potentially leaving you with nothing.
No.
Why get married
What
at
about the
all? You can still you can live in the same house with them. You can raise the kids the
What
same
about the
exact
kids?
way.
You need a prenup. It'd be good
Why
to have a prenup.
why do you
to
need to
leave-
have a prenup if you just don't
Because
get
in
married?
a prenup, you could write down, a cheating clause, which I would have, right? I want a prenup to make my marriage stronger in the future.
Why are you
so-
getting married though?
So you cheat, I cheat. That is going to be bad for the both of us,
But
right?
why are you getting married in the first place?
Because you want somebody to spend your life with.
You can do that without the marriage.
No.
Why
That-
not?
because
Why?
Because that is not.
Where's the
Wait,
contradiction?
is it logically possible?
Is it logically?
Yes,
Yeah. Then what are you talking
absolutely.
about? What's the logical?
Why did you get married then?
Huh?
Why
Well,
did you
I'm
get married?
religious. I just told you it's a religious institution.
But it's also a financial commitment, right?
Yeah,
and
but if
transaction.
you're not looking at
So
it,
why didn't you just get
if you-
married in the church?
Because
Are you
I
legal-
did.
are
I
you-
did.
are you
I did
legal-
get married in the church.
Are you legally
Part
married?
of getting married
Wait,
in the
are you
church
legally
is that
married,
you
yes
get
or no?
legally married.
Are you
Yes.
legal-
Yes,
okay,
both.
So why did you get
Yes,
legally
both.
Marriage license.
For me,
Why did you get
for
legally
me,
married?
yeah,
You
for-
and not just married
chill,
in the church.
chill. I'll explain.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know you still haven't answered my question. But I'll explain.
Yes.
But I want to promise you answer mine afterwards.
Sure.
A lot of churches cannot actually marry you legally without utilizing the state. Okay. And also, I was
they're
not
intertwined.
when I got married, which was so many years ago, as rigorous as I am now. I didn't even understand half of these things. That's first.
Okay.
The second thing is, if I was only looking from the materialist view, though, it's financial. Okay.
Realistic view. I'm a
The
realist.
realistic view. Realistically, explain to me what you're going to get out of the marriage that you're not going to get not marriage. What?
Okay. If I am not married and I'm living with a person long term and we have shared financial assets, right?
Yeah.
And one of us decides to hurt the other, betray the other, or anything, and now we want to split, right? As a result of that. Now we both have to go to court. Now I have to hire a lawyer. Now I have to create a mess out of my life just to leave that relationship. If we have kids, it's extremely complicated as well.
Wait,
if
what?
Let me finish my answer. If you do have a legal contract in place that talks about if those things were to happen,
Yeah.
and God hoping that it doesn't,
Yeah.
right? Then I have a plan of action. This is what happens, right? And I have
Why
an
is
exit
marriage
route.
necessary to any of that?
Can I give you?
Hang on,
you
let her
could've-
finish.
Why is marriage?
Why is marriage necessary for you to have a contract with somebody that they can't take your stuff? Why can't you have a contract with a person on what you're going to do absent marriage?
So you want people to
I'm not.
live-
It's not what I want. I'm asking you a question. Why?
Because again, marriage is a legal contract, and it is a institution that basically is ingrained in our society, and children.
That's not giving me the reason why you need to get married.
Children that come from married households
Yeah.
do better. Period.
Is that because of the marriage, or is that because it's a mom and dad in the same household?
Do you think a mom and dad? In
You
the
don't
same
ask me a
house-
question, answer my question.
Wait. Do you think?
Answer the question first.
You have to let me answer how I want. You don't get to tell me.
Asking
how
me a
to
question is
answer
not
it.
answering it.
You don't get to tell me how I answer. the
Okay, so I'm just gonna answer all your questions with
I
questions
think
then,
it's fair. I think it's fair for you
You
to answer
can.
the question, please.
Yes.
and then
So-
answer it.
So you're trying to compare. You're trying to say that kids that are raised in a household where the parents are legally married
Yeah.
do the same or have the same advantage as kids that are raised in a household where the parents are together but
Yeah.
not legally married.
Can you tell me what the difference would be?
The difference is, statistically speaking, the ones that are
Yeah,
married
but
do
what would that have to
period.
do with a certificate with the state?
You tell me the correlation.
I'm
just
asking you.
I'm just telling you the facts.
Yeah, but why though? Why couldn't you have
Why is
from a
it?
secular view? Why couldn't you have the exact? Here's why. I'll tell you why.
You tell me why.
So the reason that you generally see inside of married households the outcomes being better for the kids because it's
Why?
tied to religion. Almost every single time, the outcomes are way better for the kids because it's tied to religion. If you're talking about a purely secular household,
Like mother and father or boyfriend, girlfriend for 20 years, why do the kids from that union do a lot less better than the people that are married?
Because if they're religious, they don't live like that. They get married. If they're not religious, they live like that, right? And they
So
don't
you're saying
institute
most
the
marriages
religion.
are religious, and that's the
No, most marriages are not, which is why so many of them fail. at high rates.
Well,
and so
I'm
the
telling
thing
you,
is like this doesn't even answer my question.
We're both trying to prevent marriages
Yeah,
from
but
failing.
I still need to know why it would be
you're
that
saying
you
that-
need to get married at all under your worldview here.
Look,
if the
we're both trying
worldview
to-
is
Okay.
Can you stop?
No, I wasn't. I just actually was thinking
can-
of a point to make, but
Yeah, but
I didn't do that.
if the worldview here is just that you want to have a contract with somebody and live with them, and that's going to create better outcomes for the kid.
Somehow it does.
You don't actually. You're not telling me why it would be that you would need to get married through the state at all.
Well, we're both trying to, get more people married and to stay
Yeah, but
married
what would be the
longer.
point?
Your argument is that they need to be religious, and my argument is they should sign a freaking paper and talk about the hard stuff together.
No, my argument.
Which is easier to convert
No, my argument
people
is
or to
that
sign a.
my argument here is that under your worldview, there would be no reason to actually get married through the state, and you have not provided me a single one.
Can
I
I
have
give one?
provided so many.
Give me one that
So-
you can't have without the state involved. Give me one thing that you're getting from the state you can't just do.
If you go to a hospital, right, and your partner in life gets sick or hurt, you have nothing to prove that you are their partner, so they can't.
You
like,
can just do an advanced medical
that's
directive.
One way you asked for an
Advanced
example,
medical
and
directive.
I just gave you one, right?
That's advanced medical directive. You don't need marriage for that.
Here's what I have to
Okay.
do, just because we have a lot of
You-
people
you
on the
asked for an
panel.
example,
I
I
want
gave it to
I
you.
want to
We
make
could
sure
do
that we
more.
can
That's-
get other people. Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I want to make sure we can get other people pulled in. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you each 1 minute.
Okay.
To finalize your point on this, and then I do have to move it on.
Okay. Yeah. So
Time, and then time permitting, if we want to
no
revisit
problem,
it
no
later,
problem.
I just want to make
So
sure.
I'll finalize it super quick, right? This is a very common feminist trope. It's a very commonist femcon trope. The idea is actually it's going to elevate women. That's the whole point. They're trying to secure the fact that there's going to be failure. They can take the man for everything. That's what the whole point is. And by the way, let me point this out very quickly. She never made a single argument ever for what you would be getting in this relationship, married versus unmarried. She just keeps saying that they should get married for reasons that she can't even explain. She says advanced medical directives, you can have that without marriage. Like, you don't need marriage for any of these things.
Can I get
so
one?
if you're not religious, what is even the point?
Whoa, what are you doing?
I just
That's all.
Can you get what?
Can I?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
give
sure, but hang on,
Can I
hang
give
on.
a reason? I've asked like
But
3 times.
We'll let her
now. May I
close
give a
up, though, real
reason?
quick. We'll let her close up.
Can you stop interrupting, please?
Thought it was polite. Sorry.
Huh?
Thought it was polite. Sorry.
Just maybe a hand raise might be better.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Me on the
Well,
last
are you
final
done,
word?
Andrew?
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I think that the benefit of marriage is somebody to witness your life with, to do life with, to make life easier with. And love is the number one component that should bring in people together. But I live in reality, right? And reality means that I want to be protected. I want my partner to be protected. I want us to go into a marriage for the right reasons. And I want to set a good example for my kids and make sure that they are taken care of. God forbid something happens. That's it.
Okay.
Super feminist.
Okay.
It is super
Wait, actually, really
feminist.
quick, I have a chat coming in. Hide the super.
Charles Sterling donated $200.
Thank you, Charles.
Good to see you again, Mr. Wilson. Prenup is to only protect your wealth, not to protect community property.
Yeah.
Share 2 common laws after you've been living together for 7 years.
Thank you, Charles.
I think some states it could be lower than that, or they lowered it, but I'm not sure.
It can vary.
Yeah, it varies.
Okay, you wanted
Yeah,
to go.
no, I was just simply going to say, because he keeps asking why get married. So simply just to up level your commitment. It's a spiritual thing as well.
I agree. In fact, I would say it's only a spiritual thing. So the thing is like, if you're going to
Not
up level,
everyone's Christian.
if you're going to up level your commitment, why do you want a prenup again?
Because if I'm going to be making that commitment, I want a prenup for protection. And what that prenup resembles, it's a reflection on those difficult conversations that you can have in that relationship that you have with your partner and yourself.
Then why get married at all?
Because I love
don't-
someone.
Yeah, but what's preventing you from loving them?
Because I want to up level that commitment. I want to solidify that commitment in a way that involves more than just me and them.
So you want the state
So
to
do-
now get involved?
Sure.
It is involved, whether you like it or not.
Wait, do you think so people do make that commitment, they go to the state, they get the marriage license, do you think that this precludes people from splitting up? Because what I see,
It doesn't have to do with splitting up.
It just seems to me like it's protection for you.
It's with the intention that you're not splitting up. You know?
actually, I think so. For example, I think it creates, say, obviously people can have two incomes in a relationship, and perhaps in a scenario you guys both have perfectly equivalent income and resources and finances. But typically, you're going to see one person having more resources, more money, higher income than the other. It seems like it actually creates an incentive for the person who makes less money. It actually starts giving them a financial incentive to leave the relationship because there's a financial incentive when you get married.
But you're getting a prenup.
Yeah, right. But
You're getting the prenup.
So do we agree though that prenups aren't going to cover kids, right?
Why?
Well, prenups
because the state will come in even on a prenup for kids in order to divide up kids.
Well, I'm talking
They
about
have that included as well.
My understanding, and Brian, pull this up, but a prenup does not facilitate custodial rights even at divorce. I don't believe that that's the case.
I'm not sure about that. I think you can maybe arrange
something.
You can have something arranged there, but my understanding with prenups, it can address that which the assets prior to marriage, but I don't think prenups can address the community property.
Those are postnups.
Or it can't address that which was accrued during the course of the marriage.
Right.
I think I could be a bit wrong. I do want to move the topic on a little bit, time permitting. Of course, we can return to it. I think this all kind of kicked off when we were talking about raw meat over here.
I just have one quick question.
Okay, what's up?
As somebody that kind of has your position on this, on prenups, the only argument that I've heard, the strongest one is like, okay, well, why do you get car insurance and then you still drive? Why do you get health insurance and you still go outside?
My position is not don't get a prenup.
Right.
The position, the position,
saying.
the position is simply
What were we talking about
what
for
in the
last
fuck
hour?
is the point of the marriage if the idea here is we need prenups to protect assets? That's what our primary goal is. What the fuck do you even want to get married for
Custody.
No, but I'm saying like
you'll still get custody.
No, I'm talking about second marriage. When you have a second marriage with a new person and they are actively fighting to get custody for their children is a reason, and it happens way more often than you think because some chancery courts require, if you're going to have custody with a new person in the home living with the child and you want to show stability and you want to prove to the court that you are a stable parent, you have to legally get married to benefit that. Because I agree with you, and I agree with you because I was with you even as a religious person, because what is the point? However, when you're put in positions with an outside parent with children, it gets convoluted, and the court wants.
I'm sorry, I have to move this on off of the prenup stuff. Off to another topic. Ivy?
Yes.
Ivy. You write a disagreement that you have with the show is that sex workers, or your disagreement is that about sex workers not deserving chivalry. So you believe sex workers do deserve chivalry. However, I've said on the show, I don't believe that sex workers, or beyond just sex workers, even if a woman's not a sex worker, but if she's not a lady, so to speak, if she's not trad, she doesn't deserve chivalry. What's your disagreement?
I think that every woman deserves chivalry if they're like, connecting with someone, yeah. But if connecting like on a level of understanding where they are reciprocating each other's values.
Okay.
And not everyone's going to have the same moral values. Not every man is the same.
So why do women in general deserve chivalry?
I think it's just basic respect, and I think it's traditional, but
hold on, can you respect a woman and not provide or do chivalry?
I guess it depends on the relationship dynamic, like what you prefer. But I do think that we all deserve to respect each other and to like.
Sorry, continue.
I think we deserve to respect each other and to provide like basic human respect, like decency. Like if I don't expect my boyfriend to open the door all the time, but if he wants to do it, it's nice.
What are some other, can you list some of the ways in which men are specifically chivalrous? Do I have to repeat myself? Can you list some of the ways that men are specifically chivalrous?
I guess chivalry is also like, I can't necessarily like list it as a structure, like a set structure, like a certain way to do it, because what some would deem chivalrous could also be insulting to others.
Well, you would agree with me, though, when we're talking about chivalry. Chivalry is something that men do or provide in the direction of women. It's not ever the reverse, where women are acting in a chivalrous manner towards men. You'd agree with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Like the last part?
Repeat it?
Yes.
I just said it. Okay. You would agree that chivalry is something men do?
I don't necessarily think that women can't be chivalrous, so
Well,
no.
yes, logically they could. So, for example, if chivalry is opening the car door and paying for the first date, yes, logically a woman could do that, but typically the expectation is not on women to do that, and they overwhelmingly don't do that. You wanted to give examples of chivalry?
Yes, the opening of the car door, paying for the first date, walking on the side of the road where the
sidewalk
cars.
rule, yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And
why should men do that?
because they are the biologically stronger sex.
What do men get out of that?
They get they get to feel good that they are protecting their
They
woman.
get to feel good
How
that
nice
they die. Okay, that's great. But so
Die.
How
So
nice
I
for
think-
them.
Can we clarify definitions as to what you think chivalry is versus respect is when talking about like how you treat a person
Yeah,
with
sure.
respect
Absolutely.
versus chivalry?
Yeah, so chivalry would typically be something it is specifically gendered. It's specifically man to woman.
Okay.
It's almost never woman to man. You never hear either men saying, I'd like a woman who's chivalrous. You never hear women say, I'm chivalrous. So chivalry would be typically the more gendered expectations of men, and those would typically be, observing the sidewalk rule where the man walks closer to the road, paying for first dates. You could even extend that to being uniquely the provider in the relationship, uniquely paying for things in the relationship, being the protector, opening the car door, these sorts of things. I would consider that chivalry, whereas respect would be, we would all agree that, for example, if we go on a date with somebody, we shouldn't insult them, and that would be symmetrical. That would flow both ways. We should be polite. We shouldn't be insulting. That's something both men and women can do. Respect can flow both ways. Chivalry flows from men to women.
Okay, and it just again, question. So the question, what we're talking about here is whether sex workers should be treated with chivalry versus respect. So, what are we arguing here? Do you think that they should be treated with respect, as in just like a normal person?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I take it beyond just sex worker. I take it because a woman could not be a lady, so to speak, and not be a sex worker. So a woman could just be very immodest in her dress. She could be highly promiscuous. She could be dating multiple men at once. She could be polyamorous, but not a sex worker. She could be sleeping with multiple men at the same time. I think if we're going to have an expectation that men are gentlemen, the woman should not show up on the date with another man's seed inside of her. I'm not going to pay. I don't think a man should pay for a woman on the date, be the gentleman, when there's literally another man's seed oozing out of her. That's not very becoming.
Very graphic.
Well, it's graphic, but it's true. And it's what I'm trying to get at here is so sex workers, by virtue of them being involved in sex work, are not ladies. But again, extends beyond just sex work. A woman could just not be deserving of chivalry. So my position is simply, if you're a sex worker, look, by the way, just to be clear, I acknowledge that sex workers or even non-traditional women, they can still receive the treatment, like, for example, men paying for first dates, doing all that gentlemanly kind of stuff. They still receive it. But if I'm looking at the chessboard, the landscape, the hellscape of dating, operating. I have a bird's eye view of what's going on. I can point to that and be like, that's not fair. That's a raw deal for men. Women aren't holding up their end of the deal. Now, of course, men do, there's a term in video games called meta, most effective tactics available. And reality is, whether the woman's the most traditional woman in the world or the biggest whore in the world, the most effective tactics available for men in terms of getting said woman, regardless of who she is actually chivalrous. So even feminist women, even sex workers, even non-ladies, it is still most effective to be trad as a man in terms of paying for dates, opening the car door, doing all these chivalrous behaviors, paying, et cetera, et cetera.
What is a lady to you?
So a lady would be sort of the...
I've been curious about this. What is your ideal type? Like if you had to...
Well, let me answer her question before I get to you.
I thought it was the same question, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean...
no, that doesn't have anything to do with type.
Not entirely. Okay. But so, what is a lady? The lady would be the commensurate to whatever, not commensurate. You have gentlemen and you have ladies. So gentlemen would be showing some degree of chivalry. A lady would be a woman who, takes on, and I believe being traditional to a degree is a spectrum. I don't think it's either you're fully trad or you're not. I think you can land on a bit of a spectrum. But more trad, to be a lady, you're more trad than not trad, right? So for example, like a woman who's not a virgin, can she be a lady? Yes. But like the ultimate manifestation of a lady might be she has like traditional core value set. She's a virgin. She's not promiscuous. She's modest, et cetera, et cetera. And what would not be a lady is a woman who's a stripper, is a woman who does romance scams on men, is a woman who posts nude content online, is a woman who fucks men on camera, is a woman who sells her pussy, is a woman who is a prostitute, is a woman who posts her butthole and in whatever on the internet. A woman that's bad too. That's getting into the realm of sex work. So yeah, you're not quite a lady.
An easy way maybe to down this would
to
be
you though. Not every single man is going to view it like that, but that's your personal preference.
Opinion.
Yeah, I'm just stating that like that's your personal preference on how you date. Not every single man is going to view a lady.
Well,
the
the
same
universals are
way.
tied to virtues. That's where we would get the idea. So if we wanted to say what is a lady, we would say one who typifies feminine virtue. And what is a gentleman would be one who typifies male virtue.
Yes.
What I deem a gentleman, though, could be completely different to what you deem a gentleman.
That's true. But
so,
the thing is
in my eyes, like y'all could be considered not gentlemen, just as I couldn't be a lady. So, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the truth.
But virtue, we have a shared language.
Well, and virtue attracts virtue. So the idea is like, if somebody's not being very gentlemanly towards you, chances are pretty good you're not being very ladylike towards them, or they don't see you as being ladylike and therefore not worthy of gentlemanness, or the opposite, you don't see them as being very worthy of being ladylike, right? Because of the virtue attraction. So it's the same type of thing. So if we're talking, for instance, in traditional American society, coming over from what was going on in Western Europe, chivalry was like an old medieval concept, right? And the idea was like, oh, my lady, I'll give you this kerchief, and win this duel for you so I can win your hand. They're trying to exemplify male virtues. That way they can, and this was all romance shit, and there's a whole story behind it, but it doesn't matter. The idea here is like, you're not going to see women put their jacket on the ground so that a man can walk through the puddle without getting his feet wet, right? That was because of long dresses. Long dresses would flow on the ground. They didn't want to get them wet or muddy, so he would put his jacket down, then the woman could go over it. So that's the idea of gentlemanly-like behavior versus lady-like behavior.
So 2 things. Question. So when it comes to a relationship, is there a person who first shows the the chivalry or being ladylike? Like if she automatically isn't.
This is a great question, and the answer to this is actually simple. So people's personality traits are often typified in their presentation, right? So while it's correct, you could have like a pretty lady situation where you have a prostitute who's dressed in a flower dress and you don't know anything about her. You could assume that, you know, she's a lady, or she's worthy of gentlemanliness, or this or that. On the other hand, if they show up wearing fishnet stockings and a low-cut dress, you may instantly make the assumption, probably not very ladylike, not going to be very gentlemanly towards them, right? So it seems like virtues tend to present themselves in behavior and in aesthetics.
And second thing, just sorry, I just got so distracted. Sorry, go ahead.
I got something here really quick. So you do OnlyFans, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do traditional, like, do you do boy-girl content?
I do, yes.
Okay, so is it plausible or possible that you could go on a date with a guy and earlier on in the day you were being fucked by another man?
I do it with my boyfriend. I've only really done it with, like...
You've only done boy-girl content with your current boyfriend?
No, with, like, boyfriends. Like, partners that I've been really close... I have done collaborations with, like...
Then I won't use you specifically. Well, you've done collaborations with guys who did not become your boyfriend or were not your boyfriend.
Yeah, I've done, like, 1 or 2.
Okay, so for those collaborations, the next day, did you go on a date with a guy?
They did take me on dates. They treated me...
Wait,
like,
not the guy you shot with.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking like,
oh, no.
You shoot with a guy, and then the next day you go on a date with a completely separate civilian man.
No.
Okay, but you realize it could, like, that could possibly be true. Like, that could happen.
It definitely is true, and I respect other content creators and, like, what they do with their bodies, but that's just not how I roll, pretty much.
Yeah,
like, it's not my...
Right, but so... and that's only one example I'm giving, but for example, I mean, would you agree with me that, do you think, let's say a sex worker goes on a date with a man, and then earlier in that day, let's say she's a porn star, she had a gangbang with like 10 dudes, and she goes on a date with like this civilian guy who's like a bus driver and not a sex worker. Do you think that bus driver guy should pay for the date?
I think he definitely should understand exactly what he's doing by dating a sex worker, like by like opening up to like that possibility, pretty much.
Well, look, if
so, yes,
you're a man who's inclined...
I do think she still deserves that.
Well, hold on. If you're a man who's inclined to date a sex worker...
Question whenever
hold on. If you're a man who's inclined to date a sex worker, and she's disclosed what the deal is, I mean, you can't really complain about the situation. However, again, if we're doing a bird's eye view, looking down at the chessboard, do you genuinely... okay, so if there's an expectation on men to be trad, it would occur to me that there should be some expectation on women to also be trad in some way. So it's like, if you just got stuffed by 10 dudes earlier in the day, yeah, you don't deserve a man to pay for your dinner.
If that's what he wants to do with his money, then that's what he is
I understand,
allowed to do with his money.
Oh, I understand. Trust me. I understand that these men, even though women are the least deserving of chivalry than at any other point in human history, I understand there's plenty of men. You disagree with that?
So, I disagree with that.
Hold on.
I have a question.
You think women are more deserving of chivalry now than they were 100 years ago?
Just the same.
I think
or in the 1950s?
Okay, so let's talk about statistics. Right now in this table, we have gathered less than 0.1% of the population. You know, it's women that are sex workers, and again, not to, you know, I'm not going after you ladies, but they're 0.1% of the population, yet men are the primary consumption of pornography and the work that they do. In fact, the majority of men are the ones that consume what it is that they do.
I take issue with that too.
Right?
That's not even correct,
you can't say then that we are at a point in time that women deserve the least amount of chivalry.
Wait, hold on. But I don't see how that pointing, that's a great red herring. I don't see how that would relate, though, to my point.
Well, because women that have done sex work have always existed throughout history, and they have always been a small percentage of the population, just like we are doing so right now, Brian.
Well, there's a couple other things here. So if you recall, my argument wasn't exclusively related to sex workers. It was also with like population-wide promiscuity. Do you think women are more promiscuous now in 2026 than they were in the 1940s?
I don't know.
We
don't have
birth control
studies on that.
How would, wait,
we don't have studies or statistics
Hang
on
on.
that, and I don't like to.
You like logic, right? Okay, so if it's the case that people were having lots and lots as much unprotected sex then as they are now, right? And it's the case that abortion is universally outlawed, which it was, then how come we saw the rate of single motherhood so much less than we do now?
Wait, and
hang on. If they weren't as promiscuous.
Sex.
Well, because unfortunately, and this is another reason why I'm here, the government has incentivized by many ways to divide the nuclear family. And so
yeah, but that's not the question. The question is asking about promiscuity. If it's the case that women were just as promiscuous then as now, but did not have birth control, and we still saw way less single motherhood, wouldn't that stand to reason logically that they were way less promiscuous then than now?
No, I think that.
Wait,
hold on.
We actually do have statistics on this.
Yes, let's pull them up.
Hold on. So we've tracked, for example, like they'll ask questions like, what is the number of premarital sexual partners you've had, for example? Do you think that number has declined or increased since the 1950s?
Probably increased. I don't know how much.
So women are more promiscuous today than they were 60, 70, 80.
Are men equally more
How would that matter? Great red herring.
Okay.
How would it matter?
Because you say that now.
Yes, men are more promiscuous today.
Yes, we agree.
Correct. So now
How
you're
would it
saying
matter?
that
My point still stands.
at this point in history, all women should be treated.
I didn't say, holy shit.
Yes.
Straw man, you are the queen of straw mans.
No,
when
you
did I
said
say
that-
all women?
Yes, you said.
I didn't say all women should be precluded from traditional treatment. That's not what I said. Tell me what I said.
That's
You
why I
said
made her
that
steal
at
me
no
my
point in
arguments.
history.
No.
Let me repeat it to you then, right?
Tell me what I said.
Yes.
Because I think you have selective hearing, like you don't want to actually be good faith.
Let
you want to
me-
straw man my position. I did not say that, but go
I can
ahead.
repeat to you
exactly
what you said, and what I heard was that we are in a point in history where you believe that women deserve the least amount of chivalry. Yes or no? Right? That's what you said, and we could play this back. It's live.
I don't know if that's precisely what I said, but that's essentially, that is the essence of it, yes.
Okay, and I don't agree with that because I think that most women are virtuous. I don't think
most. What do you mean by most?
I think
Give me a
most.
percentage.
I think most women aren't represented in this particular demographic, in that they have more traditional values and that they decide to have less sexual partners. I think that there's a small percentage of women that do have a lot more sexual partners, and so if we average it out, then yes, on average now, women have more sexual partners, but I don't think that we have...
The average woman has more sexual partners than the average woman did 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And you consider...
And it's even worse for men.
Sure, I'm actually...
It is worse for men. In fact, most men that are even married watch pornography, and so it really disincentivizes.
I think that's wrong. I don't see how that's
and
wrong.
most women read Harlequin romance novels. They're big consumers of porn too.
Don't read those novels. That is.
Oh yes, it's the most widely consumed female porn. It's insane.
Men do porn too, though.
Oh, it's me. It's because anecdotes. Anecdotes.
I believe in God, but I'm not. I am not.
Do you go to church?
By a denomination.
So you think Andrew Wilson, who goes to an Orthodox church, you think he surrounds himself with more
women?
with women of lower virtue than the women you surround yourself with?
You think going to church makes you more surrounded by virtuous women?
Generally, yes.
Generally, yes.
If you go towards a church that has that traditional values,
that's a great
yes.
supposition to have. And if
do you think women in church are more virtuous?
Hang on. Let's start with this. Yeah. Let's untangle a couple of concepts. What do you consider female virtues?
I think that women that are intelligent.
No, just name some of the virtues.
Self-sufficient, that they are loyal, that they are compassionate, that they are generous, that they are caretaking, right, or nurturing,
nurturing.
that they are intelligent, that they...
a lot of those are traits.
Yes.
What would you consider a virtue, though?
High achieving.
High achieving is a virtue?
Yeah, so loyal, another one.
Okay, I can grant perhaps loyalty as not being... a trait like intelligence, maybe that's more
virtue,
behavior.
Right?
What about chastity?
Chastity, sexual discipline is what I like to call it.
Well, chastity is a traditional female virtue, right?
Yeah. Well, chastity means very little to no sex, right? But sexual discipline.
That's right. Very little to no sex until
Correct.
when?
Correct. And so that
Until
is-
when, though?
That is not realistic in today's
I
society.
understand, but is it a traditional female virtue? Chastity.
For you, it is. Sexual discipline is the word for me, because
Okay.
I think women can.
Okay, got it. So
I think-
cope. Yeah, exactly.
Can I finish my?
Is it a
thought?
traditional
Do you think
female
do you
virtue?
think a person or an adult, let's say
You didn't
in
answer
their-
my question. Is
in
it a
their
traditional
30s?
female virtue?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Just like sexual discipline is.
Well, chastity was. Sexual discipline implies that you're not going to be chaste. You're just going to have less sexual partners
Yes.
than somebody who has many more than you do.
Yes,
Chastity does not mean
Okay.
does not mean the same
Can I
thing.
set an example?
Mhm.
Let's say a woman gets married a virgin,
Mhm.
and for whatever reason gets divorced. The
Sure.
husband was abusive and whatnot.
Of course.
So they separate, and do you believe that as a result of her having lost her chastity, she
She
can't
didn't
be
lose-
sexually
yeah.
disciplined in the future going
In this
forward?
case, she's still following the virtue of chastity. So the idea here, when you're equating chastity with virginity, that is, they're not the same word for
so
a
for you,
reason.
they're not. Okay.
The virtue of chastity is that you're trying to only retain any type of sexual activity for husband. That's the
Okay.
idea. So I wouldn't say like husband dies, woman is no longer fucking following the virtue of chastity. She still would be. The question here, though, comes down to the idea of what is a virtuous woman. And if
Yeah.
you say a virtuous woman is one who's chaste,
Mhm.
it's 1,000% the case that in modern year, compared to 1930, they do not have that virtue of chastity, most women.
Most women.
Most
you
women.
think that's the case right now?
Well,
I
you wanna
would
pull the
disagree.
stats?
Wait, what percentage of women get married as virgins?
Not very many
So-
nowadays.
So how can
So
you
by
how can
logic-
you hold these two?
Yeah, by logical inferment, it's not
very
possible.
many nowadays.
So then by
They
logical
also
inferment.
don't get married
What's
at the
the
same
obsession
age,
with virginity
right?
and a woman's
So
virginity?
let's talk about statistics. Let's
Yeah,
talk
we can
about
talk about
statistics
it.
and the fact. At what age back in the day did women used to get married?
On average, it was much younger, around 1920.
Right. So would you say then that that has something to do with the fact that women that are now getting married at an older age because they are waiting for the right person, or they're waiting to be financially stable?
They're just
or
waiting to get
or
through
they're-
college.
Or they're waiting to finish their career?
It's just college.
Okay,
Yeah.
whichever reason of those that is, do you think that that also has to do with why they aren't
Well,
as
hang on.
chaste?
Why would it be a necessary entailment that because women wait until they're older to get married that they need to fuck?
So would you?
Don't ask me a question, answer the question, then ask the question. Why would it be a necessary entailment that because a woman waits until she's older to get married
So you're saying-
that she needs to fuck?
So
why would it be a logical entailment that because a woman
you
waits,
repeated it. I got it the first time.
Okay, then
I got it the
answer
first time.
first.
Okay, so
Why would that be a logical entailment?
that was the fourth time.
Go ahead.
Because human nature and human biology, which
So they have to?
which I do not negate. I am a realist, right? I'm a realist. I operate in reality.
So they don't have to.
If you would have not gotten married or would have found the person,
Oh, sure. I would have been the
within-
worst degenerate on planet
within
Earth,
the-
but
okay,
what's the point?
correct.
Who cares? That has nothing to do with the point.
I think it has everything.
It wouldn't
to do
matter
with my
if I was going to go out every single night to blow off of a hooker's fucking ass and then fucking go get into a gangbang the next morning.
Hell yeah.
It has zero at all to do with my point. Why is it a necessary entailment that women gotta fuck before they get married because they get married older? Tell me
don't
why
have to.
exactly.
They
So if
don't
that's the
have
case,
to.
all you're saying is that
But they can
women are
choose
less chaste than they used to be, and then you're giving an excuse that they are because they're waiting about 9 more years on average to get married, so they just gotta fuck. And then, no, that's
you
not
really
the
seem
case.
upset at the
Can we
fact
say
that
people
women
and not
have
women,
to.
though?
That
Why
women
are
have
we just talking about
to
women?
engage
They
in
have to.
relations.
They have to.
right?
They have to fuck before they're married. They
Why
have to
are
do
you
that.
so upset that women can engage in sexual relations?
I'm sorry. I
before
thought that you said that
marriage?
that's immoral.
No, I never said that.
Okay, so it's not immoral to engage in sex before marriage?
I think that it's good to wait before marriage.
Why is that good?
But it's not necessarily
Why is it good?
reality.
Why is
right?
it good?
Well, ask people that do wait until marriage and how long it is that they stay married. But again, that's a very small percentage of the population.
So then people they ought wait until they're married, on average.
I have conflicting views personally on that.
And you're
Yeah.
not at FemCon?
I am not a femcon.
You're not a feminist. You're ultra right-wing
And you're not a
conservative.
traditional
I'm not a
man.
traditionalist. Never said I was.
Nor a gentleman.
But you're definitely a
by
femcon.
definition.
Definitely a femcon. So
Right.
you can't tell me right now that it's not good for women to not engage in sex before marriage.
So I'm sorry to bring this up because I know it is a sensitive
Yes, I had tons of
subject.
sex before marriage. What's the? But my answer.
No,
can you
that's
answer my
not what I was
question?
going to talk about.
Are you going to talk about my wife now?
Would you consider her a chaste person?
Okay, so anyway,
Beautiful woman.
what would that
Did you
have
take
to
her virginity,
do?
or-
What would that have to do with anything I'm saying?
That I believe she can be a virtuous
If I ran,
woman.
I didn't
I'm
say they can't
defending
be.
her.
I didn't say they can't be
I'm
virtuous.
defending her. I'm saying she has virtue.
Nobody
despite the
said
fact
they
that
can't
she
be.
has been married
Nobody
before.
ever claimed that they couldn't. No, this was not the claim. I'm
were
asking you a question. Is it good for women to not have sex before marriage?
I think that it
Or
depends
not.
on the individual.
So then you would prescribe for some women that they fuck before they get married then?
I think it depends on the individual.
So then some individuals.
And I don't like to
So
call
then
it that.
some individuals you would prescribe that they have sex before marriage.
I think that people usually
Prescribe.
are. Hold on, let's operate in reality.
I am.
I think that most people are in a relationship for a year to 2 years before tying the knot. And
So-
it is unrealistic in today's standards to go without having any kind of relations before doing that.
Is that good though?
You ask me, right?
I am asking you. Is that good?
I think that sexual compatibility is important.
So they need to fuck.
Why are you
It
so
happens.
upset?
Because I'm
Why are you
asking.
so
Can you
upset
just
about-
answer the question?
Why are you so
Realistic.
upset
Do
about?
they need to fuck or not?
No, they don't need to.
Let her
Nobody
answer.
needs to do
Let her
anything.
answer.
He wants a yes or no.
I do. Would you prescribe that women fuck before they get married?
I prescribe that they should verify that they have sexual chemistry, and whether that leads them to find that out
She's not their prescriber.
in one way or another, I don't know
What
it
would
is.
you consider the best way for them to find that out?
It depends on the couple.
Yeah,
right?
like
I'm
on
not in
average.
people's-
Just
I'm
on
not
average.
I'm not in people's bedrooms.
Yeah, just like on average. How would you say that that's probably the most likely way for them to like discover that they're
How
compatible?
did you find out that you had sexual compatibility?
Yeah, I
with
was
your
out
wife?
fucking.
No, with your wife.
What's your
before you
what's
got
yeah?
married.
What is that?
How
what?
did you determine that?
There, literally anything that you ask me from an anecdotal perspective, regardless of how I answer it, has no bearing on the argument.
Yes, it does.
How?
You're telling. So
How?
would it have
How?
been bad?
No one's
Or is
got
it
here,
bad? Or is your
If
wife?
I literally grabbed some woman next to me right now, threw her up on the table, and just started fucking railing her in front of all of you, how the fuck would that have anything
of me,
to
we
do
would've
with my
left.
question? How would it have a fucking thing to do with my question? How?
Because you're trying to say that being chaste is the ultimate value.
No,
right?
I'm asking
And
you. I'm
did you
asking
have
you.
relations
Who
with your
cares if I
wife?
did?
You had relations
Oh
with
my
your
God!
life before
Why?
getting married.
Tell me how that would
because
matter.
you're a human.
What
And
does-
women are human as well.
That has no bearing on the argument.
Yes, it
Would you prescribe that women fuck before they get married?
She
the
does not
guy
get a say in that.
Correct.
that they're going to be with.
Why-
It's her, she has her own body. They have their
I
body.
don't. I understand
Look,
they have
I
their own. Would you
personally-
say it's good?
I
I
would say that
personally-
it varies. It differs based
Generally.
on someone. Like generally, like I would say.
Since she won't answer.
Well, I personally wanted
would
to wait
say
until marriage. Definitely.
it's their
you know.
choice.
But
I'm
I
not-
got married in
It's
my
not a
mid-20s.
yes or no question.
I'm not
realistically.
asking. Listen, you can make a
Mm-hmm.
caveat and say sure. For like most people, it's good. But I would prescribe for at least some people that they should have sex before they marry the person they're going to
You
marry.
shouldn't tell
Would you
people
hang on,
what to
hang
do
on,
with their
hang on.
bodies,
It's nice of you to
Would
say.
you calm down so I can at least finish the sentence?
Go for it.
Cool guy.
Here's the thing, right? It's like what I'm asking specifically is if you would at least recommend to some people it would be good for you to have sex before you marry this
I don't
this
recommend
person.
any kind of
What do you
sexual acts
prescribe?
between other couples ever. Period. That's my answer. Why can't you accept
Yes or
it?
no?
So then the idea here is when you're talking about ideas like chastity and you're talking about ideas like virtues, those virtues are prescriptions of ought. People ought do thing. So when I'm asking you about your oughts and you say I would never make an ought, I don't even understand now what is virtuous.
I believe that women ought to be sexually disciplined for their own sake, as in to maintain
Let me
healthy.
define it really quick.
Yeah.
So
To
when you say,
maintain healthy,
can I ask
to
you a
not
question?
have
Let me ask you a
multiple
question on
sexual
sexual
partners.
discipline.
Go ahead.
So would you categorize the following? Hey, you got to put on frame. Put on frame, Nathan.
I'll be back. I'm going to have another
Yeah. Would you categorize the following as a woman who has sexual discipline? Prior to marriage, let's say she gets, a lot of women get married in their late 20s. let's say a woman had one monogamous boyfriend per year, up until the age of marriage, starting at, say, at 17. So let's say she's had sex with 14 men, but they were all within the confines of a long-term relationship, monogamous relationship, each lasting 1 year. Would that be sexual discipline?
To me, I think that is poor initial vetting of the people that they're with.
But I mean, I don't understand, but that would be sexual discipline, would it not?
I think that the poor sexual discipline stems from the main problem, which is poor assessing of people's character and who it is that they pick to be in a relationship with. I think that's the problem.
And I agree with that. But to come back to the original point that you made with Ivy, is that if a woman who just got gangbanged by 10 guys who has semen all up in her, no condom, whatever, goes on a date with a man, right? And then she said, oh, but that's his choice to go on the date with her. Do you go on that date, and when he asks you, how was your day? What did you do today? Are you going to tell him, well, I banged 10 guys today, and that's what I do, and that's what I do for my living? Is that your conversation starter?
Well,
do you think that man wanted to go on the date with you because you'd banged 10 men? That is my question.
And I do want to bring it back to, I guess, the original point here. So what specifically, I want to direct it at you, but I feel like maybe you guys want to weigh in too.
Yes.
So my position is simply this. Why should men be chivalrous for women who are, look, I think widely people would perceive this, but I'll just say from my own perspective, non-deserving?
Can I answer?
Let me let you go. Let me let you go. Stop.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I think if a guy knows what he's signing up for the girl that isn't like a sex worker or whatnot in the industry, I think that it's kind of his choice to be chivalrous, because I think he knows what he's signing up for, and
But
maybe
why the expectation then from women?
it's not. It
who are
shouldn't be an
sex workers?
expectation.
But women. But their position, her position, is that despite me not holding up any of my own tradition, like any sort of traditional thing, I still want the man to uphold his because it benefits me.
I don't think it's right for the expectation to be there, but I think if the guy is knowing what he's signing up for with the girl that he's choosing to take on a date, that he's kind of signing up to hold that, to be I can't say the word, but yeah.
I'd like to add that I think that women in general, just by virtue of being a feminine woman, should receive chivalry from men, regardless of her job.
Just because she has a vagina.
Not just because she has a vagina, but like the way that we carry ourselves, our natural attributes, what we bring to the table in a relationship with a man.
So a woman,
right? He brings strength.
Do
right?
all
he
women?
Brings,
but do all women reach that threshold?
I would say.
What would disqualify a woman?
I think what would disqualify a woman from not receiving chivalry is disrespect, right? Is she disrespecting him or herself, society, right? Is she, how do I say this?
So is it disrespectful to show up on a first date with another man's seed?
I would say yes.
Okay, and you're polyamorous. You're polyamorous, correct?
You might like
so
it.
you would. That's
but
disgusting.
I also wouldn't schedule a date back to back with.
To 90. Wait. Stop.
Genuinely, like to you.
Hold on. So, to 99% of men, the thought of, I understand that there are some cucks out there. For 99% of men, the thought of the girl he's going on a date with, or the girl he's going to be in a relationship with, or the girl he's going to be intimate with, the thought that she's being sexually active with another man, yeah, that is disrespectful and disgusting to that man.
I think it's important to be like transparent about your sex life, to provide people that choice. That way you're not violating their bodies. So like, I think it is important to say, yeah, I like, as much as they don't want to hear it, you open up that opportunity for them to say, yes, I want to move forward with this. No, I don't.
Would you, if a guy wanted to go 50-50 on the date, would you be okay with that?
I have been in the past, but I just feel like, I have different standards now. And as much as people think that I have lower standards just because of what I do, I don't. Like, it doesn't matter what they say, because I know that I don't. So
I think
no,
that a lot of sex workers actually
not
have
okay with
higher
that.
standards for dating because of the treatment that we get from society or social media.
Yeah, but you don't deserve it, is what I'm trying to get at here.
But what- why
look,
don't we
regardless,
deserve
I think I didn't answer this question. Somebody originally posed it. It might have been you. So women who are sex workers, women who are not ladies, women who are promiscuous, women who are not feminine, whatever it is, everybody's deserving of respect. I'm not saying that sex workers or promiscuous women or women who are poly or whatever it is, I'm not saying that you should walk up to her and smack her in the face and call her a bitch. I'm not saying that at all. You should always treat people with respect, regardless of their job, profession, whatever career. However, what we're talking about is something very specific, and that's dating dynamics. There is an expectation on men to be chivalrous, et cetera, be all trad. And it's interesting to me that I guess here's my question. Maybe I'll rephrase it like this.
I would just reduce it to this. Why does any woman deserve chivalry?
I asked that.
That's why we're single. That kind of comment is the point of the loneliness.
Answer the question.
Epidemic.
It's important not to
It's actually you. It's actually no. It's actually you.
Me.
It's you because
Really?
even as the conservative woman here, you're not actually willing to step up and be like, you know what, men need to be better, but you're actually
Men need to be better, and women need to be better.
Hold on,
Sure.
But my position is certain women don't deserve chivalry. So if we
I never argued against that.
You literally,
in fact,
you just said the reason that there's a male loneliness epidemic is because men don't want to pay for dates with little whores.
No.
That's literally your fucking position.
No.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
That's why all women don't deserve chivalry.
I didn't say why.
No, you did say that.
No.
And let's rewind.
No, that's not what he said.
I'll bet you $500 I didn't say that's why women don't deserve chivalry.
That's why all women don't deserve.
No, he asked
$500.
Put it back. Is that what you said?
$500.
$500. I have $500.
Grab that clip, send it to Brian.
He's not. Oh, not my producer.
That's why
can somebody
women-
watching just send it to my Instagram?
$500 for me.
That's
I
why
asked
women
a
don't
question. I said,
deserve-
why does any woman deserve chivalry?
Well, that's exactly what I.
Nope,
yes.
that's a completely
Yes,
different
why?
statement than
Why-
women
so why
deserve
does-
You make a
chivalry.
good
So why
Why?
does every woman deserve chivalry? That's
No,
what you
why
said.
do women deserve chivalry?
Why do women deserve chivalry is a different statement than that's why women do not deserve chivalry.
I'm hearing you. They don't.
Hold on.
Okay, so if that's the way that you meant it as a question.
No, it's not what I meant.
You did shake, by the way.
It's how it's my question.
We can say that I've answered questions in the positive, as in, okay, so why do all women deserve chivalry? And
Why do men
it's
deserve
because-
virgins?
Why does any woman deserve chivalry? Was my
Correct.
question.
That is what you said. That is what you said.
Why do men
So
deserve virgins?
I said right
Didn't make a
after that, that is the kind of comment that is driving us apart as the sexes. That
Wow, that's
kind of
great
assumption.
contribution there. So,
Can you
do want-
ban the trolls, the Thorpes, out of the fucking chat for me? That'd be great.
Yeah. Wait. Don't hide that. Let me. Hold on.
Andrew doesn't even think his wife deserves chivalry. I'm reading it. That's why he made her take a paternity test.
Stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
stop.
I'm just reading the screen, but
Yeah, I have
Those are below the
dogmatic
threshold.
trolls.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We don't need you to be the host.
gotcha.
Anyway.
So again, you're being really bad faith. You're strawmanning. You've been strawmanning positions all night. Andrew literally didn't say that. He was asking, why do women deserve chivalry? It seems like you're taking the affirmative position that even women who got gangbanged the morning of the date should have their date paid for.
No.
Well, that's our position. So
That's
why are
my
you
position
arguing
as well.
against it?
No, and
Why
I'm
are
not.
you? But so we're asking why. Okay, I guess I'll ask the question like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay for people in society to say men should. Women can say it, men can say it, society can say it, men should. Men should pay for first dates, men should provide, men should protect, men should observe the sidewalk rule. So if there's a car barreling down the road, he gets fucking smashed on the pavement and the woman gets to survive, even if it's a first date. Men should open car doors, men should buy flowers, men should do all these things. What are we allowed to say women should do?
I think we say that.
We're allowed to say men should.
Mm-hmm.
What can we actually say women should do?
Women should provide affection, a listening ear.
Goes both ways. Goes both ways. But I'm asking uniquely. So okay,
As the
hold
leader,
on.
though,
Something that men cannot
because
do.
they're leading.
No, but okay, when we're talking about chivalry, men to women, chivalry does not flow women to men. So I'm asking.
I disagree
what,
with that. Because I've bought
Do you pay for-
I've bought flowers for
your
my man
boyfriend
before.
Okay,
he has.
how many first dates have you been on?
First dates, not many, and you know why? Because I pre-vet people before I even go on a first date.
How many?
So
Just
there
tell me how
aren't many first dates. It's usually first date and then relationship because
how
we've
many-
been talking
well,
for a very
you're-
long time before that because I
You're,
want to not waste
how
that
old are you?
person's
You're 32?
time and money.
How old are you? You're 32?
32.
32. Okay. So how many first dates have you been on?
Probably 7 in my entire
Okay.
life.
Did you split? Did you pay for it, or did the guy pay for it?
They paid for it because we agreed on that beforehand.
You have that conversation. It's
Yes.
not just assumed.
Yes, correct.
You don't just assume
No.
that you're dating like a conservative guy. So
No.
Okay. So you
I
wait.
date
When you say you have the
conservative
conversation. Wait, didn't you go on dates when you were 18? So when you were 18, you're like, hey, by the way, buddy, you're going to pay for the date?
No, we had the conversation, and they
You
told
were
me.
vetting at 18?
Yes, believe it or not.
Okay, I mean, that's
Believe
possible.
it or not.
but-
In fact, those
Okay.
are one of the things that you talk about. And if I have,
So,
I have a verbal conversation on the phone, and they say, "I can't wait to treat you out to dinner," that is a verbal confirmation that the person wants to treat me to
Right.
dinner.
So
So
of
I
all-
know, we both know, both consenting parties know how it is going to go.
So of all
And
the
if he doesn't believe in that, then we don't go on the date, and I don't waste his time
right,
and money.
but so of all
Isn't
the
that
first
fair?
date, of all the first dates you've been on, which you say is 7, in each instance the guy paid, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you responded when I was saying chivalry flows men to women. If in your own experience, men always paid for you on the first date, and my argument here is, well, chivalry, an example of chivalry, excuse me, would be men paying for first dates, but you've never paid for a first date or even gone 50-50.
I do other nice things.
Okay, once you're in the...
I randomly give
Okay, great.
gifts.
You've been dating a guy for 2 years and you bought him a birthday present. That's not what we're talking about.
Neither am I. I buy
But-
flowers for no reason.
But-
I bought
okay.
gifts for my boyfriend that he bought.
But
Yeah.
you chose to contend with my point that I was making, which is chivalry flows from men to women. And you're like, well, that's not true.
No,
So
kindness.
How do
kindness,
women flow
But that's
uniquely?
a shared virtue.
chivalry in
Kindness is-
response.
should men be kind to
would
women?
Be what for you? What would be the equivalent word that defines chivalry as in
There isn't one.
kindness from women
That's
to
not.
men?
Well, first there's an
it's
So it doesn't.
asymmetrical.
There's a-
It's
it's
asymmetrical.
I think it can be
well,
symmetrical.
this is
actually.
It's
I also
not for
think it
you.
would be
It's not
symmetrical.
for me.
Well, it's
Because I have been
equivocation.
chivalrous towards men,
Yeah.
and I've been chivalrous towards women. I've taken women out on dates where I pay for everything.
Okay.
I open the
Hey,
door. I take on that
This is
masculine
not.
role.
Yeah, I
you're in a
understand, but
different
this is not
circumstance.
individualized. So hang on. Let me explain and express. The Titanic's going down. Who gets the lifeboats first?
Women and children.
Nope. Fuck that shit.
The women and children.
Who makes that decision?
Well, these
Men,
are
right?
no. This is a general expectation which came from the various ideals of not just chivalry, that wasn't just one, but also the essentially the idea that women were a valued commodity, right? But all of those became a shared ethos, which led to chivalry. Now that continues today. The Titanic goes down today. The women and children still get the lifeboats. So the question becomes, what is the equivalent of that in general society that men have the expectation to get from women? What is that?
I think there is loyalty. I think that
That's
there's
shared.
Both ways.
I think that there is the value added of being by their side because men
shared.
no.
We're
Let me,
looking for
let me
something
finish.
unique.
Let me
Well,
finish.
there's also the
something
creation of
No,
life.
we need to let me finish
We
the thought
create
on
life.
this.
Finish.
Support.
Men have women to impress other men very often, and so if you have
Okay,
a
also
woman
shared.
that is next to you, that is intelligent, that can have a conversation and a debate, then it raises your value as a man.
Women raise your value.
In comparison to having somebody
It's true. Women
that
do
can't
raise
do
your value.
something
That's why
like
men
that.
pay for escorts.
Hang on,
So-
but there's not even
so-
a dispute here. The thing is like all of these things though are shared. There's also women who get men and want them as arm candy so that they can show them off. There's all
again,
that there's
there's
also women who
that
want
have
men
men.
who look
Okay,
like
but what
studs.
is
There's
the
also male.
proportional-
Hang on,
what is the proportional
it wouldn't
comparison
hang on,
to
hang on.
that?
It wouldn't matter. The idea here is it's not a shared, generalized value like it is for men. The women and children get the lifeboats, where everything is you're
But men set
talking.
that
hang
system
on,
up.
everything
Oh my God,
that
such a feminist.
even
No, it is not.
it is, but even if
The
it
same
wasn't,
way that men send other men
I'm going to
the
I'm
same
going
way-
I'm going to
feminist-
grant it.
feminist discussion.
I'm actually going to grant all of this. That yes, men invented it. They just like they
And men
they
send other
grabbed
men
it.
to war,
Okay,
and I
you're
disagree
right.
with
We just
that.
grabbed a chisel and we were like, men give lifeboats. Got it. We put it in
They made
fucking
that
enshrined in
decision.
stone. They made the decision.
I'm
Can you
glad they did,
give
though.
me anything that's the equivalent of that from the female side? That's what I'm asking.
Well, women are the ones that are responsible for destroying their bodies and bringing life.
Do you have any kids?
I don't have any kids, but
How many men paid for first dates that you didn't give children to?
oh my gosh, 7 meals? And you think I should give a man a child for paying for my meal,
No,
Brian?
that's not what I'm saying.
That's
but
so weird.
No, hold on. Let me explain the argument. Let me explain the argument.
Men are also expected to toil,
really quick.
so it's not even an argument.
Let me explain. So if the idea here is men should be chivalrous, and chivalrous is expected up front immediately, ergo on the first date, men should do that because at some vague, nebulous point down the road, I might give birth to this man's child. However, that argument doesn't really make sense absent in all instances in which you've gone on a first date with somebody. If you didn't bear them children, then that argument doesn't hold any weight.
Wouldn't anyway.
The reason I went on first dates wasn't to. The reason I went on first dates isn't because of the fact that they to see if they're chivalrous. It's to see if we have chemistry after the fact that we've talked about whether our values are the same, whether our futures are going to align. A bunch of other things.
The reason that this argument doesn't
Right?
hold weight is because it's an equal curse anyway. Going back to the idea of Adam and Eve, Eve had to give childbirth, but men had to toil. Both of those take the toll on the body. So yes, it's true. Women have to deal with the bodily toil
You're
of.
making a religious
they
argument.
Have, no. I'm making a present day argument. The top dangerous jobs on planet Earth are held by which sex?
Men. I
Okay,
agree with
so
that.
they toil. That hurts their body. You have the children. That hurts the body. That's an equivalent exchange. I want to hear what we get that's fucking unique.
Women are doing those jobs
What
now too.
do men get that's
I don't
unique?
think your own mother would be happy to hear that question come out of your mouth, to say what it is that women give to you that is unique.
Do you have an
other
answer?
Than life?
Wait, what?
Other than life?
Wait, stop.
Yeah, wait. You
what
need
is
men. You mean need
You
men's
asked-
genetic
I
material
asked-
for life?
I asked you.
What do you mean?
Actually, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You don't. We can reproduce women with just
Why
our
would
bone
Andrews-
marrow
No.
with certain technology. Yes.
No.
No,
But-
you can't.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can.
You always need male genetic material no matter what. You can't do it alone.
I guess like they contributed with the technology.
You don't need, yeah.
I'm curious what
men's
the other
genetic.
our
We don't
bodies
need
have
you
to
though,
say.
just the
Yeah, you
womb.
do.
I don't
Just
exactly,
the womb.
that's us.
Yeah, the sperm's just us.
Look, I don't like the
No, it's
argument
not.
that
Yeah.
men
You can
don't
put it.
need
You can
women.
put that in a fucking jar.
Does that lead to good
And we
children
can
to not
perhaps
have a
one day make an
man?
artificial womb.
One day.
Like,
I hope you can afford it.
but that's my point. It's
I
like
don't like the argument that
all we're
men don't
looking
need
for-
women and women don't need men. We need
Yeah.
each
We
need each
other.
Yeah, but-
Absolutely.
But nobody's
we need
even
to value
nobody's
each
even
other.
disputing
and you
this.
See no value
Just
in motherhood.
asking about.
So why would a woman
Yeah,
want to
I-
have kids with you?
I don't know. They did, but here's
I
the
know,
thing. Here's the
I'm
thing, though,
sorry about
right? Is like
You know,
You're what? Wait, what?
I wish her the best.
yeah. Well,
wish
I mean, you
her
don't
the
need
best.
to.
Fucking-
She's
oh my
never
God, bro.
she's never been happier. But the thing is
hope so.
like
Wait, Andrew, hold on. Andrew's been like polite to you. I don't know why you're being like passive aggressive and insulting Andrew.
I don't even care. I just want to get the answer to the question.
Go for it.
What can you name a thing which is equivalent that generally men would receive? That's the equivalent of the women, children, lifeboats. Anything, just one thing that is not a shared proxy between the two.
Genuinely asking that
Yes,
question?
yes.
Okay, so women are the primary people that are in healthcare, right? So if you go to the doctor, you're probably going to be seen by a nurse first. I heard
Are
this.
you listening to his question?
Yes, I am.
So if I'm going on a date with a woman,
I'm
what I
talking
get
about,
is that there are vaguely women in healthcare.
Yeah.
No.
What?
You're talking
No, if I'm
about
going-
why
For
do
chivalry.
women-
If I'm going on first date with a barista, what I get from the barista is that there's
No.
vaguely women in healthcare.
No, but you
How
made a
does that
vague
fucking
question.
benefit me? What the fuck?
Correct.
Hold
But
on,
he
wait. I'm
asked-
gonna let this poor girl here.
he
Her
asked a
hand's
vague
getting a cramp.
question,
Hold
not
on,
a
her
one-on-one
hand's getting
question.
a cramp.
Go ahead.
We gotta let this girl come in. Go ahead.
Well,
Scoot into the table a bit.
yeah, I
It's
definitely do
like
see
Tommy
the-
Lauren all over again.
That would be a compliment. Thank you.
The biggest problem, too, I think, that we're kind of running into is, like you have said, we're setting a lot of standards for men, but we aren't setting standards for women. And I think a lot of these things of chivalry and of, as well, for women, virtue, these should be personal standards we have just for ourselves. You know, we don't need
I
to
agree.
have the other sex in them. But it is frustrating for men if, you know, we are expecting so much of them and open every door and do all of these things, but how are you going to be able to provide for them? It is a fair argument, and men do want to be able to be provided in that sense. it comes with a distortion nowadays. Our culture is really sexually saturated. So then that translates now into, sexuality, whether they want essentially customized pornography of you or they want all of these different things, and women say, oh, yeah, I can provide that. But ultimately, that's not the utmost which we should be providing. And this is loosely from C.S. Lewis. He had said that the ultimate career is motherhood, and everything else supports that. So you had said that women sacrifice their bodies and destroy their bodies from childbirth, but that's actually not true. Giving birth to children will make you healthier. It will decrease your rates of cancer. It's just a good thing to do, generally speaking. For some, but I mean, if we're looking in the reality and the statistics,
yeah, women
that
ain't
is
dying in
true.
childbirth much anymore. That ain't a thing, really.
Yeah, and
I agree.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree. They have diastasis
Yeah,
recti.
it ain't a thing, really. Yeah.
They have diastasis recti, and they have their bodies reshaped, and the only way to put it back together is with surgery.
Wow, this
For
is some
some
great
women, that's
anti-natalist propaganda.
No, I think
a
women should have
conservative
kids.
women is. This is literally anti-natalist propaganda.
If that is
you're forwarding
propaganda
as a conservative
to speak
political
facts,
commentator.
to speak facts is propaganda.
That's okay. Well, how many
Okay.
how many women does this
Okay.
affect?
But most women have diastasis recti after
And they need to be
childbirth. Do you know what
surgically
that
put
is?
together?
Since this is a dating
Do they
show,
need to get surgically put together after?
It means that their muscles separate.
Sure.
And then even if you work out and do all the bounce back stuff, they won't come back together unless you have surgery.
But do
So is it a
most of these women
sacrifice?
need to have surgery?
Well, for a man like you, if they looked the way they looked like after childbirth without any kind of help being put back together, I don't think you would be attracted to
Do
them.
they need to have
So they-
surgery to get put back together or not?
Yes.
No, they can live their lives perfectly comfortably without
it.
it.
It's an option. It is
And
a choice.
not
It
only
is a
that,
choice.
yes, it's a choice. And by the way,
Correct.
while it's the case, and I already gave you the counter to this, while it's the case that I would even grant that childbirth can be destructive on women's bodies, especially when
It
they get
is.
older. Which is why you should get married younger. But
I did.
Men destroy their bodies at work, toiling also.
Do
So
you
who
think
cares?
Brian is destroying his body on a
Do you?
laptop
Do
right
I?
now?
Do I think that you're
Who
gonna
the fuck
get?
are you
do
to
I?
talk,
Hang on. Do I
lady?
think you're gonna get like post?
I'm just
80
saying men should have an option
Do you think sitting
to
is
work.
good? Do you think sitting
No.
is good?
No. What the heck?
Yeah, it's bad for the body to be sitting.
But it's not
Okay.
just that.
I work
It's
in a
like
fucking computer.
You can't.
I got carpal tunnel syndrome. My fucking back hurts. My neck hurts.
But you can't.
But you're
fucking-
not
you
going
also-
out to hunt animals.
Chiller
What
than
I'm saying is
motherhood,
you
for
have an
sure.
option.
And you're
in
32
career.
without children, so what the
chiller
fuck are
than
you talking
motherhood.
Yeah.
about?
Well,
That
exactly.
I have an option to do that, just like you have an option
But this is
to
the.
have a podcast.
But this
and I
is the
support
equivalency.
that decision.
But you see, the equivalency of the argument is to say, even though yes, it's true, most men toil. Brian doesn't toil, and it's like, okay, I can see the argument, but you're in the same position. While it's true that maybe most women with children X happens to, I can point to you and say it doesn't happen to you. So where have we gotten? That's not how you
It
argue.
probably will happen
If
to
you're
me
going to
when
make an
I have
argument,
kids.
if you're going to make an argument, you should make the argument based on what it is that we're discussing, not the
Which is a sacrifice that
not
women
the
make for
individuals. The men are making the equal sacrifice socially and societally when they have the top, most horrific jobs, toil, and die in them.
And I think
so. The
them for
idea, so the idea here is like that's not a
No, you
unique.
asked what it is that women do. And
That's
I'm
not
telling
a
you.
unique proposition like the lifeboats, though. What are we getting, or the draft, or things like this? What are we getting in exchange for those things, right?
What is it
that
that you
is
want?
on
Wait,
the
what is
equal
it that you
pale
want?
for that.
What is it that you want
What does
out
that
of
have
it?
to do with anything?
Because I'm curious. What is it that you want?
I want
out
you to
of
make an
women?
argument. That's what I
No,
want.
I want you to ask me to tell me what it is that you want.
I want
out
you
of
to
a
tell.
woman-
I want you to make an
out
argument
of a
for what's
woman
equivalent.
For you being a chivalrous man.
I want you to make an argument against my argument.
I'll make you an argument. And it is that men bond through vasopressin versus women bond through oxytocin. And you know what creates vasopressin in men? Being useful to women and having a purpose. Versus
men's
women,
purpose is to serve.
so men
Okay.
actually become more attractive to women when they are doing things for women.
So
when
men's
they're having a purpose, when they're adding value to their life.
so
And
men's
women-
purpose is to serve women.
Wonderful.
That's what
Is that the case?
leave it
Men's
in
purpose.
patriarchy.
Hang on, let her answer.
Most
Is it
men-
men's purpose to serve women?
Scientifically speaking, they are happier when they do.
I'm asking
Do
you.
you?
Is it men's purpose to serve women?
I think it's men's purpose to have a good family and a life, not to. I think they should serve society. How's that?
Okay, but it sounds like the best way that they can do
Serve
that
society
is to
is
serve
by being a gentleman.
It's to serve women because that
And
ups a
being-
chemical in their body, right?
It's by being useful to women because yes, it makes them productive.
So really the best
because it makes them productive members of society. So again, my question. So
really the best. Hang on, I just want to clarify this real quick. So really the best way for men to serve society is to serve women.
Is to serve their community, and women are a part of it.
Yeah, but serving the women particularly is what releases the chemical, right?
What do you want out of women?
Is that the case, that it's the chemical release that is assisting them in all other things that they're doing? So primarily by serving women, that would release that chemical, so they ought to do that, right?
If they want to be happy and productive members of society.
So if they want to be happy, productive members of society, men serve women. Got it. Okay, now I ask your question.
That's what you should be doing. Yeah.
Got it.
Correct. And so since I answered your question, why don't you answer mine, which is, what do you want to get out of women in exchange for you being a gentleman, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about a preference now in generalities societally wide, right?
What is it that you want out of women?
So I would add, are you asking me as an individual, or are you asking me what I would prescribe societally wise?
No, you as an individual. What do you want and
what
expect
I would
out
want,
of a woman for you?
Yeah, well, my personal preferences for women would have nothing to do at all with the argument, but I would give you, I'll give you the what I would generally would prescribe. I think it would be a much wiser idea, prescriptively, from the government top down to begin running any type of propaganda possible for women.
Stop. He's answering the question. Stop interrupting.
For women to move into marriages younger rather than older. And the reason why that's a good thing is because it negates a lot of that damage to the body. It negates a lot of these fucking problems where women are now, we're under the threshold for having our own kids. You're a conservative. You don't like mass migration. Women got to have more kids. Otherwise,
it still doesn't answer
they're going to have more kids.
What do you want out of a woman in exchange for you being a gentleman?
Oh, for me to be a gentleman? Oh, no, I'm not going to be a gentleman to any woman.
Okay, thank you for.
I'm not going to be a gentleman to any woman at all, ever. Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Fuck that. You got equality. I'll be nice to women, and I'll be polite to them like I am men. But I'm not going to do anything fucking extra for women.
That, right?
Fuck that.
You're known for that.
Being a gentleman is actually.
I haven't been mean to you.
Okay,
we've just been arguing.
Okay, so is an
argument
If you had a best guy friend, what would you tell them that, hey, you should want your woman to give you this in exchange for you being a gentleman and giving them that? What is it that you want out of a woman?
Oh, well, then you would want deep religious convictions, submissiveness, and virtues.
That's not a thing that you give. What is it that's unique? Because a man can also be religious, right? And everything that you just mentioned. So what is unique to a woman that you want in return for being a gentleman?
Well, I don't understand. You mean what uniquely can a woman give for that?
Yes. What is it that you want?
Chastity, specifically.
That can be also something that a man gives.
But it's not a thing that women value.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, you said something unique that a woman can give.
Women can give feminine virtue, which is unique. Men cannot give feminine virtue.
What is the one unique thing?
Virgin child would be chastity, virtue, child. Can men do that?
So you want a child?
Can men do that?
So
no.
Do you want a child?
Repeat back what I just said.
You clearly are not answering my question nor understanding it.
Okay.
But I think you understand. I think you understand my question.
I'll tell you what. Use super small words. Go ahead.
I think you're in your feminine energy because you're asking women.
He likes yes or no questions only.
For something.
I'm trying to answer. I don't know what she's at. What am I missing?
You're in your feminine energy because you're asking women for something in return for being a proper gentleman and just having the role in society that you should have, and that vasopressin is the way that you bond by
serving women. By serving women.
Good server.
Why we even grant that Andrew is in his feminine energy because he's wanting something from women?
I'm asking him to name it.
No, but
name what? Name what?
What is it?
What is she asking me to name, though?
What is it that you want from women,
Andrew? Literally just told you if I was going to make a societal-wide prescription.
No, you.
One unique.
Stop talking about society. You.
Is it chastity and
my personal preferences have nothing to do with the the
That's what I'm
virtues.
asking you,
But
though.
yes,
You can't
submission,
answer the
and not only that, men are in a unique position where they can ask from women what they want. The main thing that women can do, is they can be chaste, give children, take care of the children. That is a unique thing while men work that they can do in the tender years
So
that they're
all you
necessary
want. That's
for.
all you want out of a woman is them giving you children. Is that
That's
can
not
be
what
an
he
answer?
said.
That can be an answer.
He
Is
also
that
said
your,
submissive.
Is
And
that
chastity.
your final answer?
Yes, and chastity, yes, which is a feminine virtue.
Don't you think?
Well, all I'm asking for is actually just this. I think that women could make the great case for chivalry if it was the case that they were moving towards feminine virtue. Then I think they could make the case, male virtue, we want some sort of privilege, which is what you used to have that you argue against, like no debt, things like that. Those were privileges. But the idea now that if you say women are not to move towards the idea of virtue, but just some sort of like compromise of sexual discipline or something like this, I don't think that they are in any position to ask for the lifeboat situation or any sort of chivalry at all. Why should they?
We started this whole conversation on, men do this for women because they are being chivalrous. So what do men get back in return?
Yes.
And that's what we discussed.
Yes.
And then my final question was,
Virtuous
what do
women.
you want in return?
Yeah, me personally has
That is
nothing
unique. And
to
you
do.
couldn't answer that question.
I'm not. My personal preferences have nothing to do with the
Don't you
argument.
agree
Yes, it does.
that men
let me
are
ask you this.
asking less of women?
Hang on, stop. Let me ask you this, okay? Let's say that I woke up tomorrow and I went out and I just like fucking beat a guy to death with a hammer.
Okay.
And then the next day in court, I went out and I made an announcement and I said, you know what, everybody? Beating somebody to death with a hammer is bad, okay? What would me actually having beat the person to death with the hammer have to do with me then saying that beating them to death with the hammer was bad? It would still be bad. I would still be correct whether or not I engaged in the beating of him to death with the hammer, right?
Yes, and that's called hypocrisy, which is
Yeah.
why you get called out on it and
Oh
look
my
bad
God.
as a result.
That wouldn't even be hypocrisy.
Yes, it is. That is
It
actually the definition of hypocrisy, to beat a man with a hammer and the next day say that it is bad to hit people with a hammer. over
I
the head.
see. So it is the case that I smoke. So if my 11-year-old comes to me and says, Dad, should I smoke? And I say, no, I'm a hypocrite.
Yes.
You're setting the worst example by doing it.
Not a good example.
You're,
So hang
you're
on, hang on.
non-verbally expressing that they should.
Hang on.
That's
I
the-
have
that's the
I have in the
definition,
past
actually.
drunk and drove. So if I tell a 10-year-old, do not drink and drive, I'm a hypocrite, right?
Would you do it again? Do you do it again?
Well, whether or not I would do it again.
Experience.
Okay.
Would the guy who beat the guy to death with a hammer do it again? He says it's bad.
No, but the example you set previous to that
Yeah.
was you smoking. So
Yeah.
that is a continuous thing, not that you
So-
smoked once. It's
Yeah.
you smoking that makes it a continuous thing that you do.
Yeah, okay.
And telling your child not to, that is hypocritical.
Okay.
Because you're
So
non-verbally telling
if
them
that's the
that
case,
it's okay.
am I driving continuously?
No, in that case,
Hang
it
on.
would-
Am I driving continuously?
completely different
Okay, hang on. Am I
examples.
driving continuously? If I am, what right do I have to tell my 10-year-old that they can't continuously drive?
that is not a hypocritical
Why
situation.
not? What's the
because-
difference?
I will tell you.
I
right?
can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
I made a mistake. I didn't do
No,
it
no,
again.
not drinking and driving, just driving a car. I drive a car all the time. What right do I then have to tell my 10-year-old they can't drive a car? That would make me a hypocrite, right?
No.
Why?
Because you have a logical explanation, which is you
Oh,
can't
you can-
can't drive
oh,
a car
what?
because you can't drive a car till you're 16 because it's the law.
Wait a second. I'm super curious about this. So as long as there's a law, you're not a hypocrite.
No,
Can I
because
add
you
to
have
that?
an
what we have-
explanation.
So
to
isn't
tell
there a law
child.
that you can't smoke till you're 18?
Do you think?
Isn't there a law you can't smoke till you're 21?
Are you okay?
Isn't there a law you can't smoke till you're 21?
Yes,
So
there
then,
is a law.
therefore, by that same
I
logic,
have
me
to
telling a
do a
kid
change
not to
here.
smoke, I still wouldn't be a hypocrite.
I
have
think
to
we need to
do.
change this
I have to
system.
do a couple
For your
changes
sake.
here. So
Oh my God.
we need to change. We actually are going to do a seat change because
Triangle hands.
You're actually opposition now, so we're going to put you on the other side of the table.
Let's
so
switch.
you two will switch seats.
Us too. Okay.
You
now we're
two will
enemies
switch
'cause-
seats because I don't
Completely
want Andrew's
traditional.
neck fucking cranked the entire show. We also have this chat coming in.
Jared Blonde donated $200.
Oh boy.
Shut up,
$200 just to
Triple A.
say that.
Go ahead.
I'm
Specifically a
You have some
username
He
that's
really
chair
cares.
8 blonde.
He cares a lot about you.
That changes the
People are paying money.
Just to talk to you.
Exactly.
Here,
I
just
like
say
it.
Just say what you wanted to
Let's see
say.
how we can do this. I think it's best.
Okay, we don't need to talk about the change. Just do the change. Go ahead.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think just important to note in this conversation, we talked a lot about, what's going to benefit society most. That was thrown around a lot. And again, it seems like an argument between men and women, but the biggest emphasis on it should be the children. That's the growing generation that's going to be what is most impactful. And we can't really have these conversations.
Has this ever happened, by the way? The switching of the chairs?
I've moved.
It's happened.
Did I just make history, guys?
No.
No, but you get actually, before the show, she wanted to be on that side because of it. It's her side.
Yes,
she has a
this
better
is my
side.
so I did get.
So now you get the
good side.
You get the good side. All right,
Thank you.
continue on, please.
Yeah, but regardless, having the emphasis on having a good society, the emphasis should be on children. Now, this is turning the wheels a little bit because I've never been at a table with this many people who work in the, I guess you could say, adult
Nathan, can you
film
open the door?
industry. So I've had quite a few friends who have done everything from OnlyFans to stripping to prostitution. And every time I have seen it, I have always seen it as a form of self-harm. It's something that happens in, early childhood. There's some form of molestation, of assault that leads to then women doing sex work.
You're gonna be on my side soon.
No, I'm saying that I'm not
it's
pro
just
it.
It's bad for TOS.
I'm not going to get into. We're not going to fucking talk about that.
Okay.
But
Can I ask one?
hold on.
That's not always true.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
There's
Okay.
usually some kind of harm behind it. There is. For
I
sure.
disagree.
Not for me.
Switches,
Would you
please,
be
switches.
okay?
I'd say
as well.
most
Yeah.
of the time
Brian,
somebody
would you be okay
got.
with
I think that's just
around-
generalizing a very
around the
complicated
table
issue.
for the girls that
Especially
do,
people forced into it.
Hold
Would you
on.
be okay with the girls that are at the table that do work in the industry, like just by raising of hands, if you have had some kind of sexual inappropriateness in the past, molestation?
Well, I don't
or
even
rape
think
or
you're saying it's
whatever? I'm
only
curious
that
personally,
word.
'cause
I
I've
think
never
you're
been
saying
a
in
room.
general some kind of harm happened to them.
I'm not interested in having the sex work bad
Okay.
debate. It's boring.
Well, can I ask a question?
No.
How are you not? Because you don't classify yourself as a feminist, right?
No.
How not?
Because I believe that I believe in traditional marriage. I want traditional marriage. I believe in loyalty. I believe in faithfulness.
But
I
you want
to have
traditional marriage
children.
without without being a
if having
traditional
a
woman
job
and
and
without
having a
automatically being a traditional woman without.
If having a career makes me a non-traditional woman, then sure, call me a non-traditional woman. That's how we're losing elections.
Well, not even that. It's
Republicans, conservatives. Thank you. That's
No,
why we're driving
no, we
women
win.
more to the left.
No.
By chastising them for being individuals while at the same time being able to be mothers and being able to manage a household.
It's the married women who are voting Republican. They vote the same way their husbands do.
And why are there so many that are unmarried and are voting Democrat? Is it because of people like you that
It's
have
because
college
no, it's because
and
of
are
the
talking heads for the
College.
right, or
for
some
the
people
right. Yeah,
Some
so-
people would consider you that.
So you're taller.
So
Oh, I don't give a fuck about that.
I don't know. Just so you're taller.
Yeah. So anyway, the thing is,
Never mind if you can just.
yeah. So anyway, if you're asking about liberal Democrat women, the reason that they are is because of higher education rates in university. That's why most women lean more progressive than men do. That's why. And they don't have the same benefit of the same type of career. So men, they're dealing with sewer systems, they're dealing with lineman systems, they're dealing with heavy electrical systems. They're actually dealing with systems which are dangerous. They have some stake. They understand how systems work better generally, at least the ones that they live inside. They don't have the same university indoctrination that women do. Married women, on the other hand, tend to move towards their husband's politics and vote towards their husband's politics.
Okay.
So
we
the best thing for the
completed-
GOP would be to let or encourage marriage, especially religious marriage,
Okay,
not so
but you
much
can't
secular.
So let's talk in, again, realism.
Mm-hmm.
You can't force a religion upon a person, right? So how would you?
You can force the
outside-
ethics.
How is it that outside of religion you would convince a person that this traditional marriage situation is
It's not a
good for
traditional
them?
marriage without religion. What would make it traditional?
Okay, so a lot of people would disagree with you.
Okay, tell me what makes a
on that,
marriage
and-
absent. If you're saying tradition, what would make a non-religious
And by
marriage
the way,
traditional?
I personally believe that the person that I want to marry should believe in God. as
Yeah,
well.
but that's not my question. My question is...
But that is not negating the fact that there's other people that can be
How
married.
could it be a traditional marriage absent religion when traditional marriages were all done through the church?
Because we live in modern society.
Then it wouldn't be traditional marriage.
Okay, so why bother
would be
getting
something
legal?
else.
This is
What if
like
it has
the
the
argument
ethics of
that
a
we were
traditional
having at the
marriage?
beginning
Yeah.
of the show, which is again that then why not just get married for the show with a pastor in a church and not do the legal paperwork signing afterwards? You're operating in an
Awesome idea for you. You want legal marriage and through the state, and that makes no sense from your view.
It's what exists. It's not what I want. It's what exists.
You don't have to do that.
Brian's frustrated because we're going to go back to this conversation again.
Well, I want to be. I almost am just in this moment. I'm contemplating. Why don't we just get you guys a 1v1 debate scheduled for? Because I want to be fair.
Because
to
the
the
second they leave the room, they
love
never do the
that.
debate. That's why.
No, I think she. Well, I mean,
Are you kidding me? I will happily be back here for you, Andrew. I can't wait to do that.
You leave tomorrow, Andrew.
I will stay an extra
I
day.
can't. Yeah, I can't stay.
Andrew can't do it.
You can't stay.
You can't stay in the extra day. What time's your flight, Andrew?
Darn.
What time's your flight, Andrew?
I think it's like
My
10.
flight tomorrow is at
10
6
a.m.?
in the morning, and I'm
Oh.
here. And I
Do you want to extend
this,
a day?
so-
And we'll do a 1v1 debate,
All
and
right.
it will be firecracker.
No, I can't extend.
Oh, you can't extend.
No,
it.
I can't extend. I
Okay.
have somewhere
You
else
just
I have
book
to
it on
be.
the flight in the American app, you know?
He has other.
Oh, you
I have somewhere
other
else I gotta be.
He has other
tomorrow.
engagements.
Okay.
Well, we'll schedule it for a future time.
I
Not
love
to say
that
that you
idea.
guys can't engage tonight,
Okay.
but I do want to be fair, and I want to try
Promise,
to.
though, to invite me back.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
on our as long
Yes, I'll come
on
back
our
here.
end. We're good to go.
Great. Fantastic.
We'd love to have you back as long as you're fine with it.
Yeah.
Do you want to do
You
one?
don't seem as excited about that idea. Why is that, Andrew?
Because you're not a good debater.
You think so? I'm just got invited back.
Yeah,
So
well,
I think that would
think that's
negate
for
your
Brian's entertainment. But
Oh.
I think the second you looked at the camera and basically said that men need to serve women, your whole TPUSA FemCon thing was
No,
exposed.
I think men need to serve society, and as a result, you need to serve women to do that.
That is what she said.
Yeah, because it releases
Do
a
you not wanna do
chemical.
that?
Releases a chemical.
Vasopressin.
And that is the thing. By serving
Vasopressin.
women, that allows them to serve society.
No, it's what makes them happy to
Oh,
serve
it makes them
society
happy.
and their community.
They're happy to serve women.
Their community, yes.
But specifically, they get the chemical from the women.
They get the chemical
Yeah,
from action.
From making women happy.
But you don't plan, do you plan to create a community anytime soon or with your husband
I'm
ever?
a part of a community, one. I think communities are strengthened when there are marriages in that community with kids.
Do you want kids?
Yes, I want kids. I plan on having kids, absolutely. I'm going to have kids, and maybe in like probably 3 years I'll be back and introduce the
How many
little-
kids do you want?
Probably like 3.
And do you want to stay home with them for the first like 5 years or so of their life?
Yeah, more than that actually. I plan on doing remote work and also homeschooling and also having my passions and being at home because I want to be the person to instill
Let me.
values with them.
I understand. Let me.
I'd like
let
to
me.
add in on the men serving women and how it brings them happiness.
Oh my God.
You know what,
if
though?
you think about,
I'll fly Rachel back here. After the 25th, if she wants to debate with
Can
Rachel.
Rachel come
after the 25th. She can
Oh, that.
Keep going.
Okay, we'll figure. we
Okay,
can
so
coordinate.
when it comes to dating and having a long-term relationship, just in my own experience, I've noticed that when a man is able to help me get a task done, or
I apologize. I have to adjust your microphone. Can I have
Okay.
you tilt your microphone down and
Yes.
scoot it this way like 2 inches? I'm just doing some adjustments.
Yes.
Since you guys switched chairs, scoot the mic that way.
this way.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when the man is able to provide maybe a meal for me or help me with a task that maybe I typically don't like to do, like getting my oil changed or, masculine things that I as a woman don't really like, it feels good for the both of us because I'm allowing him to be the caretaker, the provider, the leader, and he is bringing that masculine energy to me and making me feel soft and feminine. So I can see the argument that when men serve women, they're happier.
Have you never had a man like pissed off at you for like letting, at least that happens with me like very often, that my boyfriend's like, let me do it, like let me carry
Yes.
it, let me grab it.
Yes.
And they almost get like frustrated that you don't let them do it or that you do it themselves.
Yeah, because
that is a man in their healthy masculine
Right.
energy, and we need more of those kinds of men for society. I wish we could like copy and paste.
feel
them.
like we're propping up men for being men, but when are we going to prop up women for being women? I feel like having
When women
children
become
is no
women.
longer popular. I feel like no, I literally don't mean this offensively, but people maybe like you or in your position, or women who have a really cool, powerful position or work really hard and make money, so money is power, right?
No, it's
Do you
just
look down
freedom.
on women for not going into the workforce, that just wanted to be, and maybe
Yeah.
you don't look down on them, but I feel
Yeah.
like it's popular and trendy, and it's kind of making people feel sad or bad about themselves for giving up and becoming a mother. And I feel like that's
hate
how
that.
society's
Yeah,
phrasing
and
it
I
nowadays.
hate that so much.
And I don't like that.
I really do respect women more than anything that decide to be full-time moms, like stay-at-home moms, being the person that cooks, cleans, looks after their kids, and does that full-time. Absolutely. I'm actually trying to get them more respect from the men who say, oh, she just stays at home and doesn't work. That is the point that I'm making here. She does work. In fact, she works round the clock, not just a 9 to 5, 8-hour shift that you clock in and clock out of. And so I want men to value that kind of work so that when they come into a union with a woman, they don't just think to themselves, oh, I'm going to pay for this stuff, and they're going to
I got to let
just
other
be at
people,
home,
I got to let other people come in at
Go
this
for it.
point. All right. Did anybody on the previous conversation, so basically, look, we were talking about, it originated one of your notes there. Basically, my position is I don't believe women who are not trad don't deserve, women who are not traditional do not deserve traditional treatment. That's my position. So traditional treatment would encompass chivalry. That would encompass paying for dates, observing the sidewalk rule, et cetera, et cetera.
But men don't want to do that.
What do you mean?
If you're not traditional woman, they don't want to do that for you if they have that knowledge.
They
that
still
you're
do
not.
it.
Yeah,
And
maybe
women
they're
still
nice.
expect
That's
it.
good. Okay.
So with all the things that I do as a non-traditional woman, though, I don't deserve that gentlemanly, chivalrous behavior.
I don't think you deserve it.
You don't really know me or what I do, but
Well, I mean, I looked online a little bit, so I have
which
some
is
understanding.
my online presence. So
Right,
it has
and that's-
nothing to do with
yeah,
who I
that's-
really am as a person and what I do for men. And our online personas are not us. I think as
hold on, that's
as sex
ridiculous.
workers.
That's ridiculous. That's
I would say it's a
part
piece
of your
of us.
life.
Yeah, no, it's
part
a
of your
piece
life.
of us. But we're not portraying our realities
I
on
don't
social
play
media.
character.
Yes.
I don't play character. I don't play character. I think some people do play characters, but
Well,
you really
especially as a sex worker, you can't just be like
I do.
yourself.
I do. I am myself. I am exactly who I am.
You don't ever play it up. You're always your most vulnerable, real self. You treat your clients just like you would treat like maybe a man that, yeah?
I mean, I don't lie about my positions.
Yeah,
Even though
I
Rachel
don't
thinks
lie.
I'm like
There's
faking this, I
boundaries.
swear to God, I'm
Yeah, I
not.
don't
There's
lie
boundaries.
either.
I mean, I don't tell them like what's like super ultra personal
treat them
things
like your
about like
friends,
health
though?
or
You don't treat
something,
them
but
like your friends.
I treat social media like basically like a friend. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a close friend that you're in person with and
I'm
sharing
very open.
real life ideas.
I'm very open.
Okay,
But that's
we
in
understand
personal conversations that you might be having with that
okay.
customer, not your portrayal online.
So
I think
immaterial.
I think
It's so
any-
immaterial to the conversation. Yes, some sex workers are playing a character. Some sex workers are genuine, and it's a fucking representation of them. That's besides the point. The point here is again, regardless of how much it encompasses your true self or whatever, by virtue of you being engaged in these sorts of things, I believe you're not holding up your end of the deal, of the trad deal. So I don't think, look, do men still do it? Do
on all
men?
these women.
Do men? What?
You're missing out.
Sex workers are really. What?
Being kind to all these women, you're,
Didn't say
you're
that.
missing out
It's not
on.
kindness.
I didn't say.
not all
I
men
said
are much
chivalry.
chivalry.
Respectful
Let me-
and chivalrous.
No,
But there's millions of other
just
women that are
chivalrous.
just the same.
Hold on, just chivalrous.
Relevant.
Oh my God, this fucking panel.
Not all humans are traditional. Like not
Agreed.
regard-
That's
regardless
fine.
of gender.
Then don't. then don't, if you're not a traditional woman, don't hold men to a traditional standard.
Some truly find joy in like reciprocating those values regardless if they're traditional or not. Like my boyfriend, for example, is he's very chivalrous.
So you want
but
your
I
cake
don't
and
think
to
that
eat it
every
too.
single man.
You can have traditional values too and not be fully
I
traditional.
was very transparent with him from the start, and I think that's why I get chivalry. Like I genuinely like sat there for 7 months and talked to him about like my boundaries and my values.
Stop. I've repeated myself multiple times. I acknowledge that women who are sex workers can still get chivalry. There's no dispute that there are men who will still do the most effective tactics available. So yes, there are still men. You could be the most degenerate woman ever and participate in a fucking bukkake gangbang every single day of your life. Some guy, yes, will do those traditional things, will pay for dates, will be chivalrous, etc., etc. That's not in dispute. What I'm saying is I'm looking like the chessboard. I'm talking about the chessboard. I'm talking about the landscape. I don't think you deserve it, and that's a separate conversation. Do you still get it? Does your boyfriend still pay for your dates and shit?
I don't think you deserve a good woman, but I mean, you might get a good woman to your standards. It doesn't mean that I don't think you don't deserve love or anything like that, but
Right,
like,
right.
you know what like, and
Okay.
we have
That makes
different
sense.
values on like what a good woman is too. So like, what like I think is a good woman might differ from your views.
Can I try like maybe a different approach? So the idea that Brian's talking about, when you talk about like kindness, things like that, kindness, being nice, maybe, various things like that. I think that reciprocating those, or what maybe we could just refer to them as manners, like having manners, right? You're nice, so I'm nice. You're polite, so I'm polite, right? You're kind, so I return a kindness. I think you have to separate and untangle those ideas from the idea of chivalry. Chivalry is the idea that men are going to go fight the wars if the draft comes. It's the idea that women are going to get the lifeboats. The idea that
serve women.
It's the idea that in general public, if there's a fire, the expectation is that they need to run in, right? That they used to be part of bucket brigades that did just that. Those are expectations that are more in line with chivalry. And so what Brian's asking, and I would just put it down to the core issue, is why men should have any expectation to do any of those things ever. If it's egalitarian and we have equity, why should there even be an expectation socially that men
They don't have
do?
to.
Exactly.
Expectation, but
What did you want in
should.
exchange for that?
Yeah.
That's what my question was when I was sitting over there. What is the expectation?
Yeah, so I think...
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So you want to ask us what do you so again, I guess I'll go back to this. If we can say men should.
No, men do, because they're the ones that set it up. Men are the ones that like run into buildings because they want to, and they're the ones that set up the lifeboat
from a
system.
dating lens, it's paying for first dates, sacrifice, provide,
so
doing all
what
those
is
things,
it that-
chivalry.
Yes.
That's what I was asking. So I'm asking if men should do X, Y, Z, what should women do?
I'm asking you what do you want them to do?
Men have
No, but
restricted
I'm-
women's growth in the past
I'm
a lot.
asking you the question.
I have an answer to that as well.
I'm asking you the question.
I
Stop
already answered
reverse.
it while I was
okay,
there, but
well
if you
we're going.
want, I
We're
can
starting with you
answer it
then.
again.
We're starting with you, and we're going to skip
Yeah.
you.
what am I answering then?
Okay,
Exactly. Oh,
if
what,
you can
what,
say, if you might
what is
say,
a virtue? In my opinion, like should a woman do to gain that chivalry?
if we say men should be chivalrous, should pay for dates, should do these things, what should women do?
Okay, so present yourself kindly, respectfully. Men are the leaders.
Men would do those things too. Wait, I ask you for what women should do, and you say men are the leaders?
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
fuck,
well,
actually,
that's why we have the chivalrous word for women, for men, and not for women.
I ask a woman, what should women do? And she says, men are leaders.
I mean, I open the door for
So
men.
something men should do. So, okay, men are leaders, something men should do. Thank you for answering the question. Oh,
Well, I'm just
shit.
saying, okay.
Thank you for the gifted. Oh, my.
Cut me off.
Oh, my God. Under dirt and soil.
We need a bottle of
What?
champagne. We need a champagne pop up.
It's not quite the threshold for the champagne, but under dirt and soil, 100 subs over there on Twitch. That's like $600, $700 or something like that. Thank you, dude. You're a fucking legend. I'm going to give you VIP for that. Hold on. What should women do?
I think that we should reciprocate based upon their preferences, depending if it aligns with our preferences as well. If if that doesn't make sense to you, I understand it's not how you were possibly raised.
Wait, can you straighten the mic so it's pointing straight at your face?
And then after that, I'll answer your question
Like that?
directly.
So, women should reciprocate. Let me ask you a question. Who should pay for first dates, men or women?
I prefer a man to pay for the first date, but if
That's
they
your
want to go
standard, right?
50-50, then I will go 50-50, depending on how the date goes and if I'm like feeling the vibe.
So the guy has to make up for it if he goes 50. Like he has to be way more attractive.
No, it's not about-
you'll tolerate 50-50.
No, it's not about like physical attraction does play a part. Like I think that like stands for everyone. I don't know if that stands for you,
In
but
the past 3 years, how many how old are you? You're 26?
Yes.
How many first dates have you been on your entire life?
I couldn't count, honestly.
100?
A lot, yeah. I've been on a lot of dates.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that I...
Do you, how often do you go 50-50? Or do they always pay? Mostly always pay.
I think that... I don't know. I went through a relationship where I was paying for everything, and I didn't like it.
Did he pay for the first date, even that guy?
He bought me pizza. Yeah, he paid for the first date, I guess. It wasn't really that great of a
I acknowledge that women can
date.
find themselves in non-traditional relationship dynamics, but I'm speaking in general of all you said you've gone on a lot of first dates.
They usually pay first.
They usually, but I'm confused. You say reciprocate. So the reciprocation in this instance would be if the man pays for the first date, well, I mean, reciprocation would just be going 50-50, I guess, or you would occasionally pay for first dates, I guess.
think
I mean,
acknowledging the wage gap that plays a part in society
what?
is important, honestly.
You probably out-earn all the guys you date. What are you
Not
fucking
always.
talking
Denying a
about?
wage gap, though?
Yeah, there's no wage gap.
There is no wage
There's
gap.
no
That's
wage gap.
totally fucking bogus.
It varies
There's a
depending on the
wage gap.
field.
No.
Well, how about your
There's a work
field?
gap.
Do women earn more than men as sex workers?
I
Depends.
think it depends on the sex
On
worker.
average.
Yeah.
There's a lot of male sex workers that don't like get investigated the way y'all investigate women's earnings, honestly. So I couldn't possibly say, but I've known male sex workers that have made way more than me.
Who's the male Sophie Rain?
I don't really watch.
You should ask a gay guy, probably.
Yeah.
It's actually fair.
We're not gonna know.
Pay for, I mean,
So they're both appealing to the same demographic, men.
I have a question for her, if that's all right. You've said that you were in a relationship where you paid for most of the dates with that guy, right? And that you didn't like it. Do you think it's because paying for dates or taking on that role makes you less attracted to the man? So if a man wants to be more attractive to a woman, they would at least be able to pay for a meal, right?
I basically felt like I was enabling him and like I was restricting him from growing by providing everything, and I pretty much was. He started to expect me to pay for everything, and I don't think that's
sexy, right?
W him. Good for him.
Yeah.
Really quick here, a couple. We didn't even do the intro. Holy shit, I totally forgot. Get ready to do the intro, Nathan. Can't believe I forgot this. Okay, here, just pull up Twitch right now, really quick. Guys, we have like 2,200 or something watching on Twitch right now, and we have like 14,000 people, about 14,000 people on YouTube. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch, drop us a follow, and then check if you have a Prime sub available. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. I'm holding the, oh my goodness, the chat is on fire. Oh my God, they're on fire! Holy shit! I'm holding the Twitch hostage. Nathan, if you can, on the StreamYard, here, pull that up. That thing I just pulled up, I already did it. Just let me see 3 more Prime subs, and
They're just popping.
Yo, guys, drop us a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. If you want to see more debates like this, those of you on Twitch, most Twitch streamers, they're playing video games. They're in their bedroom. They're playing Fortnite. They're playing World of Warcraft. Classic, by the way. TBC just came out. It's most people who do streams, not that there's anything wrong with that. There's not a lot of production time. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of production cost to just like stream video games in your bedroom. Not that I'm throwing shade at people who stream video games, but this is a more involved production. So if you guys can just show some support over there on Twitch. Also, we run minimal ads on Twitch. We do per hour of streaming on Twitch, there's only 3 minutes of ads. And we do that so that it's the lowest you can do to not have a pre-roll ad. So basically what that means is when you join the stream, you don't immediately get hit with a pre-roll. So I try to limit it over there on Twitch. So if you guys can just show some support, drop us a Prime sub over there on Twitch. If you have one, appreciate it, guys. You guys are fucking legends. You guys fucking killed it. Look at the follows. Let me shout a few people out. Villy, thank you for the follow. Cantaloupe Crusader, great fucking name. Thank you for the follow there. Cantaloupe Crusader, great name. K-Dog, thank you for the Prime. Guri, Bavaron, Meticulous, Zanku, thank you for the Prime. Thank you, everybody else. Don't have time to name all of you guys, but you guys are very kind. Thank you for the support. And then Nathan, go over to the very first one that we're going to do. I totally forgot to do.
Can I answer the question real quick when you're done?
Yeah, of course. Let me just do the intro really quick that I totally forgot to do. Guys, this podcast is viewer supported. A lot of our stuff gets demonetized, and we don't do a lot of sponsorships. So that we can continue to not be beholden to megacorp advertisers, please consider sending a tip through streamlabs.com. Instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Streamlabs messages get priority. To read a message during a break, we're not even doing reads. We're just doing TTS. TTS is $200 and up. That's Streamlabs only. There is a bit of a delay, moderation delay with the TTS, but we try to get them in pretty quickly. So $199 and up triggers TTS. You can also mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne. We also have crypto-only options. If you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo and Cash App. That is going to be, pull it back up, Nathan, if you can. Tab over. Yeah, that's going to be, that's Venmo, and then we have Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. We also have, let's see here, channel memberships. To become a member, you can click the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Also, I already brought up Twitch. Reminder, guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub over there on Twitch. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. We got some premium t-shirts, super comfortable, soft, lightweight fabric. You'll actually want to wear it. We don't print on shitty blanks. You know, a lot of this merch is just like super uncomfortable dog shit material that they print on, but we actually print on premium quality stuff. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, you can DM us over there on @whatever on Instagram if you want to be on the show. Follow us on x.com/whatever. Follow me on Instagram, Brian Atlas X Brian Atlas. Tab over. And follow my cat, April. Oh, wait, hide these. You got to hide. Shit. Okay, well, whatever. And tab over. Follow my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Iran, Venezuela, Middle East, Ukraine, immigration, ICE, abortion, fucking all this shit. That's don't worry about that shit. This is the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Absolute tragedy. These women are cutting off their parts. It's very upsetting to me. It's really I'm on a crusade. Anyways, so if you guys can't catch the full shows, we got the Clips channel. Links in the description for that. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Post our stream schedule. Pull up the thing in the stream yard. For the Discord, yeah, discord.gg/whatever. Behind the scenes, hate mail, research, studies, a bunch of other cool stuff. If you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord, and that's it. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay. So I want to answer your question because you've asked it a bunch of times and you feel like it's unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure. So I want to make sure that we get it right before I answer it so that I have it correct. Mm-hmm. We're going to untangle two ideas.
Yes.
Idea one is that chivalry and dating could be slightly different than what we see in the general population for chivalry, which is women get the boats, men get the draft, blah, blah, blah. Men are expected to run in the burning buildings, this type of thing. Can we untangle that?
Sure.
Okay, good. So I think that if it's the expectation that women want to have those additional privileges, your question...
The ones you just mentioned, the whole, like, the boats and the...
Yeah, all of that stuff. Women want to have...
Expectations? No, because men are the ones that set that standard themselves.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no reason for men to keep holding those standards up then.
There's no reason for them to want to, yet they still continue to do it.
Got it. Okay,
Yes.
so what my argument is just this. If women want to see chivalry, if they want to have men continue in those roles, then women need to take a back seat on authority, things like the right to vote, stuff like that. I think that if they, I think that if they move, I think that if they, well, only if it's, only if it's the case, only if it's the case that you want to see men continue in those functions. So if it's not the case that you don't want to see men continue in those functions, then fine.
I think they
but if
want
it is,
to continue in
okay,
those
hang on, let me make the
themselves.
argument, and then you can respond.
Yeah.
If it's not the case that you want to see them in those functions, then if it's not the case that you want to see them in those functions, then yeah, sure, you can girl boss all day long.
Okay.
But if it is, hang on, almost done. But if it is the case that you do, right, then I think that rescinding autonomy or rescinding authority to men is the benefit to men in that relationship.
Let's say I didn't want to continue to see men in those roles and have those expectations. Would they continue to do it themselves? Yes. Because they want to. Because strong men in our society do voluntarily take up those roles and do create those kinds of systems to protect women and children. So even if I was a
So why should they
feminist
continue
and
to do so, though?
Well, they want to do so.
But
I
let's
think,
assume-
and you're asking
yeah.
me why they should continue
Yeah,
to do so?
yeah.
Because they're playing their role in society, in a functional society, just like women are playing their role by being mothers, by maintaining households, by holding a community together, by
Okay, so then
making sure the kids
I understand.
are involved. And,
Yeah, so then men should always assume the higher risk.
Higher risk
yeah,
is
hang on.
completely
Just let me ask the question before you answer it. Men should assume the higher risk of things like the
In your opinion.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Do you have any risk ever of being drafted?
Just your opinion.
Do I have a risk of being drafted?
Ever.
No. Do you have any kind of risk that women go through, as in, the number one reason for female violence is men. So if I go outside right now, this is a perfect.
But hang on.
Wait, because you asked me,
God.
right? If I go outside right now, we're kind of in a sketchy part of California, right?
Vulnerable.
I am more vulnerable and at risk than you would be, yes or no, right?
Yeah, that would be
Correct.
indeed
So
the case.
I run more risks of just as a result of being a woman.
However,
Every single day.
but
And I hate that.
Okay, but those are
men don't
socially
understand that.
those are socially avoidable risks.
Socially avoidable by
Correct.
living.
Yeah, so
stay inside
hang on, chill out. Let me make the
Stay inside, don't
argument
go
and
out.
then
Correct.
respond.
Okay.
So the argument's just this. It is the case that if there is a draft and a man avoids the draft, right?
How often does that happen versus how often do I go outside?
Can I at least ask the fucking question?
Go for it.
If it is the case that a man is drafted, he avoids the draft, he goes to jail, okay? Your individualistic risk right now in Santa Barbara, walking around in the middle of the night, is almost negligible. If you take the averages and then only associate yourself with the average, I can say your risk is statistically higher than a man. Sure, that is the case. But why should men be punished for that?
Well, why are men punishing other men by being the ones setting up a draft system to send other men to war?
This is exactly
How is
my
that
point.
fault?
So my point would be, though, that if it was the case that we eliminated the draft,
Which I think
that
they should.
that actually
Which I think they should.
that actually would benefit you the least, right?
Say
that would
again?
benefit women
'Cause
the
I
least.
didn't hear the last part. Say that
That
again.
would benefit women the least if we eliminated the draft, right?
Why? How would it not benefit me if rich and elite, powerful men are sending other men to die for different?
Because
weird
if it's the
interests?
case that you're,
I don't want that, by the way. I want men to be here
Because if it's-
and not go
yeah,
out and
I
die
get it.
in
But if it is the
wars.
case that the United States is invaded, you may
Which
need.
is very rare because now we
Okay.
do innovations by technology.
It's just you won't even let me get the thought out.
Sure, I'll let you finish
I'm literally willing to let you finish your
Go
thoughts if you're willing to let me finish
Go
mine.
ahead.
So if it's the case, to answer your question, that we needed to levy troops quickly, right? What would be the best way to do that?
I don't think that we should levy troops quickly. I think if we are going to defend our interests here or abroad,
Yeah.
we should do it with the
But
technology.
what would be the best way to do
Kind
it?
of like the technology that we used when we invaded Venezuela that made them bleed out of their noses and ears and made them stand
That's
down.
a third world
because they-
shithole, but the
because they
question-
No, I'm talking about the technology.
You didn't
that they
actually answer my
used.
question.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. What
I'm
would be the
saying that they
best
didn't have
way?
to use
What would be the
bodies.
best way to levy troops quickly?
Why would I
Robot
want? I don't
troops.
want them to.
I
levy
didn't ask you what you wanted. I asked you what's the best way to levy troops quickly.
by
Build
paying
robots.
them.
By paying them.
There's always been a financial incentive
Okay.
to joining the military.
So you can.
Or do you think?
So you
people
think
sign
that
up
if you
to-
offer like
Now
a
you're
$30,000 lot,
Now you're interrupting
yeah,
me.
go ahead.
Do you think that men sign up to be in the military to do it for free, or there's
Of course, they get paid. Draftees get paid.
Yeah, you still get
Draftees get paid.
You still get paid,
Yeah.
and you also get your education paid for by going into the military.
So do draftees.
You get certain benefits.
Just
so
like
if you
draftees.
were to answer your question, if you wanted to get people together really quickly without needing a draft, then you pay them. So
yeah.
does that answer your
so
question?
here's the thing that's funny is
Okay,
like we've
what's
been
funny?
we've been through this, right?
Sure.
You can offer large cash incentives in order to levy troops somewhat quickly. I agree with this.
Yes.
But if you're in a major war where you're seeing actual significant casualties, which we haven't seen since basically Vietnam or before that World War II, guess what? Cash incentives, $20,000, $30,000 come back in a body bag doesn't work. So what do they then do? They do what? Levy what?
I'm not sure because I don't.
You're
see
not
that.
sure that they levy a draft when that happens?
I don't see that ever happening again in the future for any kind of reason. Do you? Do you?
Yes.
Robots
You do
now,
think so?
though.
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
You do think so?
We have drones and robots
Well,
now. We don't even need
The last
humans.
draft wasn't
Okay,
that long
well,
ago, of
let's-
course.
Well, this is
We're gonna
one
keep-
area where we're going to agree to disagree because I think that
You
we
think
do
it's
have-
impossible we'll ever have a draft again?
Yes.
Impossible.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll see
Can't we
who's
just
right 50
can't we
years from
just
now if you
switch the
invite me
humans
back.
out with robots since they're
Oh my
going to be
God.
better at fighting anyway?
No.
because you-
Why?
No.
We use robotics for
nervous.
so many other
Use
things.
drone strikes in a lot of
We're
modern
just
day
gonna have
war.
a bunch of robots running down the field.
Then what? I mean, what's?
Yeah,
then
why
we
not?
should.
I mean, it doesn't
Robots
even
are
have to be
like
a
running
robot.
Then we
off
should
of
just
our
get rid of
religious
draft
lives
laws,
already.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So then
We agree to disagree.
we
on
get
that.
rid of the.
Oh,
So we get
agree
rid
on
of.
that. We should get rid of
So
the
hang on. We
draft
get rid of the
laws.
draft laws, and then after we get rid of the draft laws, I just want to ask, like, should women still have privileges when it comes to Titanic's going down? They get the boats, and the children get the boats first.
I think that it should be equal, honestly. But
Equal?
regardless of me thinking that it should be equal, men, gentlemanly men, traditional men are always going to put the women and children first. That might not be you. It could be you. I'm not saying it's not. But gentlemanly men have been the ones who do that and decide that for themselves.
So then the idea here is you don't need to yield anything to the privileges for women in society because it is the case that men just really want to do that shit for you.
Yes. So I keep.
Okay.
Yes. So I keep going back to the question: what is it that you want from?
I
women
want a
in return?
rescindance of authority if you want to have privilege. Yes.
Okay. So how would you exercise that authority?
What do you mean? Well, we would just
On
do
a
it.
woman.
We would do it civically
Okay.
marriage.
How?
through like the rescindance of the 19th Amendment and various things like this.
So take away their.
Well, I'm not
right
taking
to
anything
vote
away.
By.
Wait a
so
second.
that-
Women, if this would be a social agreement. So yeah, so if the idea is socially in a social agreement, women want to retain privilege. They want to retain privilege of like lifeboats
No, I
and
just
like
want equality.
you don't. I get it, but
Okay.
if women do, if they want the idea of we have a privileged spot in society, we get gentlemanly,
It's always
we
been
get
like that
treated
throughout history,
gentlemanly, we get treated this way, we get treated that way, then it is the case that it was always the case that women couldn't vote either. Only post-vote did you start seeing the ideas of chivalry start to go out the window as egalitarianism and equality came in. So if it's the case that you just don't care about that, then we don't really have much of an argument because ultimately all you're saying is men really shouldn't do these things. I have no good compelling reason why men should do
No,
this.
I like for men to have the option to do it or not because then it shows me their character, and I'm. Gonna
Why would they
pick-
have lower character by not doing it?
Well, it is a personal
Just you.
opinion.
Yeah.
Think that they have lower character by not doing it, and so I'm going to.
Yeah,
pick,
but what would make that lower
I'm
character?
going to pick the guy that does.
Yeah, I
have
get
those
that. I get
chivalrous
that. But
values.
what would actually, in fact, make that a man of lower character?
I've said it's my opinion. Did
Do
I
you
not?
think that women
So-
deserve to vote?
Well,
I said
if
it's
you're
my
going,
opinion.
if
Do you
it
think
depends
all
on how you
people
want to
deserve to
structure
vote?
society. If you want to structure society with female privilege intact, then no. But if you want to structure society with complete equity and egalitarianism, which is what feminists want, then sure. Depends on how you want to structure society.
How do you want to restructure society?
I think it would probably be a whole hell of a lot better if you're going to maintain female privilege to yield authority. But if women don't want to give up or get back female privilege
Their rights to be
and
an
then yield authority, then what will end up happening inevitably is men are going to just take it.
I would absolutely hate to be in a system where you have authority
Why?
over women. And that is
Why?
precisely why.
What would happen in the system where I had authority over women?
I think that you would abuse that power.
How?
I think that
Give me a specific.
Sure. Historically, when people are in different levels of authority and don't have equality and aren't treated as equal human beings, and I'm not saying men and women are the same,
yeah,
let me finish.
yeah.
They should be treated as equal human beings. Like, let's say slavery, right?
Yeah.
They had, people were in a position of power, so what did they do? They abused that power. When when women could not be financially independent in this country, well, and this is very sad, but men had the opportunity back in the day to be good husbands, to provide for their families, to be loyal husbands, right? But since women didn't have the financial capability of escaping a marriage, right? Then they had to put up with cheating, with domestic abuse, domestic violence, and what is evidence of the fact that they weren't happy is that once they finally had the opportunity to be financially independent, they did, and they didn't continue to get married.
I understand. So then would you
get it?
Then would you say then, and I'll just wrap it up. We'll wrap it up in like very quickly, Brian. Okay, we'll wrap it up quickly.
I understand.
So the idea here is pre-women's suffrage, collectively then, if men are collectively not wanting to give women the right to vote, which they didn't, they were in fact abusing women.
They were what?
In fact, abusing women by not giving them the right to vote.
I think that they definitely abused their power by not being able to, by women not being able to
Is there
escape
evidence of that?
their parents, right, to be able to maintain them, or a husband.
Sure.
Those were the
I
two
understand.
options.
That's consistent.
Correct.
So then the idea here, would you refer to that collective of men who was oppressing by not giving that right to vote a patriarchy? Necessarily was that a patriarchy?
Not all.
Well, if it's collective, is that collective a patriarchy?
That system is absolutely a system
Of
where
patriarchy.
where men can be abusive to women.
And were they?
And
Is
I'm
that
not
a patriarchy?
saying that grandma, my grandma,
Yeah.
your grandma, whatever, wasn't
Can you repeat
happy-
my question?
Wasn't happy back in the day under that system because she could have had.
Was
a great
that
marriage.
system necessarily a patriarchy if women were not allowed to vote because the men collectively?
By definition,
Yes.
Was it a patriarchal?
A patriarchy,
society
yes.
Because women can't vote.
Yes, and men
I
are
think-
saying no.
Yes, I think that is a society that is patriarchal.
So you think it was good for women to get together and resist this patriarchy, right?
Get their right to vote and
Yes,
have a
by
voice?
resisting that
Yes,
patriarchy.
I believe that women did the right thing and fighting for the right.
Now, I'm just going to tell you this. The definition of feminism is the movement towards egalitarian by deconstructing and resisting the patriarchy.
Okay, so
Thank
if that's
you.
your definition.
No, that's the definition.
If that's your definition,
If that's the definition.
then call me a feminist. I don't care.
I'm going to. I did. You're a femcon. Yes,
No,
exactly.
You're a
no.
feminist.
Yes, you're a
Absolutely
feminist.
not.
Yes,
You are
100%.
because when you
1,000%.
say and Google feminists
Go ahead.
nowadays, you have the first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave.
What do they all have in common? They're resisting. If there's an oppressor-oppressed class and women are the oppressed class, who's the oppressor class?
First wave feminism was making
You
sure
didn't
that
answer
women
his
have
question.
an
If there's
equal-
if
there's an
an
oppressed
equal right to
class-
vote.
Wait, can you answer
If
his
there's an
question?
oppressed class and
what was
if there's
your
an
last
oppressed class and an oppressor class and women are the oppressed class, who's the oppressor class?
It would be men that don't allow women to vote.
It would be, and if men collectively,
good?
and if men are
Do you think
collectively
that's
not
good?
allowing that,
Do you think that's good?
I think patriarchies are great. And
Great,
if,
and that's why we're losing elections. Thank you.
to who?
You still didn't answer
We,
my
we got
question.
Trump elected.
Most women
People with
didn't
my
want the
view
right
got
to
Trump
vote.
elected.
No,
Women
people that would like
should
me
have
that
the right to
actually
vote.
did work on
Andrew?
the ground. helped
Oh
get
yeah,
Trump
I
elected.
did no work. It was all the TP. It was all you. You did all the work.
No, I'm saying I had a part in that, but
Yeah,
thanks.
we all had a part in
Thank
that.
you.
But the point
You
is
did not.
like
You drove
we all
women
had a part in getting him elected. Thanks.
No, you did. You drove women away from getting him elected. By
Okay,
having
we
these
drove
kinds of
women, which
opinions.
must be why he was getting so many female votes from married men. But what do I know? Just the
Sure,
stats show it.
sure,
But in any case, if that's the case, you want to resist the patriarchy.
I don't want to resist the patriarchy.
You do. That's by definition
but
you
if
do.
it's your version of the patriarchy, sure.
No, what do you mean my version?
I never want my daughters to live in a society where they have no voice. And I don't think you would want your daughters to live in that either.
Equal to
vote? They always had, women always had a voice. If women didn't have a voice,
you have no voice.
Hang on, can you explain something to me?
If you don't
If women didn't have a voice before they got the right to vote, how did they get prohibition passed?
Oh, by being nagging. By being people like me.
Wait, they had a voice? So they had, they had a voice?
That you find extremely annoying.
So they had a voice?
They
had a voice.
They collectively got together.
Because they had a voice.
And organized within themselves.
Because they had a voice.
They didn't have a voice.
How did they get it passed?
Are you talking about could they speak? Are you, just...
Yeah, how did they get an amendment passed before they could vote if they had no voice?
They had a voice that wasn't recognized.
Because they did it through leverage, right?
Oh, so they had a voice.
No, they actually were bad, rebellious wives. So we're not going to cook for you. We're not going to clean for you. We're not going to do all this stuff. We're going to stop society from moving forward unless you give us a right to vote.
So they had a voice and men listened to them?
So they had leverage and they forced the hand.
Okay, so then they had political power.
Are you trying to redefine
So they had
history?
political power without the 19th? That's so weird.
So that's...
How did women have all this political power without the 19th?
You think that's how you want women to do things
I think that
nowadays?
women always...
You want your wife to get you to do things
You're making
by
my
like
point.
being a nagging wife?
Oh no, you're making my point for me. My point is that women had women collectively had a collective voice, and they collectively had leverage, and they were looked to for issues of moral certainty. What they were not looked to was for being political cogs or having any space in that wheelhouse. They had their own.
Yeah.
But to say that women weren't listened
So
to,
you don't
hang
believe-
on, to say women weren't listened to say that women had no voice, to say that women had no leverage, women couldn't get their will passed before they could vote, even though they got an amendment passed. One of the stupidest amendments, by the way. They had to get rid of it.
Help us win
They had to get rid of
That
it.
is fantastic. You are so great for this movement.
I am. I'm fantastic.
I love
We
it.
need more feminism.
I love it.
I wish we had more feminism and resistance to the patriarchy. That's really great for conservatism. Prenups and feminism. Oh, no religion. What a what a conservative movement.
Maybe not for you.
What a great conservative movement.
Women,
yeah.
That is in our favor.
How is it better for women?
You really
Women's
seem to
happiness
be
rates have
crashing out.
crashed.
Yeah, you
crashed.
Really, you really seem to be crashing out there. I think that I can convince the girls here to vote for common sense conservatism and a republic.
Well, yeah, it's just liberal. You're just giving them feminism.
We're talking about rhinos at this
versus
point?
if you tried to make an argument for them voting for whoever you're supporting, I don't think that they would be.
You know what?
likely to do
I
that.
actually agree with
Yes
this
or
point.
no?
Listen, I 1,000%
Okay.
agree with your point that if you sell feminist on feminism, they'll vote how you
No,
want. I totally agree with you. 1,000%. Tell all the feminists to be feminists. They're definitely going to agree with that.
No,
yes.
I'm saying that women should have equal value to men and an equal voice to
And
men.
resist the patriarchy.
If that's what you call resisting
Gotta
the
resist that
patriarchy,
patriarchy.
then call me a feminist.
One sec here. Let me
Alright,
let
I'm
the
all
chat.
good.
Just the fact
Yeah,
that
I
she
just
did
wanted to
vote for
finish.
Trump, though,
Hold on.
means that she's not a feminist.
No.
No. Trump is not a feminist.
A lot of what are called TERFs voted for Trump. Those are trans exclusionary radical feminists. They're the most avid feminists, and they voted for Trump for one specific issue, because they were trans exclusionary. They were pissed off that transgender men, well, they were actually men, right? But trans women are going into their sports leagues, kicking their teeth in, bashing their faces in, kicking the shit out of them, right? So they actually had a small movement which was pushing back, saying we will put Trump in office because he's going to make a mandate there's only two genders. And guess what he did? Made a mandate there's only two genders. Trans exclusionary radical feminist went right to their agenda. So like, no.
Doesn't make him a feminist.
hold on, hold on.
Right. One
That's a
thing
very
does not make him
small
a feminist.
percentage
Hold on,
of
really quick.
feminists.
Didn't say he was a
Really
feminist.
quick,
Why do you
really quick.
want it?
I said that you
Hold
can't
on.
say by definition a person's not a feminist because they voted for Trump. That's silly.
Really
I
quick,
don't think that's silly.
just because it came up. By the way, based Justin, I'm sorry I missed your TTS. Here's what I'm going to do for you because I missed it. I'm going to let it come through. If you want to send in one for the minimum threshold for me to be able to see it for 10, I'll treat that as a second. I'll do it as a read or as a second TTS if you want because of I missed it. That was my bad, based Justin. Sorry. But question, since it just came up, what is a woman? Starting with you.
So great.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
A woman is an individual human that was born with and has female parts and organs and a reproductive system, unless there was some sort of health issue in the matter. I guess that's a real woman. A real woman.
So are
a
trans-
biological woman. A biological woman to me.
Are trans women women?
It slipped. Freudian slip.
I'd say that's a very nuanced question, but yes, I do believe that trans women are women. I just don't believe that they are the same as biological women.
So how are they women?
Hold on, your answer.
I genuinely agree with that. I don't think that
Here, as we're going around the table on these questions, don't be like, I agree with this
Start
person.
fresh.
Just restate your own position.
Yeah, I think a woman is someone who is born with the anatomy, but I don't think that it's right to invalidate transgender women. And, I try to keep an open mind about it, but realistically,
But what is a
logically
woman?
speaking.
But what is a woman?
A
If you had
woman?
to define it.
I couldn't put a definition to what a woman is. I'm not necessarily someone with a vagina, I guess. But
Would
at the
you
same
include?
time,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Can
go on.
oh, well,
You were gonna ask
like the
something.
post-operative men, trans women who have they're post-op trans women. Do they have a vagina? Is that a vagina?
It's a cosmetic vagina.
It's a cosmetic vagina.
Yes.
So could I put a cosmetic vagina in my armpit? And is that a vagina?
I don't think you can.
I cannot.
Why couldn't you?
I'm sorry.
You need to turn the penis inside out to
I think
make
you
it
could-
the vagina.
could- I think you could do
Take
it.
his off, put it on his
We
armpit.
move.
If you'd like, I
think
guess.
you could do it.
We
You could
move
try.
They can these days for sure.
Yeah, we could
Does that
move.
not sound insane to you?
Here, your answer to the question: what is woman?
Insane in reality.
I think the surgery is greedy.
A woman is somebody that was born with reproductive female parts. There are only two genders. A woman is somebody that menstruates, meaning they have the four parts of the menstrual cycle, which I'm curious if you guys know, since this is a dating show and it is the essence of being a woman. But yeah, that is a woman. Do you know? Actually, yeah, I'm curious.
There's luteal phase and.
What are the
something-
other? What
I
are
don't
also-
fucking know, but
that's
what?
basics to being
There's
a
also-
woman, right? And this is
This is
since we're
like-
talking about.
Well, but
what
it's
is-
not. There's
you have a wife,
you-
you should
no,
know.
it's not.
but
You
hold
could
on.
say
So
you.
you
Hold
don't
on,
know
wait.
the
Just
basics
I
of
gotta
being
keep
a
things
woman.
on fucking track. Answer the question.
I would just say being a woman is the polar opposite of being a man, like anatomy and yeah.
What is that?
I think being a woman is being a person that was born with female reproductive systems.
A woman is if you were born a woman at birth, whatever God chose for you to be, you're either man or woman.
An adult human female.
I would say a woman is someone that represents or puts out feminine traits and dresses femininely. So I do believe that trans people can become women.
So if I dressed in a feminine way, I could be a woman.
Yeah, if you wanted to be.
Okay, you?
A post-pubescent human being with XX chromosomes.
Okay, you? And if you want to weigh in, I guess you can. Oh, well, just give the answer. Okay, goddamn.
Okay. If you're.
It's really not that
A
hard,
woman-
guys. Just somebody fucking
A
talk.
woman is a person that's been born with a vagina, and it's invalidating to women for men to try to take on that role.
I
So don't
disagree.
invalidate women.
I disagree.
Yeah, a woman is a woman who's, born a woman. It's kind of self-evident.
Okay, Base Justin, your TTS coming through.
Based Justin donated $200. Feminist is as feminist does. The proof is in the pudding. Being single without kids at 32 after apparently pursing
Oh
at
my
least
God, I
7
should've waited.
track on men
Of course
while
I
more
fucking play it when
attractive
she's
than
gone.
most. Self-reflecting.
I'll play it again, bro. I didn't fucking read it. All right. I have to wait for the other TTSs. She's gone.
Can I make one statement?
Hold on. Let me read these. Hold on. These are all related to her. Is this related? Greetings from Bavaria. Poor misguided victims of degenerate feminist propaganda like Chair 3 are given multiple podcasts or channels on German state media, which we are forced to pay for. Unfortunately, be glad it's not the case in the USA. Question for Andrew. Emigrate from EU, yes or no?
Yes. EU is being taken over by them. It's being taken over by, well, it's being taken over by Muslims, let's be real. It is.
Not Europe anymore.
But you know what? We need based people like Ari to remain in their the fatherlands and the motherlands to repel the threat. We can't cede Europe. We can't cede Europe, Andrew.
But here's the thing.
We need them to fight for their country, Andrew.
You have to stop. 'Cause remember, she said that no men should be drafted and that there's no obligation for men to do anything like that. They just want to. So if that guy doesn't want to stay there and fight off the hordes for his women, he should come here and party.
That is a fair point. You do raise a fair point. You know, what are the men fighting for?
Yeah.
What are the European
You're
men?
fighting for the, what's the chemical called?
Vasopressin.
Oh, you're fighting for the vasopressin so that you will feel better about yourself.
No, I mean, you do raise a good point, though. It's like men fought to protect what they had, but what is there now to protect?
Yeah.
A bunch of purple-haired, angry, septum-having, feminist, misandrist women who have complete contempt for men.
No, even the femcons are worse.
The femcons?
The femcons are 10 times worse. The idea is like, you just...
We're not talking about it.
You just want to do it because it makes you feel good.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but in the EU, didn't they recently make the draft for men and women?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but you know what's really funny about that?
Wait,
or maybe they were talking about
Let me have Anya come in. Go ahead.
So basically, who was it that asked, like, oh, if she was a feminist, why would she vote for Trump? Somebody asked that.
I said that.
Okay, so there's basically this ideology in men called the sneaky fucker syndrome, or sneaky fucker, but they call it sneaky fucker, whatever. That basically men will pretend to be feminists so that women will sleep with them.
Yeah, it's a mating strategy.
Because most women want, or not most women, but so basically, I think women have started to do it on the opposite end, where they're doing the sneaky fucker syndrome, where they're pretending to be feminist, but pretending to be con, but still holding their feminist values, as we see Chair 3 doing, and just calling themselves conservatives while not actually being conservative and still being feminists, but voting in the same way so that their husband or their boyfriend or other men are like, oh, you're a trad, so you must be a good woman.
Look, Europe is not lost yet. Europe is not lost.
Yeah, but what are they saving it for?
Can I say something about the feminism thing?
Sure.
I think our friend from the TP USA, I think she's like feminist propaganda, to be quite honest with you. As if every woman in the world is in her position just because they've chosen to go out and get a job. It's just not attainable. So for liberalism to promise me a fancy job in an office, you know, it's... So far, it hasn't happened. I don't know a lot of people that it has happened for. It's very rare, and you have to be from a very wealthy family, or take out loans and debt go to a really good school that's really hard to get into and hard to pay for, to get a really nice job somewhere. And so it's just propaganda. And I understand why you call her a feminist, you know, because she's the ideal form of what people have been trying to sell us on what feminism is. But most of feminism is at this table right now, and it's selling our bodies over the internet.
Disagree.
Okay, hold on. I am letting this come through. This is for you.
Justin donated $200. Feminist is as feminist does. The proof is in the pudding. Being single without kids at 32 after apparently pursing at least 7 tradcon men while more attractive than most. Self-reflect much?
Quick response to this.
Quick response is, do you really think I don't have a choice to be married right now with kids? Me of all people.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have nothing but good, high value, conservative
Into the mic.
conservative men to, you know, choose from. But I also have a boyfriend, and he is that exactly. And it's just taking our pace in making, you know, and doing those official things.
Are your eggs frozen?
No, what the heck? My eggs are fine. Thank you for asking. That's so weird.
I don't think it's weird.
Okay.
I think that's
like 33 a
They're fine. In fact, I'm
pregnancy?
glad. You know what? Since you brought up the subject, actually.
Nope.
Yes, you did.
No, you're not going to
Never
fucking
mandated
hijack the show.
Blonde femcon, shut the bunnies up. Quit giving main character and act like you control the convo. You've not answered one question directly yet. Get the ball gag, one of the others have to help.
I left the
Thank
gag
you for the
at
message,
home.
Birdman.
Sorry.
This is below the threshold, but I'll just read it. Guys, we're just going to do 200 and up, okay? I'm starting to think the feminist liberals hired at TPUSA are fake conservatives had it out as fake conservatives had it out for Charlie. Okay.
So
Well, you don't work there anymore, right? You're ex
No.
TPUSA?
No, but I'm very proud of my time at TPUSA and at Turning Point Action.
When
and
did you
I think
leave?
They're proud of the work that I did there as well. But since you're mentioning eggs, it's scientifically proven that when men's sperm and defective sperm is the reason why we have the most miscarriages and also genetic abnormalities in men. So women's are born with all the eggs that they're ever going to have in their life, regardless of their lifestyle choices. However, men,
Fertility
the quality,
declines over age. It's the same for
after
women.
the age of 35, the amount of eggs absolutely does go down, but the quality doesn't. However,
That's not true. That's
yes,
not
it
the
is,
key.
and that is
Wait, stop.
However, for men,
Stop. You're not gonna.
the quality-
You're not just gonna filibuster the entire fucking episode. So, the reality
Go for it.
is we're not strictly just talking about if your claim is it's strictly the egg quality.
No.
There's other components to pregnancy. Like the reality is, as women get older, the chance of
That's a reality.
The chance of miscarriage increase. There's other potential
But
complications.
the worst factor in miscarriages is a low quality in men's sperm.
I think this is a bit
And we were
dubious.
talking about
This is
freezing
completely
eggs.
dubious.
I know you
egg
probably
topic.
don't know about this, but alcohol is one of the primary reasons for having genetic abnormalities. And then a woman's actual pregnancy, like whether she has morning sickness, whether it is a good
This
pregnancy,
is why the Irish are dumb.
a good pregnancy or a bad pregnancy is very dependent on the lifestyle the man had before they conceived in the first place. This is factual science, and anybody watching can look this up. And I hope
Yeah, it's better. Hold on, it's better for both men and women to have children when they're younger. I agree with you that sperm quality declines over age.
But
more
because of lifestyle
God, bro.
choices.
But what about women?
I
What
make
if women
one
have
comment and it has to be
bad
an entire
lifestyle
separate
choices?
conversation.
What if women have bad lifestyle choices? Wouldn't it be like valid on both points? Like if they both
doesn't-
were,
Actually, if a woman
their
has a
bodies.
minatrix during pregnancy,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
way
You know?
worse than if
Yeah,
a man
their body definitely would not handle pregnancy as well, but it doesn't affect the quality of their eggs because they're born with the eggs that they have. Does that make sense?
So if you're doing
Whereas-
heroin and doing all this shit,
Really
that has
bad.
zero impact on egg
Oh,
quality.
absolutely. But do you know, since again this is a dating podcast, what is the average cycle of a man to produce a new, let's say, batch, to put it politely?
I don't know, 2 weeks maybe.
No, it's actually 90 days. So if you want a healthy batch before conception, you need to be cleansed for 90 days. No alcohol, try to get healthy, try to get in shape,
Okay.
so that a woman can have the healthiest pregnancy possible and you have a great, baby with the best genetic potential.
Yeah, that's
so
great.
it's crazy that you don't know this and we're on a dating show, but that's why I'm
how
here,
would-
because I want more people to know this.
When did I don't understand if we're going to just do a pop quiz like, oh, you don't know this very specific thing about like physiology.
Well,
how does that even pertain to dating? I'm sure there's certain
Yes.
things that you aren't aware of, like male bodily function or even female bodily function
I try to
that I
learn.
could.
Yeah.
So, are you
ask
an
me.
expert in all physiology?
I actually
God,
care
you're so
a lot.
obnoxious. You're actually
I'm
obnoxious.
sure I am to you.
Probably to the vast amount of people too. Yeah, no, it's just.
And your
ooh.
followers too, for sure.
Yeah, but I don't understand how because I have a dating podcast, does that mean I need to be like a complete expert on physiology?
Well, no, absolutely
okay,
not.
so what's your point?
Well, my point is that this is something that has to do with dating and relationships between men and women. Like, what is a woman? What is a woman's, menstrual cycle like? What are the 4 phases of it? I think that's the essence to being a woman. In this podcast, historically, you guys ask questions that have nothing to do with dating, like, when was the World War I and what decade was it in the World War II?
Yeah,
what decade was it, right?
We hit all kinds of topics.
Gotcha questions that have nothing to do with dating. But the questions I'm asking have to do with the basics.
It's called the Whatever podcast. We talk about whatever and primarily dating.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, but
and sometimes we have fun segments that go into different genres. I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, I'm just saying that I think the questions I asked in relation to.
But some of those things actually don't make much sense. So for instance, you said that the whole reason for this is because of how it pertains to being a woman, what a woman is.
Yes.
But you would admit that you can have women who don't have any cycles at all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then they're still women, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So then
sure,
when you
but are you really going to
when you point that out, so hang on. So when you point that out, right, you're not going to say that women who have no cycles aren't still women. And the problem with those arguments, and these are particularly
now you're sounding like a feminist.
These are the particularly bad ones. The opposite. These are the particularly bad ones, which come from my side, the right. Unfortunately, is that the left will endlessly reduce this, and I could do it for you right now to show you how they'll endlessly reduce it. Which is why you have to actually have the good answers for this, for what a woman actually is. That Walsh did not, unfortunately. He was close, though.
Are you talking about Joe Walsh?
Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So when you say these things, you're like, well, I'm just only saying this because that's what it pertains to being a woman. It's like, no, you can be a woman and not have any of those things, actually.
Okay, so look at you sounding all feminist.
That's not feminist. You would agree with me that that's the case, right?
Yes, I agree
then
with
that's
you
not
that that's
feminism.
the case. But I think for the vast majority of women, having a cycle is what makes the essence of being a woman, the pain that we have to endure during our menstrual cycle, and the fact that it is beneficial for men to know that information, because then you know how to act around a woman during different phases where she has more energy, less energy. Do you know, for example, how many days out of a woman's cycle she can actually get pregnant? Because I'm against birth control.
Who fucking cares? Holy shit. Sorry, reclaiming my time.
I don't believe
reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming your
You're
time,
done.
or you don't want to answer.
But I'm just
Brian.
It's not. You've hijacked the fucking conversation.
This is why I need to
Here,
come
let me
back.
ask the panel. Do you feel like she's hijacking the conversation? Show of hands.
I think we have a choice to speak up as well.
Yeah, but it, like she will, like, I'm the host. When we're going around on a question, answer the question, let somebody else speak.
Well, this one was my fault.
I think she has a lot to say.
Because I did actually.
It only gets intentional,
I did
right?
actually point this out.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional, but it is a lot.
But yeah, the thing is I'm just pointing out that if you have an exception here, the exception will be used. They'll say, well, that's an exception to the rule. But if you're calling that a woman, then your definition can't be correct. That's why I'm always going, okay, well, we got to really critique the argument to make sure we got the right one.
Yep,
because while you could say this is in the essence of a thing, it's like, so is it the thing?
Yeah.
And it's not the thing.
No, I also mentioned having female bodily reproductive parts. And
But you would agree that.
about the
But you would
phases.
agree there too
We're
that
so off track,
you don't need to
guys.
have any female reproductive parts to be a
so
female.
off
Can we get a new
track.
question?
We're so
then
off
in that
track.
case, they would probably be somewhere like, that's a medically abnormal example that you're giving.
Well, there's only two genotypical paths you can
Well,
take.
actually, it's called Klinefelter syndrome, and you can have an XXY chromosome. So you have both male and female.
That's correct. Klinefelter syndrome, though, would not dictate sex and never has. So you can have males who have a double X chromosome, but they're still male.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just like you can have females who have a Y chromosome, so you can't use that either.
I'm glad we're
Which is
discussing
why you
that.
have to utilize the genotypical pathways.
What's your point to all this? My point was
Let me move it
to.
on.
Okay, go ahead.
Go
My
ahead.
point is that I can reduce your position to nonsense, and that's why it's
No, my
those
position
bad
is
arguments
you guys
from
don't
the
know
right.
the basics of women, and I think we should start there on a dating
the
podcast.
Basics of women.
Yes.
So a man who doesn't know the names of the luteal phases, which, by the way,
Men
is
in
sort
happy marriages and relationships know their women's phases. Trust me.
That's true.
They don't know what the luteal phase is, though.
Do you know
Them
what it
knowing
is?
that their woman's on her period has nothing to do with knowing what it's called.
You're
Okay.
less of a
Come
man
on.
if you don't know the the biological or physiological phases of a woman's menstruation or periods.
No.
You're less of a man because
No,
of that.
but you do get
That's
brownie
completely-
points.
I don't
with
think you're
women
less of
for
a
knowing
man,
that.
but it does help you within the relationship and the dynamic if you know what phase you're wife or girlfriend is going through, because then
she's always in the I'm going fishing phase.
You'll have either more patience for her because she is PMSing, or you will know that she's going to be really horny this week because she is in that ovulation, right? It kind of sets you up for success knowing what phase you're
correct.
You're
And it's also why I think women don't need birth control if they plan around their cycle. And so the way to do that, and I'm sure this is a position you as conservatives probably agree with, not being on hormonal birth control because it's bad for women. The way to get off of that is by tracking basal body temperature.
Read the fucking room, lady.
Read
the fucking room.
There's actually
why are we talking about?
There's a much more.
Here, let me be the host.
Go for it.
You're the panelist.
Go for it.
Now you want to shift it into
what is a woman?
As conservative men, you should be aware of the birth control and. Let me host.
Okay.
You're not the host.
Nope, I'm
Be
not.
a panelist.
Yes, I will.
Stop trying to direct the conversation, lady. Do you wear the pants in your relationship?
I don't. I have a man who is
you fucking
extreme.
walk your boyfriend on a fucking leash. I bet you fucking
I
peg
don't.
that guy.
It's gonna
you
be-
fucking peg that guy. You're fucking conservative
So
here.
did we just finally cross the line where you assume things and try to insult
You've
me
assumed
or
things. You've been doing
my
it all night.
boyfriend
You've been doing it all night.
because you can't have
You've
a
been
good
doing it all.
argument.
No, because you've been incredibly disrespectful
No, I have
and
not.
rude. Yes, you're trying to be the host.
Tell me one disrespectful thing.
You ought to defer to me. You ought to defer to me as the host.
Go ahead, but I ask specifically because I don't want to be rude. Can I ask this? Can I ask that? And then go ahead. But if you tell me, if somebody else speaks or answers that question, I'll leave the floor to you. I want an entertaining podcast. I think we're getting a lot of views and subscribers.
Yeah, but I want to be.
result.
Yes, entertainment is great, and it is entertaining having you and Andrew debate. It would probably, for the viewers, frankly, the most entertaining thing would be for you guys to talk for the next 4 hours. That would probably, no offense to the other panelists, that would probably be the most entertaining thing. But I need to balance that with the fact that we have 8, 9, 10 other people here who I would like to involve in the conversation.
Go for it.
And who could also perhaps provide some entertainment.
Go for it.
Except
Could
for
you ask another question?
Next question.
That's what I'm trying to do. I have 2 chats that I need to do here real quick. Hold on one moment. We have Siri. Oh boy, what's this gonna do?
Siri donated $200. Hi, I'm Siri.
Hi, Siri.
Hi, Siri.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to remember where we kind of left off. I think really
you had asked the question, "What is a woman?"
I did ask that. I mean, I don't know if we fully finalized on the conversation. I was going around. I would like to hear answers from the remainder of the panel. So the question is, if we can say men should, what can we say women should?
Well, I don't think it's always practiced, but be submissive to the guy. If he's practicing I can't say the word, chivalry.
Okay, so the woman should be submissive.
Chivalry. Then if in return, then submissive to the man
Okay,
if he's
what about you?
practicing that.
I think, for me at least, I try to fill the gap as much as possible. So whether that be like cleaning his house or just basically doing whatever I can to like make up for the fact that he's doing all this stuff for me, like opening doors and paying for dinners and stuff like that. I just try to be as nice and as submissive as possible.
Submissive and chastity. I mean, you should let the man lead and, play your role too. If you want a traditional way of living, if you believe in that, then you should kind of go by those rules.
Submissive, nurturing, deferring to him on decisions.
No. That can't be the angle, Nathan.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Nurturing in the family, loyalty, getting pregnant.
Go ahead.
I think if a man is chivalrous towards me, and what I can do in return is look my best, be a really focused partner and on their needs, since they're meeting my needs. And I would also say I can give back, right? So if they're being chivalrous toward me, I can get them small gifts. I can create ideas for our own dates. That way there's like a back and forth.
I think women should be respectful towards men. That's what I think. I know that's not the question, the answer you want.
Yeah, being respectful towards the man, being respectful towards yourself, helping with cooking as well as cleaning, childcare, childbirth if you're in a long-term committed relationship where the family is the goal. Ideally, that would happen.
Okay. I tend to agree with some of you. I think if men should be chivalrous, women should be submissive. Women should defer to men's leadership. If women want men to be leaders, women should be followers. Women should defer to their men's leadership. In addition to that, I think women should be, I think there's a term in the Bible, Andrew, you'll have to helpmeed?
What, a helpmate?
Helpmate, I think.
No.
Or am I thinking of something else? But essentially, the woman should cook, woman should clean, et cetera, et cetera.
Should not be vexing.
Yes.
That's it.
Not nagging, not
everything else.
not quarreling.
Everything else falls under that.
No,
vexing.
Not vexing.
What
exactly.
is that word?
Vexatious, like.
It's like you could associate it maybe with running down or causing trouble, causing havoc, causing problems within his life. Basically, deferring to herself instead of to him. That would be vexatious.
So selfish or not thinking of the other person.
Yeah. I mean, they're not quite synonyms, like selfishness and vexing. Vexing would be like a synonym would be more like pain in the ass.
Okay.
That would be more
Rudely going against.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
All right. Next topic. We have. You know what we're gonna do? Yeah, we'll do this. Mary Jane.
Yes.
That's you. A disagreement you have with the show is age gap relationships.
Yes.
You're against them for a multitude of reasons. Why is that?
Because of the natural imbalance that can happen within a age gap relationship for both genders. Naturally, someone who's much older is going to have more education, they're going to have more life experience, they're going to have a bigger income, and because of that imbalance, there is a higher risk for abuse or manipulation. That's why I'm against them. And I will add that I am a child of an age gap relationship. My father is 19 years older than my mother. And I have several family members that are in age gap relationships, and I have seen them negatively be affected by them.
Should your parents get divorced?
Yes. My mother was 21 when she divorced my father.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, okay. Not were they divorced? Would you recommend that all of your friends who are in age gap relationships get a divorce?
I think it depends per relationship and the amount of age that the gap is. So, for example, if it's 10 years or younger, that's
so
fine.
let's say you had one that are in a 15-year age gap relationship, a friend.
Mm-hmm.
They've been married for 5 years, and they have 2 kids together. Would you recommend that they go ahead and get divorced?
If the woman is being any kind of abused or isn't...
Well, no, she says that she absolutely adores him, and he says the same thing, and they have kids together, and they seem happy. Should they get a divorce?
Then I wouldn't recommend a divorce if they're happy.
Then age gaps themselves are not the problem then.
I would still say it's a problem just because of all of the reasons I listed earlier of like the older person having a power imbalance.
What is the power imbalance?
Like I said, they have more money, they have more life experience. It's
What if
easier
they
to
don't,
manipulate the younger person into believing, okay, I'm this perfect like partner that's going to, do all of these things for you, and then in the end they're maybe like not paying all the bills. You're trying to make sure that you're staying home.
But can't that happen in an age similar relationship?
Okay, I can give you a perfect example. My mother immigrated here with my father at 18, pregnant with me. My father was the provider. My father went out and worked. But a lot of times the lights would go out because he wasn't paying the electric bill. Mm-hmm. He was gambling. My mother, it wasn't until my mother started speaking full English and was able to go get a job that we were able to reliably stay in a home.
What does that have anything to do?
Those things could manifest themselves in an equal age relationship.
Well, that's also culturally informed. So they were coming from which nation?
Lebanon.
Yeah, so there it's very
where
common.
age gap relationships are very
Yeah,
common.
not only very common, but so are incestuous relationships, right?
Yes.
Also very common.
Cousins get married there.
First cousins.
Yes, yes, they
so
do.
the thing is like the idea of having the cultural information, being culturally informed. Don't you think that here in the United States there's a huge distinction between, they're 16, 17, 18 in Iran and they're marrying a 30-year-old, because that's part of how they keep legacies together with their first cousins or whatever, and various things like this. And I live in the United States and can freely choose who I'm with, and I have very different cultural information.
But those kinds of marriages happen here too.
No,
17-year-olds get married,
yeah, but
18-year-olds
they're not
get married.
usually they're not arranged marriages.
I personally know a 19-year-old that got married to a 53-year-old.
Okay.
What's the issue?
And they
with
were
that?
they were constantly boasting their age gap relationship, and they ended up getting divorced.
Yeah,
And
but
she
let's say
ended
they
up getting
didn't.
verbally and emotionally abused.
But let's say they didn't end up getting
Control
divorced.
imbalance.
Hang on.
Yeah, control
But let's say
imbalance.
they didn't end up getting divorced, and let's say there was no emotional abuse, and let's say they had 2 kids, and let's say right now they were still happy. What would your issue then? Would you have an issue with it? With the age
No,
gap
because
itself?
for me, my issue with the age gap comes with the power imbalance.
So
and
your
the-
issue's not with
the-
age gaps, it's with power imbalances.
Yes and no, because there's still that maturity level that you reach when
But
you
it's
get
not-
to a certain
yeah.
age, and
Life
then
experience.
But it's not inherent to the thing, right? So if anytime I ask you what's the actual issue with the age gap, you point to things that have nothing to do with the age gap itself. So if it's the case that you had an age gap where the power was not imbalanced from your view,
She's saying
then
life
that age gap,
experience.
Right.
Well, but even then, you could have like a 30-year-old shut-in guy who marries a fucking 19-year-old who's traveled with her parents all over the world. Then the experience seems equally yoked or similarly
but
yoked.
she's not emotionally mature because her prefrontal cortex has not fully developed.
Then why is she allowed to vote?
That's different than entering a marriage.
Well,
That's far
affecting
different.
the outcome of
you
far
can
different,
vote.
because if I
You can
enter a
vote on
marriage-
who can vote, or you can vote on who can get married, but you can't get married.
No, I mean you can get married, but I would think that it would be to a detriment or inappropriate for an 18-year-old to get married to a
Why?
30-year-old or a 50-year-old.
Yeah,
Because again,
but I don't.
there's
I don't,
not just life experience. There's education. There's emotional maturity.
Yeah, but do you see, like the conflation you're doing here? An 18-year-old, let's say she gets married to a 31-year-old guy. That to you, no go, right? That's
Yes.
like no go.
Yes.
Can the 18-year-old though override the vote of the 31-year-old guy?
Override?
Yeah, meaning she can nullify his vote by just voting against
I wouldn't
him.
agree that. I mean, I would say they both deserve the right to vote.
They both have the right, but she
Yes.
can vote against him, which nullifies his vote.
I guess.
Yeah. So
Yes.
so how is she informed enough to do that? She's informed enough to vote against him for all social issues in society, but is not informed enough to date him.
Because I think that relationships and voting for a society are two different
Yeah, one's
things.
way more important, and that would be
One-
voting for societal
It
issues, right?
involves a bunch of people
But
to override each
being
other's
in a
votes.
relationship,
This is only 2 people.
Right, that's
Very
right.
affected.
But being
It's
in a
only 2
relationship, you
people,
put your body
but now
and your
you're
mental
letting an
health at risk.
18-year-old vote in my interests, but at the same time saying that it would be somehow immoral if somebody my age dated one. And it's like, wait, what? That's bizarre. Not saying that I would. I'm just pointing out this hypocrisy, or not hypocrisy, but contradiction.
You guys aren't coming together
It
as a
would be-
unit, though. You're just
Yeah, but
like
what would that have to-
intermeshing in society.
Yeah, but the thing is like if you can vote against my interests, right, then we're considering you the same type of adult that I am. And so if that's the case, if you're being imbued with the power of being the same kind of adult as me, then suddenly this saying that, hey, I'm going to infantilize women or infantilize young men and tell them that they can't do X or shouldn't do X, that seems silly to me. It's like, are they adults or are they not adults?
They're adults, but they live and they learn. And if they come across a man that's not a predator, then, you know, that just because he's older doesn't make him a predator. Him acting like a predator makes him a predator at that point.
But that's true at
They're
any
18,
age.
they can
My
consent.
But isn't that true at any age?
Relationships have all these different
Yeah, isn't that true at
circumstances
any
as well.
age?
That-
Like women at 21
No, there's
dating a
real
21-year-old should
predators
avoid 21-year-old
that
predators.
target minors, and at
We're
18
not
they have
talking
that
about
choice
Sure.
to go and
pedophiles.
date an older man. And if they do so, there might be consequences. It might be great. They might get abused.
There's
At the
also
end of the day,
predatory 18-year-old
that's not
OF girls
every
who
single-
target lonely men. Like, so what?
That's
so
way.
it's like, so
that's,
what?
That is a way lower number of people. Predatory
Based
men.
on what? No, based. You said predatory men who are specifically targeting 18-year-olds to date them.
So
does
doesn't
that
mean 18
by the
younger
way,
women?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're targeting an 18-year-old to date her. That makes you predatory.
No, what makes you a predator is if it's not consensual. At 18,
Right.
they can consent. That
Of
is
course.
their right to do so.
That's my
Yes,
whole point.
They
We're not
are being
saying non-consensual relationships.
How do you?
Yeah, I'm just saying, what would make him a predator? So what would make a 30-year-old guy a predator for wanting to date 18-year-olds then?
Yeah, because they know that they have less experience with dating.
Hold
It's
on.
easier to get them to do what they want to do.
Go ahead.
So I think Michaela Peterson actually made a tweet about this the other day. It went pretty viral. I think it's just cope for older women.
Totally.
Like being jealous of the younger women that are still fertile and desired by older men.
I don't agree entirely.
And
I've been approached by a 20-year-old that wanted
Hold
to
on.
date me
Stop.
so badly.
Stop. Let her finish her point.
Okay, I think I lost my train of thought. But basically,
That's why we don't want people interrupting. If you can.
Fertility.
Michaela Peterson.
Well, you were referencing Michaela Peterson.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So
Welcome.
basically, it's not because most of the time that the men are desiring the women for their age, it's because they're desiring the traits of, like, the typical traits of a woman that age.
Not every younger woman is going to be fertile.
It's more typical.
Okay,
It's
bean
not about
soup,
fertility,
guys. Bean
You guys,
soup.
you guys
It's not about
out-
fertility,
this
it's
whole
about
night,
a
you guys have
multiple
been
mind.
Arguing
It's also about a lot of-
outliers,
Is
and
that
it
right?
just like
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the idea of like biological evolution?
Yes.
Okay. So the whole idea of evolution is to procreate, right? It's to reproduce. That's like the
Yes.
primary edict.
Yes.
So wouldn't attraction be built into that primary edict?
Yes.
Okay, so what would a man then be looking for the most based on attraction from an evolutionary standpoint to guarantee reproduction?
Childbearing hips, fertile
Young
women.
Wait, young women?
I mean,
Ew.
they don't have to be
Ew,
women.
not women their own age with
what's
the same
wrong with
maturity
women that aren't
levels.
disrespecting them?
No,
Hang
I'm
on.
saying
Let
automatically
me-
young women, that's
yeah.
predatory sounding
Why?
as fuck.
Why is it
let's-
predatory?
Every
Well,
man
hang on.
wants to
You mean
reproduce
adults?
either.
Hang on, adult women?
Like,
We're not
We
talking
can't,
about
but like when you're
adult
always looking
women.
for a young, we're talking about like much younger.
Yeah, I'm
too.
talking about that too.
We're not talking
Yeah.
about like 15-year-olds. We're
No,
talking
we're
about
not. We're
adult
talking about
women.
18. We're
Yes,
talking about
we're talking
18-year-olds, which
We're not
I do
talking
consider
about
children.
them. We're talking about
18-year-olds.
I know that.
If you're
I know that. There's still differences.
Hang on, help me out
when
here.
you're-
If I'm wrong,
18-year-old
if
just
I'm
graduated high school.
hang on, if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, just help me out here.
Yeah,
Walk-
18-year-olds.
just hang on. Just walk
school.
through this with me. Do you believe that evolution's true?
Yes.
Okay. Is the primary edict of evolution to reproduce? That's the
Yes.
okay. So is attraction built into reproduction? You can't reproduce
Yeah,
with
it's
people.
one of the things that
Well,
leads
hang on.
to
Well, it's the only.
reproduction, and reproduction can also happen without a relationship and marriage. But
Totally.
we're also talking in the sense of a relationship.
I'm just talking about
and
attraction.
marriage.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about attraction. Absent attraction, there's no reproduction.
Well, I'm not talking about us like we're animals right
But
now.
I'm talking about
us like
I'm
we're
talking about
humans.
humans. If you're not attracted to another human, you're not going to reproduce with them.
So you can't be attracted to someone your own age.
Yeah, okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Or
I'm
close to
asking.
your age?
I'm just asking you
Yeah, of
about
course you
attraction.
can.
So then, if the primary edict is to reproduce, right, and it is,
Mm-hmm.
then what do you think would be built in evolutionarily to men for who they should be most attracted to? If reproduction's the primary edict, wouldn't it be younger, fertile women?
Yeah, but
Exactly,
that's on a-
exactly.
there's yeah, but that's just one thing, and there's so many points to it. Younger fertile women. Okay, so now you're thinking about the mother. This is the mother of my child. Is this younger fertile woman just gonna be your point of your option because she's young and fertile?
No, but
Or
it's
do you
going to
need
be a primary
consider
reason.
Things like,
Yeah, I agree.
do you need to
Look,
consider other things like
I agree with
maturity,
you.
who she
Yep.
is, her family, whatever.
I agree with you in the point
For
that
education.
that humans use logic and reason in these various. We have various capabilities. We're not just at root just pure instinct, but attraction is the primary thing that matters for the beginning of a relationship. Very difficult for women to date men they're not attracted to, and it's very difficult for men. They might screw a woman they're not particularly attracted to, but they're probably not going to date a woman that they're not attracted to at all. So attraction's the primary edict that would even start the idea of reproduction.
So you
So if
chase
it's the case, the
Yes.
case that men, from your own perspective, would be attracted to younger women, of course they're going to be. Of course they are, and of course they're going to pursue that. That's what they're attracted to.
It's kind of like
And here
how-
I'll give you more evidence. When you do your makeup, or you do hair, or you get boob jobs, or you do all this various things, is that to look older?
didn't
Raise
think
your
being
hand if
young is
any
what
of you
makes
have
you
ever done any
attractive, though.
cosmetic
When you get
surgeries, makeup, anything, so that you look older. Raise your hand. Fucking exactly.
How about to look better?
Exactly.
Just not.
Okay, but can I get back to the fact that
None of you
I
are
was,
doing it to look older.
I was asked by a 20-year-old. He wanted to be with me. He wanted to date me. I told him no.
Why do you keep going to anecdotal things?
Because
your whole argument is, well, it happened to me, so it can't be right.
I'm basing my information off of experience and off of the people around me.
Off of one person's experience.
No, not
Wait,
one person's
hold on.
experience.
Wait, stop
Multiple
really quick.
people's
What were you saying?
experiences.
What were you saying?
Which when?
When you were whispering to her, like literally 5 seconds ago?
Oh, I said
What-
these are dumb arguments
What's a dumb argument?
about the whole age.
Looking
One of the last things he just said, basically.
The evolutionary part of
I'm
age
following her
gaps.
now at
Looking
this point,
older.
So
Okay, all right, whatever. Go ahead.
Okay, so I had a 20-year-old asking me to go on dates. He wanted to be my submissive. He wanted to be mine. He wanted to have sex with me. I said no
Sure.
because I know
okay.
that I have more power within the dynamic because of his youth, because of his inexperience,
What?
because of the maturity levels. I could have easily taken advantage of him and said, okay, well, this is going to be how the relationship
this
will
is gonna be
be.
hilarious.
These are my expectations of you. I want you to change this about yourself and that about yourself. And he would have done so because he wanted me so badly
wait,
because I'm
wait.
older.
So what's
Hold
wrong
on,
with
wait,
that?
hold on. So, okay, you're a dominatrix, is that correct?
Yes.
So you do power play in your relationships?
Yes,
is that-
ethically.
ethical.
Ethically.
What's
Yes,
unethical
but a
about
20-year-old can
20-year-old?
be in a consensual relationship with a 30-year-old. Your argument is completely
Yeah.
Yeah,
self-defeating.
they can be in a consensual relationship, but what I'm trying to say, my
Wait,
point is
stop,
that there's
stop. I believe that a vanilla age gap relationship, say like a 20-year-old dating a 30-year-old, there's way less power dynamics going on than like a 30-year-old dating a 30-year-old in a fucking dominatrix. Are you kidding me?
Okay, but
a age gap vanilla relationship
always a power
is
dynamic
going to have
Always.
way less of power plays than in the fucking dominatrix. Your whole
There's always a power-
your whole
So what
relationship
makes one
structure.
worse than another?
Your whole relationship structure is a complete power play where you hold all the power. I understand it's consensual, but you'd have to agree that an age gap relationship are also consensual relationships. So your argument,
I'm
it's
not
just completely
saying that
ridiculous.
they're unconsensual. And what my point is, the point I keep trying to make is that there is a natural power imbalance, and that the older person within the relationship, regardless if it's vanilla or kinky, there can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
Don't you
of
step
the
on
person.
dudes' balls? Who the fuck are you to
They're
say
begging for
anything?
it. And she does never break them.
Yeah,
She
but
never breaks
here's
the
what I
balls.
think. Here's what I
Keeps them
think.
very safe.
Hold on.
Also,
So
I want to
stop.
add, I do not
bro.
have kinky relationships with every relationship that I have.
That's totally fine, but you are a dominatrix and you do
Yes.
degradation and you do
When
all
I'm
this
asked
shit.
to, yes.
When you're asked to. However, here's my position on some of this kink stuff. Now, I think some kink stuff is, you might say that this is kink shaming. You might say that, well, it's all within the confines of consensual relationships, blah, blah, blah. I think some of these people who have this proclivity to certain kinks, I think some of them are mentally ill. So when you talk about consent, that kind of goes out the window. Like, for example, a man who wants his balls to be like smashed, that I believe is a mental illness, and I don't think consent can exist when somebody wants that degree of self-harm. So I think you're being sadistic, not just in a kinky way, but in I think it goes beyond even consent. I think that's a crazy power dynamic, and you hold all the cards when you're the dom in that sort of kink relationship. And so this idea that men can consent to having their balls crushed, I think that that's mental illness. You're taking advantage of it. Most of these men pay you to do it.
They're asking. She's not even asking
more
them.
Right. I understand. So hold on. If
Can
a
I
woman
respond?
asks
She's not
me,
manipulating
can I
them
ask
to
you a
get their
question?
balls kicked.
Can I ask you a question? Would this go into the realm of criminality? If a woman consensually asks me to stab her in the pussy, is that me taking? Hold
She's
on.
not stabbing their balls.
Let me-
She's not stabbing their balls. You have to say, "Kick me in the pussy." Then don't make,
No.
make an
Where's
even
the
line.
Yeah, make an equal comparison.
Is there a crushing ball kink?
Yes.
Where with a high heel you'll crush a man's balls?
Yes.
Yeah, so I believe this is getting into the realm of harm. And so basically, do you think a woman could consent to me stabbing her in the vagina?
We're talking about
Can she consent to
stabbing.
that? Can she consent to it?
I
She
don't
can-
agree with it.
She,
but she
can consent to that.
Right,
yeah.
but-
It's sad.
and you should have medical background to do it in a proper place. And if she really, really, really wants to do that, then you need to figure out exactly how to do that safely. Go ahead and do it.
How is there a safe way to
Can I respond?
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't know. Ask a doctor.
It would be really great if
Yeah,
I
go
could
ahead, go
actually
ahead.
get a
You
word
have to
in.
be a doctor to say it's not safe to stab
Hang on,
a woman in the
let her
vagina.
respond. Let her respond.
You can do things safely. Why not?
Hang
Stab
on.
her lip.
Okay,
Hang on,
so
hang on.
for
Let her
some
respond.
people,
Safe.
Hang
for
on,
some
let her
people,
Might be
receiving
wild.
pain isn't even necessarily about the pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about relinquishing control and having relief in that, in relinquishing that control to the other person. And some people can actually transmute pain into pleasure. So even if we're talking about a guy getting his ball smashed, he might be getting off on that.
Okay, well, hang on.
Right?
Yeah, I get it.
Or even have catharsis from
I
it.
understand exactly what you're saying. I have a question for you, though. How old are you?
I'm 36.
You're 36, okay. And how long have you been a dominatrix?
I would say for about 3.5, 4 years.
Okay. Let's say that you're 26. You're 26 years old,
Okay.
and you're a dominatrix.
Okay.
Would you take on a client who is 50?
Yes.
What gives you the right to consent to that?
I would say my profession and my education.
Okay, so
If we're assuming that I have the same amount of education
hang on,
at
so
26.
if you have the right to consent to that relationship, why wouldn't another 26-year-old?
I never said that people aren't able to consent to age gap relationships. I'm just saying that I find them to be inappropriate for the older
Got it.
person
Right.
to enter
but
into
this
an
is my
age
whole
gap
point. Right
relationship.
now, then, if there's a 21-year-old dominatrix who's a friend of yours, are there any?
Yeah.
Okay. And they have a 45-year-old client who wants to be on the other end of that relationship. Can that woman consent to him?
Yes.
Okay. What makes that consent fine, but her consent to date him not fine?
Because when we're coming into a romantic relationship, it has a lot more emotional connections
So?
and it has a longer, hopefully a long-term relationship versus maybe it's not professional, right? So like if I'm a professional 21-year-old and I have a 45-year-old
So now you're smart.
submissive,
Yeah.
right?
So now
That's
you're
gonna-
smart enough
that's
at
gonna-
21 to make a determination about professionalism.
He's following
comparison.
guidelines that are professional.
I get it.
There
But
is
what I'm
no
saying-
comparison
but what I'm-
between a
yes.
relationship,
Yeah.
like a romantic
And a
relationship,
professional.
and
But
a
the
client.
fact that you think that you're emotionally mature enough to make the decision to take on a 50-year-old client as a dominatrix at 21 years old, you're informed and have enough life experience and are smart enough to do that, but are somehow not smart enough to date a man of the same age bracket. That to me is fucking
It's not
bizarre.
about being
Hang on,
smart
because
enough.
what you're doing is
It
banking.
doesn't mean that you're not
You're
smart enough to
banking on
date
experience.
that man. It means that you don't want to date that man. That's a client. There's just it's that
No,
simple. They're a
but
client,
do you
and
see-
then if you take interest in an older man,
Yeah.
and you fall in
Well,
love with an older man,
you're the same 21-year-old.
That dynamic
All
is
these
true.
facets
Like,
to that relationship.
I
In
get
this
it.
relationship,
Yeah.
it's minimal.
Yeah, but you're 21.
You're not reaching all of these.
Also,
different
if you're
If you're
nuances.
21 and you can accept to consent to a dominate, can you at 21 consent to sleep with a 50-year-old man?
Yes,
you can. Yeah.
Can you consent as a prostitute to have sex with him? Do you see a problem with that?
That is a professional.
Consent as a prostitute
that's
to have
a
sex with them?
professional transaction.
Yeah. So the woman can consent to sleep with him. The woman can consent to sleep with him for money, but the woman can't consent
She
to date
can
him.
consent.
Why was
Of course she
who
can
said
consent.
she can't consent to dating him?
But would you be against that same woman
I've
who
dated
you would say
40-year-olds
should not date this
perfectly
man
fine,
at that age bracket,
consensually.
sleeping with him for money?
I like age gap relationships, but
Oh, I see.
But I see all of the implications with them. I'm not saying I fully
So would
agree
you-
with her.
Yeah, she
I
doesn't
have-
fully
I only
agree
have-
with me.
Okay, well then
disagree on this.
back here then.
Yes.
At 21 years old, should a 21-year-old prostitute accept a 50-year-old John?
If it's that's their profession, yes. And I do want to add
Of
that
course. So
the
they're
21-year-old
experienced enough to do that, but not date the same 50-year-old.
because it's
Experience
way
enough to do what?
different.
This it doesn't take much.
Well, the thing is, it's interesting, is like when we're talking about this dynamic, we're not talking about the action itself of doing this. We're talking about whether or not this woman is informed enough as an adult to make the decision in the first place to do this.
She should
And
be.
my argument is, if she's not experienced enough to do this, right, or if she is experienced enough to do this, then she should be experienced enough to
life will hit.
date whoever the fuck she wants. You're old enough to,
can.
yeah,
Yeah, she
exactly.
can.
That's my whole
I'm
point.
not
So then you interjected on this, not me towards you.
No,
You
she was
interjected.
I see the implications.
Yeah, exactly.
She was saying they're too young and not educated enough to consent to an older man coming on to them or not. And
building
older
a whole
men,
life with them.
Yeah,
Private chat
the
in the
reason
future.
people have always, older men have always dated younger women, and to this day is still true, is that like statistically, 36 is the right age for a man to start getting married because they're starting to make more money, and more money than they've made before, and they're also like consistent and have the experience and are smart and strong, and that's like their peak to start making. But yes, they worked really hard to be 36 and have all this stuff, and now they want what they want, and they're able to take care of a woman who can be young and be fertile and have these children for them because they've worked really hard to get these things. And as a woman, I'm impressed by a man that has both those things, money and experience. And then I also think, like, if a man is... If you're consenting. Just a second.
What about guys with vasectomies?
What about
Yeah, I mean, okay, I get it.
Older males.
Oh,
with
okay, I get that. But I'm just saying
Hold
for
on.
traditionally what people want and why they're doing what they're doing to get that money. I think now what I'm trying to bring it back to women is women who don't have education and don't have resources to go and educate themselves. They do exist. The majority of the world is mostly poor, okay, and uneducated. Do you think they don't deserve to have a nice life with a man that takes care of them so that they don't have to double down and work hard or expose themselves to
or
other
end up being
dangers?
prostitutes?
Shouldn't they be allowed to have the choice of a good man that wants to take care of them?
Hold on real
That's
quick
my
here.
question.
So just really quick, let me get a check from the whole panel here. Who's against age gap relationships? Show of hands. Who's against age gap relationships?
I
Just
guess I'm
you.
the only one.
Okay, and then we're gonna
It depends on like the length of the
gas strong.
let's say 30-year-old dating a 20-year-old.
That's fine.
Okay, 30.
Wait. You have a sex slave, is that correct?
Yes.
What's the age of your sex slave?
I'd say he's like 3 or 4 years younger than me.
Okay.
Quick question. So you're basically saying that the problem with age gap relationships, one of them is emotional clarity and emotional maturity, right? Or like emotional, clarity, right? Okay. So you guys believe in post-nut syndrome, right?
Post-nut
What
clarity?
is that?
Post-nut clarity, sorry. Post-nut syndrome.
Yes.
Post-nut clarity, yes. So I would venture to say that a large portion of the men that are receiving services that are extreme services from people like dominatrixes and et cetera are usually experiencing a form of different chemicals in their brains and different things that are causing emotional disclarity. What would you say that? Like, what would be the opposite of clarity? Sure. Emotional confusion, where it's like they're not thinking 1,000% clearly. So how are we not conflating the two, where it's like, okay, if this one is abusing the emotional clarity of one person, how is this one not abusing the emotional clarity of the other?
Well, they made the decisions to do those like crazy things before they were feeling all those things. That was all negotiated way before the scene, or built up to that even. If they're like, this is my goal to get my
But I'm saying,
nutsack
yeah, that's their goal. So like
penetrated.
they haven't had that nut from that thing yet. The power of the male brain with the nut is absolutely insane. And like just the thought of something happening a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out will absolutely cloud a man's judgment just because they know that they're going to get this specific satisfaction down the road.
I think that has more to do. So the thing with kink too, and especially like even getting your balls kicked, doesn't necessarily have to be inherently sexual.
Right.
So this
But
doesn't
often
need to
is.
relate.
I've had a client that
Sure,
loved
can,
getting
but
his balls
kink
kicked,
is not inherently
and he did
sexual.
not come.
So this has
during those sessions.
Most of them don't orgasm during our sessions. In fact, it's rare that they
but
do.
you can absent orgasm or absent climax, can people receive sexual stimulation or absent climax?
Like Of course they can.
Yes,
So
stimulation.
stimulation.
Sure.
It's called edging.
But your argument is if they don't orgasm, ergo they.
No, that's not my argument. I'm just
That's
saying.
your
I'm saying
argument.
that kink is not inherently sexual.
But
and
no,
how is it
you
not
literally the
inherently
words that came out of
Because you can have
Hold
a
on,
kink
stop.
scene without. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
The
just
words
not.
that came out of both of your mouths is when I do this particular kink, the men don't orgasm, therefore it's not sexual gratification. So?
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with. I'm confused with the post-nut clarity. I'm just confused.
Also,
with the
the
whole
idea is just this.
post-nut clarity
Yeah.
thing.
I kind of
It
understand.
doesn't all have to do with their nut.
Yeah, I
understand.
can reduce it super quick. She's just saying that men who have not climaxed have different hormones raging in their brain, which can cause them to make decisions they would not make if it was the case that those same hormones are not raging in their brain after sex.
Yeah. So
if
can they
it was-
climax and then make the decision?
Well,
I'm so confused.
well, no. So she's just saying, how's it not taking advantage of them? If it's the case, they may make different decisions if they didn't have those chemicals raging. Like, shouldn't they have to jerk off or something first before they agree to the contract?
That's totally
before they
fine.
agree with the contract?
They usually do. They're usually
Yeah.
messaging with us while we go over.
I'm
this
not saying it's a good
while
argument.
We go over
I'm just
this
reducing it for
negotiation,
you.
They're usually messaging with us, talking to us.
I'm just saying
and
that it's
generally
not-
they are fucking jerking
It's
off.
not
And they are.
emotional.
Yeah.
It's not
Look at
abuse
that. I have a
in an
TTS
age
coming through.
relationship.
Thomas donated $200. Question for the table. Should a 40-year-old be allowed to purchase 18-year-olds of content? If yes, why can't they be in a relationship?
Yes, they should.
that a
That's their choice as long as they're providing
What's that?
consent.
Watching-
And
Round
it's
table question.
Yeah.
Watching online content has nothing to do with building a life with someone.
Well,
Huge difference.
What if you don't want to build a life? You just want to date them for fun?
Okay,
is it
same thing.
predatory
You're
to
still
watch
implicating
it?
Wait,
yourself.
question-
You're still putting these two lives together, and
for the woman who's actually against the age gap relationships for you, what would you prefer to see for an 18-year-old woman? For her to, in her sexual empowerment, to be a sex worker, and the men who are procuring her services say they are in their 30s or 40s or 50s, or for her to be in a loving monogamous relationship with a man who's 10 or 15 years older than her? Which of the two would you prefer to see? Or is less predatory?
I think that the sex worker would be in a less predatory situation, but I don't necessarily believe that all 18-year-olds should be sex workers, right? I
That's
think,
not what I'm asking, but-
I know, but that question is kind of unfair to my ideology and like what I believe.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase it a different way. Let's say that you had a best friend, okay, that you grew up with, and she hits 18, and she's told you her whole life all she wants to do is be a stay-at-home mom. That's it. She wants to start having kids the second she can. She's done with high school. That's her fucking dream, man.
Okay.
You live in a small town, okay? And she's coming to you for advice, and she sits down with you, and she's like, look, I've looked around, and all the guys who are around my same age, they're all fucking fuckboys. They're just out there having sex with everyone. They don't want to settle down, right? What a bunch of fuckers. They don't have any jobs really, and they have no real prospects. But Chuck over there is 31, and he's handsome, and he wants a wife, and he wants to give me my babies, and he's going to take care of me forever, right? What do you think? What would you advise her to do? Would you advise her to A, fuck your dream, hook up with the fuckboys, right? Or would you advise her, you know what? You should probably marry Chuck if that's what your dream is.
I wouldn't advise her to play with the fuckboys.
Of course not.
I don't think that's going to bring her any kind of joy or happiness. But I wouldn't be encouraging her to get married right away either.
No, but that's what she wants. That's her dream. That's all she's wanted.
If she was my friend, I would advise her, like, date this man for at least a couple years before you get engaged.
So therefore, date older man, much older man. So therefore, age gap gone.
But again, for me...
So hang on. So you would advise her to date the much older man, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But again, back to my the original reason I am against age gap relationships isn't necessarily in the power, laying the choice and the power of the younger person. I believe it's the responsibility of the older person to not date somebody inappropriately younger than them.
Yeah, but hang on. Do you see the problem though? If you're giving her the advice to date him, right? then you're basically ceding to the fact that the reason she wants to is because he's more powerful, more wise, has more money, is more established, is all of those things that she's looking for in order to have a family at that young of an age. So if you're advising her to do that, you're ceding that she needs to be in a dynamic where the more powerful guy has all the leverage in order to achieve what she wants.
You gave me two choices.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
If I actually had a choice in the matter, I would advise her to just wait. I would say wait. I would say.
So wait, so crush your dreams. You're going to crush your best friend's
you don't
dreams.
Have to crush your
Dating
dreams.
not all men are what you
Right?
described as well.
Dating is
Just in her local area, they are.
Oh, that's not like true to real life.
No, yeah, that's real true to real life.
There's not one.
You, in the
in
local
Austin.
area, let's say the local area, it's like population
I used to date older
6,000.
men, and my more mature, kind
Sure.
ones were the ones that ended up being closer to
Were
my
you in a
age.
massive city?
I
Yeah,
mean,
probably.
Define massive.
Big
what's
urban,
massive? I
a
don't
big
know. I'm from- I live in San
sprawling
Diego.
urban population somewhere.
Yeah, I live in San Diego.
Okay, huge, massive fucking city, San Diego. So the thing is like,
relative.
if you're talking about
You
population
can also leave
7,000.
your town and not just settle. But
True, but perhaps you have other responsibilities in your town. Perhaps mom is sick, or perhaps you don't want to move away from your family. Perhaps you love the small town life.
do
You just want to
decent
have some babies, right?
Yeah, isn't she a loser
Isn't
for
she
wanting those?
What, is she some kind of piece of shit for wanting that?
What a boring
of course not.
bitch.
And
Of
if
course not.
and if she marries this guy and starts having the babies, what the fuck did she do wrong?
I think she's at a higher risk of being taken advantage of or manipulated or abused.
See,
that is my main argument
this
with
to
age
me,
gap relationships.
This to me feels backwards because it would seem to me that if she was out partying with the fuckboys, her chances of like getting SA'd, her chances
But
of
I'm
getting.
not arguing for that either.
Yeah, but
I'm not arguing for her to go fuck the fuckboys.
But here's the thing: if she's dating people around her own age, and they're fuckboys, because most men.
I mean,
do you
you're
say,
assuming
like,
that.
Are you saying right now that most men in their 18 to 20s are not like playing the field a bit?
Yeah, sure, they're playing the
Yeah.
field, but I'm not going to categorize
Exactly.
18 to 25-year-olds as fuckboys because there's plenty of
Well, it's not
mature
fuck-
people that age.
I do have to move on.
Okay, I'm saying that they're playing the field. That's the point.
Guys, really quick, we're gonna do not an intermission, but I ordered pizza, so I'm gonna give pizza to the guests. And what I'm gonna do though for this is we're gonna lower the TTS, so you guys, while everybody's eating, you guys can send in some roasts if you want to roast. The TTS has been temporarily lowered. It's gonna go back up after the pizza break. I also want to just allow people to recharge a little bit, have a bit of food, get some food in them. So we're gonna give them pizza. Just who wants some pizza? Do you want
Is this
pizza, Miss who is leaving the table?
Is it now or never?
Do you want pizza?
Yes, please.
Okay, yes.
I don't want pizza right now. Is it now or never?
There might be some later. She
Okay.
wants some.
I'm okay at the moment.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, sorry, no, Rami, my bad. Wait, so that was 9? Was that 9? I believe that was 9. Okay, so we'll get the pizza going here. Guys, so get in a TTS. I'll be right back. Andrew, if you want to take it away for a little moment. While
Wait, can
get
I
that.
respond to a comment that popped up on the TV?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, my only other thing to you is about the age gap is if men were only attracted to older, financially stable, educated women, how many people would be on this earth? And then second of all, who would buy your OnlyFans if
Okay, I
that was
think-
their requirement for attraction?
Okay, again, I'm not advocating for men to like marry older women or something like that. It's, again, my main gripe with age gap relationships is when an older person, regardless of their gender, dates somebody, 15 years plus younger than them. That's my like gripe with it, because there is a natural power imbalance, and when you get into like a marriage, there can be a lot of abuse, both mentally, emotionally, physically. I've been on Reddit for like over 15 years.
Yeah, that's your first problem.
No, but Reddit has a lot of different subreddits, right?
Oh, God.
And they're
Chrome.
mostly full of fucking crazy lunatics who make shit up.
They don't go outside.
No, there's actually a varied amount of people. There's red pill people, there's liberal people,
There's like nobody.
And there's people making shit up all the time.
Okay, and a lot of the made up stories get called out in the comments because you can there's tells that you can find when there's made up stories.
I think we would all like love your point more if your point also included
You're like
sex
you're like
workers.
Redditor 2384 who's like, hey,
I'm speaking on everyone.
it's like
No, because I
Redditor
feel like you said-
1846
you
who's
did
like,
say
hey,
it's okay
age gap
if a
relationships
woman
are bad.
is 21 and she's a sex worker, she could consent to having a 50-year-old
She's not involving
client.
But we're not talking about a romantic relationship.
not involving
I'm
herself
talking about age gap
emotionally.
relationships
A
with
sexual
romance
and or
not
romantic
professional.
relationship. They're still being chivalrous to you. They're still being men. You're exposing
No.
your body
Doesn't
to
need to
them.
be romantic.
You are
Doesn't have
putting
to be romantic
yourself
or chivalrous.
into a no. You are I'm not saying romantic. I know your sex work isn't romantic, dude. What I'm trying to say is you are, regardless, still
If you pay
putting
enough.
yourself into a vulnerable
I like you.
position in front of these older men. It doesn't matter that you're a sex worker. It doesn't make you smarter. It didn't build your brain. It didn't turn you 25. That man is still taking advantage of you under these guidelines of age.
Nuh-uh, there's special sex worker pixie dust that they sprinkle on a 22-year-old. They're like, here's some sex worker pixie dust.
The interaction and the complication of that relationship is going from zero. There's like so little complication in a professional interaction like that, which in some cases is zero interaction because they're just buying a video online.
Yeah, but you're
that's
missing.
not affecting you other than your wallet.
That's the point that you're missing, though.
Being in a real relationship affects you.
The point-
in
yeah.
every
Yes, so if it's they're coming back to the 21 and 45-year-old.
Hey, here, I'll show you. Well, her argument is at 22, if you're a prostitute, there's not sex worker pixie dust that's just sprinkled on you that suddenly makes you super competent in even having chosen to be a sex worker to begin with. How can you be competent enough to choose what man's penis gets to enter you for money, but you're not competent but you're not competent enough to choose which one can take you out to fucking dinner? That's insane to me. That's literally fucking crazy.
It's not taking out to dinner. It's forming a whole relationship.
It's crazy to trust a man that you just met over a man that you've been dating for a longer time. Like clients,
we don't trust them.
Like, what's the difference? We don't trust them.
Good,
we
then
don't
say
trust them,
that.
and we get their IDs.
But you guys keep going.
We build trust.
Okay, so
over
does
time.
a relationship. Does that?
That's building a relationship.
And it's
I
also
built trust in a relationship that turned around and fucked my life up.
A friendship
I
is a
also want to
relationship.
clarify, like, are we because when we're talking about the 21-year-old sex worker and the 45-year-old man, are we talking about a dom or are we talking about an OnlyFans
We're just talking
model?
about a
Are we
guy who's
talking
paying a
about
chick money to sleep with her.
Can I finish my sentence? Or are we talking about a professional
A hooker.
a prostitute?
Let's just
Because
say a
those
hooker.
are all very different things.
Let's just say a hooker.
Okay, so the hooker is having what, one sexual experience with this 45-year-old man, and then he leaves
Oh
her
no,
life.
no, she has routine sexual experiences with him because he really likes
Okay,
it.
so we're talking about a regular
or
client,
he's a random
that's spending-
man that you
that's
should not
spending-
trust.
That's spending at least what, maybe 2 hours max with her,
And
2 to
plus,
3 hours a
as
week.
a provider, you are in control
Yeah.
of that scenario with that older
But
man.
do you
are the
see-
one
Yes.
in control.
Yes.
So that control imbalance gets completely swapped.
Shifted.
But you're looking at it backwards. So again, let me give you the argument. The argument is not whether or not this 45-year-old you're seeing him less than if you were dating him. The argument is how are you at 21 or 22? How do I assume that you have the capacity to let a 45-year-old
You may
man
not.
come and give you hundreds of dollars to fuck you, but I don't think you have the capacity to choose to date him. That is
I'm not
mind-bogglingly
saying you
fucking
don't have
crazy
the
to me.
capacity to choose to date him.
Exactly.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself for the
Exactly.
5th time.
Yeah.
It is in the responsibility of the older person, regardless of their gender, to not date somebody inappropriately, like younger than them. You keep putting the power
he can
back
fuck
and the
him.
choice back into the younger person.
Yes.
But I don't think that it's up to the younger person to be like, oh, am I mature enough to date
Is there
this
anything
person?
wrong with that 45-year-old man fucking that 22-year-old?
That's a professional. It's
Even if it wasn't
Are you talking
professional.
about professionally or
Even if
not
it's not
professional?
professionally.
Is there anything wrong with it? There might be some shit wrong with it.
think there's
Yeah.
any emotional
There
connection
might be some
even
shit wrong with it.
between that?
Yeah,
What?
we're not
What's wrong with it?
disputing that.
What is it?
She may not be at that professional level to be making that choice. But
So we're
but
back to
she's
magical
there.
hooker pixie
but
dust.
She's there. She's there.
We just
and that
keep on going
might-
back to
not
magical hooker
magical
pixie dust.
pixie
and that
dust.
might implicate her, and that might cause some shit to go down, but that's also life, and she will learn from that situation.
I think you can have boundaries
She can
in your
learn
sex
from
work.
an age gap
Yes.
relationship.
Yeah, and
And
again, there's nothing.
They can be respected,
wrong
and you
with
can
that,
build
exactly.
them.
I didn't.
Yes.
There's
But
There's-
you also have
depends on it.
boundaries in relationships, and
Yes.
people
There's no
respect
boundaries.
those
You have to
consent,
consent to that.
right?
I can at least accept that when you caveat it and say there could be something wrong with
Yeah.
it. Sure. I'm always willing to take the caveat that some age gap relationships are going to be bad. I just want that caveat to extend to all relationships.
It does.
Yeah, exactly. So there's nothing inherently about the age gap that's bad. That's the point.
I wasn't against the age gap.
I know, which is why I wasn't arguing with you. You kept jumping in to argue with me.
No, because there are certain things that I do agree with her point. I'm just not anti-age gap,
Right.
like as a whole.
For those reasons, which makes sense.
I mean, not exactly. I just think that we have a free choice, and whether or not it ends up panning out well for us is another story.
Agreed. I agree with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
There was never any disagreement on that.
No, yeah.
The disagreement was only on this side.
I do also want to add that as a femdom, if you're a 21-year-old femdom, it's not like you just decide one day, I'm a pro now, I'm going to have all these sessions. No, it's something that you do have to educate yourself on. You do have to have some experience. Otherwise, you are potentially putting someone in danger.
Okay, but isn't it the case that would be the same thing with dating? That you're going to need experience, and experience over time is going to lead you to making better choices?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Which is exactly why I'm against age gap relationships, because of the experience.
Yeah, but thing is like a 30-year-old man can have as little dating experience as a 22-year-old woman.
True.
So,
That's
you know,
possible.
like, to me, it's so silly because you're not actually saying there's a problem with the age gap. You just look at other contributing factors which could be present in any relationship and then pointing to it as though in an age gap that's assured. And
It is.
It's not.
It is.
What thing is assured in an age gap no matter what that would not
That the
be...
older
hang on,
person-
stop.
Okay.
What would be assured in an age gap no matter what that would not be assured by people who, you know, are the same exact age, in fact, who are dating? What would be assured?
Wait, I'm sorry.
What would be a thing where this person's 15 years older, so it's 100% certain that it will be this way, that will not be present in a same age relationship?
Probably income.
Not probably. What will be?
Emotional maturity. Income and emotional maturity.
Neither of those things are assured in an age gap relationship, are they?
You naturally have more negative and positive life experiences as an older person that you learn
Hang on,
from.
but that doesn't mean you're more experienced. And so this is the problem, right? It's like you cannot assure me that in an age gap relationship, those factors will not be there any more than you can assure me they will be there in a same age relationship. So it's always pointing to, if these factors are there, it's bad. I would just argue back, sure, but if they're there for same age, it's also bad, right?
Sure, but it's worse in an age
All
gap.
right, let's maybe involve some other people here. And only one chat came through, so
Crusader Joe donated
looks like.
$100.
So we're back to
These
200
those want to
now.
have their cake and eat it too. Freedom to sell sex/vote/etc. But force men away from younger women unruined by sex work and feminism.
Thank you, Crusader
They're just
Joe.
eating their own.
I appreciate it. Based raw diet girl helping out with the Chloe chimped out, or sorry, roached out. So we have based raw diet girl helping out. All right, thank you, Just a Guy. Appreciate it for that. Here we have some super chats. I'm gonna pull up. Who wants to? You know what, Kayla Void? Let me have you read for us.
Okay. The word gender comes from the Latin to determine by type, specifically those that can give birth and those that can't. The word woman is simply a, what does that say?
Hyponym.
Hyponym for an adult female. It has nothing to do with identity.
All right. Part RSD, I very much appreciate your super chat there. Thank you. Let me have you read this one too.
Okay. I am 35 years old and I matched with a girl on Tinder that is 21 and has a 3-year-old kid. So I shouldn't date this woman because of this 14-year age gap. She can raise a child, but forming a relationship that would be good for it is bad. Big fan, Andrew, and love you, Anya. Is that how you say it?
Okay. All right. Thank you, No Life, for that. All right. And we do have, I'll let this one come through as the final one.
Courtney's husband donated $100.
Who's Courtney?
Shout out to my beautiful wife. Notice the quiet and respectful one is the only happily married woman at the table.
My girl. You're so funny.
All right, thank you for that message. Appreciate it, guys. We're bumping up the TTS back to 200. If any trickle in within the next 2 or 3 minutes, we will get it. But TTS has been bumped back up to 200. Can you read? Let's have you read this one.
Miss TP.
Oh, she's not at the table. She's been on her phone for the past 30 minutes.
What's up, guys?
You get to read this one.
Miss TP USA. Even though altogether, you're too good to be at the table. You kept saying Andrew is coming from a religious standpoint. Why don't you? Is it because you're proud of your clean divorce? Did Charlie fire you? No. So Charlie did not fire me. He unfortunately passed away before I left the organization to focus on messaging to Latino conservatives because I speak Spanish. And so it was an area I really wanted to focus my efforts on. So that's why I left. And I don't argue from a religious standpoint because there are people that are listening that aren't religious. And I'm trying to make my point using logic. And you can't do that if, you are coming from a religious perspective and the other person isn't. And no, I don't believe I'm too good to be here. I am very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to be here with the rest of the girls. And I do hope that I get invited back, like promised.
Actually.
So, yeah, I'm excited for that. And I hope
we're
you
down.
watch. Cheers.
We're down to have you back.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you props for that because I've been a little sassy tonight, so good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Some people can't handle it. All right, so no, but I think, all frustrations, albeit minor, aside, I think you and Andrew would actually have a really interesting debate.
I think so.
A really interesting debate.
We don't disagree on everything.
Yeah.
I stayed pretty quiet on this last bit because, I don't disagree. I think age gap relationships are fine for the most part unless they're too wide. But so yeah, and I'm here too because I think the timing lined up so great. I was in California these last 2 days for work. We had an investor summit these last 2 days, and I'm like,
oh my God, who the hell?
Whoa, Nathan, why did you press that, Nathan? She's in the middle of this really important disclosure to us. She was here in California, Nathan.
Yeah, I love the state.
My producer,
hate the
my
politics.
producers.
Love the state. It's beautiful. I think it's the most geographically blessed state in the country outside of
Hawaii. Hawaii's pretty good.
Hawaii's pretty good. And then out of that, maybe South Florida too has similar.
True. We have a TTS coming through. Oh, no, that's not a TTS. It's below the threshold. Disregard that. Thank you, though, Paul, for your message. Josh, thank you for your merch purchase. Appreciate it. Thank you, Josh. Here's what we're going to do. Quick question. I heard you say you do outreach to like Latino voters. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you born in the USA?
I was born in the U.S. Okay. My parents came from Cuba. My dad was a political prisoner. That's why he was able to legally apply for a visa to come to this country, and he has never been back since because he considers himself a political refugee. So,
do you feel like you have any roots to Cuba, or not really, aside from like the culture, heritage? But
I grew up in a city called Hialeah, which is a city.
Hawaii?
No.
In Florida.
Hialeah, which is a city.
Hialeah, Florida. Okay.
Yes, which is inside of Miami-Dade County, and it's the city with the highest amount of Cubans outside of Cuba anywhere. So I basically grew up in Cuba with freedom and have always lived in Miami-Dade County, and I'm pretty proud of it. Love it. It's my hometown. I wouldn't leave, but this is a good spot to come visit. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this following question would apply to you, but it is a question I've posed to other panels. Was anybody here not born in the USA? Okay, where were you born?
I'm from Canada.
A little closer.
I'm from Canada.
Oh, but you're Canadian. You're visiting here. Okay, this question would not apply to you then. Anybody, their parents were immigrated here, born in another country? Okay, Cuba for you. What about you?
Belarus.
Belarus.
Lebanon.
Okay. Do you feel roots to Lebanon or not really?
Yes, I do. Only because I've been there multiple times throughout my childhood and adulthood.
Okay. So question, and then I don't know if you have any affinity towards Israel because you are Jewish. Is that correct?
I am pro-Israel.
Okay, into the mic, please.
I am pro-Israel,
Okay.
yes.
So this is...
And I'll be there in a few weeks, actually.
Okay, this is a hypothetical question I like to pose somewhat related to this topic. Hold on, let me pull up the precise wording here because I don't want to mess it up. Okay, so in a morally neutral, and this is going to be directed just to, I think, 2 or 3 of you. In a morally neutral, blame-free hypothetical conflict between the U.S. and the country of your parents' origin, or perhaps to a country in which you have some degree of affinity to, where neither side is right or wrong, to which country is your allegiance? So in your case, if the United States were to go to war with Israel under the hypothetical scenario that I described, would you feel allegiance to Israel or to the United States?
It depends on the reason for the war.
Well, so so it's a morally neutral, blame-free hypothetical conflict, as in the hypothetical.
Okay. If it was completely morally neutral, I would stand with the United States.
Okay, I see. And then your Lebanon. Same question. United States and Lebanon are in a morally neutral, blame-free hypothetical conflict. To which country is your allegiance?
I would stay with the United States.
Okay, and then I guess Belarus for you?
United States.
The United States. Okay, just curious there. This is below the threshold by... Oh, I'll let it come through because...
69 donated $69.
I accidentally let it slip.
Chair 2, please describe the dating scene in NM since you're repping the Z symbol on your arm. Thank you.
It's for you.
Most of the people that I know in New Mexico usually date from middle school to pretty much death. My grandparents have been together since middle school. A lot of my friends got together in middle school that I see getting married now, and they stick with each other.
Okay. And then Justin, I do see this, and I don't know if you recall it since I was late on your previous TTS. I'll treat this as a read. Hold on, let me pull it back up. There should always be a power imbalance in a healthy traditional relationship, the woman submitting to the man as the leader, regardless of any gap in ages. From Based Justin. Okay. Right.
I would disagree with that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to try to get some other people involved here, but there's quite a few notes. I'm going to try to blast through all of it here pretty quick. Although for you, I do want to... Wait, is it for you or is it for... No, it's Mars. Your pronouns are she, her, it on your Instagram. What do you mean by it?
It's kind of like I'm kind of an it, you know? It's like I'm a weirdo, like a weird little thing, you know? It's like I act a little wilder than your average human, so... I don't know, I've always been not in just like a sexual way. I've always been kind of a freak, you know? So it kind of falls under that category of like, because I am a bit of like a freak in nature. So it describes just fine for me, I guess.
Sure. So you write that you're neurodivergent and you're living very alternatively. So you would say most of your relationship stories are unique as you became a professional in your industry over 5 years ago and you're usually in a relationship. You said you like turning men into your words, my little bitches. Consensually is what you say.
And they love it.
So what, can you be, I guess, precise? What does that look like to turn a man into your little bitch?
Well,
yeah,
that would mean that
welcome back.
Not the time to walk back in.
That would mean that they're my sub and I am their mistress. Okay. And technically, unless they're not into the degradation thing, I wouldn't call them my little bitch. But most of them are into degradation, and they do come to me so that they can become my little bitch.
Okay, and I see. So what are... You know what? I was going to ask what are some of the ways, but I looked at your website, and on your website, I'll read some, and if you want to amend or add anything, we'll do that. You said your minimum session time is 1 hour for a tribute of $450. The suggested session time is 90 minutes for a tribute of $650. So essentially, that's what they're paying you. The type of kinks that you offer are electric play, spitting, SPH, what is that?
Small penis humiliation.
Okay. CBT?
Cock and ball torture.
So what we were talking about before. Public domination, cash meets, drop-offs, financial domination, online domination, strap-on play, waxing, manscaping, toilet play. So you'll shove their head in the toilet?
I have shit in a man's mouth.
Holy shit. Yo, wait.
And it's on video.
Wait.
It's also on video.
That is wait, hold on. Wait.
Excuse Drop the bombs, dude. Drop the nuke.
Disgusting. Wait, I have not used these. Guys, I don't use my Stream Deck, my thing much anymore, but I think this is appropriate. Yeah, send the fucking nukes, boys. Nuke the fucking whatever podcast studio. Hold on, I'm also sending an asteroid for good measure. Holy shit, boys.
There we go.
Holy shit. In fact, here's just another missile just to fucking top things off. There, fucking hat trick with, okay, so, wow, okay.
It's a really good video.
Impact play. Can you just really quickly impact play, like just punching, hitting?
I actually don't. Well, I mean, I'll like punch their ass. Like it's a form of like less stingy, more, sometimes they like a blunt, thuddy force. But impact play is just that like physical domination with, you can use toys or your hands. Or you can kind of do like a wrestling thing.
Yeah, barehanded spanking,
humiliation.
flogging.
You do humiliation, degradation. You do pegging, domestic servitude. So that's like basically the guy just like does chores, cleans your house.
They get the little maid outfit and everything.
Foot and boot worship.
Yeah.
You do feminization, sissification. So you turn the guy into a sissy.
Yes.
Fantasy role play, corporal punishment, bondage. Temperature sensory play, so you'd like run ice on them or something, I guess.
Yeah, different things with heat.
You can do fire.
I have a candle company where I make my own all natural
scent
candles.
play. What is scent play?
So scent play is based off of the person's attraction to your natural scent, or it could be other scent. I could be doing scent play with a variety of essential oils or just something to stimulate that in their brain. But yeah, scent play generally is like my armpits, my feet, my ass.
I want to go home.
You're here.
And then the final thing on the list is cucking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just wanted to give some explanation there. In terms, does that fairly represent? And you do that in relationships too, not just
I do. Well, I'm out of a relationship. Yeah, all these things I did within my relationship.
Do you charge them for it, or is it for free?
Do I charge who? My
like,
partner?
let's say you're dating a guy, but he's not a client. Do you engage in that dynamic in your like genuine romantic relationships?
Sometimes, yeah. I when I'm dating a guy, I love a guy who can switch. That's kind of what I'm looking for. For someone that I'm dating,
water down the wrong.
What does that mean? Switch.
I wouldn't necessarily date. I would not date a full submissive. I will see them professionally, but I won't date a full submissive. For me to date you, it needs to be provable that you are able to dominate me. But that doesn't
so you're
mean.
switch. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And they need.
All right.
They would
So
be a switch
is the
too.
ideal?
And I'm a switch. Yes.
Is the ideal dynamic for you, for a romantic relationship, not just your clients? He's the dom and you're the sub. Or switch. Okay, sometimes I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's where all of this gets a bit confusing. You wrote in your message to us, one of your disagreements with me or the show, you write, you disagree with the type of shit that me, think that women should do for men in the early dating phase.
Right. I mean, we already sort of were talking about this when it came to chivalry and.
Well, but now it's getting into my expectations. Nathan, could you crack the door, please? So what do you disagree about in terms of what I want?
Well, I said that I couldn't get super specific about it because I it was just kind of based off of things I've heard on the show via little clips, and I truly don't remember anything by quote.
Yeah. Well, here,
but
maybe
if we want to get into some
Yeah,
things, we can. Yeah.
I can provide. I'll play the bow video. Nathan, can you get the bow video?
I saw the bow video.
So my expectation is I want a woman. Well, one of my expectations, the first time a girl comes over to my, not quite yet. Well, in just a sec. I want a woman the first time she comes over to my house, she should do my laundry.
What did you do to deserve that?
What do you mean?
I might be down for that,
I'm the table.
to be honest, but you're not.
I'm not propositioning you. I'm not, hold on. I'm not propositioning you. I'm explaining what my...
No, I'm not. I know this. I'm giving you an example of like, I'm not saying you. I'm saying if someone wanted me to come do their... Yeah.
If a guy,
like
some guy did that.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, depends on what they were doing first. I may just agree to do that.
Well, in term, you're asking what the woman gets out of it? Is that your question? Or
what the woman gets out of it? Yeah.
bringing?
Like, I'm not just going to bow into your fucking laundry. So, like,
Why not?
What is the
Well, that's what I would say to a woman I'm interested in dating, but...
Is this like open to everybody to comment on? Or?
I'll let you in. I'll let you in just a moment.
Sure.
In just a moment. He's
really, really nice to her.
Let me flesh out this idea
We
here.
all have different definitions of nice, I would
Yes,
say. Nice and generous. Those are all they're on a spectrum.
Well, I would say ultimately, so wait, your question is what am I doing to deserve that?
Yeah,
Is
like
that
how are you going to incentivize? You're asking like, I think you're kind of getting at like, would I be willing to do that? What do I think about bowing and doing your laundry the first time? I don't think too much of it, to be honest, and I might be down to do something like that, but I'm not just gonna do it. I have to do it for a reason. I need to want to do it.
Well, it should be unprompted. So I shouldn't even have to explain it to a woman. She should
Why would I
want
owe you
to
that?
do it.
Why the fuck would I owe you that, though?
Well, why should men
Just
pay for first dates? Why should men be chivalrous?
Because you asked me on a date, and I'm gonna get all ready and cute for you, and knowing that you're probably going to want to be a little intimate with me. Because let's be real.
She gets to be intimate with me.
No, you don't. No, we don't. Like, let's be fucking real. No.
Wait, what do you mean?
We have a vibrator. We are so happy with going home to our vibrators or...
That wasn't my argument. This idea that sex is an equal value exchange just because you're fucking
why are men paying so much money for it if we're the ones that get to get it? Yeah. It's not an equal exchange, or else we would be paying for it.
That's not true. So sex is an equal value exchange, and honestly, I think actually women. It depends exactly what we're
the ones
speaking.
being penetrated too. Like I don't think it's an equal value exchange.
It is an equal value.
To be honest.
Okay. If you have sex with me, do you get sex?
Yeah, but we don't value it the same way.
I totally do. This idea that women are like dislike sex, that's basically your argument.
It's not. It's not.
Stop. That's a weird, I assume you're sex positive. That's a really weird take for somebody who's sex positive.
Yeah, you're not understanding what I'm saying at all.
I actually believe
we get different things out of sex, and we value it in different ways. In one example,
even if it's purely
emotional.
Physical.
But if it's purely physical, then a lot of women don't like to have sex that's just purely physical.
No, that's
they get nothing from
it. Oh my God, you guys just struggle to follow along with what I'm actually trying to communicate here. So I believe, for example, are you going to say that, women climax less than men?
No.
That would actually be a good argument in your
I don't think it's a good... In her favor or my favor?
In her favor,
I think that's a biological.
Perhaps.
I don't think that women.
However, while that's the case for some women,
I would argue they climax more.
Right, I'm about to say that
doesn't
women.
Every woman complain about not?
Women can be.
Some women can never.
Hello, women can be multi-orgasmic.
Yes.
Some women. I'm not saying all women have this experience. Women can come 10 times, 20 times, 30
she can
times
come without even having sex.
And it's like.
Yes, I can.
I can picture a nipple right now, and she could come. So she doesn't need no man.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, it would be in some instances, and I've had this experience with women I've dated. They can come 30 times in a row, and I get my one, and it's It seems like she's actually deriving more physical pleasure. She's probably like enjoying it more, I guess. Not to say that I'm not enjoying it, but like I feel like if you're a multi-orgasmic woman, sex is actually just on a purely physical level actually more enjoyable for some women. And in addition to this, multi-orgasm in men is like exceedingly rare.
And the thing that's more enjoyable for women, I feel like, is linked to like more of the brain than the body. It's linked to that like emotional connection is where we get so much of that pleasure from. And also, you're saying right now, I feel like, that the orgasm is the most pleasurable part of sex.
Didn't say that at all, but if you want to continue.
But we're counting orgasms, and you're saying, oh, well, women have all these orgasms, which also, I can only have 1 to 2 max. So.
Okay. Then you'd be on equal footing to men.
But it's equal in number of orgasms? Okay, sure, I can agree on that.
Well,
but it doesn't mean it's equal in terms of...
I would argue even a woman... I mean, look, it's how do you know without having the experience of being a woman, I guess? But I do think that even for women who can basically just orgasm once, even that one... I don't know. Probably still.
It's a different type of orgasm.
Look, I don't know.
I've also had bad sex and had a bad time and been like, fuck this shit. I'm just going to make myself orgasm. So just because I had that orgasm, just to like make it like a little better for me, doesn't mean that I got what he got out of that experience.
Men can have that same experience where it's like, all right, I'm going to bring myself to climax.
Well, in my experience, that's never happened. So
have you ever faked an orgasm?
Rarely.
Okay, so do you think the guy would know if you faked?
No.
So how would you know if a guy's been disappointed in his sexual experience with you?
Because of the way that they react and then return back to my DMs or my text messages.
All right.
The way that they say, oh my God, this was the best blah blah ever. Like they're not gonna they're not gonna pretend like they loved it when they didn't.
I'm gonna bring it back on the rails here though. So you disagreed with the type of shit that I think women should do for men early in the dating phase. One of those things is I would like a woman to, first time she comes over to my house, fold my laundry.
Are you gonna like make her like a nice meal? Are you gonna like set out?
No, she'll make me a meal.
It's your house. That's so raunchy. You're not paying bills or anything.
What do you mean? I will be paying the bills.
If she likes you. But she doesn't even know she likes you yet. You want her to do your laundry.
Has that ever happened?
All the time.
Really?
Isn't that video AI though that you...
Would you? So can I finally chime into the conversation here? Great. I think that men don't value women higher the more a woman does for them, especially initially in a relationship, because the way psychologically that works is not, oh, she's so great for doing this. It's, I'm so great that she's doing all of this for me. And long term, that doesn't actually work out. Long term, you're not actually attracted to that girl. That's why, again, you said maybe that has happened to you, for you in the past. And I don't know if you actually seriously dated those girls afterwards or were in a relationship with them afterwards, but this is just broadly speaking studies that
Which studies? What studies are you referencing?
The more women do for men, especially initially in a relationship, the less the man just values her.
That's a total inversion.
So maybe that isn't the case for you.
Well, help me out here, because making the declaration that studies say, right? If I said no, studies say the opposite. It would be rational and reasonable for you to say which studies by what authors.
Sure.
So which studies by what authors?
Sure. So do you follow Sadia Khan? You don't like her, huh?
She's not a academic.
No, but she's one of the most followed and
did she do an actual scientific study?
Prolific dating coaches, right?
Did she do a scientific study?
Pretty much anybody that is in the dating world understands this to be the case.
Did she do a scientific study?
I think it's a way of women to devalue themselves.
I don't even know what
those kinds of things.
What's the point of even talking?
I would personally
she's
feel.
A politician.
I would personally feel insulted if somebody asked me something like that, and I would just not pursue that relationship.
Did the chick do a study?
There's zero court.
Did she do an actual study, a scientific study?
As in women actually doing things for men and then just a man not committing to
Those
her.
are just
that's,
words.
That's the majority
You
of
said,
women.
hold on.
You said
wait,
studies
wait.
show this.
I can't.
No, but you cited
tell
to
you what study
Sadia
it is.
Khan, who my understanding is she has not done
any scientific studies.
No, she has clients, and she's one of the most prolific dating coaches.
Wait,
that
didn't she
there
get
is.
exposed for like?
I don't know.
Hold on.
I don't follow. I don't follow.
Like,
so
hold on.
my answer is no.
Well,
I don't know.
I would say so. So then, couldn't Andrew cite to Brian Atlas?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Brian has one of the most popular and prolific dating
Do you
channels.
have dating clients that have
How would
successful
that?
relationships?
I talked to.
afterwards?
Wait. I actually think my insight.
I can point to male. I can point to the equivalent of male dating
Do you
coaches.
mentor men that then have?
Did I
would
say?
that be relevant?
Did,
That then have
did I say me?
successful
Do you?
relationships with women?
I'm sorry. Do you?
I give a lot of advice. That's kind of what I
Yeah,
do. But
okay.
It hasn't worked for yourself.
Actually, it is working for myself. Fantastic, actually.
Okay. Well, that wasn't my
You're
argument.
above the age of average
But
marriage.
is your
I was already
profession dating coach?
Great.
Rising.
Say that again.
Is your profession dating coach? Because I missed that in your intro.
No, it was not. That's why I wanted to come on here. I like
So
to
you
break out
reference.
into
So you're
different
referencing
things.
other dating coaches.
Yes, I like.
Great.
To
So
follow
then, if
all
I
of them.
reference a male dating coach, we're on the same equivalent playing field.
Sure.
Then.
Has any one of the ones you followed said that it's a good idea for a woman to go to a guy's house and do their laundry for them? That's going to help. their
Actually,
relationship
yes, several
long-term?
inside the red
Which
pill
one? 'Cause I
manosphere.
just named two.
Oh shit! You could talk to Michael Sartain. You could talk to.
They say it's a good idea for women to come over to a guy's house the first time.
Yeah, if they want to impress
and
him, yeah.
start acting like a housemaid.
If they want to impress him. But
Zero
my
courting.
question to
But
you.
what kind of woman do you
Hang
think
on.
would
My
be-
question to you is: You said there's studies.
Yes.
Where are they? What are they called?
You know what? I wish I had a laptop and phone with me, but that's a rule not to have it.
What?
So,
Well, I'm just asking what they're called.
I don't have that kind of bandwidth.
How about single author?
I would have to pull it up right here. I'm
Okay,
not
roughly
fast-
how long were they?
Say that again.
Roughly how long were they?
How long were what?
The studies
The studies
that you
I'm
read.
saying that broadly, this is the known
Okay.
base that if you do this for men, one, you're
Did
degrading.
the studies have a
What do you
meta-analysis?
mean
Degrading
it's broadly?
yourself.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's
well,
not true.
How has that worked out? Has that worked out for anybody?
This is anecdotal.
Have you?
You
any of
reference
guys-
studies.
Okay, so
Studies.
how about if I take that back, right?
Okay.
If I take
Wait.
that back and come back with studies another time or when I get my phone, then we can continue this conversation. But let's say it's.
Did you actually read
let's
any
say-
studies on this?
Yes, but I'm not I don't have a super memory and I don't have a laptop or my phone in front of me. So it'd be easier to do that if I had
So,
that
but
to
we
back it up.
can even explore this absent studies.
Sure.
So, do you think that in terms of a woman developing the male affinity towards her, you think it'll be harmful for her to be helpful to him to
Initially, yes.
cook?
Initially,
so
yes.
if a woman cooks for a man, that's
Initially.
going to make him like her less.
If it's the first time she's over at his house, yes.
What
Now-
evidence do you have for this?
But listen,
Have you fucked women?
No.
Do you date women?
No.
Okay, so
No.
you have two men here.
No, but-
Can we ask the men?
Yeah.
You know what? Why don't we
I
ask the men?
personally am very domestic with
Right.
my boyfriend. Like I love cooking for him. And
Does
I
he
love-
enjoy it?
Yes. I'm Cuban.
Wait, can I
I'm
ask you a
Cuban.
question? Had you not had you? I'm assuming you didn't do those things
At the
quite
beginning.
early on. Do you think he would have been like, had you done those things though? I know you don't. You wouldn't have done them, but had you done them, do you?
Yes.
Do you think he would have been like?
That's
the fuck is
weird.
wrong with her? I don't like her, or do you think he would have the same affinity
He's
he
a very
has now?
intelligent man. So if he brought home a woman that instantly gets to cleaning up the house and cooking everything for him, he'd probably think that there was something wrong with that person.
No, he'd be like, this chick is dope. Yes,
Free-
I have a keeper. I have a keeper.
Free labor, maybe. That's just
Wait,
self-interest.
hold on, stop.
everyone.
Fuck, man.
Sorry.
If you hear me coming in, be quiet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that you talk about free labor.
Mm-hmm.
You want a guy to pay for the first date?
Do they agree? Do we agree before
Answer the
going on a
question.
date? Yes.
What-
The man
I don't care if they agree.
Invites
Do
me
you-
to a date.
But is that what you want?
I want
to the point that, in fact, I think you disclosed, you make sure you get the affirmative certainty prior to going on the date that they will pay.
Yes, because it's
that's
a
how
way
important.
Of checking their character.
That's how
and if
great.
they can't afford a meal, and if it's a problem,
So free labor.
Same thing with the woman.
So
and
free
if it's
labor.
a problem, then
Okay,
that's
so
odd
how much
for
did
me.
your boyfriend spend on the first date? Did he take you to a nice restaurant?
No.
Okay, how much?
We
did
actually
he spend?
had our first date at an IHOP, and it was great. And,
Okay, how much did he spend?
I don't know. How much do you think you can spend at an IHOP?
Could be $100.
You'd order the whole menu, right?
What are you ordering?
You'd order the whole menu, actually.
Appetizer.
I don't know. A meal at McDonald's costs $20 now.
Whatever, it has to have been less than
Can you
40,
scoot
less
your
than
mic that way?
less than $50 or something, you know. And we had been talking before that.
Okay, how much does he
so
make per hour?
He doesn't make money per hour. He
Salaried.
Okay, per year.
He earns money and he basically gets donations. He has a base salary, but he also collects commission from donations that he brings in for his organization. So yeah, it's a mix of, he's his own boss.
What's his organization?
So again, I always keep my private life private.
Which is fair.
So yes, but he has his own organization. He is a CEO of it, and he manages it well. And so, you know, somebody like him is somebody I respect and look up to. And
how is that material to the conversation at hand?
Well, because, you know, he's a man that I have to look up to the person that I'm dating, right? Because
Right,
of
but
their
it's secondary
intelligence,
to the
because of how they live their lives, and if they, you know,
Prattle?
Say it again.
Prattle?
Prattle?
You're just prattling. I want to get back to the actual
Oh, gotcha.
conversation at hand.
Okay, I thought you were asking me about my dating life.
The qualities of your boyfriend are kind of
he's fantastic.
irrelevant here.
I wish I could
I'm
copy
confused
and
why you
paste him.
brought up
Give everybody
the.
a copy.
I'm curious why you brought up the fact that he receives donations. So I'm assuming it's like perhaps a non-profit organization. I would assume the donations go to the organization, not
Mostly,
into his pockets. I don't know how
correct.
the fact that he receives donations is
That's how
relevant to my question
because
as
you
to
asked
his
us
income.
if he's salaried or how much he earns the hour. That's why I answered.
It should go. Well, okay, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Okay, so do you want to ballpark his yearly income, I guess?
He definitely is. He makes a lot, definitely more than $1 million a year, and he does very well for himself. But he earns every single cent, as in that man is working 12-hour days. He's usually on the road.
Why does this matter? I'm just curious.
Well,
Why do you
because
feel the need to share, like?
Because I
But no,
truly
but
want to shout him out. I know he's watching, and I want to show him that I'm very proud of what he does. So shout out, babe. Love you.
It's just kind of what's the word for? I guess
Annoying.
irrelevant.
He would have
No,
been
it's
mad.
just irrelevant.
He would have been mad in your first date
No, it's
if
just
you had gone to
irrelevant
his house though, and you had
information.
put his socks
I think
away.
it's relevant that, you know, I am in a happy, healthy relationship,
Sure.
and I want that for more people.
But that's
And
established
that's
now.
why
I
I'm
agree.
here to tell you guys what I think attracts a man that is high value, and I think these are the qualities that
So what
makes
do you
a
do for
high
him?
value woman.
What do you do for him?
So he can come to me for advice, but when, you know, we're together, I do actually like cook. I like cooking for him.
Do you guys live together?
No, not yet.
Does he cook for you?
He has cooked breakfast items before, but I'm the better cook. I'm Latina.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you know, it's, again, a balance. Just because I can cook doesn't mean that he doesn't do it being nice. You mentioned chivalry. I sent him flowers, you know, even if it's not a holiday, because did you know that most men don't get flowers until the day they die?
Before you ever first.
Who the fuck wants flowers?
Before,
Some men may want them.
Men don't want fucking flowers.
Let me get this.
Let me just ask the
Hold on,
chat.
no,
Send in a super chat. Send in a super. Who the fuck wants flowers? Nobody wants flowers.
That's a great question. If the men
You give
want
them
it,
ammo.
we'd
Yeah,
chime in.
appreciate
Do we
it
like
if
flowers?
a woman got
No, I don't want fucking flowers. I want ammo. I want shit that's cool. I don't want fucking flowers.
I did buy my boyfriend
Some
a
guys
chainmail
appreciate nature.
headpiece once. He loved it.
expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so back here. So, how many dates would you say you guys went on before you finally started cooking and cleaning? And
That's a good question.
because you do that now, but
Yeah, I'd say it was, after a few weeks of
weeks
hanging out.
So like how many, I'm not looking for an exact, but he took you on 3 dates, 4 dates, 5 dates?
When you actually like a person, you don't really quantify the date. You just try to spend as much time together as you can.
Doesn't answer the question.
Sometimes we went out for lunch, and if you want to qualify that as a date, then
Sure,
you
we
can.
And I'm assuming you paid for it?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes, he comes over and I pay for the groceries and then cook the food. It's very balanced.
Well, probably not balanced, but
but
did he?
I don't like to
prior-
quantify. I don't like a transactional relationship. So I'm not counting the money I spend on him when I go grocery shopping.
I don't know
when
if the
do nice
word is
things.
extraneous. There's a lot of extraneous, sort of irrelevant, unnecessary.
It's a whatever podcast. We talk about whatever, though. Right?
Weren't you saying?
Yeah, but I'm like, don't be upset at me by the end of this that we're going late because all this irrelevant, extraneous information has been presented that is not material to the conversation at hand.
Sure.
So, okay, so before you started cooking, before you did any of that stuff, did he ever? I know your first date was IHOP, low cost. Did he ever take you to a really nice dinner, really fancy?
Yes, absolutely. For Christmas, we went to a really, really nice spot, Christmas Eve, actually. So he has spent a pretty penny for Valentine's Day. We went to the Hard Rock, at the Hard Rock Spa in Florida, in like the Fort Lauderdale area.
You love to include irrelevant information.
Well, I think people like
fucking
those.
love. Who gives a fuck where?
Well,
who
you
just
asked about expensive dates. I'm telling
be
you.
precise.
Did you want to not know why it is expensive?
I didn't.
Right. So those are some of the expensive dates.
Okay.
Any other?
Yeah. So.
You like the tea. Don't lie.
No, I don't give a fuck. So okay.
Is that tea?
Yeah, it's not even.
The tea is details.
Okay, so
Details.
originally, when I was saying how I want a girl to do my laundry or come over and help me cook, clean, whatever, and ideally that should be just immediate, upfront, right? You said, well, that's, what did you say, unpaid labor or something? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, that's transactional unpaid
it's
labor.
not transactional. How would it be transactional?
It feels like that, as in I paid for a meal, and so when you come home, you do my laundry. That's
a service.
Transactional.
You are the expert in strawmans.
Thank
so
you.
in anything, why would you say thank you to that? That's not
I
a
like
good
being
thing.
an expert at debating. I have been doing it for 12 years. So
What is a straw man?
So you're trying to kind of invalidate my arguments by saying that everything I say is a straw man.
It's a yeah, but what is a straw man?
What is a straw man?
And it's not. It's.
But what is
Answer
a straw
the
man?
question.
What is a straw man?
What is a straw man?
As soon as you tell me what are
She-
the 4 phases. No, I can answer it.
Get the fuck out.
Oh, go on.
Did I just get kickoff?
No
kicked
kickoff.
the show?
I'm just wondering though, what is a straw man?
Straw man argument, something that is irrelevant to the argument or the conversation. I don't know the exact definition.
That's not a straw man. You've been debating for 12 years and
But
you
you
don't
don't
know
know
like
the
the
straw-
number. Yeah, you don't know the luteal phases or whatever the
Yes,
fuck.
you have a-
How
you
would
have
that
a-
be relevant to a debate? Are there factual
Are you saying I
things?
can't debate because I don't have the exact precise definition of a straw man argument?
Well, no. He's pointing out that it is the case, in fact, that when you're debating, fallacies are the most important aspect of what your opponent is saying or not saying.
So point out one that I've done so
The straw man is a fallacy.
Sure. So to point out one example that I've done so far.
Well, so do you know what the straw man is?
Point out one example.
Oh,
Because I don't feel
if
like
you don't
I've
know,
used any.
yeah, if you don't,
So you can't.
yeah.
She doesn't feel like she's.
Hang on.
I know
How,
I haven't,
how can you know if you haven't used a
You don't
straw
even
man
know what a
argument
straw
if you
man
don't know what
is,
it
so how
is?
So explain it.
Yeah, okay, I'll explain it to
Go
you. A
for it.
straw man is when you take an opponent's position and then you reframe the position to argue against a weaker point they didn't make.
Right.
That's a
so-
straw man. And you
so
just did that to Brian.
being-
What you did was you misrepresented his position and then
No.
made an argument against an argument he did not make.
I did not do that at any point.
You
What would that
literally
be?
did.
What would that be?
Okay,
Saying
so you said, Brian, you view things in a transactional way in an effort to dismiss my position, because I was saying
that's the weaker position trying to argue against.
So I was saying that, yes, when the first time a girl comes over, yes, I want her to, cook and clean and do my laundry. And then your framing was, Brian, that's transactional, because you're saying if you pay for the dinner, then there's an expectation because you pay for the dinner that the woman should do that. Those words never left my mouth, so that would be the straw man, because you're misrepresenting what I said. I never said.
But it's not just that; it's a misrepresentation to argue against a different position. So you're misrepresenting it to argue against why you don't like transactions, which is fine. You can argue against why you don't like transactions, but that has nothing to do with the position.
Yes, but my argument is that even if you don't qualify it as a transactional relationship, it factually is.
That's not an argument.
That's not even true.
That's not even an argument.
It factually is. If you feel like to continue a relationship,
I feel like it's not an
person,
argument either.
You need to have this person come over and do free labor on the first time that they visit you.
But you
Is
do
that
realize
not like a factual statement?
So you do realize that this would actually be an entailment of your own position. So if the position is men should pay on first dates, that requires them to labor to have the resources to pay for the first date. Ergo, you're oh my God, this is so ridiculous.
No, it's actually the reason for it is if I'm looking for a husband and I want to have kids with them.
Your justification.
And I want to have a future with them. If they can't afford a meal, then I'm
great. Wait, I love this. The reason, the reason on the first date you want the man to pay for the first date is as demonstration that he can provide for you. The reason I want a woman to cook and clean
and because it shows if they're generous.
Stop fucking interrupting, lady.
It's a character.
Do you have BPD? Do you have like borderline personality disorder?
I do not. Do you?
I don't, but it's interesting that you can't follow the rules. I've asked you not to interrupt. I'm in the middle of a sentence, and you've got to constantly interrupt. So again, it's interesting. So what if my justification for what I want is not to be like a, cracking the whip like a slave master? It's actually a woman who's willing to do that early on is a demonstration to me that she's going to be a good girlfriend. She's going to be a good, taking care of the household. That's something that I value in a relationship. So it's interesting.
Worked, though? It
hasn't worked for you? I don't understand the argument.
No,
I value that as well.
Has somebody done that for you
Yes.
and then you actually dated them afterwards?
Yes.
Really?
So
where do you find a woman like that? Or what kind of a background would a girl like
just
that
because
have?
you're
what sort of background?
Just because you're a Barbie, just because you're a sorority girl Barbie,
I was never
and
in a sorority.
you believe
I'm a little bit more individualistic
that's great.
than that.
Just because you believe you should be as useless as possible to a man for as long as possible early on.
I never said that. I said early on.
But I don't understand. You don't know.
Character.
But so if I'm telling you,
is that strawman?
If I'm telling you, here, why don't you define strawman?
Well, you just said you misrepresent the person's position to then use their argument against them. You just said
that wouldn't be a misrepresentation.
That's not a straw man either.
That would just be like an ad hom or an insult. Which
That's
is
not ad
different.
hominem. Why are you requiring a man to show you his?
It is ad hominem.
It's not.
Actually, I have
You don't know what ad
actual
hominem
definition
is.
right here.
Read it.
You literally don't know what it is. Anyway, you're asking. You're asking a man to show.
Y'all have been using
I feel so bad for.
Hold on.
Whoa, holy fuck.
Slippery
Let me finish. You asked him
hominems.
to show his character right from the beginning.
You were like, if they can be generous, if they.
You were saying that you're not even going to go
Y'all
out
are
on a date
attacking
with a man,
people's
which is great,
personalities
which
to
makes
avoid
sense.
the actual topic at hand.
Okay, when did
which is an ad hominem.
Yeah. Who attacked?
What's your definition of ad hominem?
Hang on.
Using words and using attributes.
Well,
That's inaccurate.
hang on. It doesn't even have to be attacking their personality, right?
Yeah, there we go.
So
Attack
what
their
it
personality.
but here's
It's a personal attack.
But hang on. Here's the thing. Well, no, that an insult can be a personal attack, but not an ad hom. An ad hom is when you're attacking them instead of the argument. So if I were to say to a person, they said something like, I don't know, the sun rises in the east. And I said, no, it doesn't, because you're a stupid bitch. That would be an ad hom, right? That would be an ad hom. But if I said, it does rise in the east. That's true, but it only rises, I contended with the argument somehow and then ended it with, and you're also a stupid bitch. That's not an ad hom. So the ad hom has to be you're only attacking them and not the argument, but if you're attacking the argument and them at the same time, that's not an ad hominem.
But You have to address this. So I was
W.
saying,
Andrew.
you said you wouldn't even
No,
go
it's
on
true.
a date with a man if he didn't
I literally just studied
say
it
that
the
he would
other
pay
day.
for the first date, which is totally
Okay,
fine.
wait.
I totally
Correct.
understand that.
Yeah.
But you're already telling him, hey, show me
Your
your character from
definition-
the first date.
Yes.
It was from my college.
And your definition's
why is it
correct.
not okay for him
Read
to
it again.
require
Wait,
to
guys,
show
guys.
you?
You're
one
also
at a time.
doing
Stop,
slippery
stop,
slopes.
Let Anya speak, please. Stop.
Why is it not okay for him to require you to show him your character from the first date if you're requiring it from him?
Yeah, because I am showing my character on the first date or the first visit
by
home
showing up?
by not doing those certain things. So it is my character to be kind and generous, but it is not my character to be somebody that just does things for
Okay, this
no
is
reason.
but
so
you
that
are
is
not.
I am showing
this is
who I am,
solipsism.
you know?
This is solipsism. You would agree that there are women who differ from you?
Yes.
Okay, so because it's not your framework, just because it's not the way you move, doesn't mean that other women can't move like this in an effective, and it wouldn't be less or more effective necessarily.
I think, well, that could be your opinion. I think that's, I differ in that. For example, she said that she would be okay with going to your place and cleaning your house the first time she comes over.
So is she wrong?
And no, I'm just saying, would you date her long-term and consider her for a long-term relationship? Yes or no, and why?
Outside of being
Well,
strong?
I'm not going to go into a specific, but I would. So wait, her specifically?
Yeah,
You want me
because
to
she's a
ask-
pretty person. She's very pretty. And she says
But
that
I
she
don't
would
see
go over to
what
your
would that have to
place.
do with your argument.
And she would go over to your place to clean, and so she has kind of similar values to you. So
okay,
would
here,
you
let me make it super
consider
simple.
her for a long-term relationship, yes or no, or why?
Hold on, let me make it super simple. Would I date a woman who comes over to my house the first time and folds my laundry? The answer is yes.
Okay.
That's my position. Why are you asking for clarification?
I'm curious
Would
as to what the background of those women are like. What else comes besides just doing your laundry on the first
So you think
time that
because
they
you
come
don't have an OnlyFans, you don't have to do his laundry?
No,
That's
I'm not-
basically what you're saying.
No,
If we
I'm not.
extrapolate this out, yes, that's what
No,
you're trying to
You
get to.
didn't bring up
I'm
OnlyFans.
not
I don't.
Yeah,
I just
never
don't
mentioned the
understand the
word.
line of inquiry.
I'm
I
saying,
think I
what kind
do.
of a
I think I
woman
get it.
Do you
That's what she's saying.
date does
Yeah.
that outside of doing just that?
Do you
What
thi-
is their background?
do you
because
think
it's
that that
very
woman-
difficult to find. I personally don't know of any women in my circle. You're the first person that I know would do that.
Do you think that
would
women
actually-
who would do that are lesser women to
Say
you?
that again?
Do you think women who would do that are lesser women?
Yes,
Yeah.
much lesser women.
That's what I. That's what I
very
figured.
submissive
I said
women.
lesser as in of the population, not that they are less than. To clarify.
Okay.
Numerically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are they?
Yeah.
Do you consider them like beneath you?
No, I think if that's what they want to do, they can do it. If that's going to be their character and personality, then,
Vector
so be it.
donated
But
$100.
Wait,
Chair 1,
that was not
did this
supposed to come
fetish
in that
exist
way.
Since you were
I'll
a
let it go
child?
through, though.
I am curious on what makes a dominatrix. Is this who you always were or what you became?
Vector.
You mentioned feces. Reminds me of G.G. Allen.
We'll have to get back to it.
Yeah, Vector, it's below the threshold. I'm very sorry, but it did come through.
Why wouldn't you want to show him off the rip that, like, you're somebody that would want to clean for him, cook for him, take care of him, nurture
No,
him, have
because-
his children?
because I reveal
transactional.
I reveal that later on. If you show me your character and you show me that you're generous, I'll show you. First, I'm not going to impress.
So what can he
I'm not
hold
going to
back
use that
on?
to impress a man. I'm
What
going to
can he
impress a
hold
man
back on?
based on my accomplishments, on my intelligence, on
Men don't care
All
about
the
that.
things that you really care
They do.
about.
What can he
The
hold
ones
back
that
on?
I've
They care
dated
about that
do
most,
care about that a lot, actually.
Okay, what can he hold back on?
I doubt it.
You're holding back
I
on
doubt
this.
it.
And then say it again.
Since you're holding back on all these things,
Yes.
what can he hold back on besides? Because
Nightmare.
A ring.
Nightmare.
And a lot of other
Or maybe
large
taking you to
investments.
I think
a more
most things are gonna
expensive
change.
date
That's-
or gifts.
so as soon as
bringing
he
it to
takes
his
you to
family?
Nobu, then you'll start doing all these things?
No, at all. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
what
that's
you're saying, like
out.
when I do more things and I expect more things, and no, but the ultimate, I'm going to go full wife mode is when I have the wife title, and I think more women.
Why
would
would
get
he want to
wifed up.
wife you up if you're not going to act like a wife?
Because why would he wife
Because
me up if I'm going to
because of her accomplishments.
If I'm gonna act-
Because of her
No,
her
because
She can do all those things
accomplishments.
for herself.
No,
that shows that she
yeah.
can do those things in their
There's a
household.
logical
Yeah, right.
reason for it, which is why would he wife me up if I'm already
Why would
acting
he
like
act like a
wife?
husband
Right,
and pay
that
for your
part.
stuff if he's not a husband
Well,
yet?
That makes
Say that
sense to
again?
me.
He's not paying for all of her stuff yet.
He's not paying. I would.
Why
live
would
on
he
my
assume
own.
that? Hang on. Would this
all
logically be
Courting
backwards?
her with dinner isn't paying for
If
stuff.
the idea is, he's not going to wife me up because I'm acting like a wife, doing the laundry,
Yes.
doing the this, doing the
That's
that.
how you have 10-year.
Yeah. Hang on. I don't need the qualifier yet. I haven't even asked the fucking question.
You seem upset. You
So
were-
anyway, so the thing is,
You just don't have any
is like
decorum with
even
the
if it's the case, let's just assume that he's like you're doing all this stuff. The case that you're making is why would he wife me up when he already has a wife?
Yes.
But what would be his actual evidence that you would be doing all of these things for him if you're never doing any of these things for him?
Who said I would never? I said I would show. Yes, I can cook.
haven't showed it yet.
Yeah.
So how
I
does he
can-
know that?
Let's say we're
about the
engaged
first
for
day.
a year.
Yeah, we
Let's
are
say
talking
we're
about the
dating
first
I'm just
for a
talking about
year.
over the case of
Let's
the
say we're
relationship.
dating for a year. I think within a year's time, you can know whether a person can cook, can clean, does cook, does clean.
But you're not gonna cook or
is
clean for him.
honest, is loyal. But I am not going to cook and clean every single day for him to prove that I am going to be a good
Do you
wife.
cook and clean and all that for your boyfriend right now?
No, we live separately. I do that for myself. 'Cause
When you
I'm a
go over to
responsible adult.
his house, do you cook and clean anything?
I have cooked a
Do you
meal at his place
do you
before.
regularly like go over and clean?
No.
Do you regularly go over and do laundry?
Why would she do that?
Why would I go over to his?
'Cause I'm
place
just
and
trying to
do
figure
laundry?
out what
you
the
can be a good
like.
wife.
Because
Maybe
he's
If this guy's a millionaire,
because he's a functional
she cooks.
adult.
That's it.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I have a question
He's
for the
a
guys in the room.
But why, if this guy's a millionaire,
She
why
doesn't
would he
care for herself until they become a unit.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, I want to hear from you. Go ahead.
Does nesting not typically scare a guy away though? A lot of the time, like what someone calls nesting, and
Like leaving your
like,
shit at his house? That's
Sort of,
different.
No, nesting
like
is like creating a
nesting,
home.
like kind of forcing yourself, I guess, into their environment
They do
too
get scared by
quickly.
that.
Almost.
Men get scared by that.
I
Is
mean,
that
that's
something
that's
that doesn't?
different. I think that's different.
Maybe the girls can expand on
Like
that.
kind of
But I'm
almost
not- yeah.
like kind of welcoming yourself into like their personal duties a little too quickly. Would that not almost scare a guy away sometimes, or you
I
don't
think it
think
depends.
doing laundry?
If it's
like
the
was
wrong
the
kind
first-
of guy.
Oh
Do you
man,
understand?
I'm way more attracted to this woman because she does nothing that I want her to do.
No, it's terrible.
Oh my
Where's
god.
the chase?
No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean like
Oh, this woman
almost
is helping me and making my life easier and,
Oh,
and
God,
doing things
how
for
could
me.
she?
Oh my god, I fucking dislike her more now.
This is
I
terrible.
mean,
argue that
I
she's
more
just
mean
being
like
fully
Brian, how could this have happened?
Oh, the terror.
I just mean like imposing too quickly on personal duties in their household. Like, does
Yeah,
that
if you
not
like go
sometimes
in and you're
scare?
like, hey, I brought all my shit and I'm going up to the master bedroom now. Yeah, sure. But like,
No,
hey,
it's organizing
hey,
his
hey, I'm gonna make some dinner for us. And by the
No,
way,
no, not
hang on. But and by the way, I did a little bit of laundry. It's like, oh my god, you fucking insane. Well, get the fuck out of here, you crazy broad. Who the fuck is gonna say? Nobody's gonna say that.
I
will
more just
say-
meant like just
I will
with the
say there's
laundry
been
thing.
a guy that I've dated that was like freaked out by that, and I realized like a couple weeks in that he was just not a good guy. So it's just not the guys that
It's called
women
avoidant
like me want to
attachment
look
style.
for
So
that are going to be freaked out by that.
But this stemmed.
everybody has different attachment styles. They're describing the whole avoidant attachment style, which is once somebody tries to get closer to you, that actually freaks the person out, and then they find distance.
Yeah, if
And
it
that's a
moves,
lot of-
if it moves too
that's
quickly,
a lot of
sure.
I more just meant on a
adults,
first
men and
date.
women.
Yeah,
can do
but
that.
you're talking about moving. You're
Yeah.
talking about moving something too quickly. I get that. I get the like. I'm just going to live here now after 2 weeks. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about just going and doing basic things like, hey, I'll cook, I'll assist with the cleaning, I'll do this and that because we're dating. You know what I mean? That doesn't seem like you're moving that quickly.
On a first
Doing someone's
date, though, I
laundry is
meant.
intimate.
I
Even
mentioned.
I would argue doing someone's laundry is very intimate, actually.
It is.
Okay, but
Yeah.
but I think what you guys are
intimate
forgetting here is
What
this.
the fuck is intimate about it?
I think
Your underwear, your
You
little
put the
skid
jeans
marks.
in
You
the
want me
fu-
to
you
see
put
your
the
skid
fucking
marks?
jeans in there. Do you have a problem with skid marks? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Do you have a problem?
Do you have a
with
problem with that?
Now
Like,
for
what do
us
you
all to
mean?
see? Do you want to like pull? No, I don't have a problem. But like,
Well, no,
I
I'm
do have a
saying
problem
you
with-
seem like you have skid marks or something. I
No,
don't know.
I'm talking about doing a man's laundry. But also, yeah, I wouldn't want
Hold
a man
on.
going through my crusty underwear
Okay, but that's
and washing
you.
it.
Well,
for me.
yeah, for obvious reasons.
I know men that would be kind of embarrassed about it too. They'd grab their underwear out of my hand. They'd be like, ugh. no, don't touch that.
And to be fair, since my boyfriend and I aren't living together, he does, when he visits, he flies in sometimes. And so he does do laundry at my place, and we do it together. We put our stuff together, take it to the thing, come back, and
but this
separate the stuff.
originated
together.
Let me
It's so
let me
normal.
talk, please.
It's so, go ahead.
This originated from my standard.
Yes.
My position is this is what I want. I understand some men don't want that, or they don't even care about it. Some men might even find it objectionable, or they might even dislike it.
Sure.
There's no dispute there. But your contention is with my own experience. You want to contend with, you almost want to be like, Brian, you don't actually want that. You don't truly want that. And that's just ridiculous because I'm presenting to you. Like, how can we have a productive conversation where I'm actually telling you, Brian, what do you like? And I say, I like chocolate ice cream. And you're like, nah, motherfucker, you like vanilla ice cream. Okay, well, I don't know what else to tell you.
Sure.
Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
I can accept it, but I can publicly accept it. But personally, I don't believe that to be the case because I don't know how old you are. How old
36.
36, because you're not married, and usually men at that age are married, and
this is an incoherent
it means
argument.
You would have found a woman by now.
This is wait,
that would apply to
back
you.
To her.
That would apply
it goes
to
back
you.
to her. So you've done vetting since you're stop.
Yes.
No,
She was married, divorced.
Oh
now,
my God.
Now man, but not married.
Her position is, I'm not married, therefore I'm wrong. She's not married, therefore she's wrong.
Right.
In fact, she's divorced. It didn't work with the guy you're with. Your argument is incoherent.
For the
it's
same
weak.
reasons, actually, funny enough, that we're talking about right now.
It's a lot. It's completely fallacious.
Because there was no cheating involved or anything
wait,
that.
Sure.
But there was a lot of imbalance in household activities and competency, and can you do the household activities? Well, we were two adults.
Do you have autism?
So she wouldn't.
Wait, really quick.
I do not.
I'm autistic.
No.
And I feel like you might be a little autistic, okay?
Nope.
You might be a little bit, social cues, but...
Nope, not against anybody
so
who is.
It's completely fallacious. Like, let me ask, do you like tall men?
I mean, I've dated men that... So my standard is as long as they're as tall as me or taller. That's my standard.
And of all the men that you've dated, have they been as tall as you or taller?
Yes.
But it's not worked out with fucking any of them. That must mean
it's working out great.
Stop. It must mean that your stated preference is actually incorrect, and it actually it seems like it's counter to what you're actually pushing towards. Like, it's totally incoherent. This idea, like, oh, well, your stated preference must not actually be must not be accurate because it would have worked out.
It's so what I'm talking about here is that this is a generally held position while yours isn't. Your position of having a woman come over and
generally held by who?
And help or do their laundry on the first time that they come over is not a position held by most men.
Well, most men are happy to just get a little bit of pussy. However, I actually have some standards. I have I want women to act and behave in a certain way. So perhaps this is unique to you as a woman to hear because you probably run over and bulldoze all the men you're with. But yeah, men do actually have standards.
Assumptions, talking about assumptions.
Well, it seems like you're combating this idea that men are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries because men often, anytime a man says, I want this, here's my preference, here's my boundary, here's my standard, it's almost always pathologized. So a woman wants a dominant man, preference. A man wants a submissive woman, controlling, predatory, blah, blah, blah. Anytime a man...
I disagree with that. I think everybody should have their preferences. I'm just talking about this one single thing, which I find weird, and most people do.
Okay, you find it weird. That's great, but I'm not really hearing an actual argument.
The argument is that the person would not value themselves highly to do that kind of stuff on the first time.
So you think the women who I would date who would be inclined to do this, they are what?
They aren't as self-assured as
There we go. Lesser than. Knew it.
Yep.
Not
Knew
lesser
it.
than.
No, yeah, literally.
Yeah, that doesn't mean lesser than.
Are you more self-assured than those women?
No, I'm
Everyone
not
has
more
strengths and
selfish.
weaknesses.
No, I didn't say selfish. I said, are you more self-assured than those women?
Self-assured,
Than those women.
than women that come over and do your laundry.
Yes. Are you more self-assured than them?
Yes.
Then they are less self-assured than you?
Not than me. I think that they're.
What
the fuck
is
that?
It's pee and not pee at the same time?
I'm not trying to compare them to myself. I'm saying that they have less self.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a couple
Then
questions.
who? Then hang on. Then who?
Then women that wouldn't go and do that kind
And
of.
would you do that?
I personally would not.
So then they're less self-assured than you.
Yeah.
Sure, if that's.
So
what
then
you
they're
wanna
less than you, right?
In that one,
Oh,
in that
wait,
one
chat really
aspect,
quick.
that's
The
not
unwed
less than
soldier
you.
donated $200. Polly T. The blondie femcom is making a very compelling case for being more unlikable than NSE. Please don't have her back. If it weren't for Andrew, this episode would be unwatchable BC of her.
Unknown
Thanks.
Soldier, thank you very much for the
Thanks for
TTS.
that. The ratings
Can I
would
ask you a
say
question? Do you
otherwise.
think
Those are all for me?
Sure.
Oh wait, you're sure? Do you know what I average?
I don't.
Yeah. What do
watch
you? What do you average on your show?
This isn't my. This is.
What do you?
my
Hang on. What do you
area.
average on your show?
I don't do.
So what do you average on your show?
Yes, it's a very niche thing.
So
it's
nothing.
No, yeah.
Andrew's the bigger draw than
Yeah,
you.
come on.
Yes,
Andrew's the bigger
absolutely,
draw than you.
absolutely. But just by logic, my target is Latino, so that already decreases the U.S. population to the people that I actually
You mean
target to.
what are you talking about? That's a huge segment of the U.S. population.
Yes, but even if I communicated to every single one, and I wish that I did, then I would still never have anything close to what you average. And
Yeah, but what you just said is in ratings. Yes, it's like no, it has nothing to do. The ratings have nothing to do with you.
I'm not saying ratings. I'm saying live viewers.
The live viewers is not because of you. It's because
no,
of
not
me.
I've never said that,
Okay.
by the way. But I think it's
Hold
because
on.
we're having engaging
Wait.
conversation.
Okay. I'm going to try to bring it back to the panel here in just a moment.
Mhm.
Final thing for you.
Yes.
Do you have an expectation? Should a man be trying to think how I want to frame this. Do you think a man should be a protector?
Define protect from what?
Be willing to sacrifice his life for you, to protect you.
Yes, but I would do the same for them.
You won't even
And
do
for
their
my-
laundry.
How about this?
She said on the first date.
Hold on.
On the
question.
first date, she wouldn't do
sometimes
laundry.
after that, maybe.
I can test this super easily. You are on a boat that is sinking. It's just you and your husband.
Yeah.
There's one life preserver.
Yeah.
Now, there are no loopholes for other means of survival. One of you has to die.
He would
The boat
probably-
is sinking. No, not who would probably, who should be, from your perspective, who should take or who should be given the life preserver to survive?
I'm the kind of person that, they would probably off themselves before I tried to, both of us go down and try to be on that
No,
boat.
but who? Okay, how about this? Let me change
So
it.
I would have been
Wait, stop.
Kate Winston and brought up Jack on top of the door.
Extraneous,
kind of
irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if we both die, then we both die. But
Immaterial.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll change the scenario.
Mhm.
You are an observer. There's like a drone observing a sinking boat, and you have the live camera feed to it, and you see a married couple on the sinking boat. There's one life jacket. Only one person gets to survive. There are no loopholes. Who would you judge more harshly for taking the life jacket, the man or the woman?
I don't know. I'd drop the life jacket and let them choose.
I
on
have the
their own.
perfect question for this, Andrew.
Sure.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Lighter.
Lighter.
Yeah.
You'd feel lighter.
That's.
Is that an acceptable?
Sure.
I guess we'll.
Yeah.
Do you know what a hypothetical question is, or are you
Yes,
just
I do.
intentionally being bad faith?
No.
So answer the hypothetical.
The hypothetical.
You would
is-
drop the non-existent life preserver that I didn't grant was on the drone?
No.
Wow, great.
I said drop if they're in the water, right? That's what I understood. And they're both.
Would you
there
remember
for
the part where I
themselves.
said no loopholes?
No, I'm answering it. If they're both floating in the water and I have a drone to drop the lifeboat, I'm gonna drop the floater and let them.
about?
She's actually cooked.
What are you fucking
She's
talking
actually
about?
fucking cooked.
None of that had anything to do with what he just said.
Yes,
Actually,
it did.
she
unless
can't
I-
engage with hypothetical. She
There's
just can't
no
engage.
lifeboat being dropped.
Not lifeboat.
There's
the-
no life
the little
jacket being
lifesaver
dropped.
thing.
None of that's
Did you
being
That's
dropped.
what I
listen? Were you
understood.
listening? Were your ears open when I explained the hypothetical?
You had two.
Wait,
the first one didn't work.
Can I ask the women here?
Sure.
Did y'all get the hypothetical?
Yes.
Did y'all understand? Is she wrong? About the like, is she not understanding the hypothetical?
She's adding extra stuff that was never.
I think she's avoiding the question.
I think it might be easier if we did it in Spanish. Maybe that's more like the round to go.
Yeah. Donde está la biblioteca? What the fuck?
I think knowing various languages actually levels up your
irrelevant, immaterial. Irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Okay, just your jelly. Don't don't hate on it.
But
but what I understood, so maybe I did misunderstand, is I have a drone that's gonna drop a lifeboat on a couple.
No, dude,
You're just
and they're gonna take it for themselves.
Oh my God! How about this? Oh my God!
Well, because that's the first question that's related to the first question you asked. Is there's two people in the water?
You're watching a boat.
Okay.
Wait. Let me do it differently.
Just
Let me do it
watching.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
On a drone.
You're on an island, and you have a pirate. What is it called? A spyglass, telescope, or whatever. No, what's it called though? The eyeglass.
Telescope. It's a telescope.
Okay, and you have no means of intervening in this sinking ship.
Gotcha.
There's a boat. There's one life preserver on the boat. The water's freezing. Well, hold on. Let me get rid of the water's freezing. Just in the hypothetical, it's granted that only one person can survive. Only one person can take the life preserver.
Yeah.
Who would you judge, I guess, more harshly for, and it's a married couple,
Yeah.
who would you judge more harshly as a witness to this?
I don't know
dilemma.
Because I wouldn't know their background situation. What if one of them has terminal cancer, and so it's better that the husband
Are you just
survive?
intentionally being like bad faith?
No, I'm not.
Can I answer the question?
Are you
yes or
actually
no?
this
I'm trying
dense?
to.
Yeah, do you want to
actually
ask
this
other
dense?
people?
I'm trying to push the point that I believe men and
Right.
women have
So
equal
you
value.
don't know.
I'm
You
trying
don't
to
know.
prove my point that I would sacrifice as much.
Hang on. Actually, I think that's fair within the confines of that. I'll give a different one.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a man and a woman, right? They're strangers to each other. They're walking by a burning building, and you're on a CCTV camera. Who would you judge more harshly if there was kids screaming inside? If they didn't run in,
But what
who
if
would
those
you?
kids have
hang on.
cancer?
The kids are inside. They're screaming for help.
There's balloons and they're happy.
Who would you judge? Hang on. Who would you? Hang on. Who would you judge more harshly for not running into the building and grabbing the kids?
I would probably, if they're, again, I'm not everybody, right? If they're both adults, they should run in and save the kids.
Okay, one has one.
Y'all want her to say men so bad.
I know.
Yeah, I would say the man should go in and save the kid.
Holy shit, bro. Repeal the 19th, bro. I did it. I finally got it.
I would say he should nut it real fast.
Have you not said that before?
Well, I've never said that.
He
but I
nuts in
think
you
this
real
is a
quick,
great
and then you
argument
carry
for
on because you got a
argument.
potential
the
baby to
19th.
carry. You can carry his
Oh my
legacy.
gosh.
And you're
It said there's
What
a
the
burning,
fuck, bro?
a fire and kids burning in a building. There's two adults
Men,
outside.
next question.
And,
You're finally on the dark side,
Why wouldn't the
Brian.
two of them go in and save the kids?
Holy.
That's what me and my partner would do if our kids were in a building. Or
I mean,
were,
that's fair.
You call him a partner.
My boyfriend.
That's
would be
fair,
around
but-
to- yeah, until.
What's wrong with partner?
Yeah, what's wrong with partner?
I've never
partner.
met
For me,
a
they're
conservative
interchangeable.
traditional woman that's like my partner.
Well, we're not all conservative traditional
What she
women.
Claims to be. That's
Is
the
one of the
thing.
most
He's my boyfriend.
She's clearly a
I've
feminist.
ever heard. At no point in the rambling,
I think her boyfriend's still a partner to her.
Yeah,
They
were
are
you even
a
close
life
to
partner,
anything
partnership.
considered a rational thought.
Don't need to yuck yums here.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points.
I think you're
And may
just
God have
upset you
mercy on
can't
your
get me
soul.
with the gotcha questions.
It's not a gotcha. Do you know what a hypothetical
I-
is to test logic?
Yes, and
it's
you're
not a
trying to-
gotcha.
You're trying to
You- do you-
argue that
tell me
I
what a
would
gotcha
accept-
is.
might make
Tell me
You're
what a
trying to
gotcha
argue
is.
that I wouldn't sacrifice for my boyfriend, that I wouldn't, lay my life on the line if necessary. And honestly, I'm the kind of person that would do that. Would he let me? No. But I would
If your
try.
boyfriend was a coward,
Which
would you
is-
break up with him?
Yes.
If you're a coward, do you think your boyfriend would break up with you?
Yes.
So ridiculous. You have to oh my God, I don't even think it's worth the time explaining it. I'd like to bring in other people because you're just being bad faith.
No, he respects me for not being a coward.
What's that quote? Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience.
Yes, you had to read that off your laptop.
Yeah,
Good
I
job
Googled
getting
the
it
quote.
right.
Yeah.
But I don't
Doesn't
think
make the quote less true.
True, I don't think it applies here, but
It absolutely applies. You refuse to engage with a hypothetical.
no, I have. I just don't
didn't.
engage with it in the way that you want me to.
I have low self-esteem. I think my boyfriend's a better person than me. I would let him live and let me die. But that's on the sense of like, I think he's worth more than me, you know?
I'm sorry you feel that way, honestly.
As for me, if he died for me.
All right, I gotta move this shit. I'm moving it on to something else. That's crazy. Okay, here, let me get to other people's notes here. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go to somebody else's notes here. Kayla. All right, let's go to Kayla. You dated your Discord mod. You want to tell us the quick story there?
A quick version of the story is I had a Discord server with about 50,000 members, and I had a big staff team. And I made the Discord when I was like living in Ohio and Michigan, and I ended up moving to Florida, and I didn't know anybody there, so I hung out with my Discord mod, and we started dating, and we dated for like a year.
Okay. Cool, I guess. All right. I'm a bit confused though. In some of your photos that you post online, you do wear a cross, but earlier when asked if you're a Christian, you said that you are spiritual and you wouldn't take the label of Christian.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to like misrepresent Christianity because I like sell bikini photos and I post bikini photos and stuff, but I would say that is the religion that aligns the closest to my thought process.
Okay. All right. We have Angelique.
Sarah.
Oh.
I go by Sarah Angelique. So.
You're a singer?
Yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to talk about guys that never want anything serious but still want you around for sex.
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, some people, they date, you know, my longest relationship for 2 years, way back when I was a lot younger. He kind of always wanted other like women around, and I would always be like, why, you know? So kind of.
Oh, so it wasn't exclusive.
It was exclusive.
Oh, but you said he wanted other women around?
Yeah, like my friends and like just people to go out with, and just so he could look good having lots of women around him.
Oh, but he wasn't dating or sleeping with them?
I was dating him, yeah.
No, but he wasn't.
Exclusively. Yeah, but he wasn't with the other women.
Oh.
But he would want them,
Okay.
but tell me that he would want them around.
All right, I see. Going to Ella, right? Mm-hmm. Ella. You're a conservative libertarian. You grew up as a leftist in California.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So really quick, just if you can, with a quick answer, what did you used to believe and what do you believe now?
Okay. I used to be pro-choice, used to be very, and this was all like way back in the day, you know, I was politically oriented at 11 years old, which is a fun thing for a child to be into, and really into LGBT whatnots. And I just generally guess had different values in that sense. And I was also vegetarian. I became vegetarian at 8 years old after seeing some videos of PETA online. And I was like, no, the animals. But now I eat meat every day, usually 3 times a day. So, you know, that is a change and a difference. And yeah, nowadays I guess I just have different perspectives. A lot of that was triggered by COVID. You know, being a young woman, COVID happened when I was 15, and then I got a lot more exposure. I listened to the Unabomber Manifesto at 15, and that really got my brain moving. Yeah. I'm guessing you're familiar.
I mean, I've seen documentaries on the Unabomber. I have not read his manifesto, so I'm not aware of the contents
It's an
of
environmental
it,
extremist that would, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was, you could say he's an environmentalist extremist, but he had a lot of views just about society as a whole, about leftism as well, being a lot more racist, being a lot more essentially of bigots. And he wrote a lot about that, and also mostly about the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. So ranging from everything for how the world is the way it is today.
Okay. You wrote that you were exposed to a lot of LGBT and feminist propaganda, but then, yes, during COVID, you woke up. You did not get vaccinated. You started learning the truth about the world. You have a good perspective because you understand both sides of the coin, why women are drawn to sex work and how it harms them. You've had 2 boyfriends, both of which have been long-term serious relationships. The biggest problem with both of them was cowardice. Your last boyfriend was a World of Warcraft and addict and a porn addict.
Yes.
And you, because you were unsupportive of this lifestyle, he ended your nearly 3-year relationship.
Yeah, I mean, it was an accumulation of quite a few things, but at the end of the day, it was really frustrating to him. I know that I wanted him to play video games less, and I also didn't want him watching porn. Okay.
And I think that that's super valid. He played, I briefly had a stint with World of Warcraft when I was younger, and then I played it again like back in 2019. It is an addicting game, and it's a game you can't just play for an hour. You typically play it 10 hours a day, you know.
Yeah.
But I stopped playing video games a long time ago. But I do understand the addictive component of the video game. But was it the entire course of your relationship?
No, it wasn't the entire course of our relationship. During the beginning, it was a lot easier. But the majority of our relationship, he was actually unemployed, and that's when World of Warcraft really took over. But he was very good at finances because he's a crypto bro, and he made enough money. He was like, you know what, I'm going to retire for a little while and just kind of do my own thing.
Play video games. Was he a classic Andy, or did he play retail World of Warcraft?
I don't know. Frankly,
don't know?
I didn't really ask him too many questions about it.
Was he Horde or Alliance?
Again, I really don't know.
You didn't even ask your boyfriend about the video game? Okay. But he was also a porn addict. Yeah, I mentioned I'll watch porn in relationships. Totally agree. Or I guess period. You also said your boyfriend before him, I guess a different boyfriend, grew up without a father, subsequently dealt with a lot of problems. You broke up with him because you were being catcalled and sexually harassed by a group of strangers, and he hid from them, leaving you alone and pretending not to know you so they wouldn't say anything to him.
Yeah.
But can you be specific as to exactly, by the way, just men should not be catcalling or, being whatever in the streets. But can you be specific as to exactly what this group of men were doing?
Yes. So we were at a concert, and I wouldn't say I was, necessarily so scantily clad. I was wearing a shirt comparable to this, and then a skirt that was shorter.
Okay.
And I was at the concert, and I remember we were waiting for the band to get on stage, and I was stretching. I was like going down to the ground and touching my toes, and then it started. It was a group of about 5 guys, 2 of which were in a wheelchair, interestingly enough. And they just started hollering all these really vulgar things of sexual acts they wanted me to do to them, involving stretching and whatnot.
Okay. But they didn't like grope or touch you?
No, but they were pretty close to me. I mean, they were about as close to me as you are to me now. So
just very uncomfortable, yeah.
Yeah, very uncomfortable.
And they were saying inappropriate things.
I looked up and I looked around me, and my boyfriend had just gone into the crowd. He had gone away, and I asked him about that. I was like, "Hey, did you hear that? Like, you remember when those guys were yelling this crazy stuff?" He was like, "Oh yeah, I had to get out of there. I didn't want them to yell at me too."
Wait, question. And how many guys were doing this? Were doing the catcalling?
There was about 4 or 5.
And it was just you and your boyfriend?
No, it's me, my boyfriend, and his friend. And
male friend or female friend?
Male.
I see. And were these guys intimidating at all? Did they appear violent or anything like that?
Not necessarily. I mean, I remember it made me really uncomfortable, but they were just kind of like hollering from a distance. They weren't like coming up closer to me. But naturally, the fact that then
what would have been the ideal way in which your boyfriend in that moment could have acted or should have acted?
I think probably just took me from the hand and like
led you away.
Yeah, led me away from the situation because ultimately, like, if you have a bunch of guys that are kind of doing that, you know, they're probably drunk. You could yell at them like, "Hey, don't be a dick," but you don't need to like go in and throw some punches because you know what's that really going to achieve?
Well, I mean, I think your boyfriend was outnumbered. He should have led you away in this situation. Confronting them probably would have led to an escalation that, given the numbers, sometimes you got to be pragmatic unless your boyfriend's like a fucking MMA fighter.
But important to note, two were in wheelchairs.
But even then,
two were in wheelchairs. You can push them out.
Yeah.
Oh, two were in wheelchairs.
Push them over.
Well, that
all
changes.
Like unfit gentlemen.
Look, yeah. Well,
and you have a crowd around you to like back that up as well.
Well, what he did was that was completely wrong. He should have grabbed your hand, grabbed your arm, led you away, got you out of the situation. Some people might say, "Oh, you should probably whoop some ass," but given the numbers, it's a little risky. Yeah, the guys deserve a smack in the face, but if the odds are against you,
call them out.
Well, that would be an escalation. I think the best thing is just like extract yourself from the scenario. Now, say it's one guy and you're the boyfriend, and you're doing an assessment like maybe the guy needs a bit of a smack. But in any case, I think bare minimum, you gotta remove your girl from the situation.
If he did, they would get kicked out though. So I don't
But
think
this was a big deal for you though, because you said he was being a coward essentially. He walked away from you when it happened.
You lean your head back a little bit.
Me?
Yeah. And so this is we're not going to linger on it too long just for the sake of time, but I do think that there's a sort of asymmetry here when it comes to expectations. And it's like women do have an expectation that men, like to be a coward, you might say could be, how do I want to frame this properly? Here's how I'd frame it. Cowardice in men is going to be massively negatively appraised by women, but like cowardice in women, that's not going to really majorly, like, depends exactly what we're talking about. But in the same situation, like, let's say there's 4 girls like fucking with me, and my girlfriend kind of is hesitant to like tell, like, you know, she either doesn't say shut the fuck up or she kind of like,
I'd be in there screaming.
Well,
but it's understandable that they don't. They're not judged harshly for it.
I wouldn't judge a girlfriend if she didn't like start fucking. Or even if it was like, say there's not a number thing. Let's just say it's like one girl talking shit to me and my girlfriend's with me. I'm not going to like look at my girlfriend and be like, well, aren't you going to go give her a smack in the face? I'm going to be like, nah, let's just get out of this. Like, I wouldn't be negatively assessing her for her inaction or lack of action in that situation.
That can be protective in its own way, de-escalation, and just like it's not necessarily avoiding, but also like protecting yourself, protecting your energy, and you know, fighting violence isn't always the answer, especially if like you're outnumbered. And
I agree, but what we're talking about is there is a bit of an asymmetry here on the specific issue, in the sense because it came up earlier when she was talking about
cowardice and
yeah, it's like, oh, she would sacrifice for her boyfriend. Well, even if that's true, even if that is the case, even if the woman would take the bullet for the man, men typically don't have the expectation that women do that thing. So if you are willing to take the bullet for your boyfriend, I mean, I guess good for him. That's sort of perhaps honorable in a masculine sort of way, I guess.
I would, but I wouldn't want to have sex with him after. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you got a bullet.
But you saved him, so you don't have to.
I'll move off of that,
fuck
though,
whoever you want.
just for sake of time. But you are, Ella, you are against porn, modern feminist culture, online dating, and you're also against 50-50 relationships. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Now, we we'll skip those first few, but for the 50-50 relationships, so you're against 50-50 relationships.
Yes. Yeah. And
so what is a 50-50 relationship?
I think ultimately it comes down to, and we've talked about this a lot today, of kind of like a tit for tat relationship of really going down to analyze, okay, you do X for me, I do X for you. You know, ideally, both people are going to put 100% of their effort and 100% that they can into the relationship. And, you know, naturally that will look different. So it might...
Like non-transactional?
Yeah, non-transactional. You know, in my relationship with my last boyfriend, we lived together, and he paid the rent, and I did the cooking and the cleaning. But during part of that time, I also went to massage school, so there would be times when, you know, I'd go off to school, and the house wouldn't necessarily be clean or anything, and, you know, he'd clean for me and help when I got home, but then, of course, you know, I was practicing massage on him all the time, so he was getting that kind of benefit.
That's a pretty good deal, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good way that worked for both of us, where I was cooking the majority of the meals and cleaning the majority of the time, and he was also paying for the rent and the food, and we were living together.
That's nice.
And he definitely would help me out with things. You know, I also had pretty bad menstruation at the time, so he was very mindful of that and of learning the 4 phases. He did do his research into that. But, you know, then there's the benefit as well of the things that I would do for him. I often sewed for him and made things for him, and then also massages. Naturally, you got a table.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm curious on this. This has come up on a recent show. And we were talking, actually it was kind of you that set off some of the earlier conversations. We're talking about being submissive. As part of this dynamic, if you reject 50-50 relationship, I assume you want the man to take more of a leadership role in the relationship, or it seems you were a bit negotiable on that. It seemed like.
Yeah, because ultimately, you know, I don't want to speak in 100% because I think that there's ultimately things that we both know better about, especially when it comes to children, for example. Like the mothers naturally, during the early development years, I mean, it's a little bit of both, because generally women will be a little too overprotective with the children, and then the fathers are really beneficial because they help expose them to more risks. But the mothers are also more in tune with.
Well, yeah. How about this scenario? Then this is a question for the whole panel. This is something that I've tangled with in my own relationship, so I will actually reveal some details, or not even just relationships, but dating. So it's my preference that I have separate bedrooms with whoever I'm dating. Now and even if we're not living together, like let's say I'm in a long distance relationship and my girlfriend comes to visit me for a week. I prefer to sleep in my own space, my bedroom, and I have a guest room for her. It's not like, okay, go sleep in the tent outside. She's got a cozy little space. She's got her own place. I've had some women, not a problem at all. Yes, Brian, totally fine, not an issue. Other women have given me substantial pushback on this. Substantial pushback. They nag, they argue, they throw a hissy fit, they crash out, they get upset, they nag. So I'm curious to you guys. I'm sure some of you guys maybe want a guy to be a leader in a relationship. So I would believe submission in this example would be, it's okay for women to perhaps be, to want something and to perhaps be frustrated if they don't get it. I understand most women probably want to share a bed with the same guy, although some women actually enjoy this preference too. But I think that even if it's something that you want and your boyfriend, or me in this case, says, no, it's not going to be that way, internally you might be like, a bit let down. But I think a woman's duty in terms of obeying and being submissive is to regulate her response to that and not crash out and be vexatious and contentious and nagging and really upset by it and hurt. And I think
how about compromise?
Ideally, there is no compromise on this.
I think you're valid to have that position. It's
well, let me just finish the point here.
Preference,
let me just finish the point. And so I think this is how the conversation should go. It should go, by the way, I vet for this now
Before
too.
before
Yes.
you date.
I asked the girl.
And they agree, yes,
I asked.
and they change their position.
Some girls are like, well, I do like it, but I'll acquiesce to you. And acquiesce is a key word I want to use here when it comes to the submissive dynamic. I believe that at least with this, and really, frankly, all things, most things anyways, I believe the woman ought to and should acquiesce to the man. And in this case, on this specific topic, do you guys, well, I guess, what do you think? Should the woman acquiesce to me?
Yeah, if
that's a
compatibility.
Well, let me start with you and we'll go around the table.
Yeah. I actually do have personal experience with that because we lived together in two houses. One of them was a very small 1-bedroom. We later moved into a 2-bedroom together, and we actually did have separate bedrooms, which was his idea. And at first, I wasn't a big fan of it because I really liked going to bed together, but ultimately then it ended up working out, and I liked kind of having my own space. And then every night before I'd go to bed, I'd tell him, okay, I'm going to bed, and he'd come and tuck me in, be all nice and all of that, and that was able to make...
He tucks you in?
Yeah, because he'd go to bed before me.
The girl, okay, that's different.
No, I would go to bed
The girl
before
needs
him.
to do the tucking, okay? The girl's got to do the tucking.
I'd go to bed at like 10 p.m. He's up till 2 a.m.
Okay, that
so
makes
then he'd go
that
into
makes
the
sense.
room.
That makes sense.
And, I'd have the blanket on and all of that, and he'd say, okay, good night, sleep well. Very nice, and it ended up working out pretty well for us.
Okay. All right, what do you guys think?
I prefer to sleep in bed with somebody, but if it was an every night scenario, you could never cuddle me to bed and sleep with me next to me, that kind of, I don't like that. I've never experienced that on an everyday basis, but I've been in a 2-bedroom hotel with my boyfriend before, and they would be and he was he had said, oh, I'm not comfortable right now. He was squirming and everything. He goes, I just want to go sleep over here. And I just was like, oh, okay. And then
Did you
I
give him
slept.
any pushback on that?
No, because I
Okay.
was too tired.
Sure.
Also, we're on vacation. I don't want to fight with him. But no, I don't think it's a fightable scenario.
But
Now, if he was
if-
I'll never sleep in bed with you,
Do
I'm not going to fight you on that. I'm just not going to be with you. So.
Are you married or
No, absolutely not. But I am
you're in a relationship?
I'm in a
Sorry, for how long
relationship.
again?
not very long.
6 months, is it?
It's
or
been it's on and off. I've never been in a very healthy, strong relationship in my life. So
Okay.
obviously I'm not.
But do you guys live together currently?
No.
Okay.
No, we both live with our parents, actually. We're both very, take care of our parents sort of people.
Oh, I'm just
I
trying
know-
to understand the context for the sleepovers then, I guess. But
We were specifically at a hotel. Now, normally when I sleep over at his house, we do sleep together in the same bed.
well, that
Can
might
it be
just be out
uncomfortable?
of.
Yeah,
but does he have a guest room? Because if you have a one bedroom apartment, then.
Well, then he's poor, right? Okay.
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is, just practically speaking, if there's no other place for the woman to
Yeah.
sleep, but I mean, let's say you guys he moved and he got a 2-bedroom apartment and the other one was a guest room, and your boyfriend or whatever was like, hey, can you go sleep in the guest room? Would you give him pushback?
I guess it just depends how often he did
Closer
it.
to the mic. Every night.
If he did it every night, I guess I just wouldn't like that. I've never been in a scenario like that, but I really don't like that.
Well, I understand you don't like it, but if that determination has been made, you can make
If I
it.
had my own room, my own autonomy, and my own stuff, yes, I would like that. I guess I really wouldn't have a big problem with it. I would feel a little less close at night, but if we at least cuddled before bed, then I had my own space in bed. I wouldn't argue with it. It sounds actually accommodating.
Okay, what about you?
Well, I kind of already do this half the time with my husband because he works offshore, but we're not in the same house for 2 weeks. So,
Assuming a situation where he's he's at the house.
There. I guess it would just depend on. I don't think that's I don't think it would be a deal breaker for me per se, but it would definitely be a conversation to see if yeah, like a conversation because even though I'm what is that word that you use to submit to him?
Submissive?
Yeah, so you used another word, but whatever
Acquiesce,
it is. Yeah,
obey.
acquiesce. Even though I'm willing to acquiesce with him, as his wife, in our household, I still, I still would want to have that conversation and be like, is there a reason why? What is the reason? Because just like he needs security, I also need security, and that would be something that would probably make me feel a little insecure. But if I could understand the mechanism behind it, I could probably go with it. Now, if it was something that's like, oh, you snore or something, or I don't like you, I don't like sleeping next to you, I might have like, I'm not going to push back.
Here, I'll explain that. So here would be the scenario. Yes, sleeping in the same bed together can be like an extra, like 1%, 2%, 3% intimacy, however you want to put a number to it. But his position would be he gets better sleep quality sleeping in his own room. It's hard. It could be, it's harder for him to sleep in the same room as somebody. Let's just say that's the hypothetical. And so he explains that to you. Is any further, because you said, I'd like to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Is any further conversation needed?
No, not really.
Okay, so would you just immediately accept it?
I mean, I would probably feel some type of way, but I would process it. Typically, if we have a conversation and I feel emotional, I sleep on it. And then if I'm still emotional about it in the morning, I usually can articulate why I was upset about something.
Okay.
So it just depends.
I'll continue around the table, but let me, I guess, add a little more information here. So at least my own take on this is that my sleep quality supersedes the woman's desire for like plus 1% intimacy or whatever. So yeah.
D&D formula.
Essentially, like, plus 5% luck, plus 5% intimacy. So, yeah, my sleep quality completely supersedes the woman's desire for that specific form of intimacy. To be clear, don't mischaracterize my position. That's not to say that intimacy is not important. It doesn't matter and that all intimacy is relevant. I'm saying that particular form of intimacy, the woman's desire in this situation, I think, does not supersede my desire for getting a restful, good night's sleep so that I can be the one to continue providing as I am.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't think that's fair.
And look, I'm not a total monster. Anniversary, Valentine's Day, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Unless you really need your sleep that night.
True. Even her birthday. If I really need if her birthday falls like the night before a show, to the guest room she goes. To the guest room she goes. I don't care if it's a birthday. I got to work. I got something going on, so. But I'm not a total monster, I'm a nice guy like that. What can I say? All right, what do you think?
I think that it's that you have the right to ask for those things if it's your home, right?
Sure.
Personally, for me, I think I would prefer to come to a compromise of maybe one night a week that we spend in bed together. But if I had a partner that I lived with and they were like, no, I need my own space, I need my own bedroom, then I would acquiesce to them.
Where's Kayla? Is Kayla here?
Maybe bathroom.
I think she might have. She had her bag on, but.
Oh, okay. Well,
Bummer.
Fuck. All right. I wanted to get to some stuff with her, but okay. Here, quick answers, guys.
Okay, so we never have sleepovers ever. Like a once in a while sleepover.
Well, she can. Wait. She sleeps over at my house, but she can have the guest room.
No. I'm saying sleepovers in each other's bedrooms.
It's not my preference.
Okay.
No.
The only thing that would really keep me away from it is security. So for me, one of my favorite things about sleeping in the same room as a man is firearms. So knowing that if somebody breaks in, he's got that handled because I sleep like a fucking rock.
Yeah, I mean that's actually compelling, but
so if you could,
so all he has to do is take the room closest to the door.
Yes, exactly. And my room would have to be far away from any windows that are close to the street.
Upgrade the security system.
And
sleep in the basement.
That's perfect. That's totally fine with me. So as long as you can secure the house.
I've seen both sides of it. So my grandparents, both sides, they're one's going on 71 years and the other is going on 67, but one side sleeps in separate bedrooms. They decided to do that, and then the other side sleeps together, obviously. And I think my personal preference would be, understanding what the man wants, if he prefers that or not. And I am a person that might be a little bit more needy, so.
Wait, we have here, let's do this. Can I have you three shift down? And then.
Oh, like all of us?
Yeah, I mean, she's gone, so. Okay. Go ahead.
I've actually been in a relationship like this where it was my idea that we had different bedrooms, and it was solely because I am a very, OCD person, and I'd like my stuff to stay in a neat order, and I thought it was better that he just was messy in his own space, and it did end up leading into us sleeping in different spots. Apparently I also snore, so it probably benefited him. So I don't mind at all, and I think it was me that proposed the idea, not him, so.
I think that it is a personal preference, and I hope it's something you discuss before, getting into a serious relationship. And if they're okay with it, then cool. And if they're not, then you probably shouldn't be in a relationship with someone you're not compatible with, period.
I think that it's valid to want that, especially if you're discussing it prior to the relationship, giving them that option to move forward with you, knowing that. I have done the dynamic before, but we also still slept together. But I also like my space. I like laying out like a starfish when I sleep sometimes. But I think I would still want some nights together. Otherwise, I don't think I could be with someone like that.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, honestly, same exact thing. I totally would not mind separate rooms. In fact, for my future, when I do live with a male, I am definitely going to want us to have separate rooms. But sleeping together, I would not be okay with separate sleeping every single night. I would need some sort of cooperation when I'm thinking of
Okay, got it. Anya, can you read this, please?
Yes.
Me?
Yep.
You women need to read a book titled A Child Called It by Dave Pelzer, an autobiography of the author being abused by his alcoholic single mother, including being stabbed and eating vomit just to survive while sleeping on an army cot in the basement doing house chores.
Thank you for that.
I have also
Can you
read
read
it.
this one, please?
Lady, your confidence far exceeds your competence. Shame you.
Shame you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Here, let's go to Twitch really quick. Can you pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Guys, we barely run any ads over there on Twitch. We don't do pre-rolls over there on Twitch. Crazy. Can you pull it up? We got a pretty high, effort that goes into the production of this. It's expensive to run this operation. Again, I'm not just like some dude playing video games like a lot of these streamers on Twitch. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but our production time, production effort, production costs far exceed almost all of the content that you see over there on Twitch. So Coop, thank you for the gifted 10 subs. Davion, thank you for the 25. So if you guys can, check if you have an Amazon Prime sub available. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one available. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, guys, it's 6 figures a year to run this show. So would really appreciate you guys showing us some support over there on Twitch just by dropping us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Gamid, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, guys. We have a question here, but I'm not able to pull it up. So the question is, on a scale of 0 to 10, what do you rate your looks? And let's do face, body, total, starting with you.
So not an overall. This is separate ratings.
So
you're saying just physical.
Yeah, 0 to 10, your physical looks. Rate your face, rate body, and then like your total rating. So when I say total, I don't mean add your face rating and your body rating, so you get like 20.
I understand.
I just mean like what you
the
think
average. Yes.
Sort of. Okay, go ahead.
That's yours.
Okay. I would rate my face a 9.99, my body a 9.99, overall a 9.99.
Oh, shit.
Because perfection is impossible. There's always room for improvement.
But as far as like as perfect as you can get without being perfect, you definitely fall in that threshold. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, God did make me this
get
way, and He makes no mistakes, right?
Are you religious?
God.
Are you religious?
I am Jewish, and I follow Judaism.
Okay.
I'm a Reform
All right, what about
Jewish lady.
10.
Well, face, body, total.
Yes.
So it would look something like this: face 10, body 10, total 10.
Yes.
Not just yes. Can you say it in your own words?
Face 10, body 10, total 10.
I don't like to rate people on their looks personally, and the only person I care about, who cares about my rating would be my boyfriend. That's basically it. So.
Well, I get that you don't like to rate people on their looks, but I'm asking you to rate yourself.
Well, there's no such thing as a 10 in my opinion, because nobody is perfect. And I think that, if somebody likes a bleached blonde Latina, then they might find me a 9.
That's not answering. No, but
and
what do you
somebody
think?
that doesn't might call me a 4 or a 3 or whatever.
What do you think of yourself?
I think highly of myself, but I don't want to give an exact rating. Yeah, maybe you could go around and rate people afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Can I throw out a guess? Do you think you're a 10?
I don't believe I'm perfect. Absolutely.
Do you think how about this? Do you think you're a 9?
It depends. My boyfriend definitely does. He actually thinks I'm a 10.
To yourself, like in the mirror, what do you think you are?
I don't know. It depends on a preference. I really,
your preference of you.
I really get mixed reviews.
Yes, it does.
You're allowed to think you're pretty. Your review of you.
I think I am above average attractive for sure, based
above
on
a
the
5.
reviews I get from men.
So between 5 and 10.
All right, I'm not going to get caught up in
between 5
this.
and 10. Sure.
All right, what about you?
8 face, 8 body, 8 overall. Maybe less tattoos. I'd be 9.
Either speak closer to the mic or project your voice, please.
8 face, 8 body, overall 8.
8.5 face, maybe 7. Can I choose 7? 7, 6 body, and then overall 8.
Wait, I am so fucking sorry. Hold on. Wait.
I'm supposed to write it down.
I needed to write it down. Fuck. Okay, 9.999999, 10, 10. This is a refuse. You said, can you repeat?
8 face, 8 body, 8 overall, I guess.
Okay, what about you?
8.5 face, and then can you choose 7? Is that possible? Or?
I'll accept it for now.
Okay, 7 body, and then 8 overall.
Total. Okay, Anya.
5 face, 4 body, so like 4.5.
Okay. You underrate yourself, but okay.
I would say 9 face, 8 body, 8 overall.
Sorry, repeat that?
9 for my face, 8 for my body, 8 overall.
Okay. What about you?
I would say 4 for my face, a 3 for my body, and maybe a 3.5 overall.
Okay. What about you? Breath. Do we need the breath? Okay.
Not allowed to breathe?
No, but it's like
I'm not trying
it's
to
about to be my
complain.
turn to. Oh my god. I need to quit this. Okay, go ahead.
I think my body's more of a 6, even though it's got, what's the word? It's got promise, if I really put my mind to it. But no, I'm good genetics, but am I using them? All right, so I'm 6 body. Let's go there, and then let's go with give myself a 7 for my face, and overall 7.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this question, so I'm not going to answer it. I think I'm attractive
Be a
enough.
good sport. Be a good sport. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm attractive enough, and it really depends on the day when you look at yourself, So
On most days, if you averaged how you viewed yourself.
I don't know. I just don't want to answer the question. I think I'm attractive enough
We all knew we'd be asked.
That's an omit? Okay. All right. I'll accept it for now.
For now,
Andrew, what do you rate yourself?
Really good.
10 face, 10 body, 10. 100% a 10.
All right. I give myself 4.5, 4.5, 4.5.
I don't know why is anybody laughing? What the fuck?
No, I'm just enjoying your confidence.
Are you saying that I have a much higher opinion of myself than is actually true?
We enjoy your confidence as well, though.
Yeah, we enjoy it too.
Yeah. Wow, I've managed to once again. I don't know how to do this. It's the Avengers of supermodels, I guess. We got 9.99, a 10. This was a refuse. 8, 8.5, 9. So wow, we have a 9.999 or 9.99, a 10, an 8, an 8, a 9.
But can we be serious too? The omits thought they were 10s, right? Like
no, you
not
expect
nines,
to bring
at least
conservatives on the show.
Not
They're going to
necessarily.
act and they're going to respond conservatively. So
There's nothing that precludes a conservative woman from having an assessment or ranking of her own attractiveness. It's not incompatible with conservatism.
that's a personal opinion. I think that
how would
that's
it be?
What
is anti-conservative
Yeah,
about
what would
having
actually make that
opinions?
incompatible?
Well, I think that's about, acting like a lady and rating I've never in my life, I'm 32 years old, have never rated my body in front of people, and I
Okay,
don't feel
then
like
just your
I
face.
need to do that.
But how would
Or
that
I'm
make you
perfect.
less of a lady? I don't understand how that makes you less of a lady.
I watched the show enough to know this was coming up.
Yeah,
and
can
I
you-
don't
Can you
agree
tilt-
with
Can you
it.
tilt your mic
Of
down
course,
there?
of course.
Like tilt it down.
I agree.
Conservatism is a political ideology. Why?
It's a cultural ideology too.
What's
so
the-
you can
what's
call
the-
yourself conservative.
But you're not even trad.
So your version of conservative is equal to trad, but most women that call themselves conservative are not trad. Your definition of it. So, so that's what I'm saying. I think it's. I think
Well, then
it's
how's it
respectful.
cultural?
I would
What's the
consider-
cultural
I think
aspect
it's
of it?
respectful to just respect her opinion and to pass
Yeah, it's
up on
fine to
someone.
it. I get
You know,
that.
it's a dating show.
I
There's
understand the omission thing. I
Yeah,
get that. I understand. I just don't understand how it would make you less conservative
It's
to
my
give an
personal-
assessment.
my personal.
To give an assessment of
My own
what you think your
personal.
face looks like or what you think your body looks like to the
Because-
general public.
Because I think my value is focused elsewhere. That's why.
What is that? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
I think my value doesn't come from my looks. It comes from how I carry myself, my virtue.
Who's saying anything? But I don't understand. How do we get to the loaded aspect of your self-worth is tied in, or somehow you're less valuable because it's the case that you rate yourself higher or lower on your looks?
It's just not something I do, period.
Yeah, I know, but I get that, but I don't understand how that would devalue you at all.
I didn't say it. It's just something I don't personally do.
No, I mean, you did say that, though. You said, I think there's better things or
That
something
I value
like this. Or
myself
there's,
on, yes.
yeah.
That I judge myself on, that I actually attribute value to myself on. Yes, there are plenty.
Well, I
of
mean,
other
but you don't
things.
wake up in the morning and put on a bunch of makeup on your
No.
personality. You put it
No,
on your
that's
face,
on
right?
That's on every single day. That's why it's more
Yeah.
of an accurate assessment to give myself a rating on my personality instead of my looks. Because
Yeah, right.
You're
But
right.
if you couldn't assess
That
your looks,
changes.
you wouldn't put makeup on your face because otherwise you wouldn't know how to enhance it, right?
Say that again.
Why would you ever use makeup on your face unless you were using it to enhance features about your face that you liked?
Because I feel like it makes me look better, feel better.
So it enhances the features that you like and that you think appear good to other people. So
Sure.
you are making those value judgments every day.
Yes, for myself.
And that's all we're asking is for the value
I
judgment
keep
of
that to
yourself.
myself,
Okay, but that's fine. But then don't pretend you don't make the value judgments because that's what you were doing. You were pretending I don't make those value judgments.
That's not
when
my
you
normal-
clearly make the value judgments every single day.
That's not what I normally value myself overall. Can I?
And nobody
can I wake
said
up,
that
look in the mirror,
nobody
and say,
said it was.
"Today I look a little."
Did
puffy."
anybody ever say that the overarching way that you value yourself is only in physical appearance? Did that
No.
ever? Yeah, of course.
No.
So all we're asking was how you value yourself in physical appearance. You said, well, I just don't do that.
Yeah.
And then we figured out you do actually do that every single day.
Yeah, it depends how the clothes I want to wear that day and the makeup I want to do that day, depending on the occasion. if it's more casual of a day, if I'm doing TV.
Well, my assumption is like you don't wake up in the morning, go over and grab lipstick and just smear it all over your forehead and all over your neck and then walk outside to the grocery store like that, right?
No.
No, so you like use it to enhance features that you have, right?
Well, she also dyed her hair a whole different color.
Yeah, I'm
the
naturally a
opposite
brunette.
thing. Like,
Yeah, right.
Dark.
what's
color
that
brunette.
choice for?
Likely to enhance characteristics about yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but
That's all the question's asking.
I think absolutely. You know, I think everybody does that. I think men do that with a beard. If most men shave
Yeah,
their
but
beard,
that's
they
not
look
in
very
question.
differently.
That's literally not. I agree 100%.
Do you like your beard because it enhances your looks?
Definitely do very well. No, I have a beard because I'm just fucking lazy. But the point is like,
Do you think it does enhance your looks or it doesn't?
I don't know.
Oh, well, so
I
it's something you don't want to talk about.
I actually just don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it enhances my looks or not. Probably.
Men are ugly.
Probably it does.
Maybe. I think it's.
But the thing is like that aside, that had literally not in dispute that I look in the mirror and give myself an assessment of my appearance and then change the appearance based on the assessment for the thing I want. Like, oh, I'm doing a big interview. Probably not going to not comb the hair and put on like nice clothes, right?
Yeah.
So I can make those value judgments.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so
I just
that's
don't
all
think
we're
it's
asking
on a
for.
1 to 10 scale. That's my personal opinion.
Well, the 1 to 10 scale is just saying you're taking what you generally see in society, and then you're applying it against what you think you look like in comparison to that.
I understand the concept.
Yeah,
of that.
so I don't know why that's
I
not
just
conservative though.
Don't want to participate in that.
That's fine. You don't have to participate. I just, when you say I just don't judge myself on that, that's where I'm like, yes, you do.
Yeah, most people judge how they look and when they go out the door, or whatever. Yeah.
You know what? I forgot to say this. Why is it that average looking women just don't view themselves as average? Why is that?
What is an average
Well,
woman?
here we can. What do you mean, just average looking? So,
I think the
a woman who's a
average
five-
women
five is
don't.
average.
I think average women rate themselves maybe a little bit higher because they want to practice self-confidence and have self-worth.
That's not you can be confident and be able to.
That would be deception, right?
That's not confidence.
Isn't it kind of
I actually have a
lying to
question.
yourself where you are?
And self-deception.
I actually have a question for
rating yourself
Brian.
low, lying to yourself
What's
too?
up?
What do you rate a 10? And have you ever had a 10 on the show? Or a 9, sorry. 10 is high. 10 is kind of unachievable.
I don't think 10s exist.
We agree on that then.
I think it's hard
10 is
for
perfect.
people to admit that there's something wrong with them. Like
That chick from
personally,
Vikings
I
is a
need to
10.
lose weight. It would be healthier for me to lose weight. But there are people in this world who would see criticizing themselves like that or judging themselves like that would
So-
hurt their self-esteem and have to admit that they are not perfect, which no one is.
I mean, we could pull up photos of famous female supermodels. I think perhaps Adriana Lima, when she was younger, might be a good example of a woman who was exceptionally attractive and beautiful. Again, I don't think 10s exist, but she's definitely a 9. She's definitely a 9.
I've been waiting to ask you this
I
question.
want. We're gonna come back to the rating thing, but really quick, I do want to go around the table. Just show of hands, really quick. Who here thinks men are insecure if they care about body count? Show of hands. Do you think it's insecure if a man cares about a woman's body count?
I think that's a component.
Okay. All right. Nobody. You think it's insecure?
I think it has a little insecurity to
Insecure,
it.
you think?
I think it's a little insecure. Yeah, it's. I mean, but by little bit, I wouldn't think every person I've ever dated has asked me. It's been a very minute amount of men that would have asked me on a first date or anything like that.
Okay.
And that it is a little unattractive in the sense of how personal that question in it might be on a very low level of knowing that person.
So are we all asking
I
body
think it's
count?
totally valid. I think it's super valid. That should be one of your vetting questions as a man. What's your body count? Vet vet. You got to vet, But I think, some guys don't care. That's fine too, I guess, for them if that's what they want.
I think it's cope too. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask the question first. Okay, some of you seem to think it's insecure, some not. Going around the table, what's your body count?
Okay. Honest answer then.
Sure.
My rating maybe wasn't the most honest answer, but it is, but it's I can actually put a number on this,
Okay.
somewhat. I can put a range.
Ready when you are.
Definitely above 55. I'd say somewhere in the 60s to somewhere in the 60s is what I came up with, which I did kind of check this out a few months ago.
Do you have a list on your phone?
I do keep a list of everyone that I have had intercourse with.
It's on your phone?
Yes, it is.
Would you be willing to read the list? First names.
I guess.
Okay, we'll do that later.
But
remind me.
Some of them aren't on the list because because some of them I don't.
It was just the tip, or what? I mean,
no. So
did you put blowjobs on the list?
There's been a few times as a sex worker. There have been some times that I have done full service work, and so those ones I did not. Those ones
not you.
Those ones I did not add to my list.
So you don't count your customers?
No, and I don't do. It's not generally. I'm not really a full service sex worker.
But you have had sex for
money.
money.
I have done it before.
But you have had sex for money.
Yes.
Okay. Do you count them on your body count?
They're not on my. They're on my body count, but they're not on my little list.
Okay,
of
it's different. Your body count is different from the list. Body count.
Right.
Oh, 7.
Okay.
That's an unladylike question to answer, so
it really is. But here we are.
Interesting.
We all just answer
well, really quick question for you.
Yes.
Do you think it would be inappropriate or wrong for a guy to ask that question of you? Individually, one-on-one, not on a podcast?
Yeah, I think if they asked about my past history and relationships, I would be willing to be honest because I have nothing that I am ashamed of. But if they straight up asked me, hey, by the way, what's your body count? I'm eliminating that person from my perspective in dating.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Why?
It's wrong for men to have any standards.
No, I think you should because, match up to what you feel is acceptable for you. So find that out. But the only way you're going to find out the truth, first of all,
you might lie.
You might never find out the truth just by asking, right?
For you or for other women?
No, if you were to ask a woman what their body count.
We're talking about you.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Women could lie about their body count.
I absolutely agree.
But would you lie about it?
I would not because I don't have anything to have to lie about. But
asking it would be disqualifying.
But being rude about it and not asking about previous relationships and just asking about
Can I frame it like this? Can I frame it like this? So you're with a new guy or whatever, and he's like, hey, mi amor, I really like you. You're so, is that Spanish? I don't know.
Sexy.
Yeah, you got it. Good.
You are.
That was spicy.
I really like you. I see long-term potential here.
Yeah.
In fact, I even think you could be my future wife. Maybe that might be cringe to say, but that's his intention, right? That's his intention. Yeah. And he's like, listen, something that is important to me. Look, I have a past, you have a past. Something that's important to me, though, is I am curious to know your body count, and
the way that's framed is
that acceptable? Or
it's
no, not
it's
even
acceptable to ask about previous relationships, but if you mention the words body count, I think that
even if done in a
but isn't that kind of sneaky? Because well, hang on, isn't it kind of sneaky if it's the case that you say
it's the way you ask?
Hang on, you say hang on. Can I ask the fucking question?
Sure.
Okay, so isn't it kind of sneaky to be like, you can ask about previous relationships? What if it's the case that the woman doesn't count, right? Other bodies as being a relationship, whereas a body count is very specific, and it's like, you know what it is that I'm asking then. Doesn't that throw a red flag?
Again, personally, I like to keep my...
Very sneaky.
Very sneaky, Andrew. Good catch.
I like to be very sexually disciplined. I don't have what I guess you guys would consider high body count. But there's no way of knowing if a person does have it or not. And I don't think that if you're looking for a wife, you know, somebody serious to be in a relationship with in the future, that knowing that information is going to determine whether they have the character to be a long-term wife or anything like that, because you can't prove it. So for example, and I'll give you the example, you want somebody that you're with in the future to be clean, right? To not have an STD or anything like that. Can somebody who's a virgin have an STD?
Yes, it's logically possible.
Yes. So the only way for you to find that out is by going to get tested, right?
Men care about body count for more reasons than just her STD status.
Yes, I agree. But I'm saying if you want a long-term
Well, wait a second.
partner.
There's a couple problems here. The first problem is the assumption that you'll never know. So the thing that's hilarious.
true.
Well, no. So here, I'll give you an example.
How are you going to know?
I literally just said I would give you an example.
Go for it.
Those were my exact words. So anyway, here's a great example of this. Woman says, I've only slept with 4 dudes, right? And the guy's like, oh, okay, well, that's a really small amount, right? Who are they? It's, you know, my ex Justin, my ex, you know, Fred, my ex Chuck, and my ex Dan, right? And then, you know, a couple of weeks in, you find out she has another ex named Steve. And you're like, hey, how long were you with him? And you're like, 3 months. And you're like, did you omit him from the body count?
Yeah, you can find out
and
like
it's
that,
like, well, now you have good reason to suspect that
They're a liar.
Yeah, so the thing
So
is,
you
it's
wouldn't
like,
consider
you
them
can
long
actually, hang
term.
on, so you actually can,
You wouldn't consider
hang on,
them.
let me finish, lady. You can indeed actually find out if a woman's being truthful about her body count or not. And if she was lying about that, you can easily assume that there's more, right?
Yes, and you should, if you want an honest person to have a relationship with, then you would discard them there. Not even for the additional body, right? But because of the fact that they lied, so you can't trust anything else that they say.
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that would be a deception. But if we're operating under the assumption that, well, you just have to take her at her word, you can't find out, that's actually not true.
You know what's funny
That's
is,
why I think
is
it's
in her
irrelevant of a
notes.
question.
In her notes,
it seems relevant.
Wait. In her notes, she says that she actually runs criminal background checks on men before dating them.
I didn't actually.
Yeah. So it's interesting that it seems
Which is
like,
fine.
which is totally fine.
Totally fine.
However, there is a bit of a. She objects to men inquiring as to women's past. But doesn't
I'm not against it. No, I'm not.
You
I'm
wouldn't-
not against it. I'm
you are
saying
against
that you
it.
wouldn't get the truth. There's no.
So you're admitting you would lie about it?
No, and I have never.
No, but
But there's no reason
hold on.
to assume you're telling
Why
the truth.
would you assume? But hold on, women can be honest about this.
Yes.
Correct.
So women can be honest and
Yes.
women can be deceptive.
Yes.
But I'm asking you specifically.
Yes.
So for you, it's if the guy asks the question, it's over.
From the
Cut.
from
He's
the
cut.
beginning, yes, I feel
Why-
like that's a rude, ungentlemanly question to ask. I feel like if they know me and we've talked and they know my past,
Sure.
they know what
Which
I
you
do,
wouldn't
they know my
disclose.
values,
Which you
why you're
wouldn't
being asked,
openly disclose.
they know my values.
Hold on, I got to come
then-
back to this.
But
Yeah.
I have one more question, though.
Hold on, let me get the answers from people. Body count.
Well, I heard it resets after a BBL, so
You
just
have-
3.
Before the 3.
You have a BBL?
Yeah.
It
It
re-
resets after that, I heard. So
Okay, so 3 since the
3.
BBL. How about the prior to the BBL?
a little more than 3.
It resets. You're
Here,
so
what
funny.
was it before the BBL?
If I had an answer, I'd tell you, but I don't.
Did
know.
you forget?
I don't know.
Like you lost track.
Yeah.
Here, let me.
That's why
can
I
we
was
ballpark
happy
it?
that it reset.
Can we ballpark it? Can we say? Wait. No. And you're gonna answer the question, and I need to do your notes. Don't you want me to go over your comedian notes that you have here?
They're not that good.
I mean, they are pretty good. They are pretty good. Why don't you at least stay for the body count question? What is the body count? Okay, you did say you don't do OF, but you date a lot. Lots of experience. Do you want to just yell it out? How's that a good point? That's not a good point.
How would my boyfriend feel watching this about me talking about body count publicly?
You're on a dating
Why do you let you go on?
There's plenty of
Look,
dating shows
I'm not giving
throughout
you
history that have never talked
Yeah,
about
I'm
that.
not giving you any pushback on this. It's Brian's
People know
case
this
that
is-
Brian
they asked
Brian asked
that
the
here.
body count thing. I don't give a shit what the body count is. I only give a shit if the idea is that it's somehow inappropriate to ask. That's in dating. That's the only thing I care about because that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to ask when in dating, but it obviously is something
she leaves.
uncomfortable to share publicly. You know, that's something that it opens you up to a lot of prejudice you got to
Hey.
think about.
So if you're leaving, you can't linger. So do you want to return?
Yeah, what?
If somebody's going to leave the podcast, you don't get to hang out behind the scenes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, I'm so sorry. No,
Yeah.
Okay. So you forgot, maybe is it 20 to 30?
It's probably like
Boom,
a little
boom,
bit more than that.
What do you mean?
Okay. What's going on here? What are you guys doing?
It's just moving down so they got more space.
Very squished
Okay.
over here.
All right. Yeah. Can we get body count?
5 men, 2 women.
I would rather not share on the podcast, but if I were asked on a date, probably like the second or third date, and if the other person on the date also shared their body count, then I would.
Huh? I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
That's all right. I was just saying I won't share on a podcast, but if I were on a date and I were asked, then I would share on the date if
Do you
the
want
other
to do a
person
ballpark? Do you want to do a range?
if the other person was also sharing.
So you will admit to doing like all kinds of degenerate sex acts. You're essentially a prostitute.
I'm not a
But
prostitute. I've never had sex for money.
Do you engage in acts that sexually gratify men in person? For
No,
money?
all of my clients are welcome to touch themselves if they behave themselves, but I do
That's
not touch their
prostitution.
genitals.
For sure.
That's still prostitution.
I disagree.
But we're not gonna have like a debate, a definitional debate. Okay, body count, please.
I've been married twice, so at least 2. Both my relationships have
close the
been
door, please.
long term.
No. When we have somebody. Okay. Do you want a ballpark? Do you want to give a ballpark?
I mean, I would say, I guess 2.5, because I was a teenager and I fooled around with the boy,
Can you
but
tilt your microphone down, please?
I'm sorry.
Okay, you won't answer. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to answer too. And respectfully, we do talk about chivalry. And chivalry, again, as you said, it's coming from the medieval knights, it's coming from Arthurian legends. And I just don't think behavior among this otherwise has been necessarily very chivalrous to the women who have come out here today.
What are you talking about? How does that pertain to the question
You
at
already
hand?
know they aren't chivalrous.
I know, but it's just obvious that a lot of women have been made uncomfortable. I mean, 2 women have left the show early.
It's because it's late. It has nothing to do with, yeah. But what is your actual objection to the question? Is it related to this?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it's something
It's
you need
not
to
chivalrous.
share publicly.
Then
And it's
have you watched the podcast?
yes, yeah, I have watched some
Are
things,
you
and I
aware?
decided I
But so
didn't
if
want to
you're-
answer it before I came
okay.
on.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to answer it, but you are
Exactly.
aware. Like, I don't see how you can raise this criticism if you're aware that it is a question that is asked. Like, you're not surprised that the question is being asked.
No.
And as far as chivalry, I'm not dating any of you. This is a dating discussion show. Body count is a component. It's something that men care about and something that women can care about or do care about. So I don't see how this is like somehow like an inappropriate question to ask on an adversarial, controversial, known to be controversial dating podcast. I don't see how this would establish a lacking of chivalry.
No, not the question in particular, but just,
Go ahead,
general
make your
attitudes.
make your criticism. Go ahead.
I mean, I just made it. I think that
Well, I know your criticism is now going to extend beyond just the fact that I'm asking the body count question.
yeah, I don't think that that's inherently
right. You want to make a
inappropriate.
criticism as to what?
I guess I just didn't expect it to be as high stress of an environment. I mean, this time you've been very exacerbated. She was over there like sighing earlier, and you're kind of like, oh my God, like stop sighing and all of that.
Yeah, she's creating, if you've agreed to come on the podcast and the podcast has rules, and we remind you of the rules repeatedly, and you break the rules, that's going to result in frustration. Have you ever dated a guy and he continued to make the same mistake over and over and over and you got frustrated?
Yeah, and naturally. I mean, earlier...
Naturally. That's a perfect word to describe it. Naturally. So, look, you guys have not been exactly... this isn't even about the body count thing. You guys have not been particularly... following some of our rules. You've been kind of difficult. Some of you have been feral. There's been massive amounts of interrupting. There's been tons of bad faith conversation.
You've been okay, by the way.
She's been fine,
yeah.
But now she's levying a criticism towards me about the, and it's like, if you poke somebody enough, they're going to get frustrated. And it's like, I'm the one running the show. I'm trying to keep everything like moving along. So I have a higher burden than every single one of you panelists here.
There's been interruptions on both sides. Let's
I'm the
just
host.
like put that out there.
Yes, I'm the host. I'm going to have to interrupt.
Yeah, that's fine for your hostal duties, yes. But there has been some discussions where people have been getting cut off, including myself, where I wasn't able to finish a sentence, and then I had to defer to the person that was speaking. So I'm just saying.
You've been okay too?
And if I may, earlier you had said that men, they have easier jobs nowadays, going out, not working in the fields. Frankly, I'd rather be in a coal mine than do your job. I think it's difficult. So, I respect it for that. And I just wanted to say it because that was how I was feeling. That was one of the rules that we read off at the beginning too. Say how you feel, don't hold back, in your full totality. So.
Okay. So now it's just like a meta conversation, a meta criticism of the podcast.
No. Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't come in necessarily with the impression that this was helping the lives of young men and of all people in general. But
have you felt different, like at the beginning of the show or before the show till now, and what you think it like represents and stands for?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a frustrating debate. I think it's frustrating for pretty much everybody involved. But people keep coming back and streaming every Sunday. So.
I came on because I was like, this is clickbait vibes.
I think
how is it clickbait?
I felt the same. I mean, like the clips.
How's that,
like
how's
no,
that
like no, not in a bad. I'm not saying in a
said?
bad way. I'm saying in a good way.
This is I mean, the structure of the show, which I understand, it's a very long show, 7 hours, and then you can get 30-second content clips that can be posted on social media for like a week. And so that's the nature of the podcast, which I totally understand. And I knew personally, and maybe you didn't know or you weren't aware that this was going to turn into this kind of a situation, but I knew that being conservative, but not conservative to the degree that they would like to label it, is going to put me on the opposing side. So at least I was prepared for that. And I think it showed. I mean, I kind of proved myself right. At first when you guys thought I was going to be 100% on whatever it is that you guys said, I was even on the other side of the table. And when, I had a different opinion, now I'm on the opposing side of the table. I think tone matters. Maybe that's what you're talking about. The kind of tone that you use when you're talking to people, debating with people, it can be kind of condescending. If somebody makes a mistake, maybe a nicer tone or more gentlemanly tone would kind of prove that
it literally
you're
doesn't
trying
work.
to be
That's
chivalrous.
totally this feminine view, like this empathy shit. That's how. Oh my god. Was Nathan very polite when he told you guys not to interrupt one person speaking at a time when he was going over all the pre-show instructions?
Polite. Yes, he's been the most
right.
polite.
And then
the hell have I done to you?
Did we?
I was just sitting here.
Did we provide you even before the show in our pre-show notes, sort of, no interrupting, one person speaking at a time? So it's like when somebody repeatedly continues to break our rules, makes mistakes and just isn't, and they're being bad faith, and they're in your case, this entire night, I don't think you understand how frustrating it is to attempt to have a logical conversation with somebody and they strawman your positions all night. They misrepresent your positions all night. It's like that Jordan Peterson interview with Kathy Newman. So what you're saying is, no, that's not what happened. And it's incredibly frustrating to be in that kind of conversation where somebody can't be charitable to your views. They don't understand. They're not understanding what you're saying. And so, yes, that's going to be frustrating.
Yes,
and
but
in addition to that, there's a bunch of shit behind the scenes. Fucking, this isn't anything to do with Nathan. My primary producer, Mary, called out on a big show. It's Nathan's first day doing and this isn't Nathan's fault, but that puts higher burden on me to, do certain things. I don't have my entire team here. That's going to have an impact. And then in addition to that, people are interrupting. People are not deferring to me when I'm trying to move things along and constantly being interrupted. Yeah, that's going to get on your nerves. So it's like literally, remember, Nate, at the very beginning of the show, the very top of the show, Nathan gave his instructions. In our pre-show instructions, we say, don't interrupt. It's really important to speak close to the mic. And then I reiterated it for at least a third time right before the show. Speak close to the microphone. Literally the first words out of a panelist, or the first action out of a panelist's mouth, you were not speaking close to the microphone. And that just sets the stage for just...
You get and I get the frustration. There's just people that I guess react differently to the frustration. For example, no relationship is perfect, boyfriend, girlfriend, but I think if I'm extremely frustrated with my boyfriend, the way that I tell him things to correct his behavior, he tells me something to correct something that I've done. If he told me things in a certain tone, a certain way, I am more receptive to it versus being, more pushed back. And would you consider yourself a little bit more, confrontational in your tone of talking to people in comparison to most?
Yes, I do.
Okay. See, that's just a personality trait that may go well or may not go well with people, with certain people. If, it was me, that kind of tone doesn't work for a relationship. So you and I,
this isn't a relationship. This
clearly,
is a podcast.
But that wouldn't work.
Where people can I can't even, some of the fucking people in the chat are fucking not on my side on this. Mods, you can just fucking ban them. I don't care. The reality is, what's that saying?
You're
damned if you do, damned if you don't. Basically, I get criticism. Brian, you're not being assertive enough with the guests. The guests are over talking. You're just... Guys, doing a fucking panel show is fucking difficult. Everybody wants to talk. Most of these people have never been on a fucking podcast. They don't know good microphone discipline. They don't know... they don't understand the interrupting. They don't understand any of this stuff. And it's like when you have to repeat yourself 10, 20, 30 times, you're going to get frustrated. And I don't know what to say. Like, yes, my tone is going to be stern. Like, I'm not, pretty please, could you do the thing that I asked you to do for the fucking 10th time? No, it's like, be an adult, follow our rules, knock it the fuck off. That's it.
I agree with, telling people to knock things off if they don't do it 10 times. I think using curse words at women is not very chivalrous and really knocks out points when it comes to getting your
Okay, well, I think you being bad faith the entire night and strawmanning.
I have not.
You don't even know what a straw man is. You straw man the entire night. You're bad faith the entire night.
I have come here to say exactly what I believe in, which is I think that, I believe in traditional relationships and marriage. I think that women, and nowadays we have a different role for women, and I think you can have a career and also be traditional. That's all that if people are watching now, they can run it back and see. Nothing is extremist or out of the ordinary. And I think that just has not been very well received. But again, this is that kind of a podcast, and you believe traditional has to be trad wife. And anybody outside of that is, not traditional, not conservative. And I'm just here because I want to mend relationships between men and women. In fact, I want to give men tips on how to land a woman and get married and that kind of stuff. I've had really good success with advising people on it. And I guess men are watching this show this late at night because they want to know what women think, right? How women think so that they can get into a relationship with them. That's what we're here to do. Do you want more marriages? Do you want more relationships to happen? Or are you trying to divide the sexes with your show? Or do you think that your show helps unite the sexes or divide the sexes?
I want people to have great relationships.
Do you think your show helps do that?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree with that. That's why I'm here, because...
You disagree?
Yes, but I like to go into the wolf's den. I don't like to preach to the choir.
How does it? What evidence do you have that it is divisive? And do you have anything that would back up this assertion?
Yes, I think that women are very often, devalued on the show. I think that the show...
What does it... Oh my God, you're all over the fucking place. I think that the show... Your claim is it broadly, like, societally divisive to the viewers or to the audience?
Sure, so I'll put
what does that have to do...
One example,
What does that have to do with the women at the table?
One example. I'm very impressed at the show's ability to gather this kind of an audience. There's a lot of women here that do sex work, right? And they're a very small percentage of the population. So they're not an accurate representation at all of most women.
How's that
most
relevant?
women are not.
Irrelevant.
Most women
I'm
are
going to
not.
be like a lawyer. When
most women are not sexually
You know how lawyers just like,
irrelevant.
what are the other things? Irrelevant.
Yes. Most women are not sexually promiscuous. Most women
Hold on. That's not true.
Yeah. What do you consider a promiscuity?
Right?
Not just my opinion.
Well, hang on. Let her define it. What is promiscuity? How many bodies is promiscuous?
I can't put a number on it, but
how can you say most women aren't that if you can't put a number on it?
I think the point of
I
the
will
show,
say that I need you to answer the question.
Sure. What was your question?
When you say promiscuous, what does that mean?
Having sex outside of solid relationships. I think that is being more sexually liberated or promiscuous. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm not asking about more. I'm asking what is promiscuous?
Anything that, one night stands or, unprotected sex or, just sex.
So as long as a woman's having protected sex, she's not promiscuous?
No, I'm saying additional examples to that. I think the ideal should be sex in a committed relationship where you first vet the person. So
if a woman's had sex with 20 men, do you consider that promiscuous in and of itself?
If I ask that question to an 80-year-old woman and she tells me 20, I'd probably be like, probably not, Grandma. You had your years.
Okay, so 20 bodies is not promiscuous. Okay, so 20 bodies is not necessarily promiscuous.
No, would you say so?
30 bodies?
It depends. Again, don't want to be the person to judge that, but my original question was...
Well, hang on. The original question doesn't make sense unless we have an answer to this question, because we don't know what you mean by promiscuous.
Or promiscuous?
Is it promiscuous?
I personally put that more on the promiscuous side, yes.
At about 30?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but not 20?
If it's Grandma who lived her life...
She's 50. She's 50. Is a 50-year-old with 20 bodies promiscuous?
How about
she just won't take a stand on anything or put labels on anything. There's no point in arguing.
How about a 20-year-old? How about a 20-year-old who has 20 bodies?
I think that they made very bad choices.
Are they promiscuous?
Yeah.
How about 10 bodies?
At 20 years old,
Are they promiscuous?
I think so, personally, for my standards.
5 bodies.
I'm gonna head out. I'm sorry, I do have to drive 2 hours, but I really enjoyed being on the show.
Do you want to stay for your notes?
My what?
We need to do your notes. I'm gonna try to wrap this soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But my original point is...
Well, answer the question. Hang on. Is 5 at 20 promiscuous?
This show doesn't help bridge the gender war.
I think it does.
By telling men that most women are sex workers.
Well, hang on.
Whoa, again with the fucking straw man, bro.
It doesn't do that.
Or that this is
That's such a... Oh my God,
Or that this is a valid representation of most women.
If any... let's make a bet. Repeat what you just said. This show says that most women are sex workers.
No.
Don't fucking lie. Repeat what you said.
And that's, see the tone, don't fucking lie.
Yeah, because you're lying about me. You're literally
to you?
slandering my fucking show. You're lying.
I'm not slandering the show.
Men have issues with lies. I know maybe you don't,
I
but
do.
men, okay, so repeat what you said.
I said that this...
And don't change it.
This show has mostly, a great
That's
percentage...
not what, you're such a fucking pathological liar. Repeat what you said.
This show gathers surprisingly, a large amount of sex workers
That's
who
not what you
represent
said.
most
You're a
women.
liar.
Is that not
That's not what you said. You're a liar.
Is that not what
You're a
I
liar.
originally said and
No.
opened this entire
2 points.
conversation with?
2 points. Great straw man. You're a liar. Let me clarify.
Rewind the
She's
tape.
not a liar. That is what she said.
That's
No,
not
it's
what
not.
she said.
That is what
You're a fucking liar and a gaslighter.
I'm not
So
gaslighting.
you're literally
Play it
gaslighting.
back.
I'll
Play it
tell you.
back.
Okay.
Here, no, but let's do
We
a
should,
bet.
but
let's
I'm
do
just
a
gonna
bet.
tell you what she-
Will you
I'll
pay
tell you
me?
what she said,
You pay me
though.
$100,000.
I don't have $100,000, but I know that I opened
Do you have
up.
10? Do you have
But I opened up
$10,000?
this argument by saying that
no.
great majority of women in the show
That's
are
not
sex
what you
workers.
said.
That is what she said.
That is
And
not
are
what you said.
representative, and that
No,
is very
it's not a majority.
unrepresentative.
Hold on. 2 points.
Yes.
So first we'll get into the straw man. You were saying that I think that a majority of women are sex workers. Is that what she said?
If,
Andrew?
if I said that, if I said that,
Hang on.
if I
I'll
said
tell you.
that, I misspoke.
That's what you
What she
fucking
said
said.
is you're
If I said that, I
teaching
misspoke.
you're teaching men that the majority of men or women
women
are
are
sex
sexually
workers. No, you
promiscuous
said
and-
sex workers.
Oh, okay, so I misspoke there. Promiscuous.
And then
Sexually
okay,
promiscuous.
and so to that point,
'Cause they are.
when we say sexually promiscuous,
Sure.
what does promiscuous mean to you?
For me, for my standards,
Yeah.
I think it's having sex outside of committed, stable relationships. And
So if you've had 10 stable,
and another additional qualifier
Yeah.
to that is that the point of those relationships is marriage, not just dating to date.
Okay, so
But
you've
wait.
had 10. Let's say you're 26. You've had 10 committed relationships. They all failed pretty quickly.
That's
Is that
very bad-
promiscuous?
That's.
Is that promiscuous?
I think that's bad decision.
But is it
making.
promiscuous though?
And yes, I would qualify it as that.
Okay.
Personally,
7 at 26.
I don't know. At 26, it depends how early on you
The
started
whole. So here's the
relationships.
problem. What you're doing is you're
Do
utilizing.
you think it's high?
Yeah.
27
You're
and
utilizing.
20
Yeah.
7 and
Yes.
26?
Yes.
Can
Of
somebody
course
in
it
the
is.
Discord
Okay.
clip
What you're
it
doing
for
is
me?
you're
Put it in the
utilizing.
research tab.
You're utilizing
Put it in the research
equivocation.
tab. Somebody in the Discord.
You're utilizing equivocation. So when you say that you're teaching women that, or teaching men that women are promiscuous, right? And then you say most women are not promiscuous.
Yeah.
You fail to actually identify to us what the numbers are for promiscuity. So how could we even check the claim? Like if I were to say most women at
about
25,
Brian
hang on,
Google it?
stop. If most women have a body count at 25 of above X,
Yeah.
would that mean that most women are promiscuous? You won't actually commit to that position.
I have my personal opinions on it, but you can Google, I guess, based on surveys, because there's no way to find this out for sure. But you can Google based on surveys how many average amount of sexual partners men
We
and
can.
women have had. And you can look that up. And then I am curious to know if you believe that number is high, the average amount per male, per female. And then we can have an honest conversation, because that number is actually not very high.
What is it?
I don't know. I think it's about 3, 4 per.
Are you trying to say
on
that
average.
modern society is
I don't
not
know what
promiscuous?
kind
3 or
of-
4.
That's
This girl lives in Miami too. Those Miami girls are, that's crazy.
That is wild.
She lives in Florida. Bro, women will have a body count of
Just
10.
because you live somewhere does not make you.
Women will have a
promiscuous.
body count of 10 by the time they graduate high school. Not all women. Not all women, but like a liberal girl.
Most women don't.
A liberal, hold on. In 2026, a liberal girl who goes to like, let's say a medium-sized college, by the time she's done graduated, not all women, to be clear.
Most women is my opinion. Why don't you Google what's based on surveys? What's the average body count? For?
Women, surveys are not helpful at all on this because people.
You can't have a factual.
4 to 10 at
Yeah.
26.
Between 4 to 10 at 26, that's what he said.
That would be promiscuity.
Which, in your opinion, is.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
No.
Of course, you wouldn't admit it on the show.
No,
You'd
but I
probably
have
lie.
not. So
Right.
if you think
have you ever?
I'm
How about
lying-
this? Have you ever slept with a man or done anything sexual with a man within 24 hours of meeting him?
No.
Doubtful. In any case,
Okay, so again,
I'll
slandering
explain to you
my personal character.
Yeah. Well,
and,
just like
and
you
you're
slandered
lying
me.
too.
Yeah, just like you lied and slandered about me. So
What part of that? What did I say? that
yeah.
was a
So here's the
slanderous
slander.
lie?
You think that the
Why
majority.
don't you name it? Because
Yeah,
you just told me that I'm lying about one night
I'm
stands
about
and
to.
I'm not.
I'm about
So
to.
what did I
So
say?
yeah, the slander here is you're basically misrepresenting the guest selection that we have on the show. You claim that the majority of the guests we've had on the show are sex workers. This is just factually completely untrue. The minority of our guests are sex workers, and we've taken statistics on this.
Okay.
It's 15 to 20% of all our total guests are sex workers. Now you might look around and you're like, well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. We've had 2,000 guests on the show.
Okay.
Have you done record keeping? Have you looked back at all our shows and made a determination? Just because you see, hold on, if this panel was all black people, would that mean we've only brought black people on the show?
No, absolutely not.
Right. So logically, just because we have sex worker, sex worker, sex worker, sex worker, sex worker.
That's a majority already.
That wouldn't.
Plus the ones that
so,
left.
So because they're.
What was the percentage of this panel, Brian?
The women who left were not sex workers. So actually, we have a majority now, but the majority prior.
One of them was.
Who? There were.
The bikini girl.
Kayla?
She sells photos of herself in bikini.
Well-
on a sex worker website.
That's not sex.
I think it was like a
She-
It's like a family friendly.
I think.
website.
Okay,
Weird.
maybe it's a gray area for her, but the other girl who left, not a sex worker.
Yes.
In any case, I don't see how that would establish. So here is this the logic? Well, the majority of the women tonight are sex workers. Ergo, the majority of all the guests you've ever had on the show must be sex workers.
From what I've seen in the past, yes. I have not followed the Whatever podcast
Okay,
from its initial
so
stages.
we keep statistics.
So maybe at the initial stages, it was a lot less, I guess the percentage of women that work in the sex industry, it was a lot less. But as the podcast went on, then maybe.
Hang tight for the we need to do your notes.
Then maybe you realized you probably get a lot more views by having women
It's not
on
true at all.
that have a
It's
past
a total
in
straw
working in the
man.
sex
It's again a
industry.
total straw man. It's a total fabrication.
No,
it's
I
a total
see
lie.
clips on social media,
God.
and they're.
It's so impossible to argue with somebody like this. You've seen clips. This is the metric I would use. Our most viral moments were not with women who were sex workers. Some of our best discussions were not necessarily with women who were sex workers. So again, it's a total misrepresentation. It's a total straw man. And I'm providing the facts to you directly as the person who oversees this show, who does the guest booking, who does the guest procurement. It's 15 to 20%.
15 to 20%.
That is correct.
Which is still much higher than the less than 1% of women that
that's a
actually
great
are
Maud and
sex
Bailey. Thank you for
workers,
shifting
right?
the goalpost, Maud and Bailey.
No, that's a big percentage difference.
Yes, it is higher than the population. Although technically, if you're looking at like between the ages of 18 to 25, something like 10% of.
My original argument was
Hold on.
that this
Stop interrupting.
This podcast misrepresents the actual amount of women that do have these.
No,
kinds
it
of
doesn't.
backgrounds.
I see.
No, it doesn't.
As far as representation goes, you mean? Yeah. Here's the thing. You're exploring modern dating, right? Now, did you see what you did there? You said that the podcast does not adequately represent the amount of total women who are sex workers. But what is the amount of sex workers in the age demographic that Brian has on? And is that overrepresented? Because that would be the real question, wouldn't it?
The age
demographic. Hang on, stop. I'll explain. Okay, so let's assume that the average age of the woman who comes on here is between 18 and 22. Let's just assume that. Do you think that the odds of them being a sex worker greatly decrease when you're not actually modeling that against the entire population of women, but only to 18 and 22-year-olds?
I think most.
Answer that question.
I don't know those.
Exactly. So how could you say it's an overrepresentation? You don't even know.
Because most women that are most of the women that do work in the sex industry are also in the younger category for sure.
So how do you know? What can you look up real quick, Brian? What is the actual percentage of women in that age bracket who are sex workers?
So I actually
much higher.
I know it offhand. So it's 18 to 24. It's 10%.
10%
of women 18 to 35, or to what age? 18 to 24
who are sex workers.
18% of women are sex workers.
I see.
Is that a statistic?
No,
that you
she said
stand
10%.
by? Say it again.
I said 18. Okay. Women between the ages of 18 to 24, 10% of them have OnlyFans or are sex workers.
That sounds like that sounds like a wrong statistic and an over-exaggeration. But I don't have a laptop in front of me or my phone to verify those claims. So
she has to question all of our stats, but we have to unquestioningly accept every single bullshit that she spewed
but
tonight.
can you at least admit that within that age group, it's going to be much higher than the sample against the entire population of women?
Very attractive.
Then how would you even know if it's an oversampling in comparison to the age group, which is most commonly represented on whatever?
Nathan, can you just ask ChatGPT?
Yes.
Here's the question you're going to ask. Percent of women 18 to 24 who do OnlyFans.
Or sex work in general. You can make it broader.
Yeah. Well, we'll just keep it to OnlyFans, which would probably lower the percentage. My AI overview here says, recent data estimates that approximately 1.2 to 1.4 million women aged 18 to 24 in the U.S. are active creators on OnlyFans. This represents roughly 10 to 14% of all women in that specific age group. Nathan, can you pull it up?
One platform is
I would love to see that.
Some social posts and community estimates suggest that around 1.2 to 1.4 million American women aged 18 to 24 have OnlyFans accounts. If you assume there are about 10 to 10.7 million U.S. women in that age group, that would imply roughly around 10% to 14% of OnlyFans.
Wait, I'm confused. 10 to 14%, and isn't it only about 15%?
15 to 20, but it's closer to 15.
Wow, that sounds like it's completely a representation, then, doesn't it? Boy, you fucked that one up.
No, I thought.
Boy, you fucked that one up, lady.
I thought the number. I will admit, I thought the number was a lot.
And by the way,
lower.
it's actually even better because not all of the OF girls who come on are between the 18 to 26 percentile. So because of that, it actually would lower the amount of OnlyFans girls in that percentile. So it actually is very possible that he roughly has exactly the representation of OnlyFans girls on versus non-OnlyFans girls for the age demographic.
Not if you count the age bracket of women that you have here. I'm 32, she's 36, you said. So why don't you increase the age bracket and check the percentage?
Are either of you
again?
sex workers?
No.
Okay, so then it seems like you're representing
would be a
it
lot
just
lower.
and it is. It's 0%.
Look,
it's 0% right now.
So again, out of the women here, we go up to the age of 36.
See,
so why don't you put that same? So why don't you put that same age bracket right now on your laptop? The youngest girl,
but now we're getting into the weeds. You're shifting the goalposts.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're hold on. I'm almost done. So, man, let me. See, this is what's frustrating. Like, if I'm going to engage, can you guys just let me speak and you don't have to chatter? Because now we're wasting 5-10 seconds. Okay. Your original claim, which was false, was that I'm suggesting that the majority of women are sex workers, or that the majority of the guests that we have on this show are sex workers. It's not the majority.
They definitely.
You said majority.
If I did, then I misspoke. But it is definitely
misspoke.
But it's definitely an overrepresentation of sex workers.
Okay, but so even if it's 5% over, it's like, so who gives a fuck?
If it's
who gives a fuck?
5% would be very
Don't care.
low. I agree. 5% would be very low.
Who cares?
So let's put the bracket then between 18
I'm not
to
interested
36.
in exploring the data further.
And actually,
you were just incorrect.
And actually looking up the number, I think it'd be closer to maybe 5% or 2% of the population, and that's a small percentage.
Are we gonna include 80-year-olds?
Why do you keep
not 80-year-olds, but you have on average up to 40 maybe on this podcast, so that would greatly
But
decrease
I'm
the
not
percentage.
attempting to paint women in this light as if they're all sex workers. I can sit here right now. So if you're just curious as to my actual position, the majority of women are not sex workers. I don't know the exact numbers total. If we were to look at a different age range, 18 to 34, 40, whatever, it's a small minority of women who are sex workers.
Yes.
That's my position. So I'm not putting out there, by the way, guys, like 70% of women are degenerate OnlyFans girls. That's not what I say. So you're contending with a
I've
position
never said that
that,
you said that.
that isn't even forwarded by me.
I've never said that you said that. I say that this
You
show
literally
overrepresents the amount of women in the industry.
We do not represent women.
Well, we
In
haven't
my
even
research-
demonstrated that,
women as a
though.
whole.
In
In
my research of your podcast and watching different videos and clips, I personally just noticed that there were a lot of sex workers, and I thought that maybe you cast sex workers preferably because it is, entertaining or
Because it's a
interesting.
huge sampling of the population who are in dating age of 18 to 26.
Dating age, yep.
It's a massive, massive percentage of the population of women who are in the dating age of 18 to 26. So not only is it not a massive overrepresentation, which we just literally established 5 seconds ago, because we know the percentage of total sex workers who've been on. We could even reduce that by 18 to 26 and it would still be less.
If somebody on the street asked me, hey, can you describe the whatever podcast? What kind of people do they bring on? What is their backgrounds? Do you think that it'd be wrong and people would just, say that no, they don't bring
That's a fallacious argument. You're making an appeal to majority. You're making an appeal to majority. What's disingenuous is making an appeal to majority.
Wait, I got the perfect thing. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Are you okay? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So if I were to poll the majority of people in California as to, do you think that Trump is a rapist? They'd probably say yes.
Okay.
Is it true that he is a rapist?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So just because, if I were to poll the majority of Californians, hey, do you think ICE there's massive amounts of misconduct amongst ICE law enforcement officers? And they're like, yeah, I think that there's a lot of there's a lot. Would that actually prove that it's true or mean it's true?
No, but you're making my argument for me. The fact that just because a majority of people say that they believe Trump is a rapist, it doesn't make it true. Just like if you have a larger representation of women with a sex background, it doesn't mean that most women are promiscuous as a whole.
That would be your argument.
Wait.
That would be Brian's argument.
Your argument that you forwarded was, well, do you think if I ask people on the street, what they think the whatever podcast is about, and if it has a whole bunch of OnlyFans girls on it, and it's the majority?
Say no?
Okay, so regardless of if
even if they did,
does it mean it's true?
Yeah, that's the question.
So if people out there on the street say, yes, I think that a majority of the women who go on the whatever podcast are OnlyFans girls, does it mean it's true?
You have the numbers, I don't. So you're telling me...
Answer the question.
You're telling me it's not true.
Answer the question.
You're telling me it's not true because based on the entirety of the show's history, that has not been the case. And you have the stats, so you could be right. From the
Not
shows,
just I could be right, I am right.
Okay, from the shows that most people have seen recently, I'd say that the brand of this podcast is having women with a background in some kind of sex.
That's not the brand. How could that possibly be the brand if the minority of our guests are sex workers? The majority of our guests are not sex workers.
Okay, well, I guess that's a PR issue. Might want to work on that.
Period.
Moving on. Moving on, please, for the love of God.
But so, okay, you do acknowledge that even if that's the perception doesn't mean truth.
Yep, absolutely. You have the numbers, I don't, and you're saying.
But so why would you have forwarded the argument of, well, what do you...
I don't understand. You can't possibly believe this because now the logical entailment of your argument is tens of thousands of people are going to think you're a hooker.
No, I think.
Then why are you on a podcast where everybody thinks only hookers go on the podcast?
Mostly, that's the PR. I'm telling you guys.
But what do you mean?
The image.
Why would you go on a podcast that you think has the PR that only hookers go on if you didn't want people to think you were a fucking hooker?
Because you sporadically do have women that aren't hookers. You've had Lila.
That's
Rose
really
on.
weird.
You've had
the PR.
Wait, so the reputation
is only hookers go on. I better go on that podcast.
You've had Lila Rose on.
Holy fucking brilliant! Boy, look at the big brain on Sam over here.
All right. You've had Lila Rose on. Definitely not a hooker. You've had my previous employer.
Now you're making Brian's argument.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, tell us all about how the PR here is actually not that it's full of hookers.
She's debated for 12 years, but she doesn't know
He's
this.
not a hooker.
Hey, we're not done with your notes. All right, here.
Do you want to?
Can we move on?
I'm going to your notes.
Yeah, we
right
have
now.
to move on.
I'll do.
Yeah, she's
I'll
not.
help fix your PR issue if you pay me for it.
The PR issue that we can't have, or you wouldn't be here because you would think people would think you were a
No, I
hooker.
like going into the wolves' dens. If you can't tell.
You want people to think you're a hooker?
No, I think they'll figure out that I'm not.
But you can.
Okay, let me go to Courtney really quick. You're on the libertarian spectrum. You don't always agree with the host's delivery. All right, I'm not going to argue with you on that. When it comes to certain topics like the hotness scale settings, you said that you're a solid 6.5 with makeup on. You're an 8.3 if you're drunk.
No,
Wait.
I didn't say that, did I?
You were drunk.
You did right now.
Maybe I did.
Fuck it.
Okay.
Depends on how
I'm
you
sorry. What's your name again?
Ivy.
Okay, Ivy. In your Instagram, it says women in STEM.
Yeah.
Are you a woman in STEM?
Yes. I haven't graduated yet. I'm majoring in computer science, minoring in cybersecurity. So I am learning how to hack currently. I don't know everything yet.
Teach you how to hack,
Yeah, they're teaching us how to hack. I'm doing
Okay.
a flex course. So
Cybersecurity is
I'm
necessary
hacking,
usually.
Switches.
Okay. You write yourself, or you describe yourself as a sweet but
coding.
dominant tatted porn star goddess. I think this is on your OF. Gooners are your favorite.
Oh no, that's on my Sex Panther. I think.
Sex Panther. You say, give you every drop of your... You say it. I'm not going to say that.
What does it say?
Don't you know what's on your own bio?
No, I do, but
Give me every
rewrite my
drop
bios
blank.
like frequently.
Don't make me say it.
I don't have an
really don't wanna say
agency.
it.
Every drop of your come like something like that.
There's more. There's a beta.
Beta bitches.
How do you, bro, this girl has a...
Beta cooters. Beta
You
beta
say,
slut.
you write, give me every drop of your beta cum.
Yeah, beta cum.
Okay. You do girlfriend experience scam, romance scam.
like
you do
it.
home wrecking.
I do the role play. Yeah.
So, okay. What's CEI?
Cum eating instructions. So like, they'll eat it out of like they'll eat it out like out of their, they'll squirt it in their mouth or like.
Who?
I eat it out of like my subs, my
The
clients.
men?
Yeah, usually they like ask for it and they'll like
Excuse me? That's fucking disgusting.
eat it out of a peanut butter jar or something. I don't know.
You like tell them where to do it and then they eat it off that
Bro,
object
what the
or
fuck?
whatever.
Yeah, into a cup
That's
or on a
ridiculous.
plate.
Nice little shot glass,
lick it off.
and then you tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
You know
actually
what?
taught me how to do it.
I give sex the female sex workers some flack, but I think sometimes I think it's the men, the fucking degenerates that I gotta criticize them too, man.
They're usually
Our
going to be
mega list
shameful
is based
after.
off of them. We're just facilitating the experience that they want to experience.
I
Like
do
a
say
drug
no to
dealer,
some
I
kinks.
guess. It's like-
You can tell they're a little bit ashamed after they ask for stuff like that sometimes.
You gotta give them cool off sessions.
All right, you said that you talked earlier about you were a sugar mama to your last boyfriend for 3 years. You guys were monogamous, then it went to an open relationship. So were you sleeping with other guys?
I was, yes.
Okay, but he was sleeping with other girls too.
Yes.
Okay, he ended up being a huge cheater. Well, I mean,
It's about transparency, and he was hiding stuff from me and sleeping with people that like raw, and then he slept with about like 10 girls behind my back before I found out.
so okay, your open relationship, the agreement was we disclose.
Yeah, it was a conversation, and then...
Well, it wouldn't be cheating. It wouldn't be cheating, but it would be a lack of disclosure because it's an open relationship.
He could have got me sick. It's cheating.
Well, it's not cheating, but it's wrong. I'll agree with you that it's wrong.
He wouldn't get tested either.
No.
I have love for him still.
Well, okay. I'm not going to argue with you too much, but I wouldn't consider it cheating, but what he did is wrong. I think
it's unethical.
I'd say that.
Yeah.
You went from dating men living in trap houses to riding on private jets.
Yes.
Too much to type, yeah. You were introduced... Wait, you've dated millionaires twice your age who you were introduced to by your sugar baby boyfriend, and you ended up dating him for 2 years. You were very spoiled, but he was also very crazy.
He was very crazy.
Okay.
He was fun.
All right.
in a fun way. You know, he wasn't too crazy, but he was definitely not.
Okay.
I had to babysit him a little bit.
Okay. Courtney, you said you don't agree with the host delivery when it comes to certain topics like the hotness scale rating. I did want to go back to that briefly here for the 9.9, the 10, the 8, the 8, the 9.
Yes, please rate me.
Can you guys tell me, I was supposed to rate you guys. I guess I'll do that super quick. For you, 9.9, I'm just going to focus on the 9.99, the 10, and then the 9 over there. So, can we just get the camera angles on? Okay. Can you tell me a woman who you think is a 9.99? Like young Megan Fox, like a woman?
Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie is a
Demon Slayer donated $69. At Diversity Lovers.
Sorry, it's below the threshold. I don't know why it did the TTS. Please tell me a woman who you think is a 10.
Megan Fox is actually a really good example.
Megan Fox.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're... wait, hold on. You're a 9. Can you tell me a woman who you think is a 9?
Angelina Jolie.
And you're a 9?
Yes.
Just like Angelina Jolie?
I have symmetrical eyes. I have full lips.
Can you look?
Full face.
Can you look in that camera right there?
That one?
That camera. Look straight in that camera.
Hello.
Okay. Now, those of you watching, drag a window and put Angelina Jolie's face like right next to her face. Now, can you, while looking into that camera, can you do me a favor? Can you turn your face that way? More, and then turn your face the other way. Angelina Jolie caliber, everybody. Holy fuck. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, women are delusional.
Rate me a 3 already so I can go.
Hold on. Hold your horses.
I know, right?
Hold your horses.
Are you going to rate us, though?
I will give you guys ratings. I'll wait until Homegirl's back. Yeah.
I may say something. And part of the reason, too, I didn't want to rate on a scale is, I don't know, when you were asking them, who do you think is a 10? The first person that came to mind for me who is a 10 is my sister. I've always loved her so much and looked up to her. And it's sad to see like a beautiful girl like this go and call herself a 4.5 when if any guy sees her on the street and wouldn't drop his jaw to the floor, he needs to get smacked or something because she's beautiful.
I'm not pandering.
She's pandering.
I'm not pandering.
Anya's pandering
Well,
a little bit.
Not pandering.
Regardless, like when you're in love with someone, like I've been in love with somebody who, when I first met him, I wasn't as attracted to him, but when we were in a relationship, he was a perfect 10 to me. I loved everything about him.
But that's not even a dispute.
Yeah, it's not a dispute, so to say, but I think that love is more important than what
I believe
you
that over
initially
time,
see.
of course, you can become more or less attracted to a person. Of course, that's the case.
Yeah.
Nobody would dispute that that's the case. But all the time that we're probably ever going to spend for the rest of our lives together is right this second. And so what you do is you're like, okay, that's 99.99999% of people you'll ever engage with in the rest of your existence. So because of that, we can make value judgments and assessments based on appearance and what we see and how we perceive the beauty standards that other people see each other as too. Nobody here is stupid. Know this for sure because I've now talked with all of you. So I know that you know what I'm saying is true. that it is in fact the case that all of you can take a look at a chick and the second she's not in the room go, oh, that bitch is nasty. That bitch is nasty. Oh, that girl's hair is bleh. Oh, her eyebrows, she should be doing something else with those. Did you see her makeup? Don't fucking bullshit. They do it all the time. Women do it all the time. I'll tell you what. Let's see how many of you are honest.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you have ever criticized the appearance of a woman when she left the room?
But I will also say...
Not you, though. You've never done that. A woman has never left the room and you've criticized her. Not you.
No, I've thought that maybe they could have dressed better or...
So then...
I will add that if we're friends, I'll tell her to her face.
Yes.
I'll be like, hey,
That's really weird. How can you like judge and assess the beauty of like your friends and other women
it's
and
not
stuff?
about assessing their beauty, but maybe like her hair is messed up or she's got broccoli in her teeth.
Well, that's
or
interesting.
Something like that.
We don't know potential. Overall assumption that women are just bitchy and catty with each other.
I'm going to tell you
women
that
are horrible with each other.
Well, they are, but I'm going to tell you that here's what my actual assumption is. My actual assumption is that human beings criticize each other consistently and constantly. For men, there's a good reason for that, and for women, there's a good reason why both sexes do this. One reason that women like to play the compare and contrast game is because it's one of the ways that they can enhance mating strategies. For men, one of the reasons that we do it is because it enhances cooperation and male camaraderie. Men are fucking awful to each other. We call each other the F slur. We're horrible to each other. We laugh at each other when we fall down. You know, if I have a friend who's really hurt, the first thing I do is laugh, and then we render aid. If you think, I mean,
some women
all of you know that what I'm saying is accurate. Okay, if you have hung around men for any length of time, all they do is give each other shit all day.
Sure.
Am I lying?
I stepped out so I didn't know the original premise of this conversation.
Yep. Sorry, not going to let you hijack this one. Where was I on this thing? I do think it is interesting. Actually, you know what? Here, let's do this. Rate me on a scale of 0 to 10.
Overall?
Just face looks.
Just face or?
Just face, yeah.
Okay. With the beard, a 4.
So I'm assuming, I'm curious, I'm assuming without the beard it's lower, I would imagine. What do you rate me?
7.
Okay, you're being too generous.
I think you have nice blue eyes, and I tend to be more attracted to men that have darker hair, and I like facial hair. So
man, Angelina Jolie thinks you're a 7,
but she's still settling for me. I'm 2 points below her.
Yeah.
So
well, she's Angelina Jolie.
She's a 9.
Of course, she's gonna settle for you.
I'm just a 7 in her eyes.
You're out of your mind, bro.
So it's she would be settling for me though. Here, really quick. Can we?
Don't rate me. I don't want to get my feelings hurt today.
No.
We'll wait until you guys can wait until you leave. So
really quick though, Nathan, I want to pull up the Discord. Can you go into the looks tab on the Discord? Do you know how to do that?
Oh Lord.
What's that? The looks tab here. Yeah, and then click on scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. Click on, scroll down. The first girl there next to, yep, click that. And then you're going to use the mouse arrows. Oh, no. Mouse arrow, no, sorry. Hover with the cursor over the arrow, yeah. Next, that's Evangeline, I forgot her last name. This is Adriana Lima. Next. Jessica Biel. Taylor Hill, I think is her name. Next, Jessica Alba, and then of course Gorlock. So all very attractive women. Those are 8s and 9s. I want to say some of those women. Whoa, okay. Let's use Adriana Lima though. That second girl that we saw. What do you rate her?
I said perfection wasn't achievable. She's a 10.
What do you rate her?
Which woman? All of them are beautiful.
The second
Adriana
girl,
Lima.
the one with the blue eyes. What do you rate
10.
Adriana Lima?
Drop
10.
dead.
10, drop dead gorgeous.
Okay, but you're just 1 point below Adriana.
Yeah.
Wait, hey, can we get on the
Hard
right
agree.
angle, please? Did we miss?
I would say my flaws are like the little indent in my nose, and maybe my nose is a little bit
Here,
big.
I think we missed the angle, so I think
Oh,
we're
that's
gonna have to
okay.
repeat it. So you're 1 point below Adriana Lima.
Yes, I believe so. I think
Okay.
I only have a couple of flaws on my face, personally.
All right, this is what men are dealing with in the dating landscape. This is why it's so difficult to date, because basically you have women who have an overinflated sense of their attractiveness, and they basically look at men who are actually on their level, and they completely zero them out. Women will think that they're settling for a guy, and but it's actually just that they're delusional. So
I would like to add that I've dated men that I deem less attractive than I am.
that you deem. Okay, can I ask you a question? Maybe we should ask.
Angelina Jolie was married to Brad Pitt.
Yeah, and she was also married to
Do
Billy
you-
Bob Thornton,
would
or
you-
dated Billy Bob
Is
Thornton.
it?
He's an attractive
Yeah,
guy.
my question
He's,
though.
he's
okay,
somewhat
but
attractive,
Brad Pitt.
they are a huge difference in
but hang on,
attractiveness.
hang on.
Yes, they are, but
Angelina Jolie dated down with Billy Bob Thornton. Fair enough. Also was with Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
And so hang on. So you're not settling for Brad Pitt. You're not settling. That like that. If
No,
you
that's
got Brad
it's an equal relationship.
with you.
Oh, for me.
Yeah.
For me and Brad Pitt? No, I feel like he would be settling for me a little
Well,
bit.
what?
Wait.
Just
Let
a
me
little
ask this.
bit.
Let me
So
ask
he
this.
was settling for
Tell me a
Angelina
guy. let me ask this. Tell me a guy who you think is a 9.99, a guy who you think is a 10, and a guy who you think is a 9.
Ooh. Okay, I'll say. Fuck, he's short though.
God, you can't use him. then.
I don't know, but he's
Heaven
also
forbid,
Jewish, I
maybe.
think. So
Shout
it
out
kind of
my
gives
short
me.
kings.
I'm always
Just
fucking
give-
dating short kings. I gotta stop. Okay,
Irrelevant.
sorry. We'll say Robert Pattinson.
The guy from Twilight.
When he washes his hair.
All right. What about you?
John Summit.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck is that
Can you
guy?
Google John Summit? Do a Google image search of John Summit, please.
He has a good personality. Oh, and disco lines.
What about you?
Can you repeat the question?
Who's a guy who you think? Who's a guy who you think is a 9?
Oh, a celebrity?
That we could Google.
George Clooney.
No. A guy
No.
who you think is a 9.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
George
she says
Clooney
George
is a 9.
Clooney.
Oh, George Clooney. Okay.
Okay.
Oh no! No!
Do you have it? Go ahead, pull it up. Can you go to the?
He kind of looks like you.
Okay, that's fine.
He does kind of look like you.
All right, there you go.
You're a 10.
I'm a 10 in her eyes. All right. Well, you're gonna change that after I give the rating. But what?
You're a 3. Just kidding.
What, sorry, George Clooney.
Mm-hmm.
Your looks equivalent. Can we say young George Clooney because he is a bit older? Can we say young?
Sure.
We wouldn't
Young
want the
or
age
old,
gap.
He's very handsome.
Can you
Either
before the
way.
age gap occurs?
And I don't even think that the age gap between George Clooney and I is that big.
It's pretty big.
Your
How old
looks,
is
your league.
I think he's in his 60s.
Your looks league is famous actor, heartthrob, sexiest man alive, George Clooney. Well, he was, I think, a magazine many years ago voted him sexiest man alive. People magazine, fucking 98 or some bullshit. That's your looks equivalent.
Yeah. Like I said, I think
bro.
my only flaws are the bags under my eyes and my.
Hey, yo,
no.
Can I make a
homegirl.
point whenever
That's it.
Homegirl.
Whenever you're ready.
Is her looks equivalent? You tell me. Is her looks equivalent George Clooney?
I'm gonna
Yes
check.
or no? I just need a yes or no.
I won't be offended.
No, but
Okay.
since you
Is her
asked
looks
me,
equivalent George Clooney? You tell me. Wait. You tell me. Is her looks equivalent George Clooney? Be honest. Come on. I know you
I
wanna
won't
do
be
it.
offended.
Fucking stick in the knife. Fucking turn that shit. Go ahead.
My
I know you
issue
want
is
to.
you said that this is why
No,
why
hijack.
women this is why
Ah.
like all women are delusional in in giving themselves a rating, and this is why men have it hard, and that's not the case. This is just her opinion. If we rewind back 3 minutes, that's what you said. See, this is why men are having problems dating because
I'm speaking
all
in
these
generalities.
Women, that's the problem.
No, generalities are completely acceptable when you're talking about general principles.
I don't think most women are delusional about their personal appearance.
Yes, I would argue most women are delusional.
I disagree with that, but okay, we'll agree to disagree.
I disagree about your disagreement about disagreeing.
I love that.
Do you disagree?
I disagree.
I disagree. Oh, well, then we'll just disagree.
About that delusion, that isn't bad for men.
Hold on. Just to be clear, I'm not saying all women. Of course, there are women who are reasonable, who are humble, who are self-aware, who have a reasonable degree of being able to self-assess their physical attractiveness.
Yep.
In fact, earlier I said Anya, I think she underrates herself.
I agree with
She underrates
that.
herself.
Yep.
So it's not like I'm like all women are just totally
rewind
delusional.
3 minutes,
But
you
like
said that.
you would agree that like if 30%, 40%, 50%, 60% of women, and look, I don't know the exact number, are overinflating their own self-assessment of how attractive they are, yeah, that's going to have like massive impacts when it comes to dating. In the same way that if me over here, now here's where this is going to get interesting. If I were to say, I'm just as good looking as prime Brad Pitt, as prime Johnny Depp, as prime Leonardo DiCaprio, all of you guys would be internally, because I feel like you won't confront me on it, internally you'd be like, look at this fucking chubby dude.
Not you.
Look at this fucking chubby dude.
Not you. Of course. We're not referencing you. We know. You would never. You would never.
That's why I excluded myself.
I know.
I want to say that just
never.
because I rate myself highly doesn't mean that I write off men that aren't necessarily conventionally attractive. Right? I've dated bald men. I've dated men shorter than me, the same height as me, taller than me.
I mean, bald men can be
For me, attraction is
if
about.
He said he's like Leonardo DiCaprio, is he delusional?
Maybe
do you believe it?
a little bit.
A little bit.
He has symmetrical eyes, right? Like you do have really nice eyes.
I'm like, I'm chubby, and
I like chubby
It's a
guys.
dad bod. It's nice.
Yeah,
I
really.
like
grab the
They're
belly
better
when
for
you're on top.
cuddling.
I'm like below. I give myself a 4.5.
You're a big teddy bear.
I'm below average looking. In no world am I anywhere near Brad Pitt, and I acknowledge that. But I don't. It's not like I'm so down on myself because no. It's like it is what it is. It is how I am, and I have other appealing characteristics. However, yeah, looks wise, below average. Look, if I lost some weight, I'd be a solid 5. Solid 5. Maybe I could even get back to 5.5, maybe even a 6 if I got really trim, And
maybe.
My skin right now is all fucked up. I don't know if I've been eating too much junk food or.
You're being gotta eat raw meat.
I know.
Yeah, I think you're being too hard on yourself too.
I'm not gonna cook for you. You gotta eat it raw.
It's wrong.
Oh, sorry. Are you gonna prepare?
Yeah, I'll chop it up.
All right, the rare food. All right.
That's actually
And she'll
It'll
put
be good.
cucumbers on my eyes and give me a massage.
I feel like she just eats raw
Lower my
food, so she doesn't have to cook it for her man.
No. I was eating all raw, and he would eat all cooked. So I'd spend an evening cooking him a
okay.
meal, cooking bread too.
It was a great
Speaking-
joke. You
you know
ruined
what?
it. It was fantastic. You just totally ruined it.
I love
feel-
to cook.
Ruined the whole joke. It was a good joke. It really
But
was.
so, I mean, just, I don't know. I need you guys to affirm my identity as somebody as attractive as Brad Pitt.
You would be if you ate raw meat.
4 with a
Do you
beer.
want everybody's honest opinion about personality?
Do you want us all to
though?
rate you? We can all rate you.
Do you want everybody's... yeah, I understand I'm an abrasive person. Now, to be fair, doing this show is stressful.
Yes.
And I will tell you this. If I have a girlfriend, you might think, Brian, you're incredibly disagreeable, you're incredibly combative, you're incredibly argumentative.
Yes.
When I'm at peace at home with my girl, it is smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. I'm actually in interpersonal relationships, private interpersonal relationships. I like to think I'm actually
Explain
quite...
that genuinely. Like, what does that mean?
Well, I like to
that
think
you're
I'm
not
quite
into?
agreeable, but you're going to say, okay, well, Brian, you were sassy tonight. You got bent out of shape. You partially crashed out, which is probably true. Hey, look, we all have our moments, right? However, this wouldn't be representative of how I am privately or individually.
I wouldn't know, but this has been a 7-hour podcast, and I haven't had a crash out like that. So I think it kind of can be representative.
Well, you're
of an
you're the
Oh, no,
you're
no.
the type of abuser.
Well, wait a
that,
second.
Like,
Why do you
pushes
think-
buttons and like internally you're like, yeah, I'm getting a rise out of this guy. You're a button pusher. You're a habitual. Who says it? Is it?
Why do you, why do you think a crash out?
Wait, who's that comedian? Who's that comedian? Who's
Now
like
you are crashing
habitual?
out, Brian.
Wait. Who's that comedian who's like females be like habitual? Oh no, it's Dave Chappelle. Wait, is it Dave Chappelle? Habitual line stepper, habitual line crosser, habitual button pusher.
Are you thinking of Cat Williams?
Yes.
No. I think it's somebody else.
So am I
Anyways,
good
whatever.
at it? Yes.
Look, yeah, you're a button pusher, lady.
Thank you.
You're a button pusher. But look, I'm telling you,
I think you've had multiple crash outs. I think that just because if you just say, oh, well, I have a calm demeanor while I'm completely prattling about fucking nonsense to the point where nobody else get a word in edgewise while they're talking, I think that's crash out.
I think people can rewind and check for themselves.
They will.
to see if
I promise there will be plenty of clips of
I'm
this.
sure you guys might.
100% guarantee
whatever
you
it is.
there will be plenty
Plus,
of
you
clips.
can AI edit my pictures. That's one of the things we signed on the disclosure form.
All right.
I did notice that too. I found it to be a little strange.
Oh yeah, your TikTok thumbnals have been interesting lately.
Yeah. Why is that? I'm actually curious.
So I'm willing.
Yeah, what is the purpose of that?
Yeah, to enlarge the girls' breasts, even though they're covered up on the show, for the most part,
Make mine bigger.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, my editor ran a 1 week experiment. You'll notice that it stopped. My editor ran a 1 week experiment. It was super cringe, but I was like, and so we not just we AI'd the face. We gave people like funny expressions, and you see this implemented on YouTube thumbnails. So yes, it's a bit of sensationalization. It was like a YouTube experiment. Well, no, actually, we do it on some YouTube clips, maybe. But it was an experiment to see like what you could do to like boost the
engagement,
the
more
CTR, basically.
But I want to take the bait though, real quick, Brian.
Please.
So I'm willing to take the bait. I rate my personality at a 1. So
Okay.
what do you rate yours?
I think that when I'm not debating people that try to divide the sexes, I'm a 10 out of 10.
Of course.
In fact, I actually have proof of this, quantifiable proof. Did you know that back in 2013,
Oh my God.
2013, I competed in a beauty pageant, and I was actually voted on by the girls there as Miss Congeniality. Imagine out of a competition with girls that are competing with each other that they vote somebody as the nicest person there. So I have actual evidence of that being the case. It was called the Christina Gianolo Award, Spirit of Miss Florida.
Oh my
Award,
God, who
back in
the
2013.
hell cares?
Got it.
Most people.
Personality.
So 10 out of 10. Yes.
Personality 10 out of 10.
Girls, girl. Yep.
Look, this show.
I knew for some reason something in me told me that you were going to say a 10 out of 10. I don't know how I knew, but something told me you were definitely going to make a 10 out of 10 assessment.
Let's ask the female panelists here. Do you guys, Anya gets to go first.
No.
Yeah. Rate her, I guess, her personality as presented on the show. Rate her personality.
As presented on the show?
Yes.
Or, okay. Don't take offense to this because I only know you from the show.
That's okay. As long as you think I'm funny.
Just your personality, not your looks, because your looks are completely different.
Tell us a joke, funny lady.
I'd say like 4.5.
Okay.
Fucking W Anya in the chat. What do you guys? No, they're not going to be. I don't think anybody's going to be honest, besides Anya.
I'll be honest.
Like women do the.
All right, let's hear it.
I'll be
What
honest.
is it?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh no.
9.99.
Okay. Since we're not talking about we're talking
Just
about personality
personality,
and not like certain debating skills. Although I think you're amazing, but I'm not going to give it a 10. But your personality-wise, I think you have a beautiful personality, and I give you a 9.99.
You're a fucking liar. You're
Totally.
a fucking liar.
I'm not a liar.
Does anybody want to be honest? Go ahead. Come on.
I mean, like 5.
W.
I would I would.
The patriarchy's dividing the sexes.
Listen, so, look.
See, I don't mind this
We
kind of
had
reading.
a conversation, 30 minutes prior to, roughly we walked in the door. That was a good portion of it. However, there is certain topics in here where it went from, okay, she seems kind of cool. I guarantee you're outside here, you're probably a great person. I would never have a political conversation with you ever. However, I would say in this room, when we entered this door and you started talking, I would say like a -1. But, I mean, I think outside here.
That's awesome.
Fucking W. Courtney.
I mean,
Yes, Courtney.
Yes.
I would say you're very well spoken.
I'm giving you another
and
slice of pizza.
I was surprised by a lot of your opinions.
Rewards to
What
my.
surprised you? The fact that
I was surprised by
Hold
your
on, I'll
opinions
be right back. I'm
because
getting your pizza.
you categorize yourself as a traditional woman and have worked for Charlie Kirk, yet you do actually advocate for women having their own individuality and their own salaries
Feminism.
and their own safety net in a marriage. So that surprised me about you. But I guess if I were to rate it, I would just say 7. And I only bring you down a couple points because there was like a lot of just focus on you with, debating
Okay,
with the.
I gotta get off the
It is interesting because we're all critiquing you from different perspectives.
We're close to the tail end here. We're close to the tail
wow,
end.
that
Let me
is
blast
quite the
through this.
broad. That is quite the
Are you
broad
going to start
range.
asking
right?
us some more
How is
questions?
it? You're this lovely Latina. We should have her back with.
Have
Do
you
you know
ever-
Alex Stein?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Oh yeah, we're having you back with Alex Stein.
Oh, that would be so much
Do you know
fun.
his? Never mind.
Yes, I do
the
know
thing
his
that
motto.
he
Of
says, yeah.
course, of course.
Let's see here.
Which one? Number 99, Pep on
What
a
he's
Blimp?
told
No,
AOC
big booty
before.
Latinas.
That was, that's his thing because of Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, I saw the video. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to give super fast looks ratings, just face, not factoring in body. It is a bit difficult with the makeup on, so okay, here we go. I'm going to have you turn that way, and then that way I'll have all of you do it. Turn that way, turn that way. All right, 4.755. Have you had, you have lip filler?
I do.
Have you had any Botox in the face?
I've had
A little closer to the mic
baby
if you can.
Botox. Yeah, I've had Botox in my forehead,
Okay.
around
In the
my eyebrow.
forehead?
Yeah, my eyebrow.
What was wrong with your forehead?
Nothing was wrong with it. I just my eyebrow was it
was
twitches.
It twitched.
sometimes. So
Oh, shit.
it helped me
So
stop
it
with my
muted
tick.
or it stopped it.
Yeah.
It froze it.
It froze it.
Okay.
Kind of trained it to stop.
Yeah, I think you have pretty good aesthetics. Me personally, aesthetically speaking, I'm not a fan of lip filler.
Understandable.
No nose job?
No nose
Natural
job.
nose. Can you turn
Yeah.
that way again? Okay. Turn back. No, just towards me. I think I want to give you. You're wearing fake lashes.
I have eyelash extensions. Yeah.
Yeah.
color.
I think I want to give you just face. I think I would give you like 5.56.
You can skip me.
You're
I'm
getting
not
a rating.
requesting it, but feel free to if you want to give your opinion.
Okay, well you have about 3 pounds of makeup on, so it's going to be really hard to give a
Super hard.
assessment, bucket, paint.
Sure.
I mean, full
again,
face,
I'm not
full face.
requesting this.
Okay, well, it's
assessment
just a
from you,
segment
but-
I do.
but
But
I know.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'll just speak. Okay, so again, it's really hard to rate with
not gonna do the
makeup on.
side-to-side thing,
And again, that's fine. And I'm not going to rate you lower just because you pretty much gave me an aneurysm all night. So I'm not going to do that. I'll be like
I'm clipping
fair.
that.
I wouldn't just be like, you're a fucking one. I hate you. I wouldn't do that. That would be rude. I think again, it's hard. It's really hard with the makeup. So I'd be curious. Are you down to remove your makeup? We do a segment called makeup removal. Is everybody down to remove their makeup?
No. 1,000%.
That's too much work, and also it's
Okay.
kind of degrading.
So we gotta go home.
The same
I don't
way
see-
as like
It
moving
is
to the
late.
side.
Yeah,
to
we're almost there. We're
be-
almost wrapped.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's degrading. I think it's actually more degrading that women don't feel comfortable.
Do you have hair
with their
extensions?
face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and say 5.56. lip filler. Looks like you've had some Botox maybe in the face too.
No,
Little
not.
close.
I have Botox in my
Closer,
forehead.
can you come?
Sorry, I have Botox in my forehead and my lip
Sure.
filler. I have.
You do?
I don't. I had lip filler, but I don't anymore.
Yeah.
I just have it tattooed.
It
now.
is hard with the
lip blush.
Well, the fake lashes, the fake lips. That does.
And
make
I
it a
had my
little difficult.
hairline done.
I'll just say. I think I'm going to go ahead and say 5. Oh, I should have repeated your guys' ratings to you. Okay, I'll just, for the sake of my editor here, you gave yourself a 9.99, you gave yourself a 10, omit, you gave yourself an 8, you gave yourself 8.5. Face, I would say 4.755 for you. Anya, what did I rate you last time, do you recall?
6.57, I think.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Oh, I think this. Did you? What did you rate yourself? You said 4, or what did you say?
4 body, 5 face.
5 face.
Yeah.
I forgot what I rated you. I think. What did I rate you last time?
6.57. Like
Okay.
6.5 dash.
I'd give you the 6, 7, 6 to 7. You rated your face 9. I would.
And I have no filler or Botox.
3.754. You?
Okay.
What did you rate yourself?
I said I think I had a.
I don't know.
In California, I'm a 4, or excuse me, at the 3.5. In Mississippi, I'm a 6.
I'd say 3. I'll go ahead with.
Mississippi 6.
Mm-hmm. California, I'm way lower.
Look, you and me, we suffer from the same problem as, and this isn't directed as an insult. I think you have like your base face has some strike. No, I shouldn't say that has some positive aesthetic components to it. But you and me, we're both, we're a little chubby, So I think when you're chubby, and again, not saying that as an attack, but that's going to have an impact on your facial aesthetics, your facial attractiveness, facial puffiness, and it is going to have an impact on facial ratings. So I think I'd say 4.25, I want to say. You, no, I'm not going to go like into giving positives and negatives. Can you scoot into the table just a little bit, just so I can see in the thing? You have very strong feminine dimorphism. So you have which is a positive thing. You have the
fuck is that?
Well, so like, for example, she has more softer features, I would say, which is like a woman can be beautiful but have like more sharper angular features, but she has a more like, but that tends to be a more like trait that is appreciated in men. So she has strong feminine dimorphism, which means a bit more softer features, I guess you could say, which is not a bad thing. It's in fact a good thing. Anyways, I will stop prattling on here. I think I would give you, can you look into the camera right now for me? I'm looking in the monitor here. I think I'd give you like a 6.
What about the fact that she's a ginger and so has no soul?
Well, it makes her rare.
It makes me
It
very
makes her rare, and she has pretty straight. You have like
Does that mean you could sell them without having like any emotional consideration if they have no soul?
So
what the fuck?
Yeah, just saying.
That's what they did to the Irish.
True.
What color are your eyes? They're like hazel.
Yeah.
Yeah, striking hazel eyes. So, I think 6.5 is a good. Andrew, of course, gets a 10. So, and again, I give myself a 4.5.
Only 10 at the table.
Here's what we're going to do. We have the rapid fire segment. We have the rapid fire question segment. I'll wait until that girl returns, I guess, and then we'll do that. We have 2 super chats.
A_random_bear donated $69.
I need to fix that. It's below
Anya's smile carried the whole show. Sorry, Andrew, but your appearance didn't hold the viewers. It was the smile.
Okay.
Yep.
Anya, speaking of, can I have you read this one?
Sympathies, Brian. Not an easy job. Chair 3 is bad faith, farming this, trying to avoid committing to views. That's true. Would be far more interesting to hear the views of others on the panel, the ones that flew out here.
True, yeah. Thank you, Nixian. I do appreciate your super chat.
I did fly out here. I just happened to be in town for work. That's why I came here.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I would have just flown out
irrelevant.
just for this podcast, though.
Okay, Anya, what about you? Oh, sorry, can you read this?
What?
That's why.
For fuck's sake, stop letting the TPUSA reject Dom the convo. She's actually outperforming the femdoms by trolling this whole time. Don't let Andrew 1v1 her. I don't want her to read his obit afterwards or anyone reading mine after watching it. If needing ad revenue this bad, get out of California. I've told you this many times. Come to Florida.
Oh, I agree. You
Who,
should
me?
come to Miami.
Yes, I've told you many times.
Unless you are scared of debating a bunch of feisty Latinas that are very, very, culturally and socially conservative, but also have a mouth on them.
Yeah, right. I've been down there debating them all the time on Fresh and Fit. They're nothing. The Santa Barbara girls are way more brutal.
Yes.
Way more brutal.
No shade. Wait, really quick.
I can
no
help
shade.
you guys vet the girls. I'll bring some good girls.
No shade. No shade to like Fresh and Fit, but like when you get the California like feminist college liberal chicks, they present way more like. Again, no shade at Fresh and Fit. I'm not, but yeah, like this idea that like the panelists in Miami are going to be better. No. Well, it depends what you mean by better.
For the purpose of your show, I get it.
But
It's
for
better here.
disagreement, way better here.
Yeah.
We got the California West Coast libs.
Yeah, I agree.
In Miami, you got the like moderate.
Traditional Cuban women, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The traditional Cuban women would come on and be like, you need to shut your mouth. That's what they would say to you. They'd be like, you need to shut your mouth, you feminist nonsense. Your feminist nonsense. They do the finger wag and shit.
No. I would never tell anybody to shut their mouth, but we do speak
I didn't
out.
say you would.
Yeah.
I said they would tell you to do that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a host.
The Cuban
show there.
conservative women out there? Yeah,
That'd be
for
fun.
sure.
Andrew, do you still want a 1v1 with
Sure.
our homegirl?
Sure.
Here?
Yeah.
All right.
I think you might blow your head
We'll
off.
figure it out after the show.
Huh?
I think you might blow your head off after.
Oh, no.
No, Andrew's.
Well, here's the thing. Just to, since it's public right now, when I was writing back and forth, and I think it was with Nathan that I was chatting back and forth, or it was with you. Okay, well, you mentioned if you get invited back, then travel accommodation paid. I will do that. I will come back.
Did I say that?
Yeah, what? I have the screenshots. If you get
share those,
if you do a
please.
lot of engagement, and so I will come back, but my time is valuable, and I'm here because I was.
Your time's
originally
not
here.
valuable.
I was originally.
Your
here for work.
TPUS, it's not valuable.
Yes.
Why
And
do you always
so
have to make it about you?
No, I'll be happy to come, but travel accommodations can you guys not
Brian?
afford that?
I don't know.
right
I feel
now?
like you might have to.
I won't even take
Hey.
a speaker's
I
fee.
flew all the way out
But all
because of
travel
Andrew.
accommodations have to be paid for.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
Well, I mean, look, the people are going to criticize. Look, life's not fair. But life's not fair. Look, some people get a little
I
something.
think that
other
just
people...
means you're scared to have me back on. I'm happy
you
to.
say that's privilege?
I'm happy
not
to be
scared.
back on.
Do you agree to come back on?
Yes.
Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll talk after the show. But anyways, that can be
Fantastic.
figured out after the show.
Fantastic.
We're getting into our final segment.
I'll
here.
make a
Final-
special
Rapid
trip
fire
for the
questions.
debate for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, I
Let's
almost
go.
feel like we should. You and her. 3 days. No,
3 days. Okay, that does have to be compensated, not just travel
I
accommodations.
know. I'm
Yeah,
messing
okay.
around. I'm messing around. Okay. Name 3 countries besides the USA.
Oh, Lord.
Starting with you.
Okay.
And nobody can repeat. Starting with you. Go ahead. Quick. I'm trying to
China.
wrap here, so just into the mic. Into the mic. Into the mic.
China, Mexico, Europe. Oh no, sorry, that's
Nobody help. Nobody's allowed to help.
Brazil. No, sorry, that's not a country.
That is
yeah,
a
that's a country. Just kidding. Okay.
Canada, Colombia, Thailand.
Venezuela, Peru, Ecuador.
Japan, France, Australia.
Ukraine, Russia, and Poland.
Belarus, Slovakia, Estonia.
Indonesia, Germany, Ireland.
Kazakhstan, Hungary, and Canada.
Canada.
Nobody said United States, so United States, I'm going to take that one.
I think you said
Scotland.
besides United States.
Oh, besides the United States, God damn it. Scotland, Afghanistan, Iraq.
Dope. How many continents? Now, some of these I'm just going to point to you, and it's not everyone's going to answer. How many continents are there?
I think 6 to 7.
6, 7?
6, 7.
6 to 7? Okay. All right. Here, going around the table, we're going to start over here. Name one continent you can't repeat.
Asia.
Yep, next.
Africa.
Yep.
South America.
North America.
Yeah, or that's North America. There's 7 continents. Europe and the UK, but that's part of Europe. But did we say Europe?
Yeah.
Oh, we did say
Europe.
Europe.
No, you got it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Europe
You got
wasn't
it.
said yet.
Oh, okay, Europe.
Russia. I honestly don't know. Everybody took my answers. I don't know anymore.
Antarctica.
Oh, I'm not good at geography. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Wait, you're not good at geography?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what two, for you, just to pick on you.
Okay.
What two countries border the USA? No help.
Mexico and Hawaii? No.
Yes,
No.
you are correct. Hawaii is the country that borders the United States.
The good British clap.
Yes, let's go. That was good. That was good. Here, try again. Try again.
Mexico and
No help. You got this. I believe in you. You got this. Hey,
She just gave it to her.
She didn't even hear me.
Yeah, right.
China.
China. We share a land border with China.
You learned some.
How about
It's
this?
actually
Here,
the
let me-
Great Wall of
wait.
China. That's what goes between us.
So you named one, which you said Mexico, correct? Correct.
Yes.
Is Mexico up or down?
It's down.
Okay. What's above us?
Antarctica.
What else is above us?
Sorry.
Wait. Well, I guess it depends, like orientation or what. But what country is above us?
Canada.
Did you fucking?
I said A.
That's a hint.
All right. How many states are in the USA for you?
Me. 50.
Okay. What is the capital of the USA?
Washington, D.C.
Okay. Name 3 U.S. states. Oh, that's not fair to ask the Canadian.
Actually, California, Ohio, and New York.
All right. Going around the table, now this will get progressively a bit harder. Starting with you, name 2 countries in Europe.
France and Germany.
Can't repeat. Go ahead.
England and Ireland, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Spain and Hungary.
Russia, Belarus.
Switzerland and Ukraine.
France and Greece.
No, we already said France.
Oh, Greece and Sweden.
Portugal, Slovakia.
I don't know. I had a coach as my teacher. He really wasn't teaching us much, but I mean, I should have learned like more, but
Have you been to Europe?
no, I've only left the country one time this last December. I went to Thailand.
Name 2 countries in Asia.
Vietnam and Thailand.
There we go. There we go. What about you?
Did we say Poland yet?
I don't believe
Germany and
we
Poland?
did say.
I said Germany.
Okay.
It gets harder as we go. Okay. How many planets are in our solar system?
It's a good one. I knew you were gonna, get me with how many planets. I believe it was 9, and I think they don't include Pluto anymore. So it's the Sun, Venus, Earth,
Gotcha.
Mars,
No, you don't need that.
Saturn,
That's fine.
Jupiter,
That's fine.
Neptune.
Irrelevant, immaterial.
Oh, okay. I
Irrelevant.
thought you wanted details. Just
Immaterial.
No, I just.
What are
think
the
you want
other
clip.
phrases?
Hearsay.
Wait.
Did you
hold
know
on.
half of
Google
those?
objections that lawyers
No, I didn't know any of
say
them.
Yeah, there you go.
during-
I don't know nothing about no fucking
Don't they
planets.
say objection?
Yeah, Mercury.
Abstain.
Venus, Earth, Mercury.
Objection,
Mars,
relevance.
Jupiter, Neptune.
Objection, relevance.
Pluto. Thanks.
Objection, speculation.
Yeah. No.
Objection, argumentative. Okay. Hold on.
Objection, badgering.
Badgering a witness.
Objection. Too many good answers.
All right. What planet do we live on?
I think Jupiter.
Shut up. Oh my God, no.
Come on. Earth. Okay. All right. She's having fun. All right. Let's see.
You're gonna get clipped.
Who's from California? Who's from California?
Like born in.
What?
I'm so sorry,
Who's?
guys.
Yeah. What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Okay. What is the capital of New York State? Who's an East Coaster? I feel like would be fair.
Albany.
Oh,
sorry.
no, it's okay. It's okay. What river runs through Egypt?
The Nile.
Was that racist that I asked the Lebanese girl?
I thought it was just unfair. I was like, of course she's gonna know.
What country, for you, what country, okay, get ready. What country is directly north of Mexico?
Where do they all run to?
Hey,
North of Mexico.
Yeah.
Up the border.
Canada?
Hey, yes. I guess
She
technically.
is right.
I think you said directly.
We will allow it. We will allow it.
But wait a second. If you go far enough north, like, don't you get to? Yeah.
Like
The
all
other
way
side.
around.
You get to. Yeah. So she could just named it anything south of Mexico too, if we're
But then-
including Canada.
But then at that point, does navigation, like direction, just mean nothing?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Like, what is west?
Well, I mean, if you skip the whole middle section to get to Canada, I feel like it doesn't. No.
But okay, Andrew, the
You said
framing,
directly
hold
north.
On. The framing would be like this: New York is technically west of California.
yeah, yeah. If you went all the way around.
So
yeah.
it would, like, yes, technically it's true, but it, it's like.
Yeah, but I feel like if you can just skip one and then say, well, technically Canada is north, then if I'm like, I could just skip it then and be like, well, technically New York's west, right?
The question does say directly.
Directly.
I think directly would seem to suggest.
Yeah.
Even if there wasn't
Can't just skip
directly-
the whole midsection.
Even if there was no directly, I think the question would still. Anyways, whatever. How many months are in a year?
12.
How many hours are in a day?
24.
How many minutes are in an hour?
How many? 60.
How many seconds are in a minute?
60.
How many sides does a triangle have? Sides. Yeah.
3.
Into the mic. What do you call a shape with 5 sides?
A pentagon.
What do you call a shape with 8 sides?
Octagon?
What country gifted the Statue of Liberty to the USA?
France.
You are correct. What gas do humans breathe to survive?
Oxygen?
We will accept it. What organ pumps blood through your body?
It pumps blood, your heart.
Nice. What continent is Brazil in?
South America.
Sorry.
South
I just
America?
down here. Huh? Yes.
South America.
You are correct. What country, what continent is Egypt in?
Dang, I don't even know this one.
Tilt your mic down a little bit.
I said I don't even know this one.
You got this. You got this, girl.
I got this scroll. Yeah, I mean, it's in the Middle East, but I don't know if that's like the formal name. Is it though? Africa.
It's like right in the middle of all three of them.
It's right in the middle of all three of them.
But technically, it's on the continent of
Did
Africa.
Did somebody say it? I don't know.
Yeah, I said Africa.
Okay. What continent is Japan in?
Asia.
How many dimes make a dollar? Into the mic, please.
10. Sorry. 10.
What is the capital of France? Capital of France.
Paris?
Final answer?
Yeah.
You are correct. What is the capital of Japan?
Tokyo?
You are correct. What country is immediately south of the United States?
Mexico?
You are correct. There we go. What is 1,000 divided by 10?
100.
If today is Monday, what day is it in 3 days?
Thursday?
You are correct. If you have 3 quarters, how much money do you have?
75 cents.
I shouldn't ask the sex workers this. How many
We are not being
nickels-
paid in coins.
How many nickels make a dollar?
20.
What is 50% of 200?
100?
What is 10% of 100?
10.
What is 5 times 5?
25.
12 divided by 3.
4, sorry.
36. I think. Wait, no.
36?
I think she was typing it.
Going the wrong way.
100 divided by 4. Mike.
100 divided by 4.
Yeah.
Math was never my strong suit.
You got this. Guess.
I know. Well, 4 times 10. 100 divided by 4.
Yeah.
40.
No.
No, wait, no, that's not right.
$100 divided by 4.
Oh, 25.
Yeah.
What?
See, when
You
you
put-
frame it like that.
Put in the money sign.
15 plus 35.
50. And math's not my strong suit. Wait.
You are correct. 90 minus 45.
90 minus 45.
Yeah. Into the mic.
Oh, hold on. 90 minus 45. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So 5. I don't know, 54? 50? 45?
Yep.
Stop it. Get some help.
How many branches of U.S. government are there?
3?
Final answer. You are
Yeah.
correct. Name one branch of the U.S. government for you. One branch.
Judicial.
Correct. Name another branch.
Congress?
The name of it, though?
Oh, I don't remember.
Legislative.
What's the other last branch?
There's 3. Judicial, legislative, and not Supreme.
Supreme Leader Trump.
No, I was thinking Supreme Court, but that's not it. Legislative, judicial. I remember this in 8th grade, but it never stuck, I guess.
It's so brutal to do this as the final questions too.
Green
Oh, well, you're
After our brains already fried.
I know, we've been here like 7
only 1
goddamn
hour.
hours.
Eight and a half. It's executive.
Do you want to take a crack at it?
I don't know the answer, honestly.
It's executive, the executive branch.
It is the executive branch. What document begins with "We the People"?
The Bill of Rights.
The what?
The Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights that precedes it.
How many stars are on the U.S. flag? I'm gonna pick on the Canadians.
52. Right?
No.
Isn't it?
No.
Erroneous.
She's
Erroneous.
I had to pick on her.
How many is it?
50.
Oh, crap.
What century are we in?
The 2000, or not the 20th century, the 2026. Yeah, 20th century.
Close.
No.
21st? Are we?
Yes.
Is it
Yes.
21st century?
Okay. What galaxy do we live in? I got to pick on you.
The Milky Way.
Oh shit, she got it. It had to do with milk or something. I don't know. She got it. Okay. How many in 1 dozen?
12.
She eats raw eggs. Of course she knows.
Baker's dozen.
Of course she knows about a dozen.
I do.
How many months? Ooh, this is a good one. Who gets my wrath right now? Yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, this is so much
Oh
fun.
yeah.
Time in my life.
How many months in a decade?
How many months in a decade? Okay, so a decade's 10 years. So that's, 120? 12 times
She did
10?
get it. Congratulations.
Quick math.
You got it correct. What year was the U.S. founded? Back to you again.
1776.
What country did the U.S. gain its independence from? Mike.
Texas.
What country?
Just joking. I'm joking.
What country?
What country
Yeah.
did we gain our independence from?
You know, World War. You know, Germany was.
Germany.
9.
You know those French.
From
those
the
dirty
oppressive
French.
Japanese. It was from the oppressive
It's
Japanese.
true.
Yeah.
I drink tea.
What?
Was it Great Britain?
Yes.
Yes.
You are correct. What? How many inches in a foot? What country is the Great Wall of China in?
You got this.
No help. Why are you counting?
China.
Okay, she got it.
She knew.
She was trolling.
She knew.
She was doing a
She's
little
clever.
trolling.
Who was the first president of the USA? You.
George Washington.
Chopping down the cherry tree. Okay. How many seasons are there?
There are 4 seasons.
How many days in a year?
365 and a leap year 66.
Well done. How many letters in the alphabet?
26.
How many? Wait, are you sure?
Yeah.
You are correct. How many days of the week end with the letter Y?
7.
Yeah, she got it. What language do the people in Idaho speak? You in the corner?
English.
English.
No, they don't. They speak Chinese.
God damn it.
DPG. Wait, I recognize your name, man. Where you been? Thank you for the 20 gifted. Oh, whoa. Wait, hold on. Whoa, oh my goodness. How did I miss this? Holy shit, wait. 200 gifted subs. This man is on fire. Wait, can you pull up the Twitch tab really quick? Guys, we have a few more questions. We're almost here at the end. Guys, go to Twitch. This guy, 200 subs. That's over $1,000, bro. You're a fucking legend. What? You're a fucking legend, dude. Thank you so much for your support, man.
DPG's great.
For free.
Did he used to go by Jungle?
Yeah, that's Jungle.
That's Jungle, right?
Jungle F, man.
Wait, keep it up really quick. Guys, if you're on Twitch, look, DPG is a fucking legend, but we still need your support over there on Twitch. I need 3 Prime subs. Show some support, guys. This is a very involved production, very time-intensive, money-intensive to run this show. Just show some support. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. It helps me produce this. It helps me put on the show. So show some love, guys. Thank you, everybody who follows. Thank you for the subs, guys. Appreciate it. Damn, that's crazy. DPG, you're a fucking legend, sir. Okay, getting back to the questions. What ocean is California next to? You.
Pacific.
Congratulations. How many years are in a decade?
10.
How many are in a century?
100.
If a dozen eggs costs $3, how much is each egg?
Just because I'm bad at math.
It's random, sort of, kind of.
Yeah. What was it? $3 an egg. What did you?
If a dozen eggs cost $3, how much is each egg?
A dozen. They each cost $3 each.
How much is a dozen?
12.
Yeah. So if a dozen eggs cost $3, how much is each egg for one egg?
12 divided by 3. So the whole dozen is $3. So 12 divided by 3. Right? No.
Yeah.
Per egg, he says.
4.
Per egg.
Wait, what?
For what? For what?
Per egg.
Each egg is $4, but the whole.
Wait,
I'm not helping her.
Play the crickets.
You got this. Come on.
How much for
Per egg.
per egg?
How much is each egg? Don't make me press a button.
I want to say 4 cents, but I don't think that.
4 cents?
No, well, no.
Damn,
'cause
those are good prices.
I know.
Where you find your eggs? Damn. Shit, hook it up.
Not in California.
Hook up Rod.
Yeah, I know where to get good
Rodder.
eggs.
You got the hookup?
I do. I
You
meet
probably
them in
have
a
a
parking
chicken
lot.
coop.
The chickens.
She's got a chicken coop, probably. Okay. What is the closest star to Earth for you?
Vega.
Huh?
Vega.
What? Huh?
VEGA, Vega?
Yeah. I don't know. Vega's a star though.
It's not Vega. It's
okay,
not
well, I
Vega.
stare at it. So.
We look at it every day.
Okay.
It's pretty
Hey,
close.
No helping.
Sorry.
Okay, I want to.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Sun.
Okay. Do you know what year the War of 1812 started?
1812.
Congratulations. What country is the Panama Canal in?
Country?
Yeah.
Not. I want to. Country, I was going to say. Is it in the. Is it? I don't know if it's the. Which. Because I'm thinking,
Africa.
what continent? Is it Africa? Is it in.
Could be Africa. Could be Europe.
No, it's.
Could be.
But it's, you said country.
It could
not
be.
continent.
in the U.S.
You said country, not continent.
No, I know.
so-
I'm just saying.
But it's on.
It could be a country within those continents.
I
It
think
could
it's
be.
in. I know. I think it's in Africa, but I'm trying to think of what country it is specifically.
So the. Okay, so if the Panama Canal is in Egypt, which country is the Suez Canal in?
I don't know the.
Is it in
canals.
Panama?
No.
Is the Suez Canal in Panama?
Are you giving me a clue? Is that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
If the Panama Canal is in Egypt, what country is the Suez Canal in?
Wait, is that?
Suez Canal.
I think you're confusing her more.
Yeah.
What country is the Panama
America?
Canal in?
Panama. I don't know.
Yes.
You are correct.
Panama.
What is 34 plus 66?
34 plus 66.
Yeah.
Can I use my fingers?
You don't got that many fingers. I guess you got that many fingers.
She does.
Are you counting?
98.
Yeah. Yes.
What is 34 plus 66?
Oh, I thought you said 33. Sorry. Wait, 98. What did you say? 34?
34 plus 66.
And I said
Before you
98.
answer, what's your answer?
99.
104.
104? What's your answer?
100.
You are correct. It's okay. You guys, maybe, what? Where did the attack on Pearl Harbor take place?
Pearl Harbor.
Actually correct.
Yes.
I would have accepted Hawaii, but Pearl Harbor is acceptable. What country, or hold on, what is 100 minus 66?
44? 34.
There you go.
What country did the Vietnam War happen in?
Asia?
Yes.
That is a continent. What country, though?
Oh.
Microphone, a little closer.
Vietnam?
We got some fucking genius IQ here. Oh my God, these girls are really doing really good. Okay, what is 100 minus 34? You.
66?
Yes.
You are correct. Who is the current U.S. Do I pick on the Canadian?
I think everyone knows.
Who is the current U.S. president?
Oh my God, I don't know.
Wait. Who is the current U.S. president? Hold on.
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
Wait, closer.
Wasn't it Joe Biden?
It was.
Okay, so I think it might be Trump now, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Reptilian overlords.
I don't even know who the prime minister is right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Name the last 3 U.S. presidents.
Okay.
Not excluding
Biden,
current.
Trump. He
Yep.
counts, right?
Yeah.
And
Who was before Trump?
Obama.
Congratulations. What is 77 plus 33?
100.
And?
101?
Go eat some
Wait a
ramen. 77 plus 33.
100?
77 plus 33.
Oh, fuck. I should have.
No, maybe she got it right. I'm just asking other people.
Oh, 110?
111?
What do you?
Oh, no, 110.
What are you guys doing? Fucking math over
110.
here? That's just crazy. Y'all crazy. All right. What is if you were born 10 years ago, how old would you be today?
10 years ago, I'm 32, so I'd be 22. Oh, 32, so I'd be 22. Oh, if I was born 10 years ago. Repeat your question.
I already said it. Maybe you should have been paying better attention.
Well, I was laid back here, but go ahead.
What was the answer that
What
you
was your
gave?
question, Brian?
Can you repeat the answer that you gave?
If I had been born 10 years ago, what age would I be?
Yeah, today. But so you're 32, so
22.
yeah. So if you were, you're 32 or
32.
you're 32. So if you were born 10 years ago, you'd be 22.
Yeah. 10 years ago with 10 years less. No, 10 years ago, I would be, let's see, that would be, we're in 2026. I would have been born in 2016. At 2016, I was actually, that was the year I graduated college. So I was, 22 years old.
Objection.
I can't tell.
What was your final answer?
Wait.
Say
Hold
that
on.
again?
So final answer, 22.
If I had been born 10 years ago, I would be 10 years old. Thanks. It's a 7-hour podcast. Yeah. But yeah. Good. Gotcha. I know that's the one clip you're going to play out of all this.
Oh, there's plenty of the clip. Don't worry.
No, I bet this is the one that does it for you. Yeah.
But it ain't.
Well, I think this is the one. It's the first one that's going to come out.
Y'all did a
Okay, probably
$500.
Doubt it.
How many world wars?
Can you name me the 4 cycles of the women's menstrual cycle still? Because this is still a dating podcast, and you still haven't been able to
You know what's
tell
funny?
me.
She's upset that I'm asking these questions, but
Yes.
she asked me the thing about the
Yes.
4 phases.
Because
like,
it's the
it was a big
essential part of
gotcha.
being a
Oh,
woman.
Brian, you didn't know the 4 phases.
Yeah,
and
it's essential to being a woman, and this is a dating podcast.
I
is
might
it
be
not?
wrong.
Do you know the 3 phases of the man?
I was gonna say I
No,
might be
but
wrong,
do
but
you
I'm
know
pretty
your
sure men go
asshole? There
through
isn't.
cycles.
It does have a 24-hour
exist.
cycle.
Yeah,
You didn't
they
even
go through a
know.
24-hour cycle.
You didn't even know, how long it takes
Where's
for,
the clitoris?
for a man to.
Show me where the clitoris is. I'm lost. I don't know what.
No, but you didn't even know, how long it takes for a man to, reproduce their own sperm for procreation. And this is, again, a dating podcast. And so I feel like I know more about.
I don't think he's getting
men's
ready to
health
procreate right now.
Well, it's a
like-
dating podcast, right? There's nothing more essential to being a woman than their cycle.
Sexual health is
You could
very
just
important.
Google it. You could have Googled it in this entire time since the first time I asked you. Do you know what the 4 are?
Don't really care.
Oh, I'm sure you don't care.
Don't really.
I know.
It does affect your
I know.
relationship, though.
Why? Why do they need
Why
to
does
know?
it have to? I mean,
It doesn't have to, but it does affect
No,
it.
for a more successful relationship.
Wait. I'm still finishing up the questions. Hold on.
Because
Hold on.
off your
I'm on my
mood and your
period.
body.
Or you
And I
just
need
not
to
be
drive
pissed
2 hours
off.
and I haven't slept.
Or you could just not be pissed
Okay.
off.
Let me, before we get sidetracked with the luteal phase. What is it called? What is
Luteal phase.
There's the luteal phase.
That's one of them.
One of
Before we
them.
get sidetracked with that, I'll
Gotcha.
finish up the questions. Okay, if you wait, did I do this? Oh, did I do 77 plus 33?
Yes.
Okay, how many world wars were there?
2.
2.
You guys are correct. Congratulations.
Going on 3.
What is 66 plus 44?
Mm. 110.
You are correct. What decade was world? We'll just go around the table on this. What decade was World War I? So when I say decade, what I'm at, 1840s, 1890s, 1950s. So I'm looking for just the decade, not the years.
Pass.
Just guess.
Okay. $1880.
1880. Okay. What about you? Quick answers if you can.
1, maybe 2. I don't know, 1700s.
1700s. Okay.
1910s.
Okay.
1810s?
Mike.
1810s.
1810s. Sure.
1910s.
1910.
1914 through 1918.
She thinks she knows the dates. Obviously, she might be mistaken.
1910s.
1910s.
It's 1910s.
The 1910s.
No mistaken.
What was the primary decade of World War II, going this way, skipping Anya? And you can give it at the end. Go ahead.
Is in the 1940s.
Is it before or after America entered?
Huh?
Like, are we talking 1930s pre-America, the U.S. entering?
World War
or-
II was occurring prior to
It was
Americans' entry.
19. Yeah, it was.
So what primary decade of World War II?
1930s.
1940s.
Or 1940s.
40s.
It was 19.
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't even hear.
Primary decade of World War II? 1850s, 1930s?
I think it was
what-
1940s.
Okay.
1940s.
1930s.
1940s.
1937 to 46.
A little off there. A little bit off. But
And wasn't it 38?
39 through 45, I think.
Well, 37. No, 37 was.
okay, can you name one Allied power, one Axis power?
No. What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Tell you-
It's been a long time since I've been in history class.
How about this? And this question will only be asked for 2 people.
Great.
So I'll give you one Allied power and I'll give you one Axis power. The United States was Allied. Germany was Axis. So I'm looking for, give me a different Allied power and a different Axis power.
Okay, a different Allied power. Europe.
A country.
As
Country.
sorry. I don't know. I'm scared.
One Allied power, one Axis power.
I'm not too sure.
Sorry, it was the U.S., Great Britain, and then against Germany and Russia, and I don't know if you want to wait for somebody
Russia
else.
was an Axis power?
No. It was Germany against U.S., and the U.S. also was on our side, so allied power with Great Britain. And which one else do you want?
One other Axis power?
Another Axis power.
Yeah, so you said Germany. What's another Axis power?
Italy.
We will accept that. Can you name 3 Kardashians?
Kylie, Kim, and Kendall.
Oh, I think Kylie's a Jenner.
Kendall and Kylie are both Jenners.
All right, there's a few more questions, but we've gotten through those ones. So somebody here has a list of who had the list?
I have a list. It's called List.
Jet, can we give you your phone and can you read it? The list?
Fuck, I guess.
Okay. Let's see here. Can you maybe Nathan can pass you your phone or something? Let's see. Here we go. What percentage? Do you want to just tell us what your phone looks like?
Oh, it's got the long chain attached, the big leash.
Leash? Okay. Here, we'll just get that and I'll ask this question while we're waiting. What percentage of men do you think are over 6 feet?
In the world or the United States?
We can do United States. That's fine.
Okay. Wait, are over?
Yeah.
Okay. Say 16%.
15%?
Me?
Yep, around the table.
I'm not sure, but I'd say 10%. Around 10%.
10%, I'd say.
7%.
22.
12. I was going to say 20.
10, I think.
Okay. What percentage of men make at least $1 million a year, starting with you?
I'm curious, what was the number? What was the
I
percentage?
think it's about 15. Go ahead.
1%.
5%?
Over a million, it's in the 1% and up.
Like 2% maybe.
1%.
0.01.
5?
5%?
I'd say 1%.
1%.
What percent of men have yachts?
What is the answer on that one?
Yeah,
It's less than 1%.
Yeah.
For the previous question. What percentage of men have yachts?
0.3%. 0.5%. Let's say 0.5%.
Going around the
20%?
3%? Sorry, what?
20?
20%
20% of men have yachts?
20% of men have yachts.
But they're not even millionaires.
I like her answer. If they can get a loan.
You are from Florida. There's a lot of yacht owners in Florida.
Yeah. Still, that's less than 1%.
Like under 5%?
Less than 1%.
0.0001.
0.3%.
I was going to say 0.007.
Show of hands, who keeps a list of all the men that you've been with, like her? Anybody keep a list on your phone? You know, like a guy might have a list. Becky, Gertrude, Olga.
Gertrude.
Yeah.
I just like to
I've got
know
a thing for
everyone
grandmas.
that's been inside.
Do we have your phone? Do we have her phone? Okay, while you're pulling that up,
I forgot Israel tag team guy. I'm gonna feel really bad if I left anyone out on this list. They could be watching and be really upset.
Who here has ever had a roster? Who's had a roster? Show of hands.
A roster meaning
Like
a
dating
group
multiple
of men
people.
that
Rusty
you
action.
would sleep with?
Dating multiple people.
Or dating?
It could be dating, yeah.
I've
Roster.
had a roster.
How big was the roster?
I don't know, just
And it's
probably like 2 or 3 at the same time.
How big was the roster?
3.
Roster?
3.
3 roster?
No.
Okay. Have you ever, I'll answer this one. Have you ever slept with someone the same day you met them?
Yeah.
I have. I
Yes.
have done this. No, no.
Dirty
yes.
whore.
Yes. Anya, Cap.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I said no last time.
Yes?
Yeah.
Just-
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, do you have your list?
I have my list.
All right. Just first names. I don't know if you have like.
Yeah,
last names.
no, for
just
sure.
first names and.
We're gonna do this.
Yeah, just a little fun segment. Go ahead.
Okay. Fuck, I'm definitely. I know I'm missing like a few on here. I feel bad.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah, sucks to suck. Okay. Starts with my first boyfriend. Julian, Kevin, Cisco, Mike, Levi, Alex / with my roommate at the time, Kylie. Michael, Josh, Dalton, Sean, Ross, George, Ruben, Jake, Mal, which was a threesome with my ex, Josh, Lena, a threesome with my ex, Josh, Mike, Gil, worst ex in my life, Tom, Bragan, Audrey, which was a female, Lucas, Andrew, Lucas and Natalie, Chase, Johan, Adam, Danny, Daniel, Dean, Lucas. There's 2 guys in here. Those were like kind of like a not threesome, but like back to, it was weird. Kantari, Aaron, Nate, Bones, Chance, Lance. So I did put some clients in here. I did put a couple. 23-year-old client, Bobby, Nico, Kenton, Rob, Jay, Mike, Ducky. Oh!
Ducky.
Yeah. Tony and Monica, Apollo, Aaron, Chris, John, JC, William. There was a guy that we also tag team together, but that's it.
That's it? Okay.
That's it. There's like a few missing in there.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I love that for you.
What did we like about this list?
I love that.
Anything?
I
love that some of the names rhymed.
Who here has had a threesome? I've not had a threesome. I only like to disappoint one woman at a time. Let's see here.
That's why the women have each other, so
more
you
than
don't
a
have
threesome?
to.
Like anybody done like foursome plus?
I've been in a group situation.
Okay. Anyone had a hoe phase? It's okay. Be proud.
We out here
So
currently.
proud.
Yeah, I've had
I had a hoe phase a little bit, you know. No? Okay. Has anyone here hooked up with 2 guys in a 24-hour period?
The show.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah?
No.
No.
Really?
Yes, really.
Nope.
Okay. For those of you who
What
said...
about your birthday party?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I guess my
Irrelevant.
birthday party
Objection, irrelevant.
does count.
Objection. Irrelevant.
All right, take it back. It's a yes.
Just show of hands again. Who said yes to that one? It was you, and you. Okay.
What about
3 guys in a 24-hour period?
I think 2.
It was just within 24 hours.
Okay.
Fuck
3.
them all.
Ashamed of this, but yeah, I guess.
Closer to the mic. Closer to the mic, please.
Yeah, sadly, yeah.
Just straight into the mic.
Yeah,
if you can. I don't know if there's room to scoot your chairs in. Okay. 3 guys in 24 hours.
I don't think it was. I know I had sex with 2 people at my birthday party, and they were both my friends with benefits. But I don't remember if I had sex with a 3rd person, like penetrative sex.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. How many in a 7-day period? What's the most in a 7-day period?
Probably 3.
3? Okay.
Yeah.
3.
3?
3.
3?
Yeah.
1.
I did have 2.
Wait, didn't you do 2 in a 24?
No.
Oh, okay. I got mixed up.
I did have 2 boyfriends at once because I am polyamorous, so I would say 2.
Okay. Can you be racist towards... Can black people be racist towards white people?
Yes.
Anybody disagree with that?
I think they could be prejudiced.
But not racist?
No.
So prejudice. Okay.
Very ignorant, yeah, and prejudiced, but not necessarily racist.
So a black person could not be... Can we just... Whoever's talking... Can a black... So a black person can't be racist towards a white person? Could they be racist towards other races?
Yeah.
If I go to Africa, can black people be racist towards me?
I think they could be prejudiced, not necessarily racist.
Even though they have systemic power?
What?
Because your argument is black people can't be racist in this country because they're not systemically oppressed.
They usually don't treat white people like that in Africa when they visit.
What do you mean treat them like that? There's some countries if you go to as a white person, you'd be killed.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like definitely like certain tribes in certain African countries, they'll just kill you because reasons.
I think that...
Like they'll even kill like albino black people.
Wow.
Yeah. Harvest them for reasons. Anyways, I don't have time to linger on that. Are men the problem? Do men suck?
For what?
Men are the main problem. As the leaders, you did lead yourselves into that.
Okay. Men led.
Well, it's a patriarchy. They're the ones in charge, so they're...
We don't really have I don't think we have a patriarchy at this point.
Highly disagree.
Highly disagree.
I believe we are in a patriarchy.
How so?
The president is a man. The majority of the cabinet are men. Majority of Congress are men. Senate, majority are men. We're being led by men. Matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, if I may, I don't think it's a matter of men so much as it is as just objectively bad people, however you want to call it. And it's been interesting, too, talking about voting and voting rights. I mean, I'm of the perspective voting doesn't really matter. You can be an illegal immigrant or you can be dead and you can cast a vote. And you can cast a vote 50 frickin' times. So... yeah, I don't know. It's all kind of a joke, and I don't think it's these men on the top of it. It's more likely to be a whole bunch of lizards.
Lizards? Okay.
Yeah.
Are they male lizards, though, or female lizards?
Do men suck?
They are probably non-binary.
Do men suck?
That's what they identify
All men
as.
suck? Or
do men suck?
Do men suck?
Yeah, I guess that would be a general statement.
All men don't suck.
I agree, but would you say most men suck then?
Most men suck. Yeah.
Most men suck.
Sometimes.
Sometimes most men suck. Are men trash or are most men trash?
Most men are trash.
Most men are trash.
No, I don't think most men are trash.
I don't think most men are trash.
What do you think?
I wouldn't call them trash, but I don't really align with them sometimes in their values. But I have called them trash in the past, yeah.
If you could snap your finger and all men disappeared and say women could so it wouldn't be the end of the species, women could just reproduce without men, however that might possibly be, would you do it?
No, I love men. Even though they're trash. Just kidding. No, I do. I love men, even though most of them suck.
What about you? Snap
no.
your fingers, all men disappear?
No.
Anybody take that? Do you take that?
No.
Okay. All right, you're not genocidal at least. I guess that's good.
This is going to be a 10-hour one again.
No, we're pretty much here at the tail end. Okay. Here. What are we at? No, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, that's pretty much it for my questions. There's some remaining notes from some of you. So I guess we can blast through those super quick. There's really not too much left.
I genuinely have to excuse myself. I have to drive.
LA?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. It's like a 2-hour drive down, so.
Okay. I mean, if anybody, there are some of you who do have some remaining notes. If you guys want to try to make it here, I'm pretty sure we'll get this done within 10, 15 minutes. So if you guys want to be good sports, stay till the end. But to be fair, I do understand it has gone late. Okay, Kayla, done. Driana?
Driana.
I don't know if we have time to get into your notes, but
I welcome it.
all right. Mary Jane.
Yes.
Like move on in.
Okay, OF model, go-go dancer, single. You're single, but you own a sex slave.
Yes.
We talked about that crazy shit. Countless, honestly. Most recently, you took a very sexy skip. When is the right time to have sex when dating somebody? A question you contemplate a lot as a woman with a high sex drive, but also high standards. I feel like should move people around a little bit. Do you want to sit in chair 1?
Sure.
Let me have you in chair 1, and then I guess we'll just keep it as is. When is the right time? So, okay, what's your thoughts on that?
So for me, it's complicated because I do have a high sex drive, but I also value myself as a high value woman, and I tend to try to wait to have sex with someone new that I'm dating. But, sometimes chemicals, like the chemistry,
Nathan,
gets
can you get
really
the door, please?
intense, and you are overcome by sexual desire. But I'm constantly going back and forth of okay, I should just have sex when I want to and when it feels right. But at the same time, I think, well, maybe I should wait, because if I have sex too early, that communicates that I'm easy, or that just that I'm easy, or that I'm not as a high value woman in the eyes of men.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you said you had high standards.
Yes.
What are, really quickly, just maybe you could list 3. What are your high standards?
I would say honesty, great communication, and let's see. Just somebody that has their life put together. They have a job, they have a home, a car.
Okay. You wanted to weigh in on this topic.
Okay.
If I recall, when is the right time to have sex with someone you're dating? Is that right?
I mean, I can weigh on it. I don't remember specifically saying,
I seem
but
to recall you wrote something about it.
perhaps.
Do you wait to have sex, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there definitely is an appeal to waiting till marriage and to doing that. But I think ultimately it's for each person to decide. And of course, being in a committed relationship, I think that's the ideal way to do it. But above all, to be ready
Wait,
for...
can you straighten your mic so it's
Yes.
pointing straight towards you?
But above all...
Just lower it.
Lower it. Above all, if you're going to have sex with a man as a woman, you need to be prepared for a pregnancy, because that will happen from sex.
You're against birth control?
Yes, I'm not for hormonal
Even
birth
condoms
control.
too, right?
Yeah.
Is there a reason for the condoms? Just curious.
Yes, in fact, there's a 2014 Danish study done that showed over 200 different cancer-causing chemicals in condoms, and they tested over 7 different brands.
Interesting. Okay, didn't know that. So you're pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
You believe life begins at conception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and even though you have these conservative beliefs, you don't associate modesty with morality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you write you don't think women need to dress in a certain way to be more virtuous, and that bodies are not inherently sexual.
Yeah, I think in the right environments. I mean, obviously, if you take the average Joe off the street, you're not going to be able to put him in a naturalist environment where people are naked and not have him go a little bit Looney Tunes.
Okay, all right. I don't really have much to push back on there. But in terms of I think you didn't say anything about the waiting for sex thing. I don't know.
I think I might have mentioned something that if you're going to have sex, you should be prepared for a pregnancy. And, have some plan and communication for if that's going to happen.
That's fair. Okay. Let's see. Mia?
Yeah.
Mia, there we go.
Yes.
You wrote that you think the world isn't... Wait, no. You wrote, I think if you think the world isn't equal and men have the upper hand, that you're just working the wrong job. What do you mean by that? Quick answer.
So I think a lot of women like to argue that men have the higher paying jobs and men have the benefit in the world of we don't get paid as much or whatever. It's an unequal rights or unequal payment in their jobs. But I just think maybe if they chose a different job, I'm not saying necessarily that they should be sex workers or anything like that. I'm just saying if they choose a different job, it might not be the case, is all I'm saying.
Okay, you also wrote, just the fact of being mischievous or doing the same thing guys do, but as a girl, how it's really no different, how you don't think that God shames sex workers because you feel like God is giving
I think he's
you everything.
I think he's
you
given
have?
me the, like, he did bless, like, he is the creator of all, I think. And
Including
I think
being a sex worker?
not necessarily, like, technically, I guess he's some form.
Because you write, you think he blesses you with everything in life.
I think that he's given
and all
me the
choices and
gifts.
opportunities to come your way.
Yeah.
But
I
haven't you
think-
had opportunities related to sex work?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so that would be due to God?
I don't think it was intentionally, like, he was like, okay, I'm going to give you these opportunities, like, I want you to be sexual and I take every chance. But I think if he was against me using my assets in that sense, I think he is able to take them away
Okay, gotcha.
in a way.
Okay, I think that's you do full nudity, uncensored videos. You do BG, GG scenes. Okay. Let's see. I think we just have my girl D.
So it's like Sienna.
Can I call you? How tall are you?
5, 6.5.
All right,
7.
you're big D now. Not like that way, but height wise.
Yeah.
You're not. I'm not calling you fat. Okay.
She's got a big D.
Good talk. Big D. She has a what?
And
Oh, you're
the energy, not like
You're
her
big D
literal,
energy.
not a literal like
big
phallus
D
connected to.
energy. Okay. Hold on. Let me check here. Okay, wait. Mary Jane, did we finish? Unicorn hunting, really quick. Is that just like looking for a third for the threesome, basically?
Yes, for the threesome or for a relationship. I'm very anti-unicorn hunting.
Okay, we have Mars. Let me do Mars. Then we'll do Big D.
Driana.
Driana.
Yes, it's like Sienna, but with a Dre in front.
Driana. Okay. We talked about your neurodivergence. You turn men into little bitches. We talked about your disagreement with the type of. Do we show the bow video? Oh,
We
they'll
did
love
it.
that. Really quick, we'll do the bow video.
Okay, it's AI, right?
No, it's
No, it's real. 100%
No
real.
fucking.
So this is a
it's
video I took.
not.
So Big D. This is a video I took of my ex-girlfriend to prove, because I knew women would on this podcast would be like, "There's no way girls are doing this shit." So I took this video of my ex-girlfriend, one, to show women on the podcast just to prove it, and then two, why are you shaking
Of
your
your
head?
actual girlfriend now, or
Ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
And then two, I actually showed this video to new girls, and I'm like,
What is it of?
you'll see. But I show it like as a tutorial.
It looks
Like
AI.
I show it as a tutorial to new girls because I feel like sometimes, a woman, she's drank the Kool-Aid, she's been exposed to propaganda, she just doesn't get it, right? So I feel like you can't blame a woman. You gotta get her on your program. You gotta show her the ropes. You gotta guide. You gotta bestow knowledge. And so I show this as a tutorial video.
For all your future girlfriends?
All girlfriends. So go ahead, pull up the video.
Oh.
All right, start it from go ahead, press play. Boom. Greets me at the door with a huge bow. Did you see the bow? She's got a bow. Even if she's white, black, Latina, she has to hit a bow. It's not a cultural Asian thing. And then she's got my dinner ready. Look at this. What a great gal. Got my dinner ready. I like the scampering. Scampering, very important. Dinner ready. Cracks open a beer for me. I don't even drink, but I like the smell of beer. It's weird. And then she has to stir my noodles. And then get ready. As soon as it's done, Nathan, I'm going to have you press play again right now. Just press play. Boom. Huge bow. Do you see the bow? That's the most important thing, I believe.
It's not that deep of a bow, actually.
It could have been deeper.
Now that we've discussed it,
scoot
like
into the
3
table a little bit.
times.
I do think a woman, when I come home after a long day of podcast, when I go home, I just want a respectful bow.
Is that for me to comment on?
Honestly, I think it's kind of kinky.
Or
yeah, it's pretty
It's not-
kinky of you.
But it's not even
Who
a
do you want? Who do you want to get commentary from?
Thank you for, she's kind of becoming the base submissive housewife. You're asking for permission.
No.
First.
I'm just wanting.
Wow.
Wanting to
Let
know
him have
how
his
bad-
moment.
how bad
Let him
you
have his
it.
moment.
Well, I wanna-
At the very end of the show.
I'll let you have your piece on it, but let me hear your thought. What do you think?
On
Would
the
you-
bow in particular.
Would you bow for your boyfriend?
Yeah.
W-based. Would you bow for your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Would you bow for your boyfriend?
I bow before
Mostly
God.
as a joke, but
But you're not, aren't you?
I said I believe
you're
in
not-
God. I bow before.
But you're not
God.
like Christian, right?
I don't go to a church that's a denomination. So.
Nathan, can you grab me a water, please?
But yeah, I bow before God.
Would you bow for your man? Bow for your man? Bow for your man? Bow for your man?
Yes, I would.
If I was
I'd
able
take
to,
my shoes off.
But I mean, he'd also bow for me.
it's not.
So
I wouldn't bow for a woman.
that's
You know what? I would actually, hold on. I would bow for the perfect woman. Not that women would even want that, but if the trade is, Brian, you have to, once a day, you have to bow.
Women would want their man to bow with them.
For the perfect
It's a
woman?
fun role
I take
reversal.
I take the trade. Huh?
I said it's a fun role reversal, even for a day, for your perfect submissive woman. I'm saying even she would probably want you to bow to her, just to see it.
She wouldn't, but I'm saying I would do it for the perfect woman.
I doubt that.
Does she?
For the
I don't see you.
perfect-
I don't see you
for the
bowing
perfect-
for any woman ever.
Well,
I think that's disingenuous of you, Brian.
There's no such thing as a hold on. Wait. So if the perfect woman is everything that I want, personality-wise, value-wise, looks-wise, labia-wise, what's the other thing?
The bigger the better.
And like she's a billionaire,
Yeah.
and I just have to bow, instant, done.
The billionaires would did it
Trillionaire.
though. The billionaires would did it, not everything else though. That's very self-interested of you, Brian.
I don't know how that's.
Gotcha.
No, gotcha. It's just, well, hey, she'd have to be. Look, I mean, Mackenzie Bezos. She's a bit old for me, but she can get. Is she a billionaire? She's a billionaire.
I'm sure you'd bow for her. Yes, and probably a couple other millionaire, wealthy women too. Yes, but no.
Mackenzie Bezos. Not gonna lie, she can get it. Mackenzie Bezos, she can get it. I'll even go after the Walmart women. They can fucking get it. I'll go after. I mean, I don't know, like the Rothschilds. That might be a little fucking crazy. That might be crazy. But if they got, fuck the Rothschild. Wait, I didn't say that. Never mind. Cut that shit.
I know you're a little scared.
Okay. A little scared to say that shit, but I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. The Rothschilds. Please don't fucking unalive me. Okay, so. But you think it's weird that I want a woman to hit a bow for me? Is that weird?
I don't think it's weird. I was just thinking it's a little kinky.
It's not even like a sex thing, though. It's
but
just like
kink isn't
it.
inherently sexual.
Unless you're Asian.
Isn't
It is not.
It is
Actually, I wanted to speak on this
She's
earlier.
a kink educator. I'm pretty
I
sure
am
she
a
knows
kink
better.
educator. I do teach workshops.
Thing a little bit, but
I did want
Who
to
doesn't
speak.
want their ego?
I did want to speak more on this earlier.
I can respect that.
I have had kink scenes
Go
where
ahead.
there is no sexuality involved.
Objection, irrelevant.
Okay,
Very
well,
relevant.
I think all of the women have agreed among the table that you need to respect your man and the man that you're with, and bowing is a sign of respect. So that's a way that you show that you respect them.
Based, redhead.
Yeah.
Based.
I show different ways of respect.
Are you a?
Blonde.
Okay, never mind.
I take whenever my husband comes home from offshore, the first thing I do is take his boots off and rub his feet, and I think that's an equivalent to a bow. But if he wanted me to bow, I would, but because he deserves it.
Yeah, and bowing, I mean,
Let's go. Based.
form of it has existed more in Western culture. I mean, it is more in Asia to bow,
Yeah.
but then there's also the curtsy, which is
True.
kind of our equivalent.
There
of
is
that.
a kink for a
English.
1950s housewife, which is, I feel like you're kind of living with your
Definitely.
partners.
Bang maid.
I mean,
You know,
that's
I'm more
another
into. I feel like I'm going prehistoric with my shit. I don't know. I'm not 1950s. Maybe like the night. I'm looking for like King Henry shit.
What about a bang maid?
I'm looking for
Like
some
King Henry the
shit.
Eighth?
Like I'm gonna.
You trying to behead them?
I'm trying to behead a couple women. I'm trying to divorce a couple women. I'm trying to have. What was it? Divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, died. Something like that. That's
You
my
want to cause
ideal.
the Protestant Reformation.
Yes, I'm going to usher in the Protestant Reformation.
Again?
I'm going to. What else did that guy do?
Arguably start the Industrial Revolution, because that was a huge divide from God.
Yeah. What do you
Then
think
just-
about the Roman Empire?
The Roman Empire. I mean, what in particular about it? Do I think that it was an objectively good empire?
I didn't actually. That was kind of just a meme question, but
Okay, because I mean, I don't. To be frank, there was a lot of child sex slavery.
Yeah,
And-
it was.
whoa, hey, I didn't want to go there. What the fuck?
And it was
Okay,
very
disavow-
unfortunate and a
disavow
big part
child
of
that's
Roman
disavow
Empire.
child
Some
sex
would
slavery.
say it
Terrible
still
thing.
exists. That the Roman
Well,
Empire
that's
did
true.
not die.
Here, going back to homegirl over here. Let's see. Wait, hold on. you went on an app called some app. You were visiting Miami with Mary Jane, and you matched with a nice Jewish Israeli boy, and you met him for dinner, and then she joined the date, and then you tag teamed him.
Oh, yeah. No. Then he took us for some drinks. He also brought a vibrator on the date, unused, still in its packaging, which he held up and was one of the reasons I was like,
then,
yes, let's go.
It led
Italian.
back to the hotel room.
Mm-hmm. And then
you kicked him out.
Yeah, I didn't want to fuck him, so I didn't fuck him, but it was still
crazy.
Considered somewhat of a threesome. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't.
because I was fucking him, and she was,
I was on his face,
and
just
we
the day
high-fived.
before. Just the day before, she had mentioned how she's always wanted to have a threesome and high five.
Disgusting.
So the next day, I quite literally manifested us a threesome, and I look up at her, and I'm like, high five, and we high five, and then we were like, hey, we got tickets for space, you gotta go. So
Objection, reclaiming my time.
Story's
So, I feel like us men were the true romantics. You just invite this guy and you tag team him, and you don't even cuddle afterwards. You just kick him out. Like,
we had
you know
places
what?
to be.
You women, all you
we
do.
spent so much time with him.
Hold on.
We did spend a lot of time with him.
You women, all you do is you think about sex, okay? You guys think about one thing, and it's disgusting, okay? I feel objectified when I'm dating a woman. I feel objectified frequently. Sometimes a guy just wants to talk. Why can't we just talk? Why can't we cuddle?
Some guys like to be objectified.
Well, I don't. I want a woman to see me for me, not just use me as meat, never mind. Just use me in that way. Like, I'm not a piece of meat,
I'm definitely not trying to use
I'm a human
that
being.
way.
I have feelings. I have emotions. And y'all women, y'all just be, I don't know, man.
We got to know him super deeply. We had really great conversations with him.
I actually debated with him about Israel. Because he was an IDF soldier.
Do you have any comments?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Wait, that's funny. Are you against and she's pro?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
We get into arguments about
And
it
you
all
guys
the time.
sleep together, like have sex with each
No,
other?
we don't actually hook up with each other. It was a
We have,
platonic
roommate
threesome.
boundaries.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we have roommate boundaries.
I don't know.
But we
y'all
do
women,
debate about it
sometimes
a lot.
a guy just wants to cuddle, y'all always trying to be.
If we didn't already have tickets,
and even when we
would
do
have
talk,
cuddled.
it's just about sex. Like,
It was a
y'all,
time
sometimes a guy
crunch.
just wants to cuddle. It's like y'all just.
I don't even think that's what he really
That's
wanted.
crazy.
He definitely did
honestly.
not care to cuddle
Anyways,
with us.
whatever.
He actually just wanted to go out with us. And
You went on an awful date with Sean the Destroyer, craziest thing of your life. He picked you up in a car that he told you was $125K. He arrives in a pink shirt with guns all over it. Clutch your pearls.
well,
It's just an ugly
It's just
shirt.
cringy and ugly.
Very cringe.
Like, who does that?
But why was it, like, really quick, why was it crazy? He was rude?
Okay, he was just a fucking crazy person. So first of all, I also looked to come find out that he does have a record as well. So I'm like still down to meet this guy. I guess he's a famous MMA fighter known as the Destroyer. I don't fucking know. But on the way to picking me up, he's just
Wait,
like, oh yeah.
you fucked War Machine?
What? No, I said the Destroyer.
Oh, so
and
sorry.
the
Oh my God, I was
Destroyer,
thinking of,
And no, we did not fuck.
Wait, Jonathan Kappen? Wait, do you guys know who I'm talking about?
For the record.
Never mind.
I'm so
fuck.
sorry,
Not
Brian.
even on the nameless.
I think I'm gonna head out.
Hold on, I'm almost done, I swear.
You said that 30 minutes ago.
No, he said that.
I almost fell asleep on my way home last time, and sorry, I had to pull over at a Walmart and fall asleep. That's how tired I was.
I'm so sorry.
No, not your
Wait,
fault.
Anya, we're almost there. Trust me. Give it like 5 to
10
30
more minutes.
Collab at like 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Wait. You got Anya. You're gonna love what she's about to say, though. Check this shit out, right, Anya? So this is what happened, right? Is this the same guy, Sean the Destroyer?
Should I tell the story like in a better way than I
He was
just like
bringing-
quickly typed it to you?
Actually, you know what? I gotta move it on for the sake of Anya. You're being really rude right now. Honestly, like making this, like dragging this podcast. I've been trying to end
I
this for
understand.
3 hours.
I understand.
And I'm trying to get my girl Anya home. Like, it's a little insensitive. Like, I've been trying to wrap. Like, all of you have been really disrespectful and rude because I've been trying to wrap this show.
Okay.
I wanted this to be like a 3-hour stream, but you guys have held me captive. Like, just like letting
Pushing your buttons.
this. No, it's not even.
You said it.
It's not even you. Like, I feel like you talked way too much tonight. That was really rude of you to talk. You talked way too much. And you too, just a total chatterbox over there. So rude. Can't believe it. That's why this podcast went so long. But okay, final note from you. Then we have my big D home. Whoa, that sounded kind of gay.
Driana.
My
Driana, like
can I call
Sienna
you
with the Dre.
D-Dog?
I mean, no, Driana sounds prettier, more elegant. If anything, hey, I've got my necklace on that says my name. So
Objection, irrelevant.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yes,
That way you can quite literally remember.
Okay. Your final
There
note.
we go.
Final note. You, and it's going to be super quick. You had a disagreement about. You wrote having disgusting anti-Semite Candance Owens on your show.
I said Candance Owens.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, I just don't really. I think a lot of shit she says is insane and ridiculous. But I thought we were going to tell the good story.
Well, I mean, I was just curious. You did write in your notes. I would point out that when
I don't really have much to say about it, but
That's fine.
this story's
I would
way
point
better.
out that Candance Owens came on the show. This was like
3 years
This was
ago.
like October of 23.
We were watching it last night, and I was like,
she was still, Candance was still at the Daily Wire. So this is before some of the,
Okay.
and then before like the conspiracy stuff. So, but I mean, look, is she actually, I don't even know if is she an anti-Semite?
She said some pretty anti-Semitic things.
Well, has she, I don't know. I can't make an accounting of everything Candance has said, but I know she does appear to be anti-Israel.
Look like he has a yarmulke on his head.
A little bit.
She's been.
You look like you have a yarmulke on your head.
Jews and such.
All right. Well, we won't dive into that.
Yeah.
My favorite person who's ever been on
So
the
we
show
don't get
ever.
the good story. about the story?
love. I really hope I've made a
You
good lasting
are-
impression on you.
Lasting impression. I may have to talk to a therapist after this, but
I can
yeah.
recommend some. Like,
Thank
people.
you. There's some
But-
good ones in Miami. Or are you in
Miami?
You're in
Yes.
Miami. All right. You know what? I actually need to utilize the restroom. So I'll be back in like 45 seconds.
Okay.
I thought you were
We'll
saying
time
minutes.
you.
I've been sassy tonight, so if you guys want to talk shit about me while I'm gone, I won't even be mad. Okay, have fun. GG. Well played.
I just wonder if anybody's been watching this stream the whole
this
time.
Probably.
Is there
He's still out there.
Yeah.
Does anyone
What is your life like?
Can anyone hear me?
It's for somebody who watches stream for 9.5 hours. What is your life like? Maybe you can say in the chat.
They probably work from home.
Well, it's probably the same people that used to play World of Warcraft for like 10 plus hours.
It's just Asmongold watching.
Yeah,
it.
they just
Can
like
you imagine like a
changed
guy
it.
driving his like truck all day though, like having us play and just listening to us yap.
I don't know who
He could be currently working.
Well,
That's
He could
what I
be
used to
living
do when I was
Plus
delivering
it's on the
pizzas. Is I was just I would throw like shit like this on for 10
Podcasts.
hours.
Oh, wow.
Just listen to it all day.
Yeah. Has anybody here listened to an entire podcast of these before or no?
For research, yes.
I've made it through.
I did
through
for
one
research
sitting.
purposes, yeah.
I don't think I've made it through an entire
It took
one.
me a few days though, because I'm busy. I mean, I'm a social worker. I like do stuff all day. I like never stop.
Admittedly, I did like 2 minutes of research. It's like, I know everything now.
Yeah. I did all my research in the last 2 days / day and a half.
When she first shared this podcast with me, I was like, I don't think I want to do this.
I know. All I
She had
really
to
saw
convince
was
me.
clips,
You
and
know
I was
what?
like,
Since
fuck it,
we
let's
are
go.
here, this is actually a pretty good opportunity to tell everybody where to find you on socials, right?
Oh, yeah.
So start.
Okay, you can find me at Unheated Honig. That's unheated, like it's unheated, HONIG.
Go.
On my IG, I am miss.mars with 3 Z's. OnlyFans is Miss Goddess Mars with 3 Z's.
DOLLSC.
I leave for fucking 2 minutes,
everything.
and they're doing a fucking shameless plug. Shameless
Who
plug.
could have possibly come up with that idea out of this group?
Is it you?
Come on now.
Yeah.
Give me
avoid
credit.
as
Are you
quickly as
kidding me?
possible.
I'm
Not
insulted,
me.
Brian.
Check the stream.
Ridiculous.
Not me.
Ridiculous.
Not me. Have
That's
I ever
ridiculous.
plugged my shit on here?
No, it's all good.
Except for
Okay, here,
dateonyourlazy.com.
let me. Oh, that was cool. That's cool. Have you ever catcalled somebody with that?
I want to be catcalled by you like that.
Oh.
I think I have quite a few times. I'll be honest.
I thought that's what you were
I felt
doing
like
earlier.
I felt like guys didn't get catcalled enough, so I was driving around with my friend and we went and followed them around. But they all really liked it.
That's equality.
They liked
That's
it.
equality.
Yeah,
For real.
they like it.
For it. Yeah, that's how it was supposed to be.
All right, Drena.
Driena. Like
Drain.
Sienna, but with a Dre in front. And I've spelled it out for you right here.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Are you sure it's not Drano?
Driena.
Drano the swamp. That's
No,
what it
DC
is.
Drano's another cool conservative.
Brian, I think I'm gonna.
Hey, we're almost done.
I know.
You keep saying that, and then 30 minutes go by.
She's a little.
We're on whatever time. This is not like normal time.
This is like every conversation I've ever had with my ex-girlfriend.
You're driving us to LA now.
Are you almost done? Just kidding. All right, just kidding. Joke, terrible joke. Okay. Previously married, you can speak a bit on that. Ideal topic would be breaking down exactly why people aren't getting married. Well,
That's a little long.
We
but
talked about that.
I'll come back and
we'll do.
on that.
We'll definitely have you on with. We should have you on debate, Andrew. Interesting topic as to the causes of the male loneliness epidemic. Kind of already hit on that.
My hot take. Haven't gone over that.
We haven't.
No, it's on there. Hot take.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Is it related to the male loneliness epidemic?
No, it's related to running background checks on people.
Oh yeah. Well,
It's a good way to vet your person before ever going on a date with them. Like pay $25 to a subscription to do background checks on dates.
I would do that.
Yeah. Moving it on, you wanted to speak on the topic of modern dating being unlike anything we've ever seen before. Not because women are less traditional than before. It has everything to do with millennials being the first generation to have equal rights with the sexes. You mentioned women weren't allowed to own credit cards, which we kind of touched on, get a loan before the 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act. You write, since men and women are both recently able to be financially independent, the reason why people get into a relationship, get married, is completely due to consent and mutual benefit respect. And we have a loneliness epidemic because many people still expect dating to be like how previous generations had it. Talked a bit about that. You think the government is complicit in the disaster that we see in dating today, as in they've purposely pitted these sexes against each other for their own benefit. And they've created a system that makes it incredibly difficult to have a successful marriage. I would agree. Making it very difficult to afford a family on a single income. I would agree. Love to break down exactly why this is and what we can do to overcome it.
We agree on so much, see?
Yeah, we're BFFs, best friends. Best friends. Did you want to elaborate on any of that stuff? Or?
On the last part? Yes. Well, you said we had 10 minutes and it's already been like 5, but I'm happy to. I actually would have had to leave, but my flight keeps getting delayed, so I can make it. But yes, I'm happy to elaborate on that. I think that in the past, a family could be sustained on a single income, and unfortunately that is not the case anymore because the politicians that have sold out our interest in favor of themselves getting richer and to gain more power, and it is in their vested interest that 2 people in a household be in the workforce so that they can get more in tax revenue, and as a result you have most adults that are in relationships in the workforce, and kids being shipped off to government schools as a result. So this is breaking down the nuclear family in different ways. I think it's very hard for 2 people working 9 to 5s, Monday to Friday, to spend a lot of quality time with each other. Again, this is a topic that I wanted to talk about in detail throughout the show, but I'll come back and elaborate on it more. But yes, that's who I'm trying to say is the ultimate culprit behind a lot of this battle of the sexes. It has been the government's interest to dissipate the nuclear family, and we've fallen for that trap, for that bait. I also think that since this is the reality that we live in, where it's difficult to live on a one single income and have a whole family on one income, then traditional gender roles and what men's responsibilities are and women's responsibilities are within a household have changed. So if you have two working adults, then both working adults should be able to cook, be able to clean, be able to share those kinds of responsibilities.
Okay.
It's just the reality of what we live in right now.
I gotta be honest, I have no more fight left in me.
I
would so debate you on all this, but
Another time. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Good night.
Arnold Schwarzenegger says.
I've been sapped. I've been sapped of my will to live. Will to fight. It's completely sapped.
I've got a lot of energy in me, but I do have a flight to catch.
Yeah. So we'll get this here wrapped up here. Any final thoughts from anybody before we wrap up? Speak now, forever
Save
hold your
my notes
peace.
for next time.
What's that?
Save my notes for next time.
You sent like one thing.
I sent
right?
in one note and I want to talk about it.
Oh yeah, what is it? Or do you want to do
I don't
next
want to
time?
talk about it now. I'll talk about it next time.
Will
It's
there
just
be a
that
next time?
it's just
Anya, Gertrude, Macbeth.
Gertrude Macbeth.
Cool last name.
That's your middle name and last name.
No.
Definitely is.
Anne Marie Nicole Matusevich.
Okay, if you say so. Any final thoughts from anybody? Come on, Canada. Oh,
What?
Canada.
I think I
I'm so
don't got
rebellious.
much left in me either.
I got a final.
What do you think about fucking Trump dunking on fucking Trudeau?
What do you think about America winning gold in hockey over
America.
Canada?
I mean, the population of America is quite a lot bigger than Canada. So, I think the star players tend to go to American teams.
We're gonna annex Canada. I think that should.
Alberta.
And X.
Alberta, yeah.
Take Alberta.
I've
Why
tried.
Alberta?
Because they're actually conservative over there, and they actually have most of the resources.
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
for
Anya,
the-
we can do your thing really quick. Men's responsibility to take on the role of leading women towards goodness, as men are the heads of household and typically in charge. I think it's their role to fix the modern situation.
Yes. So I think
super agree with you.
women ruined a lot of it. I think modern femininity was the downfall of society. But I
Wait,
think
do you mean femininity or feminism?
feminism. Sorry,
Okay.
it's fucking 10 hours
'Cause,
after
yeah.
feminism.
I don't
I think
11 now, right?
I think feminism ruined society, and I think that's what really drove us apart entirely. But I think men being the providers, being the heads of household, should lead women towards goodness. And that doesn't mean that you should lead women that clearly have no potential towards it. Like if a woman is there's no leading her towards goodness, drop that and let them die out. But the women that clearly have some kind of potential in them, you should be the leader. You should be the teacher. Fucking repeal the 19th around it so that they can't influence the shitty stuff anymore, and lead them into it.
Do you still agree? Do you still agree with her? But
I don't agree with repealing the 19th, but I do agree with men leading, and I'm being led by a wonderful man, happily in a relationship.
Why not repeal the 19th?
Because I believe I have a good enough equal voice. I mean, I just wore out Brian after
Yeah,
an
but
11-hour marathon.
middle-aged, young, educated, young college-educated women are the only people holding up the Democrat Party right now. We need to stop.
Really
I
quick.
think education solves
So,
that and
so
informing
I
people.
think men do have a role in bringing this country, a very important role in bringing the country back. We're so back. We're going to be so back, but we're not back yet. We're not so back, but we will be back. The issue is, though, is that in order to be able to lead, you need to have people who are willing to follow.
And that's what I said. Don't do a woman that doesn't have potential and that doesn't have some potential of willing to follow.
But so it's like men, we've abandoned the allowance to men's authority. So basically women they want to be 50-50, they want equal authority.
Then
and
fuck those women.
Now,
can we make it maybe oscillating on the 19th, like you can opt out? Because if you opt out, that means you don't have to pay taxes no more.
Most women didn't want the right to vote because that had to come with bucket duty on the trust and all these different things.
I want the right to vote.
well, I'll say two things on the voting
Most
thing.
women do.
I don't want to pay taxes.
That would be a great.
Insane. You don't have to vote. To have the right to do something and
Into
not
my,
voting it.
I don't want other women to vote.
So two things here.
I also agree with you.
I don't want a lot of other men to vote.
Yeah, also
Either. So are you pro literacy tests for voting?
I am pro land ownership. You should actually have some kind of stake in the government. You should have some kind of actual reason to be voting. If you're just living off of my wealth, off of my tax dollars, and you're not doing anything
in this country right now, you don't.
Why do you have a say in the vote?
I think it should be for taxpayers, like people that are actually paying taxes.
Own the property.
Yeah, why do you have?
Because if you don't pay your property taxes, then the government takes.
Florida actually just voted against that.
Yes.
But
it's about to pass. It still needs to go through. Yeah.
Even if something is taxed, doesn't mean you don't own it.
Well,
but I sort of understand
in
what
my
you're saying.
definition, you
I
don't
understand what
actually
you're saying.
own it.
I don't think you should have the right to vote. I think voting is a privilege, and I don't think most people should.
Well,
be
here,
voting.
look, I'm not going to go quite as far extreme as you, and I'll give you two reasons. Well, one, I think optically it's like really bad. And then two, it's just not politically tenable.
Why?
Like, so, what do you mean, why?
Why
like,
does it look bad?
We won't be able to claw back.
I'm not saying we
right to
can,
vote.
but I'm just saying that's the
It's just
ideal.
politically untenable, so it's just like, and it's such an optics L, it's not even.
Why is it
even
an
worth
optics L?
It's a massive optics L.
I think most of the people that I know agree that voting should be repealed to some extent.
Yeah, so arguably, for example, if only men voted, you'd just only have conservative.
I'm not even saying men. I'm not
You'd
even
only
saying
have
just men.
conservative leadership in this country. However, optically, even for a lot of conservative women, massive optics L, and
yeah, because they're femcons.
I agree with the midpoint that one of you said here, which is you shouldn't be able to vote if you don't pay taxes in any kind of way, because no taxation without representation, therefore no representation without taxation. And I do think all taxation is theft.
Really quick, just to. You got this,
and that's
Canada.
why I'm a libertarian.
Canada. I'll make you some. What is the poutine?
Can you make us coffee?
I'll give you some poutine. Hey, we got some pizza. I'm gonna hook y'all up after the show. Trust me.
We want to go to bed after the show, Brian.
I'm so hungry.
I'm gonna have her cook me a raw steak.
Cook you a raw steak. It's not going to be a raw steak anymore, then.
Well, you'll present to me a raw steak.
With a
chopped up steak.
With a bow.
With seasoning.
Do you want to practice the bow really quick?
Sure.
We should all practice
We
our
can
bows.
all practice.
Yeah. Can we all practice our bows? Okay. Can you rate our bows?
I would, Brian, I would bow out of here once we're done with the show.
Oh, man, it's...
I would curtsy.
I have to fix the camera. Hold on. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. You didn't mean to. Here, BRB. I got to fix the camera really quick. But
I want you to rate our bows, though.
No, with the voting thing.
That's how we can end.
So look, here's my contention, though. Women have secured the right to vote with any corresponding responsibility. In order for men to be able to vote, they have to be subject to potential military conscription. I believe, as an egalitarian, that we ought to equalize this requirement
by taking out the draft.
No, keep the draft, because governments are not going to relinquish their ability to call upon its citizenry.
I think that's wrong.
Well, I don't think it is perhaps a sad reality of the world, but governments are not going to relinquish their ability to call upon its citizenry in the event of some sort of wartime.
I don't think if there was a draft, people would go. Like, I don't think men would actually go to the draft.
Men would definitely do it. I mean, also, it's not just you're forced to do it. Like in Ukraine, for example, men definitely don't want to go to the front lines of Ukraine.
They were kidnapped.
You have military police abducting men. Yep, it's ridiculous. Yep. However, I believe then, if it is the case that we're never going to get rid of the draft, because we aren't, and currently as it stands, men are subject to military conscription, women should also be subject to military conscription. And thus, in that way, women can retain the right to vote. However, if we're not going to have a serious conversation, if the conservative position is, no, women should not be subject to military conscription, then my position would thus be, if women won't be subject to military conscription, you repeal the 19th.
Well,
women don't get the vote if they're not equal in that way to
No,
men.
you said that because they don't have any responsibility
Women
as a
don't.
result of being able to vote. And I think that responsibility is you're paying your taxes. So
Men
you're
also pay taxes.
Right.
Men have an
so we
extra
both have responsibility.
Right. So okay, then let's
So
do.
we both
okay, you know what?
And it's quite literally in the Constitution,
Hold on.
you know, no taxation without representation. Women pay taxes, therefore we're represented.
Well, actually, in totality, women are net tax. What's the right frame? Women are a net tax burden in totality.
Are we really?
Yep. In total, all women collectively are
Is that because we're taking into consideration all the illegal immigration that then takes up
That would
part
be-
of the welfare system? You're counting in those women as well.
Are
Which
you?
actually would make
I
sense
don't even think so.
because
I think no, it's about
it would make
even
sense because they
citizens.
take.
Even citizens, women are net negative when it comes to taxes.
Well, I would have to look up that statistic because I
So
strongly
women
doubt
take
that's-
more from taxes than they put in.
How would that be the case if they, you know, if they are having kids, if they're working, if they're in the workforce? Are we saying, you know, women that are
In total.
claiming welfare because they have kids that are on welfare, therefore they're the ones taking that welfare because the dad isn't in the picture? So in this country, right, we have a lot of broken
Nathan,
families.
Can you just ask it in ChatGPT?
Yeah, we have a lot of broken families, right?
A net tax
Men,
burden.
there's a lot of women that live as single mothers. When those single mothers go
Right,
and
but
claim benefits
collectively.
for their kids, then yes, they would be a tax burden because they are claiming welfare for their kids.
Collectively,
but that
women are a
is
tax
very
burden.
disingenuous because they're doing that because the father is not in the picture. So I think that's a terrible way of saying that women are more irresponsible.
It's a bit beside. Well, I didn't say
or
that.
or
It's a bit besides the
burden.
point, though. My position then is, sure, women do pay taxes. However, they don't have the same responsibility that men do as it relates to potential forced military conscription.
Which I disagree
Thus,
with.
perhaps we can have women's voting power. What do you think about that?
Can have women as a voting power.
No, half, like in half, cut their voting power.
No,
in half.
I like it full. Yeah.
Okay, so again, though, there's an inequality that exists between men and women when it comes
You
to
should
duty
bring that
and
up with your
responsibility.
fellow man. You know, why is it that you guys
Who
are
set
sending
that
each other
system
to
up?
war?
That's such a feminist argument.
No, it is
Who
not.
set that
That's not
true.
a reality, right?
Actually, you know what they found? They did the study and they looked at monarchs. They looked at female leaders throughout history. Women were actually much more likely to, queens were much more likely to wage war than kings.
Go
Yeah.
figure. Did they conscribe and they conscribed those people and their armies and they
If we
waged
knew more
war?
about their phases, we would have known why they were doing it.
Yeah, but in any case, look, I'm fine. I don't think we should repeal women's
Can't
right to
talk
vote.
about that.
Nope.
What we need to do, though, in order for that to have that continue to be the status quo, women need to be subject to military conscription.
What do you
I
think
disagree
about
with
separating the military by
conscription as a
gender?
whole. And again, I don't think that
irrelevant.
argument helps bring
I don't
women.
think it's irrelevant if you're
I don't think
drafting
that-
women.
I don't think that
If you're
argument-
drafting women.
Yeah, that argument doesn't help.
You seem
win-
scrappy. You'd be fine in the
Bring
military.
women
Big D.
to our side. I'm a pretty good shot. I will say that. Probably
Women
can't
are
fight.
really good shots.
Yeah,
Probably
but
can't,
first had the right.
do you have it, Nathan? The ChatGPT. Look, hey, I could have been wrong on the stats, and it depends how you asked it.
No, it is not accurate to say that women in the United States are categorically a net tax burden in the sense of paying less in taxes than they receive in government benefits simply because they are women. The reality is more nuanced and depends on how taxes and government benefits are measured, the specific program, and differences in earnings, employment, and life cycle outcomes
Scroll down.
between men and women. Available data.
Women often receive more in certain government benefits than they pay
that's
in payroll
exactly the
taxes.
example I was giving. For example,
Scroll down.
unmarried women. Oh, you just passed it.
Lower tax payments and higher benefits.
Because
So it seems like it's affirming, actually,
it
what I'm
seems
saying.
like single fathers are the situation for that.
Single fathers?
As in, men that don't want to be present
Can
in a
we change it
woman's
to women
life.
without children in ChatGPT?
I don't know. I don't even care
Yeah.
that much, to be honest.
Well,
but
that's funny
hey,
because
I'm
it'll
willing to
change
say
the
I could have been wrong about it. I'm willing to say that. But in any case, yeah, women got to be drafted. I'm drafting. If I'm fucking president, I'm drafting you. Just exclusively
I would be. You know
and
what?
I'm sending you to Afghanistan to take on the Taliban.
I would probably take on a commander role. I'd be happy.
Taliban.
No,
strategic-
you're going to be
strategic-
clearing mines in the fucking.
No. I'll
You're
lead
gonna be
strategy. It's what
clearing
I
mines
do.
in Kabul.
Oh, no.
You're going to be clearing mines in the deserts of fucking Baghdad. Okay, fuck.
That's not our
free
military.
Anya.
You're thinking
Free
of the
Anya.
Wait.
Foreign Legion or something.
Wait, there was something we had to get in. Fuck, what was it?
Free Anya. Oh my gosh.
We're gonna do the.
Are we
I had to
wrapping
fix
up
the.
now?
I had to
Yeah,
fix
thanks,
this,
Kim.
but I guess you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even gonna fix it.
I think
I'm gonna keep it centered.
Okay.
Here, Nathan, pull up Twitch really quick. This is our final thing, and then we're.
I got one final hot take. Are you ready for it?
Wait, hold on. Let me do Twitch really quick.
Okay.
Guys, final, please. A grift, my final grift of the night. Drop us a follow on Twitch. Drop us a Prime sub, and show some support over there on Twitch. I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you guys, very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, hot take. Go ahead.
I'm going to look right in the camera for this one. Circumcision is genital mutilation, and you should never do it to any baby ever. And if you do, that's freaking weird. To any baby ever.
What
To
about guys that have like
W.
closed up like penis holes and they like
Hey.
don't even have a hole there?
when does that happen?
Wait, Nathan, can
I
you
see
tell
a
them to
lot
be
of
quiet
penises
back
and
there?
I've seen it a lot of times.
What?
Zip it.
Yeah.
Men need hugs too.
Zip it. Zip it, Anya. Yo, I'm trying to wrap. Are you guys want to come back for the wave goodbye? You
Wave
guys wanna
goodbye.
All
Foreskins
right,
are there for a reason.
I know. Can we do a bow?
Let's do a bow goodbye.
Dang.
A collective
All
bow.
right, wait, but push the chairs back then. Oh, I like that. Oh, wait, no, I remember.
we
I
should do a
wanted to.
courtesy goodbye. I think that's appropriate.
All right, well,
right? We could bow out of here.
Who's going to bow? Okay, well, here, go ahead.
How do we? What's like the
Scoot
hand
that way,
motion?
scoot
Do we
that
do
way,
like
scoot.
a?
So
What's the hand
the hand posture has to be submissive. So it's kind of like a demure submissive hand posture. Go ahead, bow.
That was like a collective bow.
Oh, we can collect.
Girls,
Are we doing a wave?
Oh my god.
Oh, we're doing the wave?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Wait, what?
No, like a bow. I got a hockey thing.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, no.
She's about to bang her head on the table.
The lower you go, the more respect. You gotta get your nose down to the girl.
Whoa.
Get low. Get low. Get low. Get
Okay,
low,
sit really
get
quick
low.
just to finish up here. Sit back down here really quick, guys. Because I was a dick tonight, I want to give everybody a compliment at the end. I want to give everybody a compliment. I feel like that's fair because I was a little sassy tonight. Okay. All right. Let's see. You seem like a very sweet, genuine person. Oh boy, this is going to be... Nose ring theory. You were a good sport. And I'm sure you're a really good dominatrix.
She didn't say she wanted to slap me like the girls last time.
That is true. Yeah.
So flowers for that.
So good. I'm proud of you for that. Big D.
Thank you.
Big D over here.
You've given me a lot of compliments, though, throughout this whole show. At least ones that I personally take as compliments. So don't.
Big D, you
We'll be in
you are so good at just. You're such a good. You're a habitual line stepper. Oh, Charlie Murphy, the Dave Chappelle skit about Rick James. I'm Rick James, bitch.
Yeah.
Habitual line stepper. That's where it's from. Okay.
Is that a compliment?
I think if you ever decide to become a politician,
I won't.
you're so cut out for being a politician. I don't know if you want to take that as a compliment though.
I will take it as a compliment, even though I wouldn't.
But you
but thank you.
just dodging fucking bullets and shit. Yeah, you're good. You're sharp. All right. You are my favorite Canadian ever.
That's actually so sweet.
What I like most about you is how talkative you are. No, you honestly, you didn't talk too much. So I feel like I don't know. You have nice skin. What the fuck? Anya, you are my favorite Caucasian.
You.
You're pretty cool.
It's legendary. Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah.
You are my, yeah, I don't know. These are the worst compliments ever, by the way. You were a good sport. I'll give you that. You were a good sport.
We're both good sports. We
Good
get the
sport.
same compliment.
I love your accent. You've got a great accent.
You do have a great accent.
Very good accent.
You have a nice beard.
All right.
A really nice beard.
It's okay. It's all right. There's a few patchy spots, but I appreciate it. All right. Anyways, well, forgive me for my trespasses for being a dickhead tonight. It was a rough show for me. So, sometimes I call it tilted. Tilted is a video game term. Back when there used to be pinball machines.
Objection irrelevant.
Hey. If you're playing a pinball machine and you're angry, you would like literally tilt the pinball machine.
Like shaking a vending machine.
Yeah, so I was on tilt tonight. I was tilted. It was tough just because it was, anyways, whatever. I already talked about it. But anyways, thank you guys. You guys were fun. It was dope. Viewership was fantastic. I feel like we're missing something. I don't know. I just want to say this. Men should not sleep with a woman unless he has a genuine intention of pursuing her for a long-term relationship. Women, both men and women, shouldn't be promiscuity, bad in both men and women. Men should not lie about their intentions. Anyways, that's fine. Oh my God, I'm like drunk, but I'm.
All right, let's all fuck.
Get on that.
Jokes, jokes.
Wait, hang tight. I'm wrapping here. Nathan, don't go intro until I say it, okay? So I'm gonna say GG. Oh fuck. Wait, GG.
Well played.
Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Also, guys, please leave a nice comment once the live ends. It takes about 30 seconds after we actually wrap. I read them. Positivity is nice. Helps the algorithm. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You guys could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to you guys. It was a long stream. Oh man, I almost ended it before 10 hours. Okay, well, thank you to you guys. I appreciate you guys. You guys were dope. Thank you. Aside from like the near aneurysm that I experienced multiple times during the stream. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We couldn't do it without you guys. We will be live again Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I hope you guys enjoyed the string of debates that we had with Andrew and then this dating talk tonight. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara 07s in the chat. Good night, guys, and we will see you next time. Good night.
Night.
Okay, we're wrapped. Wow, just really curious. Did anybody lie about their body count? No. Just
I
answered.
I didn't really lie.
What is it?
I don't know, but I mean, you said okay, 20,
Do you want
30.
to reveal?
It's definitely.
No, it's not something
You said 20, 30 for me.
And you never answered either.
Oh.
Yeah, the two
I have
conservative ones.
I said
maybe we can I might exchange after the Wait. Nathan, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit, Nathan, we're fucking still.
Yeah, the doy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, good night, guys. Good night.